Chapter 1. The Scorching Yet Alluring Heat. August 30th, 2034, Fog City, Old Town. It was unmistakably morning, yet the blazing sun was eager to make its presence felt among the denizens of Fog City. Under the sweltering summer sun, the heat shimmered visibly above the concrete ground. Even the utility poles stood in the air, surrounded by waves of heat rising and swirling. In such weather, the streets were nearly devoid of life. In the depths of an old, dilapidated building on the second floor, lacking air conditioning, Junmo could only open the window, allowing the natural breeze to flow in, tousling his somewhat unruly fringe. His thick, dark brows resembled swords, beneath which lay a pair of bright and clear eyes. He picked up the acceptance letter from the table, leaning back in his chair, which creaked under his weight. As he smiled, a charming dimple appeared on his left cheek, and an uncontrollable joy sparkled in his gaze. "Will I meet you?" Knock, knock, knock. Outside the door came a frantic and rhythmically chaotic knocking, accompanied by the furious curses of a man. "Junmo, you little rascal, open the door for me. Have you grown wings, daring to report your father for gambling? Just wait until I break your legs. Open the door. You didn't leave with your mother back then just to torment me, did you? Open the door." Junmo glanced back at the newly installed security door. To prevent his biological father from returning unexpectedly, as well as the relentless creditors knocking for debts, the hefty investment in the security door had truly proven worthwhile. Listening to Jun Feiguang already dialing to unlock the door, Junmo quickly sprang up, grabbed his backpack, and hastily stuffed in his toiletries, then carefully placed the acceptance letter in the innermost compartment. With both hands already gripping the window, just as he was about to leap, he turned back to take one last look inside the room. His gaze fell upon a slightly faded photograph taped to the cabinet door. In the photograph were 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children. It was from a variety show he participated in during his childhood, where he had gone as the champion of a street dance competition. It was that very show that made Jun Feiguang realize this child could earn a living. Regrettably, the earnings from childhood performances and shows had not afforded Junmo a comfortable life or nurturing environment. Instead, they had transformed his once humble father into a gambling addict. Only later did he discover that those 2 men were, in fact, top-tier movie stars in the entertainment industry. He stood in front, wearing a yellow headband, next to another boy dressed in a small suit, exuding an air of noble prince-like charm. The 2 stood shoulder to shoulder, impeccably posed. Junmo returned to the photograph, tore it down, brushed off the dust, and placed it alongside the acceptance letter. Outside, Jun Feiguang had finished his call and resumed his boisterous tirade. "Junmo, you son of a bitch, where are you? Get out here." Following that was the explosive voice of Jun Feiguang. Junmo shot a dismissive smile, unsure if he realized he was cursing himself. With the backpack slung over his shoulder, he leapt from the window, landing gracefully on the ground, his calves taut before relaxing. He retrieved his keys, hopped onto his bicycle, and took one last look at the second-floor room he had inhabited alone for a year, feeling neither melancholy nor regret, but rather an exhilarating sense of liberation and freedom. In truth, it wasn't a year of solitude, but rather 2 halves of a year. Jun Feiguang's gambling addiction had escalated into domestic violence, and it was only through Junmo's urging that his mother found the courage to divorce him. At just 10 years old, Junmo overheard a neighbor mention that a woman with a burden would find it difficult to remarry, prompting him to resolutely choose to live with this beast of a father. Though he bore the title of father, he had never fulfilled a single obligation toward Junmo. Years prior, Junmo survived on the generosity of Grandma Zhang downstairs, later working part-time, devoting all his time to studying and working. Once, when Jun Feiguang stole a month's worth of living expenses Junmo had saved to gamble, Junmo, in a fit of rage, pursued him to the mahjong parlor wielding a kitchen knife. When that knife struck the mahjong table, the previously raucous parlor fell into an immediate hush. This incident has since become a popular topic of gossip among the residents of the old town, although the old mahjong players are often the ones most frequently mentioned. Later, in his senior year, studies and work consumed all of Junmo's time, coupled with the anxiety over university tuition, leaving him no heart to continue entangling with Jun Feiguang. He had aspirations and a place worth fighting for, so decisively he reported Jun Feiguang for gambling on the very day he was caught, sending him behind bars. Unable to keep him locked up for a full year, Junmo began to report him sporadically. As soon as Jun Feiguang was released, he would keep a close watch on him and promptly call the police at the first sign of gambling. Thus, Jun Feiguang spent the year in and out of confinement. It wasn't until Junmo completed his college entrance exams and received his acceptance letter, while also working part-time throughout the summer, that he managed to save enough for his first year's living expenses and tuition. As he collected his thoughts and prepared to pedal away, he spotted Grandma Zhang downstairs carrying a large bag of rice under the scorching sun. Junmo dismounted, leaned his bicycle against a wall, and strode over. Grandma Zhang, why are you buying so much rice on such a hot day? You wouldn't understand, I snagged this at the supermarket early this morning while it was cheap. Junmo, are you heading to school today? No, I have a ticket for tomorrow. Grandma Zhang sighed, gesturing toward the commotion upstairs. Is your father back? Is he going to hit you? Junmo set the rice down, wiping the sweat from his forehead. When he smiled, his dimples were deep and sweet, reminiscent of an ice pop on a scorching summer day, refreshing from within. Don't worry, he can't beat me now. As he spoke, he flexed his bicep for emphasis. Simultaneously, the sound of kicking at the door echoed from above, indicating that the locksmith had finally opened it. Junmo, you little brat, where are you? Get out here! Immediately followed by Jun Feigang's furious shouts. Junmo signaled for Grandma Zhang to be quiet. Should Grandma Zhang, he'll be off now. He'll come back to see you during the holidays. Take care of yourself. With that, he strode out and swiftly mounted his bicycle, pedaling quickly out of the alley. Behind him, Jun Feiguang leaned out the window, hurling curses at the swiftly retreating white figure in the alley. Junmo, if you have the guts to run, then don't come back. If you dare return, they'll break your legs and teach you a lesson for reporting me. With a swift turn, Junmo pedaled furiously out of the alley, leaving behind Jun Feigang's voice, distancing himself from that world. The bicycle sped along, and due to Fog City's unique geography, characterized by many hills and slopes, he occasionally had to stand to pedal with greater force. As he ascended, a gust of wind swept by, lifting the hem of his white shirt, revealing the firm muscles of his young abdomen. He stopped his bicycle at the entrance of a residential complex, one foot on the pedal and the other on the steps beside the road, dialing a number. Hello, grandson. Bring down my luggage. I am at the entrance of your complex. The last time Jun Feiguang was incarcerated, Junmo had calculated that he would be released just before he left. To avoid a confrontation before his departure, he had carefully packed his belongings at his classmate's house, ensuring a more graceful escape through the window. Moments after hanging up, Yin Shuei, clad in a green t-shirt and red shorts, emerged from the complex, leisurely carrying a medium-sized suitcase. Aren't you supposed to leave tomorrow? Why are you leaving today? I was planning to drive you tomorrow. Junmo did not rush to reply, sizing him up before teasing. Red and green? A fashion disaster. When are you going to improve your taste? Yin Shuei raised his chin, patting his bright red shorts. You wouldn't understand, this is called fashion. Only with my Fog City version of Pengyin looks can I pull off such a color combination. Junmo chuckled slightly, tossing the bicycle key to Yin Shuei. Grandson, I'm entrusting you with a formidable task. Take good care of my prized possession, and he'll collect it from you when I return for the holidays. Yin Shuei made a face of disdain. This prized possession of yours. I've seen you ride it for 6 years, 3 years of high school, and 3 years of middle school. Are you planning to preserve it as a family heirloom for your children and grandchildren? Though he grumbled, Yin Zui's actions were honest as he pushed the bicycle back to put it away before accompanying Junmo to leave. You're truly a money-grubbing scoundrel. Even as you prepare to leave, you're still trying to make a quick buck? Just as he finished speaking, Junmo's arm reached over, pulling Yin Shuei into his embrace. Your grandfather is going to collect his prize money openly. How can that be called making a quick buck? Your grandfather is now an adult, understand? Adults earn, they earn. All right, earn. You're going to earn it openly. As he prepared to leave after finishing his summer job, Junmo coincidentally stumbled upon a small street dance competition organized by a neighboring bar for promotional purposes. The prize was too enticing. Even third place garnered 10,000 yuan, which compelled Junmo to delay his departure to the capital, eager to earn a little more before leaving. Tonight marked the finals of the street dance competition. Junmo had booked a room in a small hotel near the bar. Though it was shabby and small, during the day it was still filled with the joyful sounds of adults from all around. However, the cost-effectiveness was decent, and he could endure those sounds. Grandfather, to be honest, can you really fall asleep like this at night? Junmo promptly pressed the English listening exercise from his headphones into Yin Zui's ear. Studying brings me tranquility, and with tranquility comes restful slumber. Yin Shuei raised his thumb in admiration, feeling an additional surge of respect for Junmo. During lunch, Yin Shuai treated him to Lanzhou beef noodles, claiming it was a farewell gesture, and in the afternoon, the two spent hours sleeping in their room. When Yin Shuai awoke, he found Junmo lying beside him, his phone displaying a strikingly handsome young man clad in a black suit and white shirt, standing out amongst a crowd of foreigners. An international medical knowledge competition? I thought you were majoring in law? Why are you fixated on medical matters? Are you abandoning law for medicine? Just browsing. As Yin Shuai scratched his belly and made his way to the bathroom, Junmo remained entranced by the image of the Chinese face on the screen. A smile gradually crept onto his lips as he murmured to himself, "Still so unique." Things change, yet the world remains constant. It is only oneself that transforms, while others continue to bask in the limelight. At 10 o'clock that evening, as Junmo exited the bar with 30,000 in prize money for securing second place, Yin Shuai trailed behind, grumbling and occasionally casting furious glares back at the unscrupulous establishment. Such a scoundrel, clearly capable of winning first place. This reeks of foul play. The manipulation is glaringly obvious. Who could have anticipated that in a street dance competition, the first prize would go to the bar owner's brother-in-law? Indeed, it seems the profits are never shared with outsiders. They wish to promote their venue, yet are reluctant to part with the prize money. What a cunning merchant. Your talent is absolutely worthy of the championship. Junmo was unfazed, feeling quite satisfied with earning 30,000 just before leaving. All right, second place it is. I never intended to win the championship anyway. After all, he had originally aimed for the 10,000 for third place, and the current 30,000 felt like a serendipitous windfall. When fortune bestows upon you such bounties, one must graciously accept, otherwise the next offering might not be so delightful. As they conversed, the bar owner's brother-in-law, who had just claimed first place, emerged with a group, waving the 50,000 prize money in hand. How about it? Not satisfied? Let me give you a kiss, and I might just be generous enough to share some. Earlier, during the dance, when Junmo performed a one-handed handstand, his shirt had slipped, revealing his fair and well-defined midriff, causing onlookers to drool. Noticing the glint in the man's eyes, Yin Shuai stepped protectively in front of Junmo, his voice rising in protest. Do you even know how you won first place? Are you completely oblivious? Not only did you make mistakes in your moves, but you also lagged behind the rhythm. You nearly fell on your face during the landingdo. You think we were blind? With that, Yin Shuai mockingly began to sing. Are you serious about that half-step back? Such a trivial misstep caused such great harm. I can only play the gentleman. Bang! Before Yin Shuai could finish his line, the man punched him square in the face. You bastard, I'm talking to you. Before Yin Shuai could react, Junmo had already kicked towards the man's abdomen and then seized a brick from the ground, smashing it down as the man lunged forward. As for whom he struck, Junmo paid no mind, swiftly pulling Yin Shuai, who was ready to engage in a brawl, away as they fled. The streets of Mist City undulated, and they darted through alleys, running for a considerable time before finally shaking off their pursuers. Upon returning to the inn and heading upstairs, they encountered the proprietress descending, a woman in her 40s, who scrutinized the two young men sharing a room with a look that was impossible to misinterpret. The more she stared, the more Yin Shuai, ever the dramatist, entwined his arm with Junmo's and whimpered, "Brother, I'm injured, and you show no concern for my well-being." The proprietress gasped in disbelief. These young people today are quite the handful. Junmo halted, turning to glare coldly at Yin Shuai, yanking his arm away as he scolded. Get lost. I knew all along that for these 6 years, you've had ulterior motives. If you're so infatuated with my body, let's sever our grandfather-grandson ties. I'd rather do without you. Heartless. All those breakfasts over the past 6 years were wasted. Their playful banter had long become second nature. Once back in their room, Yin Shuai quickly dabbed at the wounds on his face and reminded Junmo, as he was about to leave, "He'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning." No need for that. Why the fuss? Are we facing a life-and-death separation? Isn't it because you're too handsome and am worried about other men eyeing you? It's settled, then he'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. I'm gonna show off my new car. Junmo playfully kicked Yin Shuai in the rear before slamming the door shut. Go back to sleep. Yin Zui's family was not particularly wealthy, but they were comfortably middle class. After graduating high school, while Junmo worked part-time throughout the entire summer, Yin Shuai spent the summer learning to drive and finally obtained his license. His family had bought him a second-hand car to practice with. Today, however, his cousin had taken it, which was why he had to take the bus to the inn. With the legalization of same-sex marriage years ago, the students at school who confessed to Junmo expanded from girls to a more inclusive spectrum. There had even been an unforgettable incident during high school that had left Junmo with a lasting impression, causing him to become a phobic straight man. And Yin Shui had become his best excuse over the years. Though both were well aware that they were merely like family, the best of friends. This night, Junmo found himself uncharacteristically unable to sleep, not due to the cacophony of breaths and shouts surrounding him, nor the creaking of the bed beneath their movements, but rather, a sudden unease blossomed in his heart. If we were to meet again, would we see each other? Chapter 3. I once passed you by all right. That's enough. Hurry back, you ought to report in. With that, Junmo took the luggage and began to urge Yin Shui to return, that I should go. The delightful senior is still waiting for me. No sooner had he spoken than a kick landed on his backside from Junmo, causing him to stumble forward. He waved goodbye, and soon Yin Shui's figure vanished from sight. Junmo lowered his head and sighed. Over the years, had it not been for Granny Zhang and Yin Shui, he might have truly found himself homeless, perhaps even resorting to a path of no return simply to fill his stomach. Reflecting on it, he felt rather fortunate to have encountered such two remarkable individuals amidst a family fraught with misfortunes. Now, this time, Grandpa is really leaving. Just moments after departing, Yin Shui turned back, holding a plastic bag emblazoned with the words East Station of Miss City, filled with various snacks. Instant noodles and corn sausages. Junmo stood up, laughing as he called out to Yin Shui's retreating figure. Grandson, wait for Grandpa to return. Yin Shui did not look back but raised his right hand. Giving a middle finger over his shoulder, the gentle voice of the ticket inspector echoed through the speakers, and Junmo, pulling his luggage, turned to follow the crowd towards the ticket gate. The journey from Miss City to the imperial capital would require a full 12 hours on the train. Holding his ticket, Junmo found his seat, stowed his suitcase under the bed, and placed the bag of snacks Yin Shui had bought him on the pillow. Throughout the journey, as passengers came and went, Junmo merely gazed out of the window, lost in the ever-changing scenery, his thoughts drifting back to the year he was 5, that it was the year he met the most handsome boy he had ever encountered, and also the happiest year of his unfortunate childhood. I want to become the greatest doctor, the fiercest enemy of death. Junmo, what is your dream? At that time, little Junmo wiped the sweat trickling down to his chin and grinned, revealing a few missing teeth. The young boy, not yet understanding the concept of dreams, pondered for a long while before grinning and replying, My dream is to always be your good friend. To befriend someone so remarkably handsome was truly an unparalleled honor. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at our final destination, Imperial Capital Station. Please prepare your luggage. Junmo quickly rose to gather his belongings. The snacks prepared by Yin Shui had dwindled to just a bucket of instant noodles and a corn sausage. While the rest remained untouched as he disembarked, he heard someone suddenly shout his name from behind, the voice oddly familiar. Junmo, you little brat, stop right there. Turning around, he saw a young man with dyed yellow hair. A bandage wrapped around his forehead, glaring furiously at him. What the hell? It's really you. Stop right there. Do you have the guts to throw bricks at me now? The yellow-haired youth was someone he recognized. The bar owner's little brother, whose name seemed to be Fan Tong. Seeing Fan Tong charging towards him with his suitcase in tow, Junmo swiftly turned and began to run, that a wise man does not face immediate danger. It would be foolish not to flee. Last night, when the brick had come crashing down, he hadn't even looked back, only thinking of escape. Now he realized he had inadvertently struck the little brother. What a twisted fate that they had ended up on the same train to the imperial capital. The station was bustling, with crowds of people coming and going. Junmo, dragging his suitcase, repeatedly muttered "Excuse me" and "Pardon me" as he sped out of the station. The thrumming noise of the city enveloped him, the heat palpable. Unlike Miss City, the heat of the imperial capital was a dry wind up behind him. Fan Tong had also exited the station, sprinting after him. Stop, Junmo. If you dare throw bricks at me, have the guts to stop. He barely had time to admire the imperial capital's first sights or to breathe in the sweltering air before he was off running again. His phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket, but he had no opportunity to answer it. With only 5 seconds remaining on the green light, Junmo dashed across the street, narrowly avoiding a black Maserati that had just accelerated and had to slam on the brakes. Wow, people in big cities are really wealthy, Junmo exclaimed, just as Fan Tong's furious shouts echoed behind him that he never would have imagined that Fan Tong would harbor such a deep-seated hatred for him, risking being hit by a car to chase him down. Sorry. Junmo bowed his head apologetically, pulling his suitcase and a large bag of snacks towards the subway station. As he slipped into the subway station, Fan Tong, amidst the cacophony of horns and shouts, attempted to cross the street, but was suddenly stopped by a middle-aged man who seized his wrist. "What are you doing?" Fan Tong struggled to break free. But the man's grip was far too strong. Don't you know what the red light means? Or has your family never taught you how to cross the street? The man admonished sternly, his expression serious, his grip unwavering. Glancing at the man, Fan Tong, who typically picked on the weak, naturally wilted before such a formidable figure. He instinctively swallowed hard and cast a glance at the black Maserati parked nearby, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. His uncle had warned him that many influential figures resided in the imperial capital, and one must never offend anyone carelessly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It won't happen again." Though he apologized, the man still took him aside for a thorough lecture. Inside the black Maserati, a youthful girl peered outside, then turned to the calm-faced youth beside her. "Brother Ru, why did you suddenly start caring about other people's business today?" The girl, named Cheng Yu, was 12 years old, her big eyes twinkling as she spoke. She was the one most attached to her brother. He cared for her, looked after her, but he had never shown interest in matters of traffic before. Hearing her, Cheng Ru slowly turned his head, his eyes as dark as ink, his lips pressed into a thin line, his expression frosty. When he looked at Cheng Yu, his voice was rich yet chilly, enunciating clearly, "Yeah." What wrong?" Cheng Ru did not answer, instead calculating the time, estimating that Junmo must have already escaped, thus instructing the driver to let Fan Tong go. "Uncle Wu, to the company." Uncle Wu fastened his seatbelt and turned back. "Company, are we heading to the airport?" Today's task was to send the young master abroad. The Jiang family's helicopter is already waiting at the airport. "Why the sudden change of plans?" To the company. "I have matters to discuss with Yi Ge." Although same-sex relationships have been legalized due to the unique circumstances of his two fathers' jobs and their protective nature, Cheng Ru had never publicly acknowledged their relationship. Hence, he referred to his two fathers as Yi Ge and Ling Ge. Understood. Uncle Wu didn't ask further and turned the car around. Upon arriving at the Xi Media International building, Uncle Wu exited and opened the back seat door. Cheng Ru strode in with purpose, his demeanor brisk. Having known Cheng Ru for 13 years, this was the first time Uncle Wu had seen him so anxious. Cheng Yu was about to follow but was stopped by Uncle Wu. "You shouldn't go and create chaos." Cheng Ru must have serious business to discuss with Yi Ge. "How am I creating chaos?" "Dad, you are biased." Uncle Wu frowned. Though his words were scolding, they were laced with affection. "Don't be so rude. The entire Xi Media International is your brother Ru's domain. If he is discussing serious matters. Are you not creating chaos by tagging along? Wait until the day I become the company's president. Then you can come and go as you please. This." Cheng Yu shot Uncle Wu a disdainful glance, finally sighing and shaking her head as she settled back into the car. "Hey, what does that look for? Are you looking down on your dad now?" Chapter 4. Hello, Little Cheng Ru, Imperial Capital University Junmo. Pulling his suitcase, navigated through a series of subways and buses, finally arriving at Imperial Capital University. Along the way, he had taken a moment to check in with Yin Shui to confirm his safe arrival. The moment he stepped through the school gate, he was greeted with an unprecedented warmth. "Junior, here to report in. Let me show you around." Junior, don't listen to him. The seniors here are the most dangerous. "Come, let me take you." Junmo smiled at the eager faces surrounding him. Did they think he was merely a lamb being led to slaughter? With a gentle nod, revealing charming dimples, he attracted the gaze of many seniors. "Thank you, but I can manage on my own." Junmo turned away, his long, straight legs catching the sunlight, his sharp features glowing with youthful exuberance, capturing the attention of countless onlookers that he had studied the school's map and layout countless times before. Once, he had placed photos of Imperial Capital University alongside pictures of Cheng Ru's awards, serving as his motivation during his final year of high school. Though it was his first time at the school, it felt as though he had lived and studied here for many years. As Junmo walked further, the seniors behind him continued to marvel at the astonishing beauty of this year's freshman. Surely, the admissions office didn't select students based on looks this year, giving the seniors a treat. The neighboring Imperial Capital Media University must be in tears, having completed all the necessary formalities alone. Carrying a suitcase, Junmo made his way towards the dormitory building. Suddenly, a deep and rich voice resonated, causing him to pause and turn to the side. There stood Xingru, clad in a pristine white shirt paired with beige casual trousers. The hem of his shirt tucked neatly into his waistband, exuding an air of cleanliness, elegance, and charisma that he stood sideways, the sunlight streaming from the opposite direction, casting a golden glow upon his prominent nose and expressive eyes. His lips moved as he engaged in conversation, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, his posture tall and straight, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, and long legs accentuating his stature. Several girls nearby gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. He remained, as ever, reminiscent of a young prince, noble and graceful, destined to be the center of attention wherever he went. A flicker of joy ignited within Junmo. Ever since the upheaval in his family, he had lost contact with Xingru. His decision to apply to the prestigious Capital University stemmed from the fact that Xingru had once mentioned it, leading him to harbor a glimmer of hope in arriving at this very place. Fortune favored the earnest. He had indeed encountered him here, that a smile graced Junmo's lips as he lifted his suitcase and took a step forward, contemplating the idea of greeting him with a friendly long time no see. Xingru. Yet his foot halted mid-step, retreating slowly. Despite his usual confidence, the sight of Xingru stirred feelings of inadequacy within him. Involuntarily, he stepped back and turned to enter the dormitory. Perhaps Xingru had completely forgotten him. Even if he remembered, the current Junmo was no longer the radiant, cheerful boy who always trailed beside him. That it was perhaps best not to intrude, as long as they were in the same university and could occasionally cross paths. All his efforts would be worthwhile. Upon reaching the third floor of the dormitory, Junmo stood at the doorway, and even before pushing it open, the lively discussion within reached his ears. That it revolved around the entertainment news that had recently taken the internet by storm. Even someone like Junmo, who typically paid little attention to the entertainment industry, was aware of a certain artist named Wu, who had been arrested on multiple charges, leading to a cascade of revelations about other celebrities. While others indulged in gossip, he viewed it as a case study for analysis. As Junmo pushed open the door, the two boys inside ceased their chatter abruptly, turning their gazes towards him. "You must be the new arrival." "Hello, I'm Guanbo, a freshman in the finance department," one of them introduced. Junmo smiled broadly and extended his right hand. "Junmo, a freshman in the law department. I'm Yamamoto, also studying finance, but I'm in a different class from Guanbo." The other added. Junmo nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging brief pleasantries. The dormitory featured 4 beds. 3 were already occupied, leaving only 1 vacant. With no other choice, he walked over to the empty bed and began to organize his belongings. Guanbo and Yamamoto proposed dining together that evening, marking the first gathering of the 4 roommates. The dormitory assignments at Capital University were not based on majors, yet it was likely they would remain together for the next 4 years, making a shared meal an essential opportunity to foster camaraderie. Junmo turned to the 2, and who was the 4th? Just as he was about to finish his sentence, the doors swung open from outside. Xingru stood there, casually dressed, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman, his gaze gentle as a warm spring breeze, adorned with a subtle smile directed at Junmo. "Hello, I'm Xingru, Ru from Xiing RYM." The Junmo's expression gradually stiffened, and he stood upright, swallowing hard to compose himself before finally responding. "Hello, I'm Junmo, Mo from Xiing RYM." Xingru preempted Junmo's words. "I know, Mo from Xiing RYM." The astonished looks exchanged by Guanbo and Yamamoto reflected their surprise at the familiarity between the two. "You know each other?" Junmo had initially been uncertain if Xingru remembered him, given the years that had passed. However, the mention of Xiing RYM lifted the weight off his shoulders, that he indeed remembered. Their childhood acquaintance had not been forgotten. Junmo explained. We knew each other when we were young, but we lost contact. Who would have thought we would meet again? What a coincidence." Internally, Junmo chastised himself for his insincerity. He had known all along that Xingru cherished Capital University, and he had put in considerable effort to attain admission, hoping for this very encounter. Yet he pretended to be surprised as Xingru entered the dormitory and approached Junmo. He extended his right hand. "It's been a while, little Junmo." Junmo reciprocated with a firm handshake. "It's been a while, little Xingru." Their eyes locked, hands firmly clasped, neither showing any sign of letting go. Guanbo and Yamamoto exchanged glances, sensing the peculiar tension, and felt compelled to interrupt the moment. Are you two planning to hold hands until bedtime? Junmo looked at Guanbo, bewildered. Huh. Yamamoto pointed at their intertwined hands. You two aren't a couple. Are you? Don't worry, the law allows it now. We won't discriminate against you. Junmo promptly withdrew his hand, forming a fist and playfully striking Yamamoto's chest. What are you talking about? I'm straight. We're just childhood friends. With that, he turned back to continue organizing his belongings and began to make his bed. Shunru's phone rang, prompting him to step out onto the balcony to take the call. Suddenly, he glanced back at Junmo on the bed, a slight smile gracing his lips. Junmo, oblivious to the gaze upon him, stared at Shunru's bed for a moment. Shunru's bed was positioned right next to his, with the pillow facing his side. After a moment's thought, Junmo adjusted his pillow to face Shunru's bed. It simply wouldn't be appropriate to have his feet pointed towards someone's head. Chapter 5. Are you pretending to be a fool here? Once everything was in order, Junmo clapped his hands. Let's go. Guanbo and Yamamoto led the way, having arrived 2 days earlier, already well acquainted with the university and its surroundings. As they walked, they shared recommendations for nearby eateries, detailing which were delightful, which were overrated, and which had particularly charming proprietresses. They pointed out a supermarket. This supermarket is large and well-stocked, but prices are generally a bit higher than that convenience store over there. I buy my daily necessities at that convenience store. It saves me quite a bit. Junmo glanced at his phone, checking a message from Yin Shui. Hearing Guanbo's words, he looked up at the convenience store sign. Noted he returned to his message. Junmo, all set. Heading out to eat with my roommates now. Yin Shui, I'm all set too. My uncle insists on treating my roommates to dinner, and my tall and handsome image is at risk of being ruined by him. What a nightmare, Junmo. Is he bragging about his newly developed biceps again? Yin Shui, exactly, you know him well. He has such a show-off, flaunting a few muscles. Junmo had met Yin Shui's uncle a few times, during which he would insist on having Junmo feel his arms and inquire if they were impressive. Junmo found this quite memorable. After Yin Shui's father passed away, saving someone years ago, his uncle had always been there for him during times when a father figure was needed, even occasionally posing as Junmo's guardian for school meetings. Although Yin Shui attended university locally, his mother and uncle still helped him settle in, unlike Junmo, who had to manage everything independently. Nevertheless, he did not perceive this as a burden. Guanbo nodded, glancing at Junmo and Shunru that if you two need anything, we can explore after dinner. While it might not be comprehensive, we can find most of the essentials. He added with a mischievous glint. The cashier at that supermarket is an adorable girl, quite charming. Junmo retorted, with that lecherous look on your face. How can you be a good person? Yamamoto voiced what Junmo had been thinking, prompting Guanbo to shoot him a glare before turning to Shunru. Shunru, I heard that your medical school has recruited an exceptionally talented individual this year, one who was poached from elsewhere. Have you heard about it? Shunru, with his hands tucked in his pockets, maintained a tall and elegant posture, matching his pace with Junmo's, his tone casual yet melodious. I haven't heard anything. I just arrived today. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, strode towards them, calling out, Shunru, Shunru, the dean is looking for you. The man reached them, panting slightly, adjusting his glasses while wearing a friendly smile that hinted at a desire to please. The dean wants to see you immediately. I was planning to visit your dormitory, but I happened to spot you on the way. Shunru nodded slightly, politely greeting, hello, Teacher Guan. Did the dean mention what he needed me for? He didn't specify. You should go find out, the man replied. Shunru turned to Junmo. You two go ahead. I'll join you shortly. All right. After finishing his words, Shunru raised his foot and turned to leave. Teacher Guan glanced at Guanbo beside him, whose previously cheerful expression suddenly turned sour. You share a dormitory with him, so you should learn from him, Teacher Guan remarked. With a darkened face, Guanbo muttered under his breath. We're not even in the same department. What is there to learn? What? Teacher Guan retorted, causing Guanbo to immediately back down, quickly changing his tune. I meant to say, of course, I will study hard and learn from him. Once Teacher Guan departed, the three continued walking outside. Only then did Guanbo begin to grumble. Since childhood, I've lived in the shadow of someone else's child, and now that I've grown up, that child is actually living in the same dormitory as me. Sigh, why am I so unfortunate? That person was your father, the mentor from the medical school. Guanbo reflected on his father's stern demeanor toward Shengru earlier. Suddenly realizing, wait, could it be that Shengru is? It should be. Guanbo's words were interrupted by Junimo. She was well aware of Shengru's excellence since childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been studying so hard just to catch up with him. Thus, when Guanbo first mentioned the talent recruited by the school, she immediately thought of Shengru. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they ordered their meals. Just as the dishes were served, Shengru arrived. As soon as he sat down, Guanbo began to interrogate him. Didn't you say you didn't know? The medical school specifically recruited someone impressive, and you're here pretending to be modest. Aren't you? Shengru glanced at the sanitized utensils before him, then opened them to wash with tea water without raising his head, responding nonchalantly, you didn't mention a name. How would I know you were talking about me? Guanbo was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter, and an admiration for Shengru surged within him. If only he could gain that kind of recognition from his father just once. It would be a boast he could carry for a lifetime. The meal was simple yet lively, with the four of them chatting and laughing together. Guanbo, a native of the capital, had lived under the shadow of my father, is a mentor at a prestigious university since childhood. As if not getting into that university would bring shame to his ancestors. However, after contemplating the shadow that loomed over him, he decisively abandoned medicine to pursue finance. Yamamoto, not from the city, but from a neighboring one only an hour away. Asked Junimo, what about you? Where are you from? Your accent doesn't sound local. Junimo picked up 2 pieces of spicy pepper with a slice of beautifully marbled pork belly sandwiched in between, and replied, I'm from Miss City. Miss City? I've heard that it's scorching hot there in the summer. So, don't you spend the entire summer vacation hiding in an air-conditioned room? Guanbo, a native of the capital, had only ventured to the neighboring Tianjin, while the southern Miss City remained an aspirational destination he had never visited. Junimo sipped her soup, calmly wiped her mouth with a tissue, then placed her hands on the table, looking at Guanbo with a serious expression. Hot? Not at all. In July and August, Miss City is a summer retreat. You are welcome to come for a vacation. It is definitely refreshing. Yamamoto burst into laughter, and even Shengru couldn't help but chuckle behind his teacup. Guanbo shot Junimo a dark glare. I've never been out, and I've never been online? You actually think Miss City is a summer retreat? How clever of you. Here, have a drink. Chapter 6. Why bring accomplices? While it was called drinking, in reality, it was just 3 of them having a bottle of soda each, while Shengru opted for plain water. After the meal, they became more familiar and warm with one another, exchanging WeChat contacts and forming a dormitory group chat. Dinner expenses were shared equally among the 4. And once they left the restaurant, they headed straight to a nearby budget supermarket. Guanbo and Yamamoto had already acquired their daily necessities earlier, so they stayed outside the supermarket, playing a game together. Junimo pushed a shopping cart with Shengru by her side, and an unusual silence enveloped them. Just a moment ago, the 4 had been lively together due to the camaraderie between Guanbo and Yamamoto. But now, with just the 2 of them, the atmosphere grew chilly. Junimo pushed the shopping cart, swallowing hard, seeking a suitable topic to break the awkward silence. Just as her lips parted to speak, Shengru preempted her. I wrote you a letter later, but it got returned. There were some changes at home, and we moved, so I didn't have a chance to contact you. He had thought about reaching out. But during that chaotic time with his parents, he was too overwhelmed to write. How could he possibly tell his friend that he was living in a whirlwind of negativity? He certainly could not. As Junimo brushed over her own tumultuous past with a light touch, she placed a wash basin into the shopping cart. Junimo chose not to elaborate on the mess of her life, and Shengru did not press further. Upon exiting the supermarket, as they reached the 3rd floor of the dormitory, they spotted a petite and adorable girl standing at the dormitory entrance. Her high twin ponytails bounced with her movements, and her innocent smile was both sweet and charming. Brother Ru, you're finally back. Chungyu ran toward Shengru, affectionately linking her arm with his as she looked up at him. Guanbo's eyes sparkled, and a rather peculiar grin crept onto his face, slightly lewd. Shengru, who is this? Quickly introduce her to us. Junimo shot him a glance, her lips twitching. The more I look, the more she seems like a creepy uncle. Shengru instinctively pulled Chungyu behind him, his protective stance resembling that of a wolf guarding its cub. This is my sister, Chungyu. Chungyu, standing behind Shengru, tilted her head to greet Guanbo and the others. Hello, brothers that don't mind me. My brother is just like this, always keeping all the boys away from me since childhood. Guanbo raised his hand to touch his buzzed hair, proudly lifting his chin. Since you're Shengru's sister, you're now our sister too. Come, call me brother. Yamamoto stepped forward, pushing Guanbo back. Hello, little sister. I'm Yamamoto, 18 years old, and single. To emphasize his single status in front of a 12-year-old girl was quite absurd. Junimo rolled her eyes at the two, then pointed at the ground, asking, "Do you see what's lying on the ground?" In unison, Yamamoto and Guanbo responded, "What? It's the faces you both discarded." Guanbo. Yamamoto placed his hands on his hips. "You can call him out, but don't drag me into this. I still need mine. Besides, this is a very serious self-introduction, helping the little sister get to know her brothers quickly." Junimo shook her head, and Shengru had already opened the dormitory door. She gently pushed Chengyu's shoulder, softly saying, "Let us go. Ignore these two." Chengyu giggled, finding the two brothers amusing, while the two rather uninteresting brothers continued their banter. "Guanbo, you're selling out pretty fast." Yamamoto. Of course. Once inside the dormitory, Yamamoto and Guanbo resumed bragging about themselves. Yamamoto was so animated that one might think he was cramping. "After watching Huiyuanjia, I feel like I can take on 10 people," he boasted. Guanbo scoffed. "After reading Ben Chao Gang Mu, I am still Hua Tuo reborn." Junimo leaned against her desk, arms crossed, nodding perfunctorily. "Have some dignity. Otherwise, I'll have to use my father's name to make you regret it." Instantly, both Yamamoto and Guanbo fell silent, while Shengru stood by with admiration. And Chengyu sat on Shengru's chair, laughing even more joyfully. Guanbo rolled up his sleeves to approach, though his arms were bare due to the summer heat. Nevertheless, the gesture added a touch of flair to his bravado. "Hey, I've noticed, Junimo, you seem to enjoy picking on us." Junimo feigned innocence, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, so what? Why don't you pick on Shengru? You think we're handsome, so you target us, right?" Yamamoto chimed in. "Men are like that, especially when they are 18 and in the prime of youth." Emil had quickly drawn the four closer together. Junimo was at a loss for words. Just as she was about to respond, Shengru calmly interjected, "Because I want to save face." Now it was Junimo's turn to laugh, while Chengyu got up to approach her, whispering, "Tonight, I had so much fun with these brothers." Until she received a phone call, Chengyu stayed in the dormitory for a while, chatting and laughing with her brothers. Once she left, the dormitory felt considerably colder without her lively presence. Yamamoto and Guanbo were still discussing how adorable Shengru was. Meanwhile, Junimo continued organizing her belongings and then took the initiative to carry the trash out. Due to environmental concerns, all waste from the dormitory was collected and sorted behind the building. As Junimo reached the foot of the building, she encountered Shengru returning, who took a bag from her to dispose of together. Once they arrived behind the dormitory, Junimo casually asked, "Is this dry waste or wet waste?" Shengru paused for a moment. "Dry waste. The garbage bags in the dormitory are all pure black, and tied so tightly that they are practically invisible." Just now, when Shengru picked one up, Junimo found it difficult to distinguish it. Junimo responded with an acknowledgement and stepped in front of the kitchen waste bin. "Oh, I must be the wet garbage. It must be from the midnight snack they had last night." After Shengru disposed of the trash, he cast a glance at Junimo beside him, sighing with a smile, "With that brain and mouth of yours, why even bother studying law? Will you ever be able to outsmart the opposing lawyer?" Once the two had finished discarding the rubbish, Shengru retrieved a wet wipe from his pocket and offered it to him. "Wipe your hands." Upon returning to the dormitory, they heard Yamamoto cursing vehemently. "This is ridiculous. That idiot teammate, didn't he see the team battle? That one minion is worth more than the life of a teammate." It was clear that they had encountered a troll in the game. Junimo entered. "Why are you even cursing at the dog?" The tone was a bit harsh. Yamamoto replied, "I could tolerate being targeted by one person, but why does it have to involve accomplices?" Guanbo, who was duo queuing with him, was equally exasperated, but upon hearing this, he burst into laughter. "Ha, Yamamoto, have you been single for too long? You seem to find even dogs particularly enchanting. Shut it. Hurry up and respawn." Junimo grabbed his clothes, preparing to take a shower, while Shengru leaned against the wardrobe and observed him. "What did my sister whisper to you?" "She said you've been possessed. How can you still smile?" Chapter 7. "Do not desire me." Shengru watched as Junimo entered the bathroom with a change of clothes and a towel. Lowering his gaze and smiling faintly, that I end his childhood. Junimo had dimples too, but his chubby face back then did not showcase them as prominently as now, although Junimo had always followed him around. He was far less mischievous than he was today. Sheng-Ru sat in a chair, the computer in front of him displaying a surgical video recording, with commentary streaming through his headphones. That he opened a drawer, revealing a velvet jewelry box lying inside. Upon opening it, he discovered a white stone adorned with 3 red lines, to others. This stone might seem trivial, but to Sheng-Ru, it was more precious than mountains of gold and silver. I really need to pee. You continue without me. I'll be right back. Behind him, Guanbo tossed aside his phone and headed for the bathroom. The restroom and shower were combined, and at this moment, Junimo was inside, taking a shower, that if he were to enter now. Sheng-Ru quickly removed his right earphone and pointed toward the opposite dormitory, that go borrow it from another dorm. The toilet is clogged. Guanbo halted, looking perplexed. Huh? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Just today. Hurry up, or you'll miss the team battle. Guanbo finally understood and swiftly turned to borrow the restroom from the neighboring dorm. Meanwhile, Sheng-Ru remained seated without putting his earphones back on, as his thoughts had already drifted to places they shouldn't go, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. That night, Junimo lay in bed. Glancing at the illuminated area below, Sheng-Ru was still engrossed in the surgical recording. Retracting his gaze, he looked at Sheng-Ru's name saved on his phone. Initially, both his contact and WeChat friend list had been saved as Little Sheng-Ru. However, for some unknown reason, what had seemed innocuous before now felt rather ambiguous. Thus, Little Sheng-Ru was changed to Sheng-Ru, unaware that in Sheng-Ru's phone, he remained the innocent, sunny, and smiley little Junimo for his memories. The next morning, the freshmen were to commence their military training on the first day, in the morning. They collected their military training uniforms and shoes, with the formal grueling training starting the following day. Junimo donned a white t-shirt paired with black shorts, revealing his slender calves. Guanbo noticed his seemingly sun-resistant legs and then glanced at the headband on his forehead. Why do you always wear a headband? To absorb sweat. This way, it won't drip down my handsome face. Don't you think the headband looks cool? Junimo smiled, his dimples deepening in the sunlight. Guanbo observed the self-absorbed Junimo and remarked, if you weren't so narcissistic, I might have considered complimenting your looks, but your self-admiration instantly extinguishes my desire to praise you. Junimo promptly took a step back, distancing himself to don't desire me. I am a straight man. Guanbo inhaled deeply, feeling a lump in his throat. What a coincidence. I am too. He was still pondering the cashier at the supermarket, and here was Junimo, dismissing him first. The 4 of them dispersed after passing the artificial lake at the University of Beijing, each heading towards their respective departments. Although Guanbo and Yamamoto were both in the finance department, they parted ways after walking a short distance since they were not in the same class. In the morning, after receiving their uniforms and briefly meeting classmates, the afternoon was reserved for the military training mobilization meeting. The speeches from the leaders were typically lengthy and dull, akin to wrapping one's feet in cloth, inducing drowsiness. Junimo stood amidst the crowd, under the scorching sun, and the speech emanating from the training ground as speakers was lulling him into a stupor. Just as he swayed dangerously close to the shoulder of a nearby male student, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and gave his head a firm slap. Junimo jolted awake, rubbing the back of his head as he turned around, only to find no culprit in sight. However, from the direction of the medical school, Sheng-Ru was observing him and gestured with his chin. Junimo turned to see the instructor at the front of the formation, his eyes round and bulging like grapes that he swallowed hard and straightened up. That slap had jolted him awake quite a bit. The mobilization meeting concluded at 3 in the afternoon, leaving the freshmen with a brief respite before the impending storm of military training, while Sheng-Ru and the others returned to the dormitory. Junimo headed straight out of the school. Just in time, the bus arrived, and he hurriedly boarded at 8 in the evening. Sheng-Ru glanced at his wristwatch. The sky outside had begun to darken. Yet Junimo's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Just as he picked up his phone to send a message, the dormitory door swung open. Junimo stepped in, one foot still outside, and shouted towards the nearby dormitory, "Remember to come take care of business. I've got plenty of varieties, and I'm offering discounts, plus you don't even have to go downstairs. It's convenient for everyone." After speaking, he entered with a large bag of items and proceeded to unpack it under the watchful eyes of Guanbo and Yamamoto. Inside were chips, rice crackers, instant noodles, hot dogs, spicy strips, spicy chicken feet, and a plethora of snacks. Truly a diverse selection. Wow. Junimo, did you strike it rich or get sponsored by a wealthy woman? Why are you buying so many snacks at once? Yamamoto stepped forward, ready to grab a bottle of soda, but Junimo smacked his hand away. Hey, you can eat, but you have to pay. Yamamoto rubbed his hand, feigning innocence, looking like a pitiful victim. Didn't you just say we're brothers? We read blood brothers, and we keep clear accounts that if I don't collect money, then I want to treat you as a brother. Yamamoto muttered, it's better not to treat me as a brother then. Despite his reluctance, his gaze remained fixated on the bags of snacks in Junimo's hands as he organized the bottom shelf in the wardrobe, which had become a multi-tier display for all the snacks. With minimal luggage, consisting of just a few outfits per season, he easily made space by shoving them to the bottom. Soon, half of the wardrobe had transformed into a neatly arranged shelf for snacks. People from various dormitories, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. Junimo spread his arms protectively in front of the wardrobe. You can eat, but you have to pay. Didn't you say you were offering discounts? Junimo nodded sincerely. Yes, at the 10 discount, the crowd responded. Although this discount was practically negligible, it was still more convenient for everyone to avoid going downstairs, even if the price matched that of the supermarket below. Within half an hour, the newly acquired goods had significantly diminished. Guanbo gave a thumbs up to Junimo, who was counting money. Your business acumen is impressive, but doesn't it tire you out to run around for supplies? The selling price isn't that high, and you have to carry it all back that is a finance major. I can't help but feel it's not worth it. Junimo, having pocketed his first earnings in college, pulled out a bottle of white peach-flavored milk from his backpack and placed it on Shengru's desk. Here, I bought one while getting supplies. This is for you. The first bottle of white peach milk Junimo had ever tasted was given to him by Shengru. Today, he had searched high and low at the supplier for this flavor, eventually negotiating the price down to the minimum. After holding the milk for a long time on the way back, he had not dared to take a sip, yet now it was freely offered to Shengru. Shengru picked up the milk and glanced at it, then looked up at Junimo. What discount do I get? Chapter 8. Junimo's legs gazing into Shengru's clear and gentle eyes. Junimo momentarily froze. Huh. We're brothers. Why would I charge you? Junimo didn't grasp the point of Shengru's question at all. But Guanbo and Yamamoto, overhearing, approached curiously. Then why are you charging us? Because blood brothers keep clear accounts. Didn't I mention that? Junimo asserted with righteous indignation, as if he had said nothing wrong. Without further explanation, he took his clothes and headed to the bathroom. Hurry and wash up. We start military training tomorrow. Guanbo exclaimed, heartless. Yamamoto added, shrewd businessman, as I glanced at the figure seated in the chair. I noticed the untouched milk bottle, which I had been staring at for quite some time. The military training was organized by departments and classes, resulting in 4 students from the same dormitory being assigned to different formations for training. During the lunch break, I stood at the entrance for a while, yet I did not catch a glimpse of Junmo, that I also failed to see him in the cafeteria. Just as I lowered my head to send him a message inquiring whether he had eaten, I was obstructed by a girl blocking my path. That I asked, there's something you need? She asked, her tone cold, lacking the warmth of our usual interactions, and emanating a sense of detachment and indifference. Recently, several attractive freshmen had arrived. Yet my interest in Shengru was not solely based on his looks. Rather, it was accentuated by the title of a prodigy from the School of Medicine. Despite the fact that the semester had only just begun, many had already become acquainted with this young man named Shenyu at 18. He had received multiple accolades in international medical competitions, rendering him a formidable figure both domestically and internationally. The girl elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, raising her hand with a delicate gesture, and affected a sweet tone as she introduced herself. Hello, Shengru. I'm Bai Zenzhen, a junior from the School of Media, that I wonder if I might have the opportunity to treat you to lunch. As her words lingered in the air, I received a reply to my earlier message. Junmo had sent a photo of his legs. In the picture, he wore shorts that showcased his long, fair legs, with his heels perched on the table and a bandage wrapped around his ankle. Xiao Junmo. I haven't eaten. I sprained my ankle and came back to rest, with my head bowed, my right hand in my pocket, and my left hand holding my phone. I opened the photo while making my way to the food counter. Who else have you shown this photo to? I inquired. Xiao Junmo. I just took it and sent it to you. What's wrong? Hearing that he had only shared it with me, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Nothing. I just think your legs aren't as long as mine. Are you that competitive? Junmo retorted that I never noticed that about you when we were younger, that I'm merely stating facts. And thus, I continued to respond to messages while collecting my meal to take back to the dormitory. Entirely forgetting about Bai Zenzhen, who had just expressed her affection for me. Noticing her being disregarded, her best friend approached to offer consolation, but Bai Zenzhen was not upset. Instead, she glanced down at her legs, lifting her skirt slightly as she asked, "Are my legs long? They're straight, right? Aren't they beautiful?" Her friend looked down at her own short and stout legs and replied, "Is this a humble brag?" Little did she know, at the moment Xingru turned away, Bai Zenzhen had seen his legs on his screen, long, straight, and fair. She thought to herself that Xingru must prefer that type, prompting her to scrutinize her own attributes for compatibility. Meanwhile, Xingru returned to the dormitory with lunch, having brought a portion for Junmo as well. "Before we eat, let us compare legs that no one has ever said mine are short." Junmo stood up, favoring his sprained left foot, insisting on grasping Xingru's arm to validate his long legs. They stood side by side, legs touching from ankle to thigh. But regardless of how they measured, Xingru's legs were undeniably longer by a noticeable margin that it must be the soles of your shoes. That's definitely the issue. Though Yin Shuei was narcissistic, considering himself the Peng Yuyin of Miss City, he had often envied Junmo's long legs, even jokingly suggesting that if he donned a short skirt and used a voice modulator to stream live, he would captivate countless otaku. Junmo, who was indeed in need of money, would never resort to such deceptive measures. Naturally, he was displeased that his long legs, which he had been proud of for years, were now being overshadowed. However, before he could demand Xingru to remove his pants and compare their legs barefoot, Xingru pulled him down into a chair, kneeling to inspect his injury. "That I'm fine. I've seen a doctor." Junmo protested that "Don't move." Junmo obediently sat still, holding his lunch as he watched Xingru. "Fortunately, it's not too serious." "How did it happen?" As soon as Xingru finished speaking, Guanbo and Yamamoto entered, laughing and chatting, only to notice the bandage on Junmo's ankle and burst into laughter. "Oh dear, President Jun, how did you manage to get injured on the very first day of military training?" "How can you say it's the first day of military training? It has only been half a day." "Junmo, confess. Did you do this on purpose to skip out on training?" Having just finished his meal, Junmo leaned back in his chair, resting his chin on the backrest. "To be honest, it hasn't even been half a day. Only 2 hours." Guanbo and Yamamoto exchanged impressed glances, silently giving him a thumbs up, their respect for him growing, as they began to discuss whether they could replicate his tactic in the afternoon. In the meantime, on the 2 beds across from them, Xingru sent a message to Xiao Wu, forwarding a list of items. Junmo, after messaging for a while, placed his phone aside and lay down to rest. Due to his sprained ankle, he was given a day off, with plans to return to training once he felt better in the afternoon. Only Junmo remained in the dormitory, after waving goodbye to his 3 roommates. He quickly changed his clothes and ventured outside. He limped onto the bus, heading to the address on his phone. It was a large photography studio, and today he was there for an interview as a print model. He had found this part-time job on the bus ride back to school the previous night, intentionally injuring himself that morning to allow for rest before the interview. Otherwise, if he waited until after training, the office would have closed for the day. Being a print model was easy work, well-paying, and required little time. Currently, it was the most cost-effective part-time job available to him. "Do your legs hold up?" Junmo smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling like clear springs. Even when telling a fib, his charm was irresistible. "Don't worry, I just sprained it a bit. It will be fine by the weekend." After completing the interview, he emerged at 5 in the evening. Xingru messaged him to ask if he had any dietary restrictions, as he planned to bring him dinner. "Xiao Junmo, anything is fine. I have no restrictions." After sending the message, he checked the time. Military training ended at 6, and he could still make it back in time. He quickly made his way back, anxious not to reveal his ruse. Naturally, he was aware of Xingru's prowess. So even in haste, he did not dare to exert too much pressure on his injured left foot, fearing it might aggravate the injury. Thus, at the bus stop of Beijing University, one could see a handsome youth limping towards the school gate amidst the bustling evening rush hour. Alive with people, Junmo unexpectedly collided with another boy, and they both turned to apologize, only to freeze in surprise at the same moment. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention." "Oh, Junmo, what a coincidence to see you here. It seems we are fated." The boy reached out, but Junmo swiftly brushed his hand away, his face contorted in distaste as he retorted, "Get lost," as Junmo made his way back to the dormitory. He coincidentally heard the whistle signaling the end of training from the adjacent practice field and quickened his pace up the stairs. The dormitory was as he had left it, indicating that his 3 roommates had not returned all afternoon. He hurriedly grabbed his clothes and towel and headed to the bathroom, drenched in sweat, a stark contrast to someone who had supposedly remained in the dormitory all day. The medication on his ankle had been rewrapped by Xingru before he left. And if it got wet, it would be evident. Thus, even covered in sweat, he could only wipe himself down. Voices of Guanbo and Yamamoto chatting and laughing drifted in from outside the door. Junmo finished dressing, toweled off his hair, and opened the bathroom door. "Are you guys talking about someone winning their pants?" Guanbo chuckled and looked at Junmo. "Da-da, it's just about that one student in our class." "Why were you in the dorm all afternoon? Didn't you wash up?" As soon as Guanbo finished speaking, Yamamoto playfully slapped him on the chest, raising an eyebrow knowingly. "Are you really that clueless as a man?" Guanbo pretended to be enlightened, and they both engaged in exaggerated gossip, dragging out their words. Junmo shot them a disdainful glance, tossing the towel he had just used to dry his hair at Yamamoto, landing perfectly on his head. "There, I just wiped my rear with that. You can use it to clean your face." That IT was amusing how they could turn a simple shower into a scandal. He couldn't help but comment, 666 for your imagination. Regarding the reason for his shower, he offered no further explanation. Whether it was a wet dream or something else, it was far better than them discovering he had sneaked out. Just as he finished speaking, Xingru appeared at the dormitory door, his expression "I see why did I" in his left hand. He carried the dinner for both Guanbo and Yamamoto, while his right hand held a medical kit that Xiao had delivered to the dormitory. "Showering, what about your injury?" After examining Junmo's ankle, Xingru re-wrapped the bandage. "After resting all afternoon, why hasn't it improved? It seems to have worsened." Junmo paused mid-bite, recalling the moment he had bumped into someone at the door, when he had inadvertently stepped down hard on his left foot. Despite his best efforts to be cautious, even during the interview, he had been limping, but had let his guard down at the entrance. "It might be the medicine from the infirmary that isn't effective, but now that I've applied your ointment, a good night's sleep should do the trick." Xingru looked at him without a word and sat down to eat. Suddenly, Junmo's phone vibrated on the table. An unfamiliar message. He picked it up, ignoring the banter from Guanbo and Yamamoto about him flattering Xingru. "Junmo, this is Sun Anxiang. Here's my phone number while I'm in Beijing. I never expected to run into you here. It seems we are quite fated. Let us grab a meal or drink sometime." Holding a piece of egg with his chopsticks, Junmo stared at the message, his expression darkening. How could he have gotten my number so quickly after just bumping into me? Still mulling over his thoughts, the phone call from Jun Feiguang came through. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated incessantly. Yet Jun Mo showed no inclination to answer. Reject, call again, reject once more, and yet another call followed. The instances of communication with Jun Feiguang were few and far between, and he recalled vividly the unpleasantness of each conversation. Having finally gained admission to the prestigious Beijing University, he had embarked on a new chapter of his life and had no desire to receive a call from Jun Feiguang in his dormitory, let alone hear his voice infiltrate his newfound existence. This time, after his rejection, Jun Feiguang ceased his relentless calling, opting instead for a barrage of messages, albeit riddled with numerous typos due to his limited literacy. Through the text, one could almost visualize his furious outburst, spitting vitriol. "Jun Feiguang, you little rascal. How dare you go to the capital? No wonder your old man is locked up. Let me tell you, you can never escape your father's grasp. Jun Feiguang, you worthless brat, why did you leave not a single cent at home? If it weren't for your friend calling me, I wouldn't even have known you went to Beijing. I'd have thought you were dead out there. Jun Feiguang, I know you have money, just send some to your old man. Otherwise, I'll borrow money to come find you at your school and see how you can still show your face there." Jun Mo chuckled softly, while others saw messages from their parents as a plea for money. In his case, it was rather the opposite. Furthermore, his father couldn't even be bothered to feign politeness, sending over his bank account details directly and demanding a monthly allowance for living expenses. The splendid new life he had just begun was abruptly interrupted on the third day by the two individuals he despised most in his life. Jun Mo tossed his phone aside, took a deep breath, and dived into his meal. Having developed this character since childhood, the more someone tried to drag him into despair, the more he would struggle to rise above it. Though detestable, Jun Feiguang and Sun Anxiang became the very motivation that propelled Jun Mo to strive for betterment over the years. Are there any instant noodles left? The cafeteria has run out of decent food. As someone entered the room, Jun Mo swiftly tidied up his scattered thoughts and stood up with a smile. However, just as he rose, Sheng Ru pressed him back down with force. Stay seated. I'll get it for you. Jun Mo smiled and remained in his chair. This scallion pork is delectable, 6 yuan. Here, 10 yuan. The boy grabbed instant noodles, awaiting Jun Mo to find change. Eating instant noodles without sausage is soulless. After some consideration, the boy took a chicken sausage as well. With the sausage placed beside a braised egg, he decided to grab one of those too, leaving with a bottle of mineral water that Jun Mo had recommended. The boy looked down at his collection of items and muttered under his breath, I initially only intended to buy instant noodles. Yamamoto and Guanbo watched Jun Mo's actions with renewed admiration. Jun, why are you studying law instead of finance? If you studied finance, your future would be secured. Jun Mo placed the full 10 yuan into his wallet in the drawer. What is the point of learning what I already know? Yamamoto retorted, shameless. Guanbo added, a profiteer. After eating, feeling a bit vexed and fatigued from running around all afternoon, Jun Mo ascended the stairs to rest. Sheng Ru approached, tossing him some trash that I'll take it out for you. His voice was as cool as ever, yet beneath that coolness lurked a hint of warmth. Help us take it out too. It's too hot outside. Guanbo quickly handed his garbage to Sheng Ru. Normally, Sheng Ru would have firmly declined, but fearing that lingering any longer might expose him, he silently accepted the garbage bag and headed downstairs, his ears already beginning to flush. Once Sheng Ru left, Guanbo turned to Yamamoto. Did you notice Sheng Ru's ears? They're bright red. He looks like he is about to burst. Yamamoto, engrossed in his game, paid little heed. Hurry up and log in. I need to rank up for the promotion matches. We've got to gather later. I teased the mention of promotion matches. Guanbo immediately flopped onto his bed and began snoring. Yamamoto quipped, you have 1 minute to log in. Otherwise, I'll tell the entire class about your infatuation with the female instructor. Before he finished speaking, Guanbo's bed erupted with exclamations of regret and curses. I shouldn't have mentioned the female instructor. Jun Mo chuckled softly. What is the story with the female instructor? Yamamoto turned, but before he could respond, Guanbo interjected with a warning. If you dare say anything, I'll sabotage your promotion match. Yamamoto feigned a look of helplessness. What can I do, Jun? Yes, a wild card. I am waiting for my promotion, that I'll tell you in secret another day. The next day, before stepping out, Sheng Ru meticulously checked to ensure everything was in order before permitting him to return to training. Try not to exert yourself with your left foot for now. Before parting, he offered 1,000 reminders of caution. Guanbo teased from the side. If I didn't know you two weren't a couple. I think I was being fed dog food. Jun Mo shot a glance at the braised egg in Guanbo's hand. Just eat your egg. Guanbo doubled over in laughter. Ha ha, your egg. Guanbo then kicked Yamamoto playfully. Yamamoto, mind your own business. Yamamoto retorted. Yamamoto, damn, don't run. Watch me not beat you to a pulp. The two chased each other around the training ground for quite some time until the whistle blew, signaling a temporary ceasefire. Early Saturday morning, while Sheng Ru was reading, Jun Mo had already vacated his bed. Sheng Ru asked, did you go for breakfast? After a moment's thought, he added, bring me one too. After a considerable wait, the sleepy Guanbo and Yamamoto had already finished breakfast. Yet Sheng Ru still hadn't received any news from Jun Mo. Just as he stood up to leave, a message from Jun Mo finally arrived. Chapter 10. The hand reaching into the shirt. Sheng Ru read the message and quickly changed his clothes before heading out. The moment the door closed, Guanbo assumed he was going downstairs for breakfast and sleepily called out. Bring me back some breakfast, Yamamoto echoed, wondered that after saying this, he didn't even open his eyes and simply turned over to continue sleeping, not realizing that Sheng Ru was not headed downstairs to buy breakfast at all. Downstairs in the dormitory, Sheng Ru glanced at the time, still hadn't called Xiao Wu, and hailed a taxi to the photography studio. By the time he arrived at the studio, it was already 10 in the morning. Thinking that Jun Mo might not have had breakfast due to his early departure, Sheng Ru bought some steamed buns and soy milk nearby. Upon entering the studio, Jun Mo had just finished his makeup. Clad in a striking red silk shirt, the deep V-neck design revealed his youthful, well-defined chest, and the texture of his physique was tantalizing. Spotting Sheng Ru, Jun Mo raised a hand in greeting. Wait for me. Sheng Ru nodded, exhaling softly, and naturally averted his gaze from June Mo's neckline, standing quietly on the periphery with the staff. Against the green backdrop, June Mo wore the vibrant red deep V-shirt paired with sheer white casual trousers. His long, straight legs subtly illuminated by the lights. His usually carefree hair had been styled, swept back to reveal his smooth forehead and exquisite features. Once made up, as the lights hit him, the always smiling face of June Mo transformed into one of cold indifference. His features taut, suddenly exuding the aura of a high-cold male deity, shedding any semblance of a youthful 18-year-old boy. "All right, young man, just like that. Hold it. Tilt your head a bit higher. Accentuate your Adam's apple. Yes, just like that, don't move. Those lines are absolutely perfect." The photographer was thoroughly pleased with June Mo's performance, continuously clicking the shutter, capturing the moment with a series of sharp clicks. "All right, female model, you may enter." Standing on the sidelines, Shengru was initially leaning against a pillar with an expression of admiration. Upon hearing the term female model, he instantly straightened his posture, his nerves taut, logically, given his keen awareness of his distinct and rosy complexion since childhood. He should have been cautious of the photographer, who also wore an appreciative expression. However, June Mo had repeatedly stated that he was a straight man and he did not exhibit much aversion when approached by women. It was only then that Shengru became alert, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on the female model clad in a form-fitting white gown. June Mo smiled and nodded, and the female model reciprocated with a gentle smile. After a brief exchange of greetings, both entered their professional mode. The female model's right hand rested delicately on June Mo's shoulder, while her other hand hung gracefully by her side. Through the lens, they appeared as a perfect pair, one in red and the other in white, exuding an undeniable chemistry that would enchant anyone. Yet Shengru discreetly edged forward a few steps, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the point of contact between the female model and June Mo. Fortunately, their intimacy was merely an illusion created by the camera, as a sliver of light filtered between them, indicating they were not truly close. Just as Shengru began to feel relieved, the female model suddenly lifted her hand that had been resting at her side, slipping it through the gap between the buttons of June Mo's shirt. The photographer not only refrained from calling a halt, but even encouraged them to maintain the pose. Back in high school, due to his height and looks, June Mo had often worked as a print model that he had arrived early that morning, and the entire shoot had been meticulously planned in collaboration with the photographer and his partner. Leaving no room for such unexpected antics, it seemed someone was eager to spice things up. Caught off guard, June Mo managed to maintain his aloof and composed demeanor. While he remained calm, Shengru was anything but, especially upon witnessing June Mo's unflappable attitude, which gnawed at his insides like a swarm of ants. The person he had waited for all these years was slipping through his fingers. Unbeknownst to him, he had clenched his fist too tightly. "Oh no, you spilled your soy milk. Your clothes are all stained and I have some spare clothes in my room. Let me lend you something to wear." As soon as Shengru entered, he had set his sights on his stylist, and this was his chance. Shengru ignored him, his gaze fixated on the evolving poses between the female model and June Mo, although June Mo turned his back to the female model when the photographer called for a change of pose. Shengru's mind was still preoccupied with that hand that had slipped into his shirt. "You know, with your looks, you shouldn't envy them, but if you're willing, I could make you a model too. I could make you more attractive than them." "Just so you know," before the stylist could finish his sentence, Shengru shot him an impatient glare, silencing him instantly. The stylist swallowed hard, pouting as he turned away, adding a parting remark, "What a waste of such good looks. All right, let's change into the next outfit." As soon as the photographer's words left his lips, June Mo strode toward Shengru. "Why are you here so soon? Did you bring me breakfast?" Shengru raised his hand, revealing the bun he had accidentally squished. "Oh no, it's ruined. Don't eat it." June Mo snatched the bun from Shengru's hand, tearing open the bag and shoving it into his mouth. "Did you take the bus here?" It's normal for buns to get squished on a crowded bus. It doesn't affect the taste. Although aware of Shengru's affluent background, June Mo knew that the taxi fare from school to the studio would easily exceed 400 yuan, not to mention the difficulty of finding a willing driver for such a long distance. Thus, he was certain that Shengru had taken the bus. After all, he had brought him buns for such a long journey. How could he possibly refuse to eat, especially since he was genuinely hungry? "Hurry up, I need to change clothes. You can wait for me in the dressing room. There's no need for you to stand around." Upon reaching the dressing room door, Junimo noticed that Sheng Ru had not followed, his gaze fixated on the female model conversing with the photographer. Junimo glanced over, smiled faintly, and called out, "Sheng Ru, coming." Sheng Ru replied, lifting his foot to catch up. "Do you enjoy being a model?" After changing clothes, Junimo adjusted his appearance in the mirror. Upon hearing Sheng Ru's question, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "It's not so much about enjoyment. It's just that this job is easy, pays well, and offers same-day payment without delays." "Are you short on money?" A voice called from outside, prompting Junimo to respond loudly. "Coming," as he stepped out, leaving Sheng Ru's question unanswered. Did he lack money? In his first year of university, he did not, but he was uncertain about the subsequent 3 years that he never wanted to relive the experience of starving and desperately seeking food again. This was why he was prudently saving a bit of money during his freshman year, fearing that once classes commenced, there would be no opportunities to work by the time the shoot concluded. It was already 3 in the afternoon, well past lunchtime. Junimo changed back into his own clothes, tousled his hair, and shed the aloof persona from earlier, returning to the image of a youthful, sunlit boy in white. "Wait for me a moment. I need to get some money, that I'll accompany you." Chapter 11. Do I like her? Sheng Ru followed closely behind, observing Junmo's cheerful demeanor as he counted his money repeatedly. Just as he was about to inquire about his financial situation, he overheard the voices of a man and a woman from the adjacent room. It was the stylist and the female model. It seemed that the woman was somewhat reluctant, yet for some reason, she did not want to sever ties completely. However, the stylist misinterpreted her hesitance as false modesty, that as Sheng Ru took a step forward. Junimo suddenly broke into song. "What kind of man are you? What kind of man?" Although there were more lyrics, he fixated on these 2 lines, repeating them with increasing volume, before he could finish the 3rd round. The stylist stormed out, fuming. "You bastard!" The stylist cursed, attempting to sidestep Junimo, but tripped over Sheng Ru's outstretched foot, tumbling to the ground in a heap. Sheng Ru looked down at him, expressionless as he remarked, "Your legs are too long." The implication was clear. If he fell, it was solely due to his short stature and inability to watch where he was going. The stylist, for reasons unknown, felt intimidated by this seemingly inconsequential youth, whose presence radiated an unexpected authority. The stylist shot them both a glare before leaving, while the female model tidied her attire and approached them with a bright smile, giving Junimo a thumbs up. "Junimo, you're amazing. YYDS." As Junimo stuffed the money into his backpack, he replied without looking up, "And you, forever single." With that, he turned to leave, leaving the female model standing there in confusion. Forever single? Outside the studio, Junimo walked towards the bus stop, grumbling to himself, "That's so unfair. I just helped her, and she dared to curse me. What did she curse you with? Did she not just say that I, YYDS, will be forever single? You see, this woman has a heart as venomous as her tongue. She's not suitable for you. You should look for someone else." That as Junimo was about to leave, Sheng Ru suddenly grabbed his arm. "What do you mean she's not suitable for me, and I should look for someone else?" Junimo was equally perplexed. "That I saw you staring at her for quite a while. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Although her character might be a bit off-putting, her looks are undeniably pleasing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have landed this gig." Junimo shrugged off Sheng Ru's grip and attempted to walk away, but Sheng Ru stepped in front of him, explaining, "I wasn't looking at her, because I like her." "Then why were you?" Sheng Ru took a deep breath, testing the waters, his tone tinged with a hint of jealousy, but the typically straightforward Junimo failed to catch the nuance. "I think you like her. Otherwise, why would you help her?" Junmo's expression was one of shock, raising his voice instinctively. "Did I like her? She just reached into my shirt. Her nails almost drove me mad. And she cursed me to be forever single after I helped her. How could I possibly like such a malicious woman?" Sheng Ru suppressed a laugh, biting his lip. Although he was not one to follow internet slang, he had picked up a few phrases from Cheng Yu's incessant chatter. Yet even with this knowledge, he refrained from clarifying anything for the female model. "Then why did you help her?" Junimo wore a look of disbelief, as if Sheng Ru was a dog biting the hand that fed it. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that calling Sheng Ru a dog might not be the best comparison. So he reined in his expression and explained, "I was just thinking you were staring at her for so long, so I figured you must like her, and I wanted to lend a hand. But I advise you, although she's attractive, her character leaves much to be desired. You should consider finding someone else." With hands on his hips, Jun Mo gazed at the approaching bus. Sheng-ru nodded, lowering his head with a slight smile. All right, I'll find someone else to like. Indeed, it is precisely because you are my brother that I am advising you, fearing you might be ensnared and ruin yourself. Sheng-ru leaned against the bus stop sign, paying no heed to Jun Mo's so-called brotherly concern, merely observing him as he continued to prattle on in his attempt to persuade. Engaging in a romantic relationship is permissible, but one must keep their eyes wide open and not rush in haphazardly. Should one encounter an unsuitable partner, it would not only be a waste of time, but also lead to heartache. The buses passed by one after another behind him, yet Sheng-ru remained silent, refraining from reminding Jun Mo instead. When the latter seemed ready to cease his monologue, Sheng-ru deliberately responded, igniting the desire for further discourse in his companion. Thus, the two transitioned from standing to sitting at the bus stop, engaging in conversation from the afternoon until dusk. That it was Sheng-ru's rumbling stomach that ultimately reminded Jun Mo of the time. Oh dear, how late it has become. Sheng-ru feigned surprise, lifting his hand to check his watch, mentally calculating the time it would take to return to school by bus. Although he had never taken the bus before, he had done a brief search in the locker room after Jun Mo mentioned it, which clarified why Jun Mo had set out so early for an 11 o'clock shoot. Will there still be buses running this late? Jun Mo exclaimed, spotting the last bus as if he had seen a savior. It's here. Hurry on, or we truly won't make it back. Sheng-ru followed closely behind, his voice low, with a note of barely concealed joy. Jun Mo swiped his card and moved forward, while the driver called out for Sheng-ru to do the same. Jun Mo turned back, handing over his bus card for Sheng-ru to swipe once more. As he turned, the hem of his shirt caught on a nearby passenger's backpack, revealing a glimpse of his waist, showcasing defined muscles that exuded strength. Thank you. Jun Mo placed his hand on Sheng-ru's forehead. What is the matter? Caught a cold? Your voice sounds hoarse. Sheng-ru brushed his hand away, seeking a less crowded spot to stand. I'm fine, perhaps just a bit overheated. Jun Mo, not overly concerned, acknowledged the weather was indeed warm, though his own throat was merely dry and hoarse, not as severe as Sheng-ru's. The journey continued, with passengers boarding and alighting, the bus alternating between crowded and spacious. After switching buses twice and walking a considerable distance, the two finally arrived at the school after nightfall. The building where first-year students resided was distinctly different from the others. With an early curfew designed to prevent the newly arrived students from losing control, it was only 10 o'clock, yet the dormitory supervisor had already locked the doors and retired for the night. Sir, Jun Mo approached to tap on the supervisor's window, but Sheng-ru grasped his wrist, preventing him. Don't wake him, he goes to bed early. Older folks are light sleepers. If you wake him now, he may not get another wink of sleep tonight. With a sigh, Jun Mo withdrew his hand. What now? We can't get in. Just as Sheng-ru was about to respond, Jun Mo excitedly exclaimed. Oh, I know. Let us climb over the wall. The floors aren't high. We can just step on the trash cans to get up. Sheng-ru, feeling helpless, was dragged by Jun Mo to the back of the dormitory. However, after the curfew, the sanitation workers had already cleared away the trash cans. Even if they had been there, the smooth walls offered no footholds for climbing. It's over. We'll have to book a hotel. Sheng-ru exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 12. Is it all right to sleep together? After 13 years apart, their reunion felt neither strange nor distant, as if those years had merely been a fleeting moment, and they had never been separated at all. Even so, Sheng-ru sensed a change in Jun Mo with a touch of cunning. He sought an opportunity for the two of them to converse privately. However, booking a hotel didn't seem necessary. Sheng-ru swallowed hard, his expression momentarily frozen in surprise. Meanwhile, Jun Mo had already turned and strode outside, only to notice Sheng-ru lagging behind, assuming he was fatigued from a long day. He called back, Sheng-ru, let us go. What are you dawdling for? Don't you usually sleep by this hour? Sheng-ru maintained a remarkably healthy routine, a stark contrast to his friends Guanbo and Shanbin, who stayed up late gaming. He nodded in acknowledgement and followed. The Capital University was situated right next to the Capital Media University, positioned in the very heart of the university town, with a bustling commercial street just a stone's throw from the campus. Surrounding the commercial area, aside from shopping malls and eateries, hotels were the most prevalent establishments. After all, youth is marked by vigor and passion, and university life is brimming with color and excitement. Jun Mo led Sheng-ru, to several hotels, but ultimately stood at the entrance of one, hands on hips, head drooping in disappointment. Why are all these hotels fully booked? It's not even a holiday like Qixi or Singles Day. Sheng Ru stood to the side, glancing down at the address he had saved on his phone, confirming the location before putting it away. It's normal. There are so many schools and students in the university town that he didn't voice his thoughts. But after a long summer break, both couples and singles alike must have been eagerly indulging their desires. Jun Mo tugged at his pant legs and plopped down on the steps at the hotel entrance, resting his elbows on his knees. What is normal about it? Didn't you see that couple just now? The girl clearly liked the guy, yet insisted on 2 rooms, refusing to leave one for us. Who knows if they end up sharing a room or not? Nowadays, girls aren't always innocent little lambs. It's hard to tell who will end up devouring whom when a big bad wolf crosses paths with them. Sheng Ru chuckled softly, recalling a certain aunt when Jun Mo mentioned the notion of the innocent rabbit being devoured by the wolf. Jun Mo, I have a small apartment near the university town. How about we go there? I have plans for you tomorrow. The university town had once been an undeveloped area, but after planning and construction, it now housed a significant portion of the capital's universities, causing real estate prices to soar. Despite Sheng Ru's achievements, the fact that he owned an apartment nearby still astonished Jun Mo. How much do you pay in mortgage each month? What about the down payment? How much did you put down? If it were a small apartment, perhaps he could eventually save up enough to make a down payment himself. This might allow him to distance himself from Jun Feiguang and others. But Sheng Ru did not answer directly, that he simply stood up and glanced at him. Let us hurry. I'm tired that my biological clock is ticking. Jun Mo pondered for a moment, after such a long separation. Directly asking about someone's mortgage seemed rather inappropriate. He decided against pursuing the topic further and quickened his pace to follow Sheng Ru. Where is it? Is it far? Since you have an apartment. Why still live on campus? Wow. Your community has excellent security. Wait, you even need a fingerprint to enter? How fancy. As the electronic lock clicked open, Sheng Ru swung the door wide, reaching in to turn on the lights and stepping aside to let Jun Mo enter. He wore an expression of familiarity and ease, concealing all his inner speculations, unease, and tension. Jun Mo's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the neat and elegant gray and white apartment. New and clean, it was fully furnished. Unlike a vacant place. Wow, this doesn't look like a small apartment at all. The kitchen alone was larger than the actual small apartment he shared with Jun Feiguang, not to mention the spacious living room and the bedroom situated a few steps up. Sheng Ru closed the door and quickly scanned the room. Fortunately, Ling Ge had arranged everything according to his habits during the renovation. When he opened the door, he had merely reached out tentatively, finding the switch conveniently located where he was accustomed to it being. Opening the refrigerator revealed several healthy meal boxes, evidently prepared in advance. Let us eat something first, then shower and sleep. Jun Mo was wandering in the living room when he heard Sheng Ru's suggestion and turned to head toward the dining area. Sheng Ru unwrapped a meal box and placed it on the table, casually tossing the packaging into the nearby trash can. They sat facing each other, the meal box filled with vegetables, high-protein shrimp, fried eggs, and a variety of grains. Delicious and nutritious. Sheng Ru, having eaten lightly in the evening, finished quickly and made his way to the bedroom. Although everything was arranged to his liking, he wanted to check in advance, fearing any slip might lead Jun Mo to suspect he was deceiving him. The apartment was indeed smaller than the one he had previously lived in. The original 3-bedroom layout had been modified into 2, expanding the living area. The guest room had also been converted into a study, meaning there was only one master bedroom. In the dressing room of the bedroom, several sets of new clothes were neatly arranged, accompanied by 2 pairs of pajamas, bath towels, and toothbrushes. Enough supplies for 2 individuals. In the dining room, Jun Mo finished her meal and glanced back at the spacious living room, contemplating how much it would cost to purchase a house like this and how much the monthly mortgage would be. Perhaps after that fateful encounter on the variety show, Sheng Ru also became a child star, participating in other programs. The only difference was that he squandered all his earnings gambling, leaving him in debt. Yet, looking at Sheng Ru, who had managed to acquire such a house at a young age, Jun Mo could not truthfully claim that she felt no envy. After finishing her meal, while taking out the trash, Jun Mo noticed the packaging in the bin. The healthy meals were freshly prepared daily, with detailed food information and production dates labeled precisely down to the hour and minute. The tag in her hand read September 7th, 10, 52 a.m. I placed your toothbrush in the bathroom. Since I only have one bedroom, we might have to share a bit. Is that all right? Behind her, Xingru handed her a new set of pajamas. Junmo turned around, still holding the food container's label. Sharing a bed is fine, but did you buy this just this morning? Wasn't it around 10 when you were with me in the studio? Xingru remained unfazed, stuffing the pajamas into Junmo's arms and opening the fridge to pour himself a glass of cold water. Yeah, do you remember? The younger sister who visited the dorm? She bought it for you. Oh, I see. That must have been for the weekend. Did I finish what you were supposed to eat tomorrow? No worries. I'll have something else tomorrow. After drinking the cold water, holding the icy glass with both hands, he noticed Junmo still fixated on the label. Fearing she might discover something else, he hurriedly urged, "Go take a shower. You look tired." "Okay, I'm going now." Junmo ceased to dwell on the label's timing and the price that could sustain her for a month. Took the pajamas and turned toward the bedroom. In the bathroom, Junmo saw a slightly used toothbrush and a third of a tube of toothpaste on the sink. Unperturbed, she opened the brand-new toiletries and proceeded to wash up. Then undressed and walked toward the glass shower. Outside the bathroom, Xingru quietly paced in the room, ensuring that no problems would arise before sitting at the edge of the bed. His gaze fell on a note on the nightstand. Its writing bold and elegant, infused with his distinctive style. "Keep going, Yaich." Chapter 13. Are you sure this is the same size? If it were Ling Gu encouraging him, Xingru would understand it as motivation. However, if it were Yaich saying it, an uneasy premonition always lingered in Xingru's heart. Pulling open the drawer, he found it meticulously filled with rubber items. Upon opening the second layer, he discovered 2 full bottles of oil. The sound of running water from the bathroom ceased, and Xingru quickly grabbed the rubber items and oil from the drawer, placing them in the dressing room and locking them in the safe. "Xingru, do you have any other clothes?" "This pajama." Junmo entered the dressing room, just as Xingru hurriedly turned around, a bead of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Are you feeling hot?" Xingru responded with a low murmur. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a little. What's wrong with the pajamas? Junmo pointed at the silk pajamas he was wearing, pure white and slightly translucent. Even without light behind him, the outline of his body was unmistakably clear. And at such a close distance, Xingru blinked, quickly retrieving a white shirt from the dressing room for him. "You're not much shorter than me. You should be able to wear my clothes." Junmo accepted the shirt, preparing to put it on, but upon hearing him say they were of similar height, he recalled the humiliation he suffered last time regarding his long legs. He grabbed Xingru's arm, who was about to leave, and compared their heights. Their long legs were closely pressed together, and Junmo, wearing silk pants that clung to his legs, felt a slight itch. "See? Not much shorter means we're about the same height. Plus, I play basketball. I'll grow taller." Xingru pushed Junmo away. "All right, hurry and change your clothes. I'm going to take a shower." He closed the dressing room door behind him and strode into the bathroom. Standing in front of the sink mirror, he took a deep breath and splashed cold water on his face until it dripped to the floor, then turned toward the glass shower. Last time in the dorm, to compare leg lengths, he had even considered taking off his pants. Fortunately, Guanbo and the others had returned just in time, preventing that from happening. How had his competitive spirit intensified after so many years? After showering, Junmo dried his hair and lay on the bed playing with his phone, while Xingru sat on the sofa in the living room, answering a call that seemed to be from his family. Junmo didn't pry, but after Xingru left dressed in black silk pajamas, he glanced down at his slightly loose shorts. Xingru didn't appear overweight, and although he was half a head taller, there was no reason for his underwear to fit so loosely. After much contemplation, Junmo concluded that Xingru's pride must have led him to deliberately wear a size larger, or to give him a larger pair of underwear. After all these years, why was his competitive spirit so strong? Outside the living room, Xingru hung up the phone. Earlier, Ling Gu had mentioned returning to the country and asked if he needed any gifts. Xingru casually mentioned a set of medical books. Now, reflecting on it, he edited a message and sent it. "Xingru, Ling Gu, I no longer need that set of books. Can I change it for something else?" After sending the message, he turned and saw Junmo standing behind him. "What's wrong? Do you have any medicine?" "I think I have a fever, and I also have an oral ulcer." "You haven't drunk water all day. It's no surprise you're feeling unwell." "An oral ulcer?" Xingru bent down and retrieved a medical kit from under the coffee table, while Junmo sat on the adjacent sofa, wearing latex gloves. Xingru shone a flashlight to examine Junmo's mouth. His gloved fingers were smooth and delicate, gliding inside Junmo's mouth, causing him to gulp several times. Before long, Junmo's face turned crimson, and his neck began to heat up. Xingru applied medication to his fingertips and once again opened Junmo's mouth, applying the ointment to the inner walls of his mouth, his voice soft and gentle, like a soothing breeze at night, stirring Junmo's heart, rendering him breathless. "You have a fever? Why are you so hot?" The warmth in Junmo's mouth transformed into a searing heat. After applying the medicine, Xingru removed his gloves and tidied up the medical kit. Junmo closed his mouth and stood up. "It's quite warm here. I think I'll sleep now." As Xingru gathered his things and stood up, Junmo suddenly turned back. "By the way, is this pair of shorts new?" "Yes, why?" Not just this pair Junmo had, but even the ones Xingru wore were brand new. "At your usual size?" "Yes, why?" Junmo swallowed hard, saying it was nothing before turning to leave. As he reached the bed, he suddenly turned back. "Are you sure this is the same size?" Xingru furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed as to why Junmo was so interested in a new pair of shorts before he could inquire further. Junmo pulled down Xingru's waistband and reached in to check the label on his shorts. Indeed, it matched his size perfectly. With a snap, the waistband sprang back, making a crisp sound against Xingru's waist. "Senkru." Does he even realize what he is playing at? In that moment, Junmo was equally filled with exclamation marks. The shorts that fit Xingru perfectly were loose on him. His previous pride transformed into sudden insecurity. So much so that Junmo lay in bed that night, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. While reaching under his pillow, he accidentally touched two square rubber items. Taking them out and lying flat, he saw them. Xingru. Because of Junmo's earlier actions of pulling down the waistband and reaching inside, the flame that Xingru had just managed to extinguish flared up once more. Now that Junmo called for him, Xingru dared not turn around, only responding with his back to him. "Yes. What is this?" Xingru slightly turned to see what Junmo was holding, and he snatched it from Junmo's hand and tossed it into the trash can. "Yeah, it really is." Junmo coughed lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Had he known, he would have pretended not to see and left it under the pillow. Did I disturb your weekend?" After all, they were 18-year-old boys, filled with youthful vigor. He could understand that no, just sleep. He initially wanted to find a moment of solitude to have a heart-to-heart, but now there was no longer a suitable time or space for such conversations. Simply not rejecting him was already quite enough. Junmo also turned onto his side, expecting that the awkwardness of the night would keep him awake, but to his surprise, he quickly fell asleep. Xingru, after calming the turmoil within, found that the person beside him had already fallen into a steady rhythm of breathing. He too lay back, but Junmo's hands and feet soon draped over him, half of his body pressing down on Xingru. Xingru looked down, gently moving Junmo's hands and feet away. Just as he settled down, Junmo once again pressed half of his body against him. Ugh! Is he doing this on purpose or not? Ultimately, Xingru remained unyielding, allowing himself to be pressed against and held by Junmo as they succumbed to slumber. In the realm of dreams, Junmo found himself amidst a lush, verdant forest, when suddenly a sleek black snake burst forth from the thicket, entwining itself around him with a sinuous grip that no matter how he struggled. The serpent clung to him with unwavering tenacity, its smooth body constricting tightly. Overcome with a sense of helplessness, he involuntarily let out a soft moan. Chapter 14. A father unfit to be his son startled awake. Xingru turned to glance at Junmo, who was still peacefully asleep, blissfully unaware of the dreams that stirred him, as evidenced by the subtle movement of his Adam's apple. The act of swallowing seemed rather suspicious, for one would not normally emit such sounds while merely dreaming. Just as Xingru closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to drift back into slumber, he noticed that Junmo not only continued to moan, but also began to wander his hands across Xingru's body. Xingru! Bolting upright, he seized Junmo's wandering hand and flung it aside, rolling out of bed. As he stood by the bedside, his face flushed with embarrassment, Junmo remained oblivious, turning over to sleep soundly once more, as if he had merely been cradling Xingru in a half-embrace. Sighing in irritation, Xingru turned and scratched his head before heading toward the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, he returned to bed, quietly flipping Junmo over and repositioning his hands and feet back onto his own body before finally lying down to resume his slumber. As dawn broke, Junimo yawned and slowly opened his eyes. Instantly alert upon noticing their intertwined sleeping positions, did I apologize. My sleeping posture has always been rather poor. Did I hope I didn't crush you, he said, retracting his hands and feet, while gently massaging Shengru's waist and abdomen. Caught off guard, Shengru swiftly grasped Junmo's wrist. I was merely concerned about you being squashed. With a sigh, Shengru sat up. Not at all. No need to massage me. As he reached the bathroom door, Shengru abruptly paused and turned back to him. That if you truly feel sorry, how about treating me to a meal? After the bathroom door closed, Junimo sat on the bed, nodding vacantly. All right, he curled his legs, fingers running through his tousled hair. Though he couldn't recall the entirety of last night's dream, the feelings lingered vividly. Now fully awake, his mind was flooded with thoughts that were decidedly inappropriate. Oh, wait, I'm already 18. Realizing that it is perfectly normal to have such dreams at his age, Junimo shook his head vigorously. No, that I'm straight. It must have been the way Shengru applied the medicine last night that left such an impression. Suddenly, he brought his hand to his mouth, and with a sharp clap, he chastised himself. Snap out of it. Wake up. The next moment, he glanced at his disheveled undergarments. How could he explain this to Shengru? As the bathroom door swung open, Junimo quickly pressed his legs together, raising his beaming face to greet Shengru with enthusiasm. Good morning, Shengru. Morning, Shengru replied, yawning as he ambled toward the door. I'll heat up 2 cups of milk. You can drink them once you're done washing up. Okay. Once the towering figure disappeared through the door, Junimo dashed into the bathroom, grasping his soiled undergarments. He felt utterly at a loss. Eventually, he decided to put on a performance, feigning a mishap that had left them damp. So cold. The instant he turned on the tap, icy water cascaded down from above, prompting an involuntary shout. Shengru's voice quickly reached him from outside the bathroom. What happened? Why is it cold water? Did you wash with cold water this morning? I accidentally turned it on wrong. My apologies. Not an issue. Just bring me a fresh pair of undergarments. I accidentally got mine wet while half asleep, without even taking them off. Knock, knock, knock. The bathroom door opened, and Shengru handed a brand new pair of undergarments before turning away. Alas, I forgot to adjust the settings. Inside the bathroom, Junimo sneezed, feeling pleased with his cleverness as he resolved the issue of his soiled undergarments. However, the new pair turned out to be a size larger. What an embarrassment! Once he finished a shower and accepted the cup of milk from Shengru, he took several gulps. Are you very hungry? No, I'm just growing. Is there any more? I'd like another cup. Shengru took the empty cup. Don't drink too much at once. I'll take you somewhere later. Curious about their destination, Junimo inquired, but Shengru remained tight-lipped, yawning multiple times as they stepped out. Did you not sleep well last night? Guess? Apologies. I must treat you to a meal. You can have whatever you like, having borrowed 2 pairs of undergarments from him and causing him a sleepless night. It was only fitting to offer a meal in return. After hailing a taxi outside the residential complex, Shengru leaned against the window, typing away on his phone. Shengru. Yes, this set will do. Thank you, Lingu. Meanwhile, Junimo also leaned against the window, receiving 2 new messages on his phone. Sunan Xiong. Junimo, I is quite fateful for us to meet here. After all, we were once friends. Is it really necessary to be so heartless? Can't you let it go? Jun Feiguang. Little brat, I just heard you earned quite a bit over the summer. I've sent you my card number. I checked yesterday, and you haven't sent me a single cent. I warn you, this weekend is your last chance, or I'll borrow money to cause a scene at your school, making it impossible for you to even attend classes. After reading the messages, Junimo didn't respond. He merely sighed and forwarded the screenshots to Yin Shui. Junimo, if you happen to see Jun Feiguang playing cards when you return, immediately call to report him. Don't hold back. Yin Shui, how can he still have the audacity to ask you for money? Doesn't he realize he is your father? This is a father unfit to be his son. Yin Shui, if you'd like, I could have my uncle find someone to give him a proper greeting. A few days in bed, and he'll think twice about bothering you. Yin Shui's uncle was quite imposing. Though not involved in shady dealings, he could easily gather a few people to make a show of force. Junimo, no need for that. People like Jun Feiguang are hard to shake off once they latch on. Let's not drag your uncle into this. That a direct report will suffice. It's a civic duty, nothing wrong with that. Yin Shui responded with an okay emoji before bringing up how their training officer was a tyrant. having caused him to suffer heat stroke several times and imposing an additional 40 minutes of solitary training due to a misstep in marching. Junimo listened attentively, and as he looked up, they had arrived at their destination. Shengru opened the door and waited for him. "Where is this? Come on. You'll find out when you get there. In front of a quaint beef noodle shop beside Experimental Primary School No. 1. The establishment looked old, but as they approached, the rich aroma of noodles wafted toward them, accompanied by the scent of tender beef simmered to perfection. 2 bowls of beef noodles, please." Shengru ordered the noodles and chose a table near the entrance. Positioned outward, Shengru was illuminated by the sunlight, presenting a striking contrast against the bustling street outside. As he neatly arranged his chopsticks, he bent down to quietly enjoy his noodles, despite being in such a modest eatery. His demeanor remained impeccably refined, surrounded by the clamorous sounds of the market, the shouts of vegetable vendors outside, and the gossiping of 2 women carrying their groceries. Shengru, draped in designer clothing, seemed entirely at ease amidst the chaotic ambience. "Eat up. Didn't I tell you this noodle shop has the best beef noodles? You mentioned wanting to come here since childhood," Shengru urged. Junimo smiled, lifting a generous piece of beef to his mouth. Delicious. Chapter 15. A serendipitous encounter. After their meal, the two strolled around the vicinity of Experimental Primary School No. 1, where Shengru recounted numerous childhood stories he had previously mentioned in his letters. "This shop's bowl cakes are the best. I always have to eat one and take another home." "Take one home?" "Yes. Yaya has an extraordinary sense of smell. She can always detect when I've eaten one. If I don't bring her one, she gets upset that you're so good to Yaya." Shengru purchased 2 bowl cakes, handing one to Junimo. "I practically raised her. I'm used to spoiling her." "What about her parents?" "They're busy, and I enjoy taking care of her." After finishing the bowl cakes, they had wandered quite a distance along the apricot tree-lined path outside Experimental Primary School No. 1 when Junimo suddenly realized, "Yaya isn't your biological sister." This was evident from Shengru's earlier phrasing. "Her parents are busy, rather than my parents are busy." Correct, there is no blood relation. "But I knew her parents even before she was born." Junimo nodded, understanding that their relationship was akin to that of an older brother and a neighbor, to be why the time they returned to the dormitory. It was already 3 in the afternoon, that as soon as the door swung open, Guanbo and Yamamoto gazed at Shengru with pleading eyes, brimming with sorrow. "What about my breakfast? Where are my buns?" Shengru placed the bag on the table. "That I never promised anything." Guanbo and Yamamoto launched a collective protest, dramatically describing their hunger over the past 2 days. Ultimately, Junimo could no longer bear to watch and took out the keys, retrieving 2 cups of instant noodles from the cupboard. "Here, don't starve to death and make the dormitory smell." Just as Yamamoto reached out to grab them, Guanbo pulled his hand back. "How many servings? No payment required." Upon hearing this, Guanbo immediately seized the instant noodles and began to prepare them. A minute later, Junimo emerged from the restroom, giving the trash can a nudge. It was filled to the brim with several bags of takeaway containers. It appeared that these two had indulged in takeout quite frequently over the past couple of days. Had they been starving for 2 days? With growling stomachs, a tragic existence, Guanbo and Yamamoto exchanged knowing glances and hastily lowered their heads to spit into their own bowls of noodles. With saliva now present, it could not be retracted. Junimo shot them a glance, chuckling as she climbed onto the bed, adjusting her slightly oversized undergarments as she ascended the stairs. Shengru had not slept well the previous night and quickly dozed off upon reaching the bed. Junimo rested her head against his, with a metal railing separating them, yet a pillow position perfectly aligned with the railing allowed their heads to gently touch. Though Junimo was not asleep, she held her phone, searching online for short-term job opportunities. Once military training concluded and the class schedule was released, she could begin pursuing part-time work. Below, Guanbo and Yamamoto consumed their noodles while gossiping about what the two had been up to the past few days, why they returned together, and why Junimo was wearing Shengru's clothing. Although they were unfamiliar with Shengru's wardrobe, Junimo had promptly returned it to him upon entering the dormitory. The 2 men observed the unfolding drama with the earnestness of spectators at a live event. Reclining, Junimo held her phone, bookmarking several reliable part-time jobs that were not overly time-consuming before opening the campus forum. Regarding Guanbo and Yamamoto's inquiries, she merely remarked a bucket of noodles costs 6 yuan, 2 buckets 12 yuan. Instantly, Guanbo and Yamamoto lost interest in what the two had done over the weekend. In the second week of military training, the training volume had noticeably increased compared to the previous week. The four roommates had transitioned from complaining about the instructor upon returning to the dormitory and discussing humorous anecdotes about their classmates, to now collapsing onto their beds as soon as they returned. Each morning as they departed, Guanbo would grumble, "I am certainly not my father's biological son. He won't let me take a leave of absence and insists on tormenting me until I'm on the verge of death." During the second weekend, the three roommates remained in bed until 10 in the morning, reluctant to rise. Junimo entered the dormitory, breakfast in hand. "Time to get up and eat." The three finally got out of bed. "You went out this early?" Last week, she had also left early, but this time, she returned before noon. Junimo pulled up a chair and sat down, perusing a textbook. "Did I went to the library to reserve a seat this morning." "Reserve a seat? What for?" "Classes haven't even started. Are you planning to live in the library?" The others gazed at Junimo as if she were an alien, that I'm helping someone reserve a seat. "I found the job on the school forum. IT pays 30 yuan per session, and I can reserve 2 seats at once." Guanbo's eyes widened, and he gave her a thumbs up, his admiration for Junimo rivaling that for Shengru. After having brunch, the four of them lounged in the dormitory until Junimo suggested going out for dinner around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. "I still owe you a meal. Shall we go today?" Guanbo and Yamamoto lay on their beds, engrossed in a game on their phones. "You two go ahead. Just bring us back a takeout. That nearby restaurant is highly recommended for dry pot." "Guanbo, hurry and save me. I'm ambushed. Useless. Can't you see that? There is obviously someone waiting for me. I'll be there in 3 seconds." As they bickered while gaming, Junimo and Shengru changed their clothes and headed out. "You seem to be in need of money. Don't worry, a meal is still manageable. I just want to save a bit more. To be prepared for unexpected situations, that if you need any help, I know. While I consider you a brother, matters of finance should remain separate. I don't want any complications." After saying this, Junimo noticed the complex expression on Shengru's face and softened her tone, adding, "Once money comes into play between friends, relationships can change, and I do not wish to lose you as a friend." Shengru nodded, refraining from probing further into her financial matters. Knowing he would always take care of her, that be why the way, the instructor has arranged for some of the boys in our class to play basketball tomorrow at 10 in the morning. "Will you join us?" After speaking, Junimo recalled Shengru's numerous achievements in medicine over the years and added, "With your hand, can you even play basketball? I remember seeing a report stating that a doctor's hands must maintain a high level of sensitivity." "It's fine. It doesn't affect me, but I do have a live surgery to observe tomorrow, so I want to be able to make it." "Good luck." As they conversed, they arrived at a restaurant near the school. Guanbo had previously mentioned that the dry pot here was particularly delicious, prompting them to consider dining in rather than taking it to go. Junimo sat down, and the waiter presented the menu. She glanced over and inquired if Shengru had any dietary restrictions. 2 girls approached them, appearing quite charming. "Hello, my name is Fangwan. Are you also from DD University?" Junimo nodded in acknowledgement. Passing the menu to Sheng, "Are you do you like spicy food?" The girls extended their phones, requesting contact information. "Can we exchange numbers? If the opportunity arises, we can hang out together." Junimo awkwardly scratched the back of her neck, responding, I don't usually socialize with girls, but you must eat, right? Everyone eats." Noticing that the girl seemed unwilling to give up and oblivious to the fact that she was being pursued, Shengru set down the menu, took Junimo's hand, and led her away. Just as they reached the entrance, they collided with Sun Anxiang, who was returning with supplies, blocking the entire entrance. "Junimo, are you looking for me?" Sun Anxiang exclaimed with delight, placing a hand on Junimo's shoulder. However, before the touch could register, Junimo raised her hand to open the door, and Shengru used a bit of force to pull back. Both retreated a step, creating some distance from Sun Anxiang. "Step aside," Junimo said as she grasped Shengru's wrist, attempting to sidestep Sun Anxiang. Just as she took a step, Sun Anxiang caught her elbow and turned to face her. "Junimo, are you truly going to be so heartless, so unfeeling? Now that you've been accepted to DD University, do you look down on people like me? You weren't so snobbish back then?" Sun Anxiang's gaze shifted to Shengru, casting a significant look at Junimo. "Or are you afraid? Afraid I might reveal what you did back in the day?" Before Sun Anxiang could finish, Junimo forcefully yanked her arm away from his grasp. As she turned to face him, the light illuminated her sharply defined jawline, her high nose casting shadows, and her fierce eyes locked onto him. I don't strike women, so you'd best pretend not to know me if we meet again. Sun Anxiang let out a cold laugh. Then am I a woman or a man? Aren't you clear on that? But if you wish for me to be. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Jun Mo's arm. Just then, a loud thud echoed as Jun Mo's fist connected solidly with Sun Anxiang's temple. Let us go. Ignoring the collision with the table that sent Sun Anxiang reeling, Jun Mo called for Xingru, and they exited the restaurant together. As they passed by the school gate, they casually purchased some food to take back. Do you want any? Xingru shook his head. That I'm not hungry. Jun Mo paid for the food and took the packaged dumplings, turning to walk back to school. Xingru followed closely behind. Observing her dejected yet furious figure, wanting to ask but refraining from mentioning anything that might disturb her current state. Hey, I sent you this dry pot. Why does it? Guanbo began, but just as he opened his mouth, he was kicked in the ankle by Xingru, who shot him a warning glance. What's wrong? Just eat. When Xingru turned around, Jun Mo had already taken her clothes and headed to the bathroom to shower. Guanbo and Yamamoto noticed that Jun Mo's expression seemed off, but with Xingru saying nothing and Jun Mo remaining silent, they dared not inquire further. While gnawing on a bun, they occasionally glanced at Jun Mo, who was drying her hair. Xingru retrieved a t-shirt from his wardrobe and handed it to her. We're mine for basketball tomorrow. Jun Mo paused, accepting the shirt and noticing that the clothing from Xingru's wardrobe had caught her attention before. Almost all of it was from the same designer, the internationally renowned fashion maestro Jeff. The t-shirt he offered, along with the clothes he wore at school, was from a trendy brand named Ten that Jun Mo had previously harbored no doubts. Encountering Sun Anxiang twice had unearthed some sordid memories long buried in her mind, and she now felt some apprehension. It was important to note that both this trendy brand and that famous designer shared a common trait. They were both associated with the same. Before Jun Mo could finish her thought, Xingru tugged at the hem of her shirt. Your shirt is too short. It might be inconvenient for basketball tomorrow. Where mine, it's longer and allows for more movement. Jun Mo lowered her head to examine her attire. Indeed, it was the very outfit gifted to her by Yin Shui's mother 2 years ago on her birthday. Though she had treasured it, her rapid growth over the past 2 years rendered it rather inconvenient, particularly in a basketball court predominantly occupied by males. Contemplating this, Jun Mo suppressed her inquiries and expressed her gratitude to no need for thanks. I just suddenly find myself a bit hungry. Jun Mo looked up to see Yamamoto shoving the last pan-fried bun into his mouth. Then I shall fetch some for you. It's dark outside. Don't go. The old man will soon close up shop. Then Xingru lifted his chin, gesturing towards his little shelf. Jun Mo, while playfully chastising him for his reluctance to eat earlier, now claiming hunger, retrieved the hidden layer of seafood noodles and prepared to soak them. Guanbo remarked, Jun, how come I never noticed this flavor before? Yamamoto added, Boss Jun, do get me a bowl as well. I can still manage a bit. This flavor of instant noodles is my favorite, though it's rather hard to come by. Guanbo chimed in, I want some too. They don't sell it at school. Seeing Yamamoto and Guanbo rush towards her like famished zombies, Jun Mo shielded the seafood noodles with her body. There's none left. I've just opened this one. Partiality. Guanbo exclaimed. Scandal. Yamamoto interjected. The following morning, Jun Mo had arranged to play basketball with her instructor, joined by several others from different departments. Upon hearing of the basketball match, Guanbo eagerly decided to tag along. Just as Yamamoto emerged from the restroom, his pants not yet properly adjusted, he was pulled along by Guanbo. Hey, you're going to yank off my belt. Let go. My underwear, it's showing. The three of them bickered as they stepped outside. Xingru opened his computer. The live stream had yet to commence that he called out to Jun Mo, who was at the doorway. Jun Mo. Turning at the corner, Jun Mo glanced back at him. Keep it up. All right. As she turned, Jun Mo leapt slightly, her shirt fluttering, but fortunately, Xingru's garment was long enough to conceal her appealing physique. The live stream commenced at 9 in the morning. Concluding at 10:30 it featured a highly anticipated open-heart surgery conducted in a sterile environment, serving both as a live demonstration and a teaching session. The lead surgeon, Dr. World, was renowned in international medicine, and Xingru had the fortune of meeting him several times. Dr. World held him in high regard and had extended an invitation for him to Italy, willing to make an exception to bring him under his tutelage. Dr. World had few students, all at the doctoral level, making Xingru, just out of high school, the first of his kind. Faced with such an honor, Xingru unexpectedly changed his mind before departure, canceling his flight and opting to stay at Beijing University. Drawn by its generous offers. Though somewhat regrettable, Dr. World respected his decision and still invited him to observe this live teaching session, unwilling to let a promising talent go to waste, seated with headphones on. Xingru remained transfixed on the computer screen, watching Dr. World, who, despite nearing 50, wielded the scalpel with calm assurance, exuding confidence as he explained the procedure. Upon the conclusion of the live stream, Xingru closed his laptop and prepared to head to the basketball court when an international call came through. It was Dr. World, seeking to confirm whether Xingru had watched the procedure and to hear his insights. Their conversation extended from 10:30 to past 11. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Guanbo supporting a limping Junmo. Settling her into a chair. Feigning an excuse, Xingru ended the call and turned his attention to the bandage on Junmo's foot. Didn't you say you were going to play basketball? What happened? As luck would have it, it was again her left foot that had suffered. Xingru crouched to examine the injury while Guanbo animatedly recounted the incident, interjecting with curses directed at the boy who had collided with Junmo, snatching the basketball as he did. That guy is utterly despicable. Is he blind? How could he not see such a large person? I've heard people in class mention him before. He plays dirty. It hasn't been long since school started, and already he has left several limping in his wake. Junmo is the fifth. What is his name? After inspecting the injury and rewrapping the bandage, Xingru glanced at Yamamoto, who seemed uncertain. What is his name? Which department? What class? Yamamoto hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Although it was indeed Shi Jinping's fault, he worried about the consequences if Xingru acted on his behalf and faced disciplinary action from the school. After all, it was rumored that Shi Jinping's aunt held a significant position in the school's administration. Dealing with such connections, it was often best to avoid trouble. Noticing Yamamoto's silence, Xingru directed his gaze towards Guanbo, who shook his head repeatedly, resting a hand on Xingru's shoulder. Xingru, I understand the situation is infuriating, but now is not the time to confront that scoundrel. Let us wait for the right moment to deal with him together. Even if it means ambushing him at night with a sack, it would be preferable to your current impulsive approach. Guanbo's father had taught at Beijing University for many years. He had seen too many twists and turns within its corridors. While most experiences were positive, there were always a few rotten apples in the mix. Xingru surveyed the three of them, all shaking their heads in disapproval, suggesting he refrain from seeking retribution. What do you think I'm planning to do? Fight. Aren't you? Xingru extended his hand towards Guanbo. This hand is for performing surgery, not for fighting. Are you hungry? I'll go fetch lunch. Upon hearing about lunch, Guanbo and Yamamoto eagerly called out their orders. Xingru grabbed his wallet and phone and headed out. As he reached the ground floor, he received a message from Junmo. Xiao Junmo. Don't act impulsively. I'm really fine that I'll remember this grievance, and we'll find a way to settle it. Xingru. Rest assured, I'm genuinely just going to get lunched, at the entrance of the dormitory. After replying to her message, Xingru made a phone call. Once he hung up, he proceeded towards the cafeteria. Due to her recent injury, Junmo was once again confined to the dormitory as an invalid. She could no longer assist others in reserving seats at the library forum, so she limped to her instructor. Teacher Liang, I'd like to inquire about scholarships. Having just begun her freshman year and not officially started classes, Junmo's inquiry about scholarships caught Teacher Liang's attention, filled with hope that you're Junmo, right? I remember you. Your grades are excellent. It's impressive that you're already inquiring about scholarships before classes have even begun. Come, sit down. Let me explain everything to you. Junmo took a seat in the office, listening attentively as Teacher Liang elaborated on the various levels of scholarships available. Got it. Thank you. Teacher Liang, I'll take my leave now. Yes, she stood to leave. Teacher Liang called out to her. Is your family facing financial difficulties? If so, you may apply for financial aid. Our school offers corresponding allowances for students in need. The form offered by Teacher Liang was politely declined by Junmo. No, I'll leave the assistance for those who truly need it. I'm fine for now. Seeing Junmo's stubbornness, Teacher Liang assumed it was the pride of a young man and nodded. Accepting the application for financial aid as Junmo exited the office. She hadn't walked far when Teacher Liang caught up to her. I remember you scored full marks in English on your college entrance exam. Didn't you? Junmo nodded. I have a translation job available. For someone with your skills, it shouldn't be too challenging. Would you like to give it a try? Junmo eagerly agreed. Sure. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the documents then. If you know anyone reliable who speaks German, I also have a document that needs translating into German, and the pay is a bit higher than for the English one. Junmo scanned teacher Liang's WeChat and sent a note. Excited at the prospect of more work, she immediately responded, Can I also take the German translation? Teacher Liang looked surprised. You also speak German? Just a bit, but I haven't studied it systematically. It's purely a hobby that I'm not sure if I can manage. But if you're not satisfied, I want to accept payment, seeing the child's diligence. Teacher Liang readily agreed, reminding her as she left, Work hard and don't neglect your studies, then I'll make sure to ask you first for any suitable jobs in the future. Thank you, teacher. Upon exiting the office building, Junmo noted that it was still early. Her thoughts drifted to the incident yesterday when Xingru mentioned the cafeteria worker who had carelessly dipped her fingers into the soup. Choosing not to return to the dormitory, she left the school premises directly. After ordering her meal and completing the payment, she stood aside, lowering her head to send a message in the dormitory group suggesting they disband and return to their rooms. Suddenly, the voices of two men drifted from the alley next door. Curiosity piqued. She peeked in to find Sun Anxiang and another boy entwined, engaged in a passionate embrace. Though they were outdoors, the narrow and secluded alley rendered them inconspicuous. Junmo quickly averted her gaze and called out to the waiter, inquiring about the remaining wait time. Could you kindly urge them for me? Thank you. The waiter nodded and headed to the kitchen to expedite the order. Sun Anxiang had already approached Junmo from behind, pressing his chest against her back, his lips brushing against her ear as he spoke in a sultry and provocative tone. I recall you used to adore the dry-fried mushrooms. How about coming over to my place one day? I've learned to cook just for you. Junmo took a step forward, using her elbow to push him away and create some distance. Sun Anxiang, are you ever going to stop? Wasn't the last time a little too gentle? At the mention of their previous encounter, Sun Anxiang raised his hand to touch the top of his head. Junmo, I've told you before, we belong to the same world. I isn't it better to wallow together in the mire? I am the one who is truly suited for you, with a flirtatious gaze. Sun Anxiang regarded Junmo, seemingly oblivious to the curious glances cast upon them by passers-by, his hand slowly reaching towards her face. Junmo swiftly swatted his hand away, glaring at him fiercely. Sun Anxiang, if you wish to remain in the muck, do not resent others striving for betterment, that if you choose to be a salted fish, wallowing in your mud and loaches, I refuse to join you. Sun Anxiang chuckled coldly, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a flick of his lighter. As the flame ignited the cigarette, a wisp of smoke curled into the air. Taking a drag, he exhaled the smoke towards Junmo. Oh, really? Striving for betterment. I see you've attached yourself to some wealthy individual. Perhaps that boy who accompanied you to the restaurant the other day. I noticed the way he looked at you. As someone who understands, I can assure you that look speaks volumes that he dresses well. Likely affluent. What are you striving for? Just serve him well, and you'll have everything. Junmo's fists clenched tightly, her brows furrowing in fury, her clear eyes ablaze with indignation. Sun Anxiang seemed utterly unfazed, continuing to smoke while hurling insults at her. Through Shinu, at the end of the day, it all boils down to money. With wealth, you can willingly lie beneath him, allowing him to do as he pleases. What is the difference between you and a prostitute? If you're selling yourself, why not sell to me? With my skills, it's not impossible for feelings to develop over time. You saw it earlier. I bent him to my will. Before Sun Anxiang could finish his taunts, Junmo lunged at him, pinning him to the ground and delivering a flurry of punches. Chapter 18. I am an orphan at 6 in the evening. When Xingru returned to the dormitory and pushed open the door, he initially intended to scold his peers for their reckless behavior with their injuries. However, upon entering, he found the room devoid of any occupants. Just as he was about to make a call, Guanbo and Yamamoto approached from behind. Why aren't you inside? Where's Junmo? Didn't she say she was packing food to eat in the dorm? She is probably still on her way. Let us wait a bit. Xingru turned and descended the stairs that I'll wait downstairs for her. The injury on his foot wasn't severe enough to hinder his mobility. Yet it was significant enough to prevent him from training, leaving him to rest in the dormitory. Considering Junmo's foot, Guanbo remarked that if she had bought a lot of food, it might be cumbersome to carry. Thus, both Guanbo and Yamamoto accompanied him downstairs to wait. Standing upright at the foot of the building, Xingru's gaze was fixed on the path leading from the school gate to the dormitory. where people came and went, yet he still did not catch a glimpse of Junimo. In the dormitory group chat, Guanbo and Yamamoto repeatedly inquired about Junmo but received no response after several attempts to call her. Xingru was finally met with an answer just as he was about to hang up. Junmo, you, hello, this is the police station of University Town. Guanbo had initially suggested they go to the entrance to meet her or simply dine out that evening. However, when he turned to ask Xingru for his opinion, he noticed a change in his expression. What's wrong? Junmo got into a fight off campus. Someone saw and reported it to the police. She is currently at the University Town police station. The police station? Yamamoto exclaimed, just as Xingru stepped outside. That I'll go check, that I'll go too, me too. The three of them took a taxi to the police station, which was bustling with activity. That a police car was parked outside, with several individuals who had caused disturbances being escorted inside. Xingru maneuvered through the crowd and continued inward, ultimately spotting Junmo squatting against the wall, her hands resting on her knees, head hung low in desolation, a bruise marring her profile. Nearby, two boys bore even more severe injuries, their faces swollen and unrecognizable. That as he approached, Xingru recognized one of them as Sun Anxiang, the other being the boy who had pursued Junmo near the station before the semester began. Junmo, you can leave now. After completing the necessary paperwork and signing his name, the officer called out for Junmo. Initially stubborn, Junmo refused to provide contact information when the police staff requested someone to come pick her up. However, upon hearing her name called, she suddenly looked up, meeting Xingru's gaze as he turned after finishing the paperwork, with Guanbo and Yamamoto trailing behind him. What are you doing here? Junmo, what is going on? How did you end up in a fight with three people? It's unexpected, isn't it? You seem quite adept at fighting. Before Yamamoto could finish, the officer assisting with the paperwork chastised him. Is fighting something to be proud of? Do you admire it? If so, perhaps you should write a self-reflection. Yamamoto quickly adjusted his demeanor, adopting a serious facade as he feigned reprimanding Junmo in front of the officer, all while attempting to pull her towards the exit. Behind them, Sun Anxiang and Fan Tong, unhappy that Junmo was being released, questioned why she was allowed to leave, before they could voice their complaints. The officer silenced them. Squat down and submit your self-reflections promptly. You can also call someone to come get you to the entrance of the police station. Junmo accepted her phone, placing it carefully away. Thank you all. Let us discuss this later. Throughout their journey back, Junmo and Xingru remained silent, while Guanbo and Yamamoto incessantly complained about the evening training. Upon arriving at the school, with half an hour remaining before the night training session, Guanbo and Yamamoto casually grabbed a bite before heading to the training field. Xingru, finding an excuse to avoid attending, returned to the dormitory after a brief meal with Junmo. The atmosphere remained subdued, and he refrained from mentioning the altercation involving her and the two boys. After Junmo took a shower, Xingru sat in a chair, replying to messages from Xiaowu. Xiaowu, that person has been dealt with. He is currently in the hospital. That I heard he reported it, but they shouldn't trace it back to us, so don't worry. Xingru, thanks for your hard work. Xiaowu. Junmo's phone rang, and just as Xingru was about to get up to fetch it, he saw Junmo emerge from the bathroom. Draped in nothing but a towel around her neck, droplets of water clung to her beautifully contoured skin. One hand was busy drying her damp hair, while she wore only a pair of shorts, revealing perfectly sculpted legs that were tantalizingly alluring. Hello, I got it. After hanging up, the despondent expression on Junmo's face extinguished the flicker of warmth that had ignited in Xingru's heart. What's wrong? Junmo pulled a chair and casually sat down, tossing her phone onto the table, her legs spread wide as she leaned back, her hand resting languidly. The instructor said, I need to bring a guardian. They want to discuss something. The police have already reported the incident of me fighting with individuals off campus to the school, and I have to go to the office to explain. And your family? I don't have any parents. With a sigh, Junmo donned her clothes and stepped out, her face set in a cold expression. She was not concerned about the need for a guardian. Her only worry was how this incident might affect her scholarship. Upon arriving at the office, it was no surprise when the topic of the scholarship arose. You don't seem like an impulsive child, nor do you strike me as a bad one. How did you end up in a fight with those two? Instructor Liang spoke kindly, occasionally sighing in concern. However, Junmo chose to remain silent about the reasons for the altercation and her relationship with the boys involved. Honestly, I need to have a serious discussion with your parents about this matter. You should really bring them in. By the way, I transferred the payment for the English document you translated last time. As for the German one, I'm still waiting for a response. Just as Instructor Liang was about to mention the need for her parents again, Junmo interrupted, I'm already of age. If there is something to discuss, you can talk to me directly. There is no need to involve my parents like I'm still a child. Instructor Liang sighed. Rest assured, I'm not here to report you. I merely wish to have a conversation. It was only by chance that Director Liang learned about a remarkably handsome freshman named Junmo, who not only took on translation work, but also showed concern for scholarships that it seemed he was particularly in need of money, which prompted him to insist on meeting his parents. What kind of parents, what sort of family would cause such an exemplary student to be so burdened with responsibilities? Now, witnessing Junmo's evident resistance, Director Liang felt an increasing curiosity about his family situation, that if there were any means by which he could assist, he would be more than willing to lend a hand to this child. What about your parents? Are they far away or deceased? The concern in Director Liang's voice caught in his throat, softening his tone. Oh, you are an orphan. Junmo's words matched his expression, cold as ice, after her divorce. His mother remarried, and his stepfather had always treated her well, but unfortunately his mother was ill-fated. Just when life seemed to be improving, she fell gravely ill. His stepfather sold their house to pay for her treatment. But ultimately, they could not save her, and she passed away in the hospital. That day, a torrential rain fell, coinciding with Junmo's monthly exam. Just as the exam bell rang, he received the news. He threw down his paper and ran to the hospital on foot. By the time he arrived, he was so out of breath that he barely had time to catch his breath before pushing open the door, only to find he could not see his mother one last time. As for his father, he was better off without him. Most of life's sorrows stemmed from this man, who shared his bloodline. Thus, in Junmo's eyes, he was not lying. He truly was an orphan. Director Liang sighed deeply. Now understanding why Junmo was so consumed with the struggles of life, in that case. Regarding the scholarship, before he could finish his thought, the office door was knocked on 3 times and then pushed open from outside. Chapter 19. Are you proud? Apologies for my tardiness. I am Junmo's uncle. You must be Teacher Liang, correct? My surname is Chung. In his haste, Xiao would come in his black suit from work. Fortunately, the quality of the work attire provided by Yigu was superior to most high-end designs, so it did not seem disrespectful to wear it to school. Director Liang extended his hand to shake Xiao Wu's, his eyes filled with disbelief as he turned to Junmo. Did you not say you had no parents? Before Junmo could utter a word, Xiao Wu reprimanded him to step outside. You little rascal. Have you learned to fight? Step outside. I need to have a proper talk with your teacher. Junmo, unable to explain himself, received a message from Xingru on his phone, prompting him to nod in agreement. Thank you, Uncle. As Junmo exited the office, he turned a corner to see Xingru leaning against the wall, offering him a bottle of water. Don't worry, my uncle will talk on your behalf. Everything will be fine. Junmo twisted the cap off the bottle and leaned against the wall, standing side by side with Xingru. Thank you. Aren't we friends? Junmo turned his head to glance at Xingru, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Yes, friends. Then I won't say thank you. The two stood side by side, gazing at the nightscape of Daijing University. The warm yellow lights illuminated the campus, connecting it with scattered sparkles, outlining its beautiful contours. From the office building, one could see the artificial lake to the west of the school in the autumn season. The surface of the lake, under the warm yellow light, appeared ambiguous, becoming a popular rendezvous spot for young couples. You seem to have gone through a lot these years. Well, the journey of growing up is always fraught with misfortune. Yet it is also sprinkled with a touch of luck. Junmo tilted his head back and took a sip. I have a friend from Fog City. He has treated me very well, and throughout these years, he and his mother have been looking after me. Someday, I will introduce you to them. For Junmo, Yin Shui was akin to family. He could not fathom why he wanted to introduce Yin Shui to Xingru, despite having a decent relationship with Guan Buoxing. Are you very close? Yes, very close. To what extent? Junmo rested the back of his head against the wall, pondering. Well, let me think. We've shared the same bed. Gone to the bathroom together. He brings me breakfast every day, helps me with excuses when I skip classes, fights with me, and we drink milk together. It's about that close. Xingru raised the water bottle in his hand and took a sip, his voice low and devoid of inflection, leaving one unable to discern his emotions. Then it is indeed necessary for me to meet him on the other side of the corridor. A female teacher wearing black-framed glasses and tying her hair back approached slowly, complaining to a colleague as she passed by the two-sigh. My nephew has no idea who he has offended. He got beaten up and is now lying in the hospital. The worst part is that we don't even know who the assailant is. Your nephew, Shi Jinping? Precisely. Who else could it be? Have you reported it to the police? Yes, they are investigating. That has been 2 days, yet they have found nothing. Can you believe the security? As they chatted, they passed by Junmo, who suddenly stood upright, looking at Xingru. Did you do that? Xingru, taken aback, responded, what? That day during basketball, my foot. He pointed towards the two teachers who had just walked away. Xingru let out an elongated "oh," as though he had just realized something. He had not noticed it before, but now standing tall, he towered over Junmo by half a head, creating an unexpected sense of pressure, his slightly sweet scent wafting into Junmo's nostrils. Junmo instinctively took a step back, creating some distance. Was it you? They reported it to the police. Whether it was Yin Shui or Xingru, Junmo feared, most being mired in a quagmire while dragging those who cared for him into the mess. Xingru tilted his head to glance at the two teachers who had walked away. It wasn't me, but now I have a good idea of who it was. Shi Jinping, that I'll remember that. Upon hearing this, Junmo quickly denied, no, I misheard. They were talking about Shi Jinping. I heard it wrong. The office door opened behind them, and Xiao Wu stepped out first, turning back to Director Liang with a smile. Extending his hands in greeting, that we will entrust Junmo to you, Teacher Liang. Rest assured, I will certainly discipline him for the fighting incident when we get home, that don't punish him. Reason with him. P.S. growing up and should not resort to violence. Otherwise, he might rebel. Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will certainly persuade him with reason and appeal to his emotions. After bidding farewell to Director Liang, the three descended the stairs together. When they reached the foot of the dormitory building, Xiao Wu began to speak about his earlier conversation with Director Liang. This fighting incident was reported to the school by the police, and there is a record that I have tried, and although Director Liang agreed to negotiate with the school to not record it in your file, the scholarship seems unlikely. As for your part-time translation work with Director Liang, I explained that it was your own initiative, and you didn't want to trouble me, that he will continue to introduce you to opportunities. So don't worry. Junmo kept his head down. Though he felt regret, he understood the school's approach, that if he were to receive a scholarship after fighting, it would be unfair to other students and could even draw Xingru into the mix. It's fine. If I can't get it, I can't get it. Thank you, Uncle, for your thoughtfulness. Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement that if you are in need of money, I can try to... No need, Uncle. You have already helped me greatly today. Thank you. Xiao Wu learned from Director Liang just how diligent this child was in working part-time, which inevitably tugged at his heartstrings, prompting him to consider introducing work opportunities to him. However, before he could voice it, Junmo had already cut him off, being the kind of child who feared being a burden to others. Xiao Wu chose not to press further, but on the way back, Junmo brought up the day's events, asking Xingru to relay his gratitude, that he understood that Director Liang merely wanted to know more about him and help, but he was reluctant to let that blood-related individual come to the school. In the past, it had always been Yin Shui's uncle who impersonated his guardian, and finding someone in Daijing was not an easy task. Suddenly, Xingru halted, grasping Junmo's elbow. Have you noticed that since our reunion, in less than a month, you have thanked me many times? Standing face to face, Junmo reflected and realized that it was indeed the case. All right, I will change that. That is more like it. But what about those two? Is there a significant grudge? It's not particularly serious. That Fantong, the boy who got caught with me today, the one with the earring, was involved that I participated in a street dance competition, and he won first place through foul play. Yin Shui, the one I mentioned who was very close to me, was understandably upset, and conflict ensued between our groups that I didn't pay much attention at the time, but a brick hit his head, and that is how the feud began. How did you encounter each other at the school gate? Is he a student at our school? Junmo shook his head, opening the door to the dormitory. I was waiting for food and ran into Sun Anxiang, though we had been fighting for less than 3 minutes when I encountered Fantong, that he tried to take advantage of the situation to deal with me. But unexpectedly, neither of them could overpower me. As the words fell, Junmo found herself pressed against the chair by Xingru, with an open medical kit laid out on the table. Xingru took a cotton swab, dipped it in iodine, and leaned closer. The cool touch of the iodine against her face, combined with the gentle caress of the cotton swab, created a tingling sensation that, along with Xingru's exhaled breath, felt as if a feather was softly teasing her steadfast heart, causing her blood to stir with an unfamiliar intensity. That's so. Are you feeling proud? You managed to take on two and emerge victorious. Xingru remarked, deliberately applying more pressure to her wound as he spoke. When he raised his gaze to meet Junmo's, his eyes were filled with reproach. Their eyes locked, magnifying the essence of each other. On Junmo's long, fair neck, her Adam's apple bobbed up and down as she swallowed hard and hoarsely replied, Xingru, it's truly wonderful to see you again. In Chapter 20, the young lady sending her husband off to battle. Xingru, who had initially intended to scold her, paused at Junmo's words that don't be so foolish in the future. Fighting in broad daylight is hardly befitting for someone studying law. Junmo chuckled lightly. It's all right. We haven't even started classes yet. So it doesn't count as studying law. After tending to her wound, Xingru began tidying up the medical kit, but hesitated before inquiring, how did you come to have a grudge against Sun Anxiang? Junmo, examining her injuries in the mirror, momentarily faltered before quickly regaining her composure that I knew him from a previous job. Seeing that she did not wish to elaborate, Xingru didn't press her further and instead went to the bathroom to fetch his clothes. After a couple of days, her foot injury had healed, and Junmo returned to her training sessions. By the end of September, the first-year training at Daido University was nearing its conclusion. Before the National Day holiday, all first-year students were to be taken up the mountain for a 30-kilometer endurance training. 30 kilometers wasn't excessively long, and they would return on the same day. Yet, on the eve of their departure, Xingru prepared an emergency medical kit for Junmo, ensuring it contained band-aids, disinfectant iodine, cotton swabs, gauze, mosquito repellent, and various medications she might need. Are you not going? He asked. Once military training concludes, I have to meet with the dean. There's an experimental project I've been delaying, and the dean has reminded me several times. Nearby, Guanbowen, seizing the moment before the lights went out, chimed in, Xingru, this doesn't seem right. You make it sound like you're sending off your husband to war. As soon as he finished speaking, Junmo threw her shoe at him, retorting, serves you right for failing your ranked match. Guanbowen, after a moment of glee, glanced at Xingru. Xingru, your favoritism is a bit excessive. Why does Junmo get special treatment while we do not? In response, Xingru produced 2 additional emergency medical kits and tossed them their way. Who said I didn't prepare for you? The two fell silent. Just then, Xingru's phone rang. It was the dean. Xingru, you can come to the lab tomorrow, right? I had specifically granted you exemption from military training, but since you insisted on attending, I agreed. This experimental project cannot be delayed any further. Xingru replied, rest assured, I will be there first thing in the morning. After putting away his phone, he contemplated offering more advice, but glanced at Guanbowen and Yamamoto beside him, ultimately deciding against it. Initially, Xingru had been delighted by his reunion with Junmo, but over time, he realized that despite the legalization of same-sex marriage and the visibility of same-sex couples, Junmo did not seem to embrace the idea fully. This became especially evident when they returned from the cafeteria a few days prior and encountered 2 boys kissing by the artificial lake. The memory of Junmo's furrowed brow and the flicker of resistance and aversion in her eyes remained vivid in Xingru's mind. He understood that he could not rush her. He needed to proceed gradually, lest he inadvertently push her further away. As Junmo settled onto her bed, a message from Yin Shui brought news. He had visited her home a couple of days prior after his military training ended early. By sheer coincidence, he spotted Jun Feiguang gambling in a mahjong parlor with at least 10,000 yuan on the table. Although unsure of where he had borrowed the money, it amounted to gambling. Yin Shui promptly snapped a photo and reported him to the authorities. Jun Feiguang was taken into custody that very day. Initially defensive, he soon realized that Yin Shui had already submitted the evidence to the police. Rest assured, Yin Shui reassured, I specifically informed the police about Jun Feiguang's gambling addiction and suggested they extend his corrective education. This time, he likely won't be out for at least 10 days to half a month. Lying on her bed, Junmo felt a measure of joy upon reading the news and began drafting a reply. Suddenly, she recalled Xingru often saying thank you, that a faint smile tugged at her lips as she deleted the initial thank you and rephrased her response. Well done, she sent back. Are you coming back for National Day? Yin Shui inquired that we have completed our military training. What about you? Junmo replied, tomorrow's endurance training will conclude it for us that I don't plan to return for National Day, as I've taken on some additional work. Then prepare to welcome me. Your grandpa is coming to visit in the capital. Yin Shui teased. Junmo abruptly sat up, ready to retort, when Xingru emerged from the bathroom. Their eyes met as her phone screen displayed Yin Shui's mention of limited funds from his mother, inquiring if he could stay in their dormitory. "What is the matter?" Xingru asked, towel drying his hair as he looked up. Junmo glanced at Yin Shui's message and casually asked that Yin Shui I mentioned. "He has come in to see me for National Day. Can he stay in our dorm? Will you be on campus for National Day?" Xingru's question was interrupted by Guanboen and Yamamoto, who chimed in. "Let him stay with us. Xingru is a neat freak. Do you want him to go crazy?" "Yeah, I won't be around, so your friend can sleep in any of our beds." Junmo laughed, agreeing, and lay down to reply to Yin Shui. Xingru climbed into bed after drying his hair, patting Junmo's shoulder. "Sleep here. Let your friend take your bed." Although Xingru's cleanliness was not to the point of obsession, Junmo was well aware of his penchant for tidiness. "All right, I want to say thank you again." The next morning, as dawn broke, the campus echoed with the call to assemble. All first-year students shouldered their packs for the 30-kilometer endurance march. Before departing, Xingru insisted on giving Junmo a box of anti-heatstroke medication, ensuring he could leave with peace of mind as he headed toward the medical school. Junmo looked at the medication in her hand, and when someone nearby curiously inquired about it, she smiled and replied, "Just a good brother I've known since childhood." Daijing University is a comprehensive institution that not only emphasizes the academic achievements of its students, but also places great importance on their physical well-being and resilience. All first-year students gather by department and class, ultimately embarking on a journey with heavy backpacks, walking to a designated area, and then returning on foot. There will be 3 breaks along the way, all set in the wilderness, with food that must be brought from home to 8:10 in the morning. For the freshmen who set off at 6, hunger has already begun to gnaw at them. Initially vibrant and full of youthful ambition, they now resemble wilted flowers. The instructor leading the group finds a spacious area for everyone to rest and replenish their energy. Junmo surveys his surroundings. Some have brought instant noodles, albeit in bulk containers lacking water. Others have been more resourceful, bringing self-heating meals and hot pots. Many can only nibble on bread, all the while lamenting the absence of takeout options. From his backpack, Junmo retrieves several cans of side dishes, along with a jar of Lao Ganma beef sauce. The moment the lid is unscrewed, an enticing aroma wafts through the air, drawing the hungry gazes of those nearby as they rush towards him like wolves spotting prey. What awaits them, however, is merely a QR code for payment. Though the crowd grumbles about Junmo capitalizing on their plight, they cannot resist the reasonable prices and willingly pay, dipping steamed buns in the Lao Ganma sauce. The youths, accustomed to finer delicacies, suddenly find the wilderness transformed by the taste of Lao Ganma. Once the Lao Ganma, side dishes, and buns are sold out, Junmo's backpack feels significantly lighter for the afternoon's journey. Initially, the school mandated that each student's backpack weigh between 10 to 20 pounds. Others, in an effort to meet this requirement, stuffed their bags with clothes and other items they might consume on the way. Conversely, Junmo packed only his own goods, weighing precisely 20 pounds at the outset. When weighed at departure, the instructor had expressed concern about his ability to carry such a load, yet by the second break, his backpack had dwindled to roughly 5 pounds. Meanwhile, the balance in his WeChat wallet had multiplied to be by the time everyone returned to campus. Night had fallen, and Xingru had yet to arrive. Guanbua and Yamamoto nearly came to blows at the bathroom door, each vying to be the first to shower, only to eventually agree to enter together after determining that neither was truly in a rush. Junmo descended to purchase basic daily necessities for Yin Shui, while Xingru sent a message asking him to retrieve a package. When Junmo arrived at the gate with a bag of essentials, he was met with a box towering at his height, clearly labeled with Xingru's name. "Xingru, please open it and check for any damage during transport. I won't be back for a while." Junmo had just replied affirmatively when another message from Xingru arrived. "Xingru, you didn't get hurt during the hike, did you? If you did, I'll come back immediately." Junmo hastily deleted the good from his response and retyped, "I'm not a child. Why do you seem to think I'm always getting hurt?" Xingru, "Should I count the times for you?" Junmo, "No need. I'll just take the package back to open it." Upon returning to the dormitory, the 3 gathered around the open package, attentively observing, until the door swung open and Xingru walked in. "What happened? Is it broken?" After carefully inspecting his skeleton model and confirming its integrity, he placed it beside the wardrobe. Guanbua gulped nervously. Xingru, you're not seriously planning to keep that skeleton in the dorm, are you? Xingru finished positioning it, turned and scanned Junmo, ensuring he was indeed uninjured before replying. Is that a problem? It's not that it can't be done, but if I wake up in the middle of the night and see that thing, it might be a bit unsettling. Before Yamamoto could finish his thought, Guanbo silenced him with a hand over his mouth and another gripping his throat. Shut up. For Guanbo, the skeleton was a childhood nightmare. That thing is terrifying. When I snuck into my dad's study and first saw it, you can hardly comprehend the psychological trauma it inflicted. Xingru nodded in understanding. Then perhaps we should get a movable one. Guanbo. Yamamoto. Junmo, standing to the side, chuckled softly to don't worry. He'll be taking it away tomorrow. Only then did Guanbo and Yamamoto exhale in relief that if it could move and crawled into bed in the middle of the night. I can't even think about it. It's too much. The following morning, Yamamoto and Guanbo departed the dormitory together, their families waiting at the bottom of the stairs to bid farewell before heading home. They closed the car door while making plans to team up during the holidays for the new season. Xingru returned with breakfast, finding Junmo still asleep, clearly worn out from the previous day's exertions. In the bathroom, he wet a towel with warm water to wipe Junmo's face, then pried his mouth open to pop in a small bun. Junmo, still with his eyes closed, instinctively chewed and swallowed several buns. By the time Yin Shui's call came through, Junmo was alone in the dorm, down on Xingru's bed, lay an entire set of new sheets and pillowcases, with a note on top. These are new. Just put them on your bed. Your friends can take them off and wash them later. You sleep on mine. I don't mind. Junmo wiped his mouth, bemused by the lingering taste of buns in his dream. The phone beside his pillow rang again, pulling him back to reality as he answered. The moment he picked up, Yin Shui's voice erupted through the receiver. Grandson, I've arrived. Where are you? Don't tell me you're still sleeping in your dorm. How can you justify my long journey to see you? No excuses. Get ready to face my wrath. Junmo pressed the phone to speaker mode, changing the bed linens that don't lie to me. I checked. Your bus doesn't arrive for another hour. Why the rush? Then where are you now? I'm almost at the station. Just around the corner. As he spoke, he grabbed his phone, admiring the neatly made bed before flipping over the railing and heading down the stairs. The sound of the door closing echoed through the phone, prompting Yin Shui to exclaim with glee. Ah, gotcha. You just left your dorm, didn't you? Trying to fool me by saying you're just around the corner. Junmo held the phone slightly away and called out to the dorm door. Thank you, driver. Returning the phone to his ear, he preemptively defended himself. Can you at least trust me a little? That was the door of a taxi. Not my dorm. All right, I'm here, just come out and you'll see me. Though he feigned calmness while deceiving Yin Shui, once he hung up, Junmo began to sprint. The morning alarm had inexplicably rung 20 minutes late. Or else he wouldn't have had to rush. That'd be why the time he reached Daijing Station, an announcement echoed through the hall, announcing the arrival of the train from Fog City. Junmo took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and attempted to appear composed. When Yin Shui emerged from the crowd, his black suitcase was particularly eye-catching, prominently labeled in white spray paint. Fog City Pengyuyan. Junmo waved, his other hand anxiously tapping the railing. How long have I been waiting for you? You're late. Yin Shui looked skeptical. You really waited long. So that was indeed the taxi door you closed? Why else would I lie? When have I ever deceived you? You should really ask when you haven't lied to me, shouldn't you? You've deceived me plenty. Junmo, uninterested in continuing the debate, pulled him along outside. The queue for taxis was not too lengthy, and by chance, the driver who had brought Junmo to the station was the same one waiting for their turn. Young man, what a coincidence. I brought you here, and now I'm taking you back. Yin Shui rolled his eyes, turning to smile at the driver. Before he could ask anything, Junmo covered his mouth. Driver, what time do you start? Driver to Daijing University, please. Chapter 22. I forgive you once more in the dormitory. Yin Shui took in the sight of Junmo's room, his gaze landing on the skeleton model next to the entrance closet, startling him. Goodness, is your dorm this morbid? You even have bones on display. Junmo set down his suitcase and handed him a bag of daily necessities. That belongs to my roommate who studies medicine. He probably forgot to take it this morning. Yin Shui casually tossed aside the towel and other items he had taken. Grumbling about how meticulous his mother was, he squatted down to open his suitcase, and aside from 2 outfits in the corner, the suitcase was brimming with provisions his mother insisted he bring for Junmo. Dried sausage, crispy twists, and of course your favorite spicy chicken, along with this spicy rabbit I just prepared before I left yesterday. And they're all for you, oh, and this box of lemon-flavored chicken feet. Can you believe it? My mother packed an entire suitcase of food for you, yet she didn't prepare a single snack for me to eat on the way. At one point, I even suspected you were her biological child while I was merely a fostered one. I was so hungry in the car that I had to eat a bit, and there's still half of the chicken feet left. Yin Shui rambled on, pulling out one after another of the snacks from the suitcase. By the time he finished and closed the suitcase, Junmo's table was piled high with food. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and clean up. Don't you have work this afternoon? Yin Shui said, giving Junmo a hearty pat on the shoulder. Only then did Junmo snap back to reality. His eyes reddened, moisture swirling within them. Words of gratitude caught in his throat. He was someone who disliked burdening others, and kindness from others felt like a weight. Over the years, he had consistently thanked the grandmother downstairs and had repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Yin Shui and his mother. Meeting Xingru now made him realize that his so-called politeness and courtesy to those who cared for him was, in fact, a form of alienation. That a smile suddenly broke across his face, and he playfully punched Yin Shui's chest, saying, "It's possible. We should do a paternity test when we go back. I've always thought I resembled your aunt. Damn, I better squeeze some extra pocket money from my mom before you claim me as your son." The two of them left the dormitory with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Once on the bus, Yin Shui continued joking. "If the paternity test proves that Junmo is really your biological son, does that mean we've turned into characters from an online novel about true and false heirs?" He added with a cocky tilt of his head, "Don't worry, I excel at vying for affection. I want to let you have an easy time with your grandfather." That as he spoke, Junmo swiftly reached over to expertly lock Yin Shui's throat. And amidst their playful banter, Junmo found himself laughing heartily, something he hadn't done in a long while. They grabbed a quick bite near the photography studio, where Junmo was to be made up for a photo shoot as a model for an online store. With nothing else to do and no interest in the shoot, Yin Shui leaned against the wall, phone in hand, embarking on a new gaming season. As he played one ranked match after another. His mother bombarded him with messages, asking if he had arrived, if he had brought food for Junmo, if Junmo had lost weight, and how he was faring in the capital. Yin Shui simply swiped past the notifications, intending to return after finishing this match. But as one game led to another, he completely forgot about his mother's messages. Finally, when his phone began to overheat and the battery alarm sounded, he remembered that his mother had sent him a message. Just as he switched back to WeChat, his phone abruptly shut down. Yin Shui exclaimed, "Damn, this is bad. Can I borrow your phone? I think my mom just messaged me. And if I don't reply soon, she might just dismember me when I get back." Junmo had already finished his work and said goodbye to the staff, slinging his bag over his shoulder. "Let us go, by the time you remember, you'll likely have been dismembered already." "What do you mean? Did you reply?" Junmo asked, one hand gripping his bag while the other rested on Yin Shui's shoulder as they stepped outside. "I replied ages ago. Your mom called me because she didn't receive your message, and I even sent her a picture of you standing there playing games. She said your allowance for next month is being cut in half." Yin Shui stood frozen in disbelief, staring at Junmo. "Really?" Junmo looked at him with a serious expression before bursting into laughter and sprinting away. Realizing he had been tricked, Yin Shui hurried after him, calling Junmo ungrateful and other phrases as they ran. However, onlookers wouldn't think the two harbored any animosity. They merely sighed at the beauty of youth, free from worries. That evening, Junmo intended to show him hospitality by treating him to a nice meal. But unexpectedly, Yin Shui took the lead and became the guide. "Here we are," he said, shutting off the navigation on his phone. Junmo looked up to see the most authentic roast duck restaurant in the capital. The decor alone indicating that the prices were steep. My mom made a reservation here. "Let us go," he said, pulling Junmo inside. My mom said this is the most authentic roast duck in the capital. And knowing you wouldn't want to miss out, she booked ahead for me to bring you. "This place is too expensive," Junmo remarked, having glanced at the menu when the server brought it over. Yin Shui leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Don't worry, it's free. The owner is a guy, for years older than my mom." "What do you mean?" Yin Shui raised an eyebrow. "Don't you get it? He is my mom's suitor." "Your mom should start thinking about herself," Junmo replied. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm a burden to my mom?" Yin Shui retorted, feigning anger. Junmo simply raised his chin, pointing toward the door. Let us wait and see. Yin Shuai stood up, walked to the door, and opened it to call for the food before returning to his seat. I'll forgive you one more time. Such words had escaped Yin Shui's lips countless times. When Junmo refused to eat the breakfast he bought, he'd say, I'll forgive you one more time. Whenever Junmo offered him money, he'd respond similarly. When Junmo skipped class to work part-time, he offered the same words. And when Junmo refused to let him copy homework, but instead tutored him, leaving him breathless under the barrage of questions, he cried out the same. When Junmo expressed his desire to apply to a university in the capital to escape the Fog City, Yin Shuai had murmured, I can't get in. My mom wouldn't let me go to a second or a third-tier school, that I can't accompany you to the capital, that can't you stay in the Fog City? What's wrong with the Fog City? The Fog City is great, but the capital has what I want. He remembered the stars twinkling brightly that night, the moon hanging in the sky, casting a luminous glow. After watching the boats drift along the river for a long while, Yin Shuai sighed, I'll forgive you one more time, the last time. Chapter 23. I thought you were checking up on me when they emerged from the roast duck restaurant. Both were filled to the brim. Initially, Junmo had doubted that the so-called suitor was merely a fabrication by Yin Shuai to deceive him. However, with the owner throwing in some complimentary snacks and not seeing Yin Shuai settle the bill, he finally believed it. Before leaving, he even gave the roast duck restaurant owner a once-over, encouraging him before stepping out. Feeling a bit too full, and with the hour getting late, they realized that one bus line stopped running particularly early. They took one bus and then strolled leisurely back to campus. After the military training period, the restrictions on first-year students had eased somewhat, with the first thing being a relaxation of curfew hours. Finally, no need to set an alarm to lock the doors. You go ahead and shower. I put the towel inside for you. Yin Shuai tilted his head back and downed half a bottle of cola before shuffling off to the bathroom in his slippers. I forgot to charge my phone. I'll borrow yours to play some games. After showering, Yin Shuai was eager to rank up. According to his reasoning, it was easier to rank up in the early season. And with a bit of luck, he could ride on the coattails of skilled players. Junmo tossed him the phone and headed into the bathroom to shower. When he emerged, Yin Shuai was still sitting in the chair. Legs crossed atop the table, phone in landscape mode, engaging in a voice chat with his teammates during a team battle, though it seemed his teammates hadn't activated their microphones that I'm telling you. I am really clever. Did you see that? I've been lying low for 3 games now. Junmo rarely played games. All his spare time was devoted to working to support himself, leaving no room for leisurely pursuits. Though he didn't play, he had picked up some knowledge of the characters from the influence of Guanbo and Yamamoto. Yin Shuai's so-called duo consisted of a jungler and a support, seamlessly coordinating their moves. The support followed the jungler like a bodyguard. Yin Shuai played a mid-lane mage, responsible for crowd control, and once he realized the jungler was reliable, he began to tag along. Yeah, you keep lying low, Junmo said, preparing to head to bed when the dormitory door swung open. Huh, you're back? I forgot something. Shengru pointed to the whiteboard beside the wardrobe. Junmo quickly stepped aside to introduce them. This is Yin Shuai, the friend I told you about, and this is Shengru. Yin Shuai glanced up from his game during a brief pause, and his previously indifferent expression transformed into one of brightness at lightning speed. Wow, you're so good-looking. But why do you look so familiar? Shengru, unfazed by Yin Shuai's remarks about familiarity, cast a fleeting glance over the 2 beds that on Junmo's bed lay fresh sheets and a duvet. While he had entered, just as Junmo was resting her arm on the armrest, preparing to rise, that I'll just grab my things and leave. All right, Yin Shuai replied, still engrossed in maneuvering his character and unleashing skills. Casually jesting, taking things? I thought you were here to check up on me, that I in response. Junmo turned around and kicked Yin Shuai playfully on the backside. Shengru picked up the skeleton model and shot a glance at Yin Shuai. What are your plans for tomorrow? I have an exhibition tomorrow. It should wrap up by the afternoon. Then I intend to take him around for a bit. All right, send me the address and I'll come find you. Junmo nodded in agreement, only realizing after the dormitory door had closed that Shengru's statement implied he would also be joining them. Simultaneously, Yin Shuai's teammates unexpectedly opened their microphones. Hey, Junmo. Is that you? Didn't you say you weren't into gaming? That was Shengru just now, right? What are you 2 up to in the dorm? Furrowing his brow, Yin Shuai turned to Junmo. Dio, you know them. Are they referring to you? Junmo leaned towards her phone. Guanbo, Yamamoto? Wow, it really is you. Is this your account? Come on, add me as a friend, and let's trio up for some rank climbs. This isn't me. It's my friend. That Wu Chung came to visit and borrowed my phone to log in for a bit. Guanbo and Yamamoto then recalled that there had been mention of a friend visiting who would be staying in the dorm. After a brief introduction, Yin Shuei, with a clear conscience, joined Guanbo and Yamamoto in their rank climbing. Here, take this. Your phone is nearly out of battery. I'll use mine for a while. Junimo lay on Xingru's bed and noticed that he had sent several messages earlier. It turned out he had come back for the skeleton model, which she had initially intended to ask him to help her take downstairs. However, at that moment, Yin Shuei was preoccupied with his phone and hadn't responded. Prompting her to go upstairs herself, as they prepared for bed, Yin Shuei finally connected the dots, resting his head against hers while they played. That guy, Xingru, the one you were always staring at. Right? Yes, he's an exceptional medical student, quite impressive. Did you enroll in the Imperial Capital University just for him? After sending the exhibition address to Xingru, Junimo set her phone aside, gazing at the white ceiling. Lost in thought. Was it truly for Xingru that she had chosen the Imperial Capital University, or merely to escape from Jun Feiguang and his crowd? She found herself at a loss for an answer. Before she could respond, Yin Shuei interjected, "He's rather handsome. Although he seems quite hostile towards me, it's evident he cares for you. You only met him for a few minutes, and you can tell all that? What? Have you learned to read faces in this past month? Of course. Your grandfather has been peddling on the overpass every day. If I can read faces, I can also tell you that you'll be very wealthy in the future." The two exchanged playful banter, never missing an opportunity to tease one another. The next day, as the exhibition commenced, Xingru arrived at the exhibition hall. After work, he took the two on a tour of various landmarks in the imperial capital, driving them around for several days. That on the final day, Yin Shuei, unable to resist the allure of the Jaguar, felt an itch to take the wheel. "How about I drive back to school this time? I have a license, so you can trust me." Xingru, who was hoping to sit in the back with Junimo, readily tossed the car keys to Yin Shuei and then settled into the back seat with Junimo. As Yin Shuei settled into the driver's seat, he touched the steering wheel with the admiration of a child gazing at a beloved toy, completely oblivious to the fact that while Xingru had previously driven with Junimo in the passenger seat, now he was driving while she sat in the back. The car made its way from the city center towards the university town, where the flow of traffic gradually thinned and the scenery opened up. Yin Shuei, feeling more confident, inadvertently accelerated without realizing it. When the yellow light flashed, he slowed down, and though thrilled, he adhered to the rules and halted within the lines. Bang. The car behind showed no signs of stopping and collided forcefully with the back of the Jaguar. Xingru and Junimo had been discussing the welcome party for new students after the semester began when the sudden impact caused them to lurch forward, their heads striking the front seats. The occupants of the rear vehicle yelled for them to exit, hurling insults. "Are you blind? Can't you see the yellow light? You can't just run through it. Damn, encountering a reckless driver at this hour. Pay up. No one here is leaving without at least 30 to 50,000. Three burly men exited the car, each sporting muscular builds and tattoos on their arms. Simultaneously, Junimo and Xingru opened the back doors to step out, prompting Yin Shuei to join them, standing protectively beside Junimo before they could muster any intimidation. Xingru opened the trunk and retrieved a baseball bat, its silver surface marred by several red stains that resembled blood. Who said I can't drive? Chapter 24. Not so talented, just happened to study law. Seeing Xingru's demeanor, calm yet imposing, and his voice as steady as ever, the baseball bat in his hands radiated a different kind of intensity. The three men before them felt a twinge of apprehension, but upon noticing that the trio appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, they exchanged glances and stepped forward, puffing out their chests. The lead thug, with his head held high, boasted, "What is the matter? Do you want to fight?" Xingru looked down, a smirk curling his lips, dragging the bat across the ground, producing a jarring sound against the concrete. With deliberate steps, he advanced, causing the three men to instinctively part ways. Xingru raised the bat and struck down, creating a significant dent in the car's hood. "Are you out of your mind?" Calm and unhurried, Xingru remained rooted in place, his left hand propping up the bat as he slowly turned to the side. "You crashed into my car like this, and I've barely retaliated. And you call me insane?" Although tall and slender, when he stood upright before the burly thug, the sense of intimidation he exuded was palpable. overshadowing the man by what felt like a head's height. Do you want to see what true madness looks like? As he spoke, he rhythmically tapped the bat against the ground, each sound resonating like a heartbeat, shattering the bravado the thug had built around himself. The thug gulped nervously, raising his fists, while the sound of a camera shutter clicked from behind. Turning around, they saw Jun Mo, composed and unfazed, snapping a few more pictures, asserting, "First, you are fully responsible for this rear-end collision. You will cover the repair costs that I can also see that you were speeding. Secondly, if I'm not mistaken, your vehicle is using a false license plate that if you disagree, we can call the police to investigate." Citing Article 96 of the Road Traffic Safety Law of the People's Republic of China, Jun Mo recited, "Those who forge, alter, or use forged or altered vehicle registration certificates, license plates, driving licenses, or permits shall have their vehicles confiscated by the Traffic Management Department of the Public Security Organs, and may face detention of less than 15 days, as well as fines ranging from 2,000 to 5,000 yuan. If it constitutes a crime, criminal responsibility shall be pursued according to law." Having recited the legal provisions, she noticed the thug's eyes flicker with guilt, and his clenched fist swung towards her. Unmoved, Jun Mo stood her ground like a steadfast pine, her gaze unwavering. Article 293 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China states that acts of provocation that disrupt social order may be punished with imprisonment for up to 5 years. Criminal detention or control. First, randomly assaulting others with serious circumstances. Second, chasing, intercepting, insulting, or threatening others with serious circumstances. Before Jun Mo could finish a recitation, the thug hastily withdrew his hand. "Wait, are you actually trying to play legal games with me?" Jun Mo chuckled lightly, nodding. "Not so talented, just happened to study law." Sheng Ru leaned against the dented trunk, holding the bat. "Not so talented, just studying medicine. Medical examiner." Yin Shui stepped forward, crossing his arms defiantly. "Not so talented. Just in police academy." The sound of their declarations, the three men began to retreat, and it seemed they were about to flee. Jun Mo called out, "Wait. What are you going to say about this extortion? What about the car?" In the end, the three men walked away with 30,000 yuan in compensation, heading back to school. Inside the car, Yin Shui, still buzzing with excitement from the earlier confrontation, couldn't contain his volume. "Wow, Jun Mo, you've truly impressed me. Didn't you just start classes? How do you already know legal statutes?" "I was just making it up. They didn't seem like they knew the law, so a couple of lines were enough to bluff them." As Yin Shui drove, he gave her a thumbs up that "You're just like my grandpa." Good grandson." Having taken advantage of Yin Shui's enthusiasm, Jun Mo handed the money to Sheng Ru. "By the way, when you smashed that guy's car, I checked, and it would cost about 30,000 to repair yours." Sheng Ru accepted the money with a nod of thanks. "Wait, are you serious about being a medical examiner?" "I study clinical medicine. I was just improvising." Yin Shui smacked the steering wheel in excitement, unable to keep his mouth shut. "Haha, I like you. I was also just making it up. Let us formally introduce ourselves." Yin Shui, freshman in business administration. Sheng Ru, freshman in clinical medicine. Did you initially have any hostility towards Yin Shui? Certainly, there is, after all, someone who has shared a bed with Junmo. However, through these past few days of interaction, Sheng Ru has discovered that despite their closeness, their relationship remains devoid of ambiguity, akin to that of straightforward brothers. Coupled with the events of this evening, Sheng Ru's animosity towards Yin Shui has entirely dissipated. As Yin Shui parked the car and handed him the keys, he casually remarked, "Did I not mention that you looked familiar? It struck me yesterday that you seem to have received numerous accolades. A talent like you should logically be pursuing further studies abroad. Yet here you are at Beijing University, albeit it is a commendable institution." Sheng Ru twirled the car keys in his hand before pocketing them, replying, "Because Beijing has what I desire, and I am not a genius, I must leave now. I want to be seeing you off tomorrow. Wishing you a safe journey." With that, he opened the driver's door and took his seat. As the car drove away, the two turned to head towards the dormitory. Along the way, Yin Shui lamented, "If someone like Sheng Ru isn't considered a genius, then there are no geniuses left in this world." Junmo opened the dormitory door, but paused before entering, glancing at Yin Shui. Many believe him to be a genius, effortlessly surpassing others without effort. Only we in the dormitory can truly appreciate how hard he works. Stepping inside, she began tidying up while recounting how Xingru often stayed up late during military training, engrossed in live streams and research papers. What is deemed genius is merely the result of someone doubling their efforts during the time others spend in leisure, resulting in what appears to outsiders as effortless success. Once Junmo had organized his belongings, she stood up, urging him, "Hurry and wash up. We have an early bus tomorrow." All right. After showering and lying in bed, the dormitory was enveloped in darkness. Save for the moonlight filtering through the curtain seams, casting a few beams on the floor, Junmo. I believe Xingru is quite similar to you. Both of you are diligent individuals. The only distinction is that his family seems well off. Yet I am confident that at your core, you are fundamentally alike. Junmo remained silent, and in the tranquil night, their breaths and the occasional sound of turning over created a serene atmosphere that it was unclear how long they lay there. Eventually drifting into a deep slumber, when Junmo next opened his eyes, the alarm had been adjusted once again, and the bed beside him was already devoid of its occupant. "Yin Shui, you have work this afternoon. No need to see me off. I'm not a child that I can find my way. Yin Shui, before I came this time, I was quite worried about you, but now I can reassure my mother that you are doing well in Beijing, surrounded by those who genuinely care for you. Yin Shui, damn, you all have made me overly sentimental. It's infectious." Junmo sat on the bed, glancing at the message Yin Shui had sent him an hour ago. Smiling slightly, just as he was about to respond, another message arrived. "Yin Shui, picture. Yin Shui, wow, the girl sharing my bed is adorable. My springtime is arriving." Chapter 25. He is the boss. Lady Junmo did not hold back with Yin Shui. After exchanging playful banter, she gathered her things and stepped outside. Just as she exited the school gates, she encountered Xingru, who was driving the deep blue Jaguar with a dented trunk from the previous day's mishap. "What brings you here?" "Not fixing the car. I was heading to the place where you're working part-time. There's a shop I frequently visit for repairs." Junmo, having no reason to suspect anything, habitually opened the passenger door and took a seat inside. "By the way, I'm going to ask you about that baseball bat of yours." While speaking, her gaze shifted to the dented trunk that could not be fully closed that if the traffic police were to stop us and see a blood-stained baseball bat. Wouldn't that raise some questions? Rest assured, it was merely ketchup from when Yia insisted I take her for hamburgers after her baseball class. The previous evening's poor lighting had led to a misunderstanding. I only brought it out to scare you. Upon hearing this, Junmo felt a weight lift from her chest. Today, his part-time job involved wearing a mascot costume and distributing flyers outside a fast food restaurant. Xingru parked his car beside the repair shop and found a CF, settling at an outdoor table with a cup of coffee, an iced drink, and a cake in front of him. When Junmo finished her shift and approached the table with her pay for the day, she eagerly drank to cool off that he pushed a watermelon juice towards her and waved to the waiter, who soon brought a plate of pasta, although it was not as delicious as the beef noodles from before. It sufficed to fill her stomach that as she ate, she remarked, "The money I earned today doesn't even cover this meal. It's such a waste. Honestly, I could manage with just a bun." Xingru took a sip of his coffee, responding, "All right, next time I'll buy you buns that don't make it seem as though you're supporting me. I can manage on my OWN. It seems you've had plenty of free time this holiday. Always accompanying us, not busy." Despite his words, his phone rested on his thigh, continuously buzzing with messages from the dean of the medical school. "Xingru, heading back to school soon. Dean, I believe your senior saw you return to school last night." Xingru, that was a mistake. I didn't return. After their simple dinner, they returned to the dormitory, where Guanbo and Yamamoto had already arrived. Yamamoto pointed to the snacks on the table belonging to Junmo and Xingru. "Here, try our city specialties. If you like them, I'll bring more next time." Junmo also shared the delicacies from Misty City that Yin Shui had brought earlier, while Yamamoto devoured the spicy chicken. He exclaimed, "It's so spicy." "Junmo, are you trying to sell me drinks? How could it be considered selling? This is merely quenching your thirst amidst the spice." Yamamoto finished the last sip and stuffed another large piece of chicken into his mouth, praising Yin Shui's gaming skills that he plays exceptionally well, controlling characters perfectly. This season, he is the fastest at ranking up. Guanbo, overhearing this, became displeased and snatched the remaining spicy chicken. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Am I not good at gaming? I've risked my life to protect you several times. How could you forget? Please, that was not protecting me. You just got caught trying to steal kills." the two began to bicker over gaming once more, insisting on a solo match to prove their skills. Meanwhile, Xingru and Junmo, donned with headphones and illuminated by a desk lamp, were engrossed in their studies, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. The first-year courses were exceptionally demanding, running from 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. During the 2-hour lunch break, Junmo did not return to the dormitory, but instead went directly to the library, each morning with classes ahead. He would wake up an hour early to secure seats in the library, claiming 2 seats, one for himself and one to sell. During his lunch break, he would often immerse himself in translating the tasks assigned by Professor Liang. His previous English translations posed no issues, executed with precision, but the German documents revealed a lack of professional terminology. This prompted Junmo to work in the library, allowing him to research and learn simultaneously, ensuring his translations appeared more proficient. After losing his scholarship, with a full course load as a first year, he had to find ways to earn extra income on campus that in the evening. After classes, Junmo remained in the library, revising the documents he had translated earlier and sending them to Professor Liang. Junmo, Professor Liang, I completed the translation. Please have a look, and I will make further adjustments if needed. Professor Liang, good. I will forward it to the other party. Junmo did not rush to leave, instead sitting in the library waiting for Professor Liang's response. As night fell, the library became quieter, apart from the neatly arranged bookshelves. Only a few individuals remained, a couple of girls seated nearby taking selfies. Xingru, are you coming back? If so, please bring me a carton of milk. Junmo, sure. After responding, he looked up to see the girls who had been taking selfies had already left, seemingly having come to the library only to capture a few photos when it was less crowded, unlike the morning influx of senior students preparing for exams. Professor Liang, this is excellent. The other party is very satisfied and even complimented your significant progress. They've assigned you another task, which I will send you. There's no rush, just have it submitted by the end of the month. Finally, Professor Liang, concerned that Junmo might neglect his studies for the sake of earning money, reminded him to prioritize his academics, cautioning against losing sight of the bigger picture. Junmo replied affirmatively, gathered his belongings, and exited the library. Whereas Junmo, not here. I was thinking of buying instant noodles, but never mind, I'll just dash downstairs. He opened the dormitory door only to have it almost close again. Xingru swiftly reached to open Junmo's wardrobe. Take whichever you like. I'll collect the payment. Although he was clearly engrossed in watching an academic report with headphones on, he heard the mention of someone wanting to buy something. The individual quickly turned around, selecting a cup of instant noodles and inquiring about the price. Xingru, without even glancing, responded, green onion and pork flavor, 5 yuan. Didn't you say you weren't even looking? You mentioned the name, so if you took what you said, the price is accurate. After collecting the money, Xingru placed it on the table and returned to his academic report. Behind him, Guanbo and Yamamoto teased. Xingru, you're quite impressive. Usually, you seem indifferent, yet you've memorized the prices of Junmo's items. Indeed, one might think you're the boss lady. Xingru paid no mind to their remarks, still wearing his headphones. Muttering softly, upon returning to the dormitory, after placing the milk on the table, Junmo made his way back to his own desk. He set his backpack down. Xingru immediately handed him the milk, declaring, Here's your midnight snack. You need to replenish your energy. Junmo glanced at the milk and retorted, I have enough energy that if you're not going to drink it, I might as well keep it to sell. It's just a matter of running an errand, buying it for 5 and selling it for 5. That just as he finished speaking, Xingru twisted off the cap of the milk. Oh no, it's open now. Selling it is out of the question. Chapter 26. A spectacular welcome party unable to resist Xingru's insistence. Much like he had once yielded to Yin Shui's persistent breakfast requests, Junmo reluctantly tilted his head back and drank the milk in large gulps. The creamy liquid dribbled down the corner of his mouth. Xingru, who had been leaning casually against the opposite side, suddenly tensed, his gaze fixated on the milk stain that was gradually sliding down towards Junmo's elegant neck. He wished to continue his gaze downward, but hastily averted his eyes, hastily donning his headphones to listen to an English forum lecture, muttering to himself, Maintain your composure. Maintain your composure. The weekend following National Day was the welcome party for the freshmen, featuring performances by talented students from various departments. By 5 in the evening, a stage had been erected beside the artificial lake, and the air buzzed with excitement as everyone anticipated the first grand event since entering university. Junmo, which number are you? I believe I'm third. Once I perform, I can leave directly. Yamamoto chimed in, if we finish early, shall we go swimming nearby? It's sweltering today, and there's a newly opened swimming pool across from the school. I happen to have a few tickets. Why not use them? Junmo turned to look at Xingru, who nodded in agreement with the plan, prompting him to consent. As the program commenced, Yamamoto returned to the dormitory to fetch the tickets and also brought along swim trunks for the three of them. Xingru, Junmo, and Guanbo seated in the audience. Junmo's striking appearance was enough to captivate without the need for heavy makeup. The second performance was a comedic dialogue, and once the performers took the stage, Junmo had to head backstage to prepare, but he entrusted his phone and backpack to Xingru for safekeeping and then bent down to weave through the crowd towards the backstage area. After the host announced his name, Junmo took the stage, cradling a guitar, and sat on a high stool to play and sing. His clear and bright voice resonated through the microphone, illuminating the night sky with youthful exuberance. Xingru focused intently on the performer, who radiated brilliance, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. However, the chatter of nearby girls discussing Junmo's ripped jeans began to distract him. His skin is flawless. Even I, a girl, feel the urge to touch it. Not just the skin. Look at those long, straight legs. What if he wore a skirt? Oh, how I wish he were a skirt or shorts. I feel like such a creep. Don't feel that way. Be confident. You are. As the girls continued their discussion, Xingru's smile faded. When he glanced back at Junmo, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on his radiant smile and melodious voice. The rips in his jeans became an eyesore. Taking out his phone, he sent a message. How was my singing? Once Junmo finished performing, he didn't linger on stage, ignoring the waves of applause and cheers, and walked straight to sit beside Xingru. Guanbo gave him a thumbs up, praising him. Amazing Jun, a talented moneymaker, a great basketball player, a diligent student, and now a fantastic guitarist. You could debut at this rate. The music industry needs you. Junmo wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, I'm just a humble guitarist. I'm better suited for studying law. Justice needs me. Guanbo raised an eyebrow at him. Just a humble guitarist? Really? Junmo remained non-committal, glancing at the two of them. Shall we go swimming? Didn't we agree? I'm quite hot, and I haven't swum in a long time. His schedule was usually packed with classes and part-time jobs, but today, he had freed up time for the welcome party. The three of them made their way through the crowd, and just as they exited the audience area, they encountered Director Liang, who was accompanying school leaders for an inspection. They exchanged brief greetings and continued on their way. Junmo, before they could walk far, a delicate female voice called from behind them. A girl approached, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and exclaimed, Junmo, I just watched your performance. You were incredible. Junmo smiled bashfully, scratching his head, but before he could respond, Xingru interjected coldly. He is a freshman. Calling him brother is premature. The girl momentarily froze, her intention to sound endearing backfiring as she realized the boy was calculating months. So, which month were you born in, Junmo? That is private. Junmo and Yamamoto simultaneously exclaimed. Xingru also felt he might have overstepped and fell silent, stepping back to call Yamamoto, urging him to hurry. The girl looked back at Junmo. Her face flushed, her voice sweetly dripping with innocence. Junmo, which month is it? Junmo chuckled lightly. I'm sorry, but I might actually be younger than you. As for which month, that is definitely private. Reluctantly, the girl accepted defeat, but exchanged contact information before departing. Meanwhile, Xingru, who heard the exchange, received the swim trunks from Yamamoto, running over, questioning, why did you ask me to bring Junmo a pair of trunks? He already has a pair on. Without explaining, Xingru took the trunks and patted Junmo on the shoulder. Let us go. He maintained an air of nonchalance while inwardly pondering why Junmo hadn't outright rejected the girl's advances and why he had agreed to exchange contact information. Could it be that he was truly straight, or perhaps bisexual? This dilemma gnawed at Xingru, leaving him in a foul mood. Upon arriving at the swimming pool, Xingru tossed Junmo's swim trunks to him, his gaze lingering on him. Those jeans? You mean the pants? They belong to Yin Shui. Before he left, he insisted I wear these ripped jeans to the welcome party and took away my old pair. Junmo changed into his swim trunks. He continued to grumble, I've worn those pants for years. They've become too short that I don't understand why he insisted on swapping. Although he had initially been bothered by their mutual exchange of pants, Xingru suddenly understood why Yin Shuei was so adamant about wearing his old pair. Come on, hurry up. I haven't swum in ages. Junmo stretched his arms as he passed by, noticing Xingru lost in thought, and waved a hand in front of him. What are you thinking about? Xingru's gaze swept over Junmo's appealing physique, his throat tightening as he instinctively blurted out, "Nothing, just contemplating using you as a specimen for research." Junmo immediately recoiled, crossing his arms over his body. Specimens come with a fee. Even models and art schools charge that you'd better be prepared to pay, or perhaps you'd like to consider a monthly package. A smile crept on his Xingru's lips as he set aside thoughts of the years he had spent, pondering why Yin Shui's expressions of concern were so casual, yet carefully calculated, that he no longer cared about their relationship being close enough to share pants. With a slight smile, he replied, "All right, but I want exclusivity. Such a fine physique shouldn't be seen by anyone else." Chapter 27. The assumption of a couple. The swimming pool was not overly crowded, likely due to its recent opening. After several laps, Guanbo and Yamamoto could no longer keep up and resorted to splashing water at the pool's edge. Junmo and Xingru continued to swim back and forth, their lithe forms reminiscent of beautiful mermaids beneath the azure waters. Having exhausted their enthusiasm and noticing the time, the group exited the pool to shower. Junmo emerged from the changing room. He bumped into Sun Anxiang. "See, I told you we have a connection. I ran into you at the restaurant where I worked, and now here after being let go." Sun Anxiang indeed wore the swimming pool staff uniform. Xingru followed Junmo out of the showers, a towel wrapped around his waist, and quietly asked, "Need any help?" Junmo shook his head, "No, thank you." Ignoring Sun Anxiang, he opened his locker, hesitating briefly before turning to him. "Could you please step aside? I need a change." Sun Anxiang chuckled lightly. "Oh, what is this? Are you afraid of a man seeing you? Or is it that your benefactor doesn't allow anyone else to look at you? After all, last time, without hesitation, he paid your bail. With this person, why bother working hard when you could be pampered in bed instead?" As Sun Anxiang's words hung in the air, Xingru retrieved the sports pants intended for Junmo from the cabinet and flicked them towards Sun Anxiang's face. "Don't think of him as a good person. Let me tell you, he is far from clean, that he used to frequent bars." Sun Anxiang, clutching his left cheek, hurriedly aimed to eliminate Junmo's hidden vulnerabilities, eager to shatter his image as a wholesome young man in the eyes of others. However, before he could finish speaking, Junmo's fist brought him crashing down to the ground. Rising to his feet, Sun Anxiang rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront. Having suffered once before, he thought to himself, "Who do you think you are this time? Let go." Guanbo and Yamamoto emerged from their showers, instantly intervening to restrain Sun Anxiang, urging him to avoid a brawl and to remain calm, all while stealthily stepping on the back of his feet. "Then aren't you all in cahoots?" Sun Anxiang forcefully jerked himself free from Guanbo and Yamamoto's hold, glaring furiously at Junmo and his companions. Guanbo chuckled and glanced at Yamamoto. "Ditto, he actually figured it out. I thought he was too dim to notice. Stop fooling around. How could we possibly be in league with each other? We don't even know each other, that we're merely acting as good Samaritans, maintaining public order." Yes, we're just being good Samaritans." Taking a deep breath, Sun Anxiang realized he was getting nowhere and turned to leave, not forgetting to sow discord between Xingru and Junmo. "Just wait. You'll eventually see his true colors. Prepare to regret it. He is not as innocent as you think." When Guanbo and Yamamoto inquired about the identity of Sun Anxiang, Junmo merely summarized him with the phrase, "a dead pervert." The four changed into their clothes and took the elevator downstairs. As the elevator reached the first floor, Xingru pressed the button to hold the door. "You all go back first. I seem to have left something behind. Should we wait for you?" "No need. Just head back, that I might go home tonight." Xingru owned a modest apartment in the university town, a fact Junmo was aware of, and she nodded in acknowledgement. "Be safe on your way back." "Okay." Junmo followed Guanbo and Yamamoto back to school, and as the elevator doors closed, she could still hear Yamamoto inquisitively asking about the girl who confessed her feelings, inquiring if she was cute and what Junmo thought of her. The elevator ascended gradually, Yamamoto's voice fading into the background. "At least someone confessed to you. Otherwise, we might have thought you were a couple with Xingru, always together." The latter part of the conversation was lost on Xingru, as the elevator had reached the swimming pool floor. Approaching the front desk with a humble yet charming smile, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze, he unwittingly tugged at the heartstrings of others. Hello, I would like to inquire about someone. In the dormitory building, Jun Mo inserted the key and opened the door, while behind her, Yamamoto continued to provoke Guanbo by highlighting the closeness between Shungru and Jun Mo. Look at them. Even when sleeping, they're head-to-head, and you're facing me with your feet. You could face me with your feet too, but I don't like having my head facing the door. Guanbo promptly removed his socks and attempted to shove them into Yamamoto's mouth. Then you can't blame me for your foot odor. As soon as the door swung open, Yamamoto yanked the socks from his mouth and kicked off his shoes. Igniting a playful chase around the dormitory, Jun Mo, with earbuds in, listened to a legal program, while her phone buzzed with a message from Yin Shui, asking him to send something over. Jun Mo texted, "Profit will be split 50-50. Yin Shui replied, "No need, just give it to me at cost." After responding, she switched back to the chat with the girl who confessed her feelings earlier in the evening. Jun Mo, should I send it directly to you? Or will I bring it over? Yu Jinan, could you bring it over for me? Jun Mo, sure, I'll contact you when it arrives. Meanwhile, as Jun Mo concluded her business and set her phone aside to focus on her studies. In a secluded alley by the swimming pool, Xiaowu delivered the repaired Jaguar to Shengru. Are you waiting for someone? Shengru nodded, suddenly recalling Shi Jinping, who had been dealt with previously. What happened to that guy with the surname Shi? Don't worry. Every hit was precise, avoiding any fatal injuries, though he looked quite pitiful. After being hospitalized for so long, he has recovered, but he refuses to attend classes. Taking advantage of the situation to linger in the hospital, Deng Xiao Wu lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips, but before he could ignite it, Shengru snatched it away. Sister Xiaowen said you shouldn't smoke. Xiaowen also said you shouldn't fight. You have no evidence. I've never fought. After a moment, Shengru glanced back at him. Adio, you have something else to say? Aren't you waiting for someone? Don't you need me to come along? No need. You should head back to avoid leaving evidence. Xiao Wu felt helpless. This child had always been cunning since childhood and often followed Xiaowen, making it difficult for Xiao Wu to manage him. As he prepared to leave, he wanted to remind Shengru to be cautious, but after considering Shengru's precise awareness of every millimeter, organ and blood vessel involved, he changed his words. Get some rest at 10 o'clock that night. As the swimming pool closed, Shengru had already been waiting inside the car, having listened to an entire lecture on conquering cancer. When he spotted Sun Anxiang casually stepping out of the swimming pool, a handwritten note tucked into his pocket, whistling as if the day had gone splendidly, as he walked into the alley. He playfully jumped over a stone in the middle of the road. Behind him, a tall figure followed, effortlessly stepping over the stone and quickening his pace to close in on Sun Anxiang. Chapter 28. An ideal location for the hunt. Before Shengru could don the white gloves from his pocket, Sun Anxiang had already taken a seat in his car, keys in hand. Humming a tune, the engine roared to life, and just as someone passed by, Shengru, feeling helpless, turned back to drive his car. Inside the blue Jaguar, Shengru kept a close eye on Sun Anxiang's vehicle. A gray Nissan with its trunk wide open, bouncing up and down with the car's movement. Initially planning to deal with Sun Anxiang when he was alone, the hunter's patience had worn thin, compelling him to make a call to provoke his prey. Hello. Sun Anxiang's voice rose at the end of his sentence, clear and bright, suggesting he was in a good mood, but that pleasantness dissipated the moment Shengru spoke. You should close that. Equipped with a voice changer, Sun Anxiang couldn't discern the caller's identity, and the unfamiliar number only added to his confusion. Who are you? What should I close? Behind the car, the lights flashed twice, as if greeting Sun Anxiang. Your trunk. You should close it. Sun Anxiang glanced at the rearview mirror, finally noticing a blue Jaguar closely tailing him, just a hair's breadth away, ready to collide with him at the slightest press of the accelerator. Due to the headlights, he couldn't see the person inside the car, so he squinted and instinctively pressed down on the gas. Who the hell are you? Brother, let's talk this out, he quickly added. I get it now. That little tramp is your person, right? I didn't seek him out tonight. He called me over. Now that you found out, I want to go. I promise I won't contact him again. Please, don't be impulsive. There are surveillance cameras on this road. Bang. The moment his words fell, the blue Jaguar slammed into him, and the call remained connected, allowing Shengru to listen to Sun Anxiang's panicked curses and fear as the collision occurred. Once the vehicle stabilized, Sun Anxiang looked up and realized he had unwittingly been cornered by the blue Jaguar in a secluded area devoid of surveillance. Big brother, I truly apologize. Can I just go back? Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed as the blue Jaguar crashed into the gray Nissan, pushing it onto the green belt without any signs of stopping, continuing to ram into it. Seeing this, Sun Anxiang halted his car, flung open the door, and bolted away. Sheng Ru parked calmly, approaching the gray Nissan, picking up the fallen phone, deleting the call history, and then leisurely pursued Sun Anxiang while donning the white gloves, though the situation had been somewhat chaotic. This remote area, devoid of surveillance or passers-by, was considerably safer than that alley, proving to be an excellent hunting ground. Sun Anxiang, in a state of panic, ran aimlessly deeper into the road, tripping over vines and tumbling forward. The moment he looked up, his pupils dilated in horror as he let out a scream. "Aw, damn it!" Before him stood a stone grave, overgrown with grass, desolate and eerie. Sun Anxiang scrambled to his feet. But before he could even curse, Sheng Ru had already caught up, delivering a sharp kick to his lower back. Sun Anxiang fell onto the grave, embracing the deceased intimately. As he turned to see, it was Sheng Ru. The terror in his eyes faded, replaced by a disdainful smirk. "So it's you, the one Junimo is involved with." With that, Sheng Ru seized Sun Anxiang by the collar and forcefully tossed him aside. "Don't dirty someone else's territory." The conversation revolved around a grave, as a deep, mechanical voice spilled forth from Sheng Ru's throat, accompanied by a crackling sound reminiscent of a deranged killer from a film. "Ah, how fortunate I am," he scoffed. "Are you not merely seeking to defend that heartless scoundrel, Junimo, with your voice modulator and gloves, prowling the night and driving me to this desolate place? How considerate of you." Sheng Ru leaned down, a sneer of disdain on his lips. "That it's only fitting to deal with scum like you." As Sheng Ru straightened, Sun Anxiang realized, to his surprise, that he bore an additional wound, long and narrow. Seemingly not severe, yet it burned with an intense heat, crimson blood oozing forth. "You, how did this happen? Which of your eyes saw any connection to me?" Though Sun Anxiang was certain it was Sheng Ru's doing, he possessed no evidence, not even the ability to witness with his own eyes how Sheng Ru had inflicted the injury. "I care not for your feelings toward Junimo. Her aversion and rejection of you are glaringly evident. In the future, keep your distance from her. Today, I merely offer you a small lesson. However, should there be another incident like today's at the swimming pool, for each warning issued and each encroachment upon her space, another wound shall appear upon your body, long and thin, as if sliced by an exquisitely sharp and minuscule blade." Having deemed it sufficient, Sheng Ru prepared to leave. Sun Anxiang, seated on the ground, pressed his hand against his numerous lacerations. "You harbor feelings for Junimo, do you not?" Sheng Ru halted his departure, not turning back but remaining silently in place. His towering figure cast a shadow over the desolate grassland, imposing an overwhelming pressure upon Sun Anxiang. "You are unaware of Junimo's past, are you? He is not as pristine as he appears on the surface." Despite his trepidation, Sun Anxiang mustered his courage. This was a rare opportunity to sow discord between them. Sheng Ru slowly turned, the sound of his feet crunching on the dry twigs resonating in the stillness. He said nothing, merely gazing down at Sun Anxiang with an unsettling intensity. "Apparently, you are also ignorant of his history." Sun Anxiang rose, dusting the soil from his palms, a smug smile tugging at his lips. "I have known him since he was 10. I understand him far better than you ever could. Junimo." Relying on his handsome and seemingly pure visage. It was a tranquil night, and Sheng Ru sat on the balcony, a glass of wine in hand, fingers idly twisting a cigarette procured from Xiaowu. He neither smoked nor lit it, simply rolling it between his fingers until the delicate strands of tobacco fell to the ground. The words spoken by Sun Anxiang regarding Junimo's past echoed incessantly in Sheng Ru's mind, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. Naturally, he could not wholly trust Sun Anxiang's words, yet he gleaned that Junimo's life over the years had not been particularly kind, hardly aligning with the notion of good. The expectations and longings in his heart were forcibly confined within the metaphorical box known as his heart. The following afternoon, as Sheng Ru returned to school, just past noon, a bag containing 3 hoodies in hand, he noted that autumn had arrived. Students around him had donned long sleeves or light jackets. Only Junimo continued to wear short sleeves, as if he existed in an entirely different season than the rest. Yesterday, when Yamamoto had returned to help Junimo retrieve long pants, Sheng Ru learned that Junimo did not avoid long sleeves simply out of preference, but because he lacked them. With so few clothes throughout the year, how could he possibly be well-equipped? I bought 3 hoodies. They can serve as our dormitory brotherhood attire. Upon seeing the large tin logo on the back, Guanbo eagerly seized it, only for his expression to dim as he tried on the clothing. Shengru, this size is all wrong. This one is incorrect too. The clothes are too large. Shengru glanced at the items. Snatching the clothes from Yamamoto and Guanbo, stuffing them into Junmo's embrace. The waiter must have misunderstood. They all ended up in Junmo's size, so let us give them all to him. Guanbo, Yamamoto, Yunmu. Chapter 29. Shengru's buy 1, get 3 free. Guanbo snatched a hoodie from Junmo's grasp, scrutinizing it closely, only to discover that although the 3 garments appeared similar, the designs were distinctly different. Wait a moment, Shengru, brotherhood attire is typically identical. You bought 3 entirely different pieces, all in Junmo's size. You claim it was a mix-up by the waiter. Do you think we will believe that? Yamamoto stood by, laughing heartily in agreement that I certainly don't. Shengru took a seat, appearing unfazed. You could believe it. Meeting Shengru's indifferent gaze, Yamamoto suddenly seemed to grasp the situation, tugging at Guanbo to nod in affirmation. I believe it, and you should too. Guanbo. Huh? Are you out of your mind, believing such a flimsy excuse? Yamamoto kicked Guanbo playfully. I just had an epiphany, all right. Get back to gaming. Haven't you fallen from your rank again? Hurry and log in. The allure of gaming far outweighed that of the hoodies, and as Guanbo was dragged away, Junmo returned the garments to Shengru that you're doing this on purpose. Aren't you? Shengru unzipped his jacket to reveal he was already wearing an identical hoodie out of the 4 hoodies. Aside from the one worn by Shengru, the other 3 were indeed Junmo's size, sharing similar yet subtly distinct patterns derived from the 4 noble plants, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. That I'm not being deliberate. It truly is brotherhood attire. It was a mistake. Junmo returned 2 of the hoodies, still unable to overcome his stubbornness and pride, leading Shengru to accept them back. Dinner was consumed outside, at a trendy tin store on the commercial strip, where the 2 hoodies were exchanged for Guanbo's and Yamamoto's sizes. The 4 of them each donned a hoodie for the return trip. Junmo suggested splitting the cost, wishing to reimburse Shengru for the clothing. However, when he had been sent off to buy drinks during the size exchange, the other 2 had not considered the prices either. Ultimately, Shengru declared it was 51 per piece, and the 3 of them each handed him 50 that upon entering the gates of Beijing University. A group of girls spotted the pair, seemingly clad in matching outfits, exclaiming how high their combined attractiveness was. However, upon noticing Guanbo and Yamamoto trailing behind, they realized, those hoodies are the latest from 10. I heard they're 2,000 each wholesale. So, it was not a couple-less outfit after all. What a pity. That night, in a silence broken only by Shengru's steady breathing, Junmo stayed up late reading a book on animals, borrowed from the library, in preparation for an upcoming translation task related to wildlife. By the time he turned off the light and climbed into bed, his 3 roommates were already fast asleep. Especially when Junmo lay down, the gentle touch of his hair brushing against Shengru's head, accompanied by a faint fragrance, felt like a gentle breeze wafting through a flower field. Refreshing and soothing. Instinctively, Junmo swallowed hard, shifting slightly to create distance between their heads that in a dreamy haze. He felt a warm, moist sensation on his lips, as if a pair of soft, fragrant lips had pressed against him. This sensation was an unprecedented experience for Junmo when he finally opened his eyes. It was only the 2nd time since reaching adulthood that he found himself in such a predicament. The first had been at Shengru's home. Now, however, Junmo was agitated, scratching his hair multiple times. The last incident had been clear, but this time, could it be due to the tender, lingering kiss in his dreams? With this thought, Junmo shook his head vigorously. Seizing the moment to slip out of bed before his roommates awoke, he quietly descended to the floor, stealthily opened the wardrobe, and retrieved a clean pair of pants to take to the bathroom. The bathroom door, due to years of wear, creaked with a distinctive sound each time it was opened or closed. Fearing to wake his roommates, Junmo nearly lifted the door an inch at a time to close it quietly. Finally shutting the door, he turned on the faucet, washing his pants silently, unaware that at the moment he had closed the door, the sleeping Shengru had opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After finishing his washing and stepping out, he coincidentally bumped into Guanbo, who was drowsily heading to the restroom. Spotting the still-dripping pants in Junmo's hands, the oblivious Guanbo inquired, "Why are you washing clothes so early in the morning? Did you wet yourself?" "You're the one who wet himself. Hurry up and mind your own business." Guanbo, still half asleep, could not fathom why a spirited young man would wash clothes at such an hour. Junmo let out a long sigh, and upon hanging his pants to dry and turning around, he met Shengru's eyes, which held a teasing glint. "Did I sweat when I sleep? Why did it feel as if he had been caught in the act of wrongdoing?" To make matters worse, Junmo had a thick skin when it came to earning money, yet his pride was as thin as paper in other instances. Under Shengru's gaze, and with Guanbo fully awake after washing his face, Junmo's face flushed crimson, his neck and ears still burning red even after breakfast. Faced with Guanbo's teasing, he could only force himself to maintain his composure. Life is not merely about the struggles before us. Guanbo immediately chimed in, but also about poetry and distant horizons. No, there are still distant struggles. Guanbo and Yamamoto. Seizing the moment before either of them could react, Junmo swiftly distanced himself from them and dashed away. After a morning filled with classes, Junmo finally found a fleeting moment of tranquility. Little did he expect, upon exiting the building at noon, to encounter Guanbo, who stubbornly insisted on debating the true meaning behind the phrase "life is more than just the struggles before our eyes." Junmo, eager to seize his time at the library, sighed as he observed Guanbo's incessant chatter. "I'm in a rush to the library. Could you please expedite your ramblings? There is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. If it's inappropriate, then refrain from speaking. But what if it is appropriate? If it is, then keep it to yourself. I have no desire to listen. Actually, I happened to browse the forum today and noticed someone had uploaded photos from your welcome party, as well as several of you in the library. And so?" Guanbo swallowed hard and cleared his throat. "So, are you popular?" He withdrew his hand from the glass doors of the library, looking at Guanbo with a puzzled expression. "What kind of thought process is this?" Guanbo promptly handed him his phone to reveal a discussion about Junmo beneath countless unfiltered and unembellished photos of Junmo. There were numerous expressions of admiration and confessions from a diverse array of admirers, with boys seemingly in the majority. Particularly striking was a photo from the previous night of him and Shengru, both wearing the same outfit on campus. The imagery was simply breathtaking, evoking a vivid mental portrayal of a youthful romantic drama. Junmo snatched the phone back. "Don't tell me you intend to confess your feelings for me too. It will cost 50 per confession, otherwise I shan't listen." Guanbo remarked, "You truly are money-minded." Junmo turned and pushed the door open once more, declaring as he stepped inside, "Indeed, my beloved is none other than the currency of the realm. Let us keep our grand romance under wraps." Chapter 30. Shengru, you really are quite the frugal one. In Guanbo's eyes, Junmo had long since become entranced by the allure of wealth. Although Guanbo did not hail from an affluent family, he had not endured significant hardships throughout his upbringing, unless one counted the shadows cast by Mr. Guan. Upon returning to the dormitory and discussing Junmo's apparent obsession with money, Yamamoto recounted a discovery made during their last swimming outing regarding Junmo's meager wardrobe, leaving Guanbo incredulous. "Are you suggesting he is in such dire financial straits that he lacks even the basics?" With a glance around the empty dorm, where both Junmo and Shengru were absent, Yamamoto cautiously opened the closet to reveal its sparse contents that I only noticed when I came to help him fetch his swim trunks. Across all seasons, this is all he is. No wonder he works so hard for money. I suspect he earns his tuition all on his own. Guanbo examined the small single wardrobe, divided into 10 shelves, with the bottom 4 housing clothing and the top 6 filled with snacks and instant noodles for sale. In Guanbo's understanding, he had never fathomed that someone could endure such hardship. What about Yin Shui, Junmo's friend? Perhaps we should inquire with him. He must be aware of Junmo's circumstances. What kind of parents would leave an 18-year-old to fend for himself? Yamamoto shook his head. "I've already asked. I suspect Yin Shui knows, but is reluctant to speak, considering how strong-willed Junmo is. I only mention this in hopes that you'll refrain from speaking thoughtlessly next time and be more considerate of Junmo's feelings." Lastly, fearing that Guanbo might inadvertently reveal too much, he cautioned, "You mustn't let Junmo discern your sympathetic gaze. It could hurt him deeply." Guanbo nodded stiffly, his steps toward his bed slow, as if burdened by lead, gazing at the trendy sweatshirt Shengru had purchased. He suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, So that's why you abruptly came to believe Sheng Ru's words. Yamamoto cast him a sidelong glance, shaking his head in exasperation. Alas, with your emotional and intellectual quotient, I doubt you'll ever win over the cashier downstairs. Guanbo, being disparaged and confronted by Yamamoto, was secondary. The primary discomfort stemmed from his own bluntness in unmasking Sheng Ru's good intentions, and his eagerness in urging Sheng Ru to swap the clothes for their sizes, that he felt like a thoughtless fool in that moment. Throughout the afternoon break, Guanbo struggled to find sleep, preoccupied with how he might subtly show kindness to Jun Mo without arousing suspicion. Tormented by a sense of guilt, he found himself tossing and turning. The unintended consequence of this was Yamamoto, who had hoped to nap but was repeatedly roused by Guanbo's musings. Thus, the dialogue in the dormitory that afternoon unfolded thusly. Yamamoto, what do you think about me frequently treating Junimo to meals? I've covered his breakfast for the entire university that he wakes up earlier than you do. Then I'll buy him some clothes. Winter is approaching swiftly in the capital, that I'll get him a down jacket, a scarf, gloves, and a hat too. Are you afraid of hurting his pride? What do I do then? Perhaps I should let him become my father's godson. After all, my father always says I'm not exceptional. But Junimo is so clever and attractive. My father would surely take a liking to him. Why not just bring him home as your son-in-law? That way, you could support Junimo for a lifetime. Yamamoto had initially expressed this out of annoyance, but to his surprise, Guanbo genuinely began to contemplate it. By the time they left for class in the afternoon, Guanbo was still musing about how he preferred girls, and marrying Junimo seemed irresponsible for both parties, especially as he passed by the supermarket and noticed the sweet-voiced, even sweeter smiling cashier, feeling a pang of guilt for potentially betraying her. What to do? It seems I can't keep visiting the cashier lest I impede her life. Yamamoto. Actually, you really don't have to. Before Yamamoto could finish his sentence, Guanbo had already dashed off. Distressed that the cashier might not even be interested in you, let alone Junimo. Meanwhile, Junimo spent the entire afternoon in the library, seated next to a senior preparing for graduate school. This senior, conveniently from the German department, kindly explained the German text Junimo was studying. Sitting diagonally across on the second floor was Sheng Ru, who, due to his participation in a medical school project, had a designated study room in the library. Through the glass wall, he could see Junimo diligently engrossed in his studies under the sunlight. However, the presence of the senior beside him stirred jealousy within Sheng Ru. After observing for a while and realizing Junimo was genuinely focused on his studies, he refrained from intervening. In addition to his experiment-related texts and data, Sheng Ru had also brought along a German textbook. Growing weary, he glanced over at Junimo, whose posture was upright and features exquisitely defined. The sunlight streaming through the window cast a golden glow on his profile, as if he were basking in a spotlight, while the world around faded into the background. Though it was an ideal study environment, Sheng Ru suddenly found his motivation to study evaporating. When the time came for class, Junimo rose to leave, and upon exiting the library, he encountered Sheng Ru, who held a carton of milk in his hand. I bought too much. Care to help me finish it? Junimo noticed the lid had been opened, rendering it unsellable. With no choice, he drank it instead. The two strolled side by side toward the lecture hall, amidst a flurry of hurried footsteps from others. Yet they moved leisurely, as if enjoying a casual promenade. Sunlight illuminated them, casting their shadows on the cobblestone path behind them, stretching infinitely until they intertwined. By the way, wasn't I summoned by the dean for an experimental project? Last week, I received some German data. I noticed you've been studying German lately. How about lending us your expertise? After finishing his milk, Junimo casually tossed the carton into the trash, completely unaware of the milk stain lingering on his lip. The German department is offering compensation. Sensing Junimo's intent to decline, Sheng Ru quickly dangled the tempting bait. As he spoke, his fingers deftly brushed against Junimo's lips, wiping away the milk stain, then producing a tissue to clean his fingers before discarding it. You might want to think it over. I'll head to class now. Remembering the clothes Sheng Ru had bought for him and the daily carton of milk he had consumed, Junimo decided to accompany Sheng Ru to the medical school after dinner that evening. After retrieving the documents, the two returned to the library side by side. Despite Sheng Ru's assurances that there was no rush, Junimo was inherently diligent. Having agreed to assist, he took it to heart. Their essay study room on the second floor designated for our research group. You can translate there. Jun Mo glanced towards the second floor, noting that it not only had a door for security, but was also spacious. He had initially thought that with a dedicated study room, they could at least rise together and have breakfast. However, the following morning, when Shengru awoke, he found the bed next to him neatly made. Shengru asked, "Isn't it unnecessary to reserve a spot?" Jun Mo replied, "I'm reserving for others. It's 30 each, so I can reserve for 2 at once, earning 60 in a day, a fortune." Shengru, you truly embody the virtues of frugality and household management. Chapter June 31st Mo. I am aware that this is a malady. Chapter June 31st Mo. I am aware that this is a malady. The two of them entered and exited together every day, spending their time not only in classes, but also nestled in the library, akin to conjoined twins, as Guanbo would put it. Jun Mo took charge of the translations, occasionally consulting Shengru for clarifications on professional matters. Shengru, on the other hand, pretended to read a book beside her, though I cannot say where his true attention lay. It certainly wasn't on the pages, until that Friday when Jun Mo, seemingly racing against time, stayed up late to complete the translation of a document to submit to Sheng. In truth, I wasn't in such a hurry. Why endure sleepless nights? No, Guanbo mentioned the school's basketball tournament, and I signed up. Tomorrow, I have arranged to practice with some friends. Hearing this, Shengru turned to Guanbo, his brows slightly furrowed at a basketball tournament. Guanbo exclaimed proudly, thumping his chest, his face radiating with delight. Indeed, I heard it from my father. This tournament is organized by departments. The first-place winner not only receives a substantial cash prize, but also earns academic credits. It's truly a win-win situation. Guanbo raised his hand, and Jun Mo turned to give him a high five. This was an idea Guanbo had persistently discussed with Yamamoto, one of the few ways to subtly make amends to Jun Mo without bruising his pride. Guanbo congratulated himself on his cleverness, oblivious to the less-than-pleasant look Shengru cast in his direction. Jun Mo, you must be cautious while playing that I heard that Shi Jinping is also participating. I don't know who he offended, but he has been bedridden for quite some time. Fear not. I've had a taste of the experience before, and I will be careful this time. Guanbo urged Jun Mo to be wary of Shi Jinping. Shengru, with his head slightly bowed, walked toward the bathroom, holding a pair of pajamas. If it weren't for Xiao when discovering my encounter with Shi Jinping, that baseball bat would never have been confiscated. Later, when dealing with Sun Anxiang, I had to take matters into my own hands. Luckily, the wilderness left no evidence. The basketball tournament was scheduled for the end of October, with a full course load and no opportunity to take on part-time work. The training for the tournament consumed a considerable amount of his extracurricular time. Even the translation task introduced to him by teacher Liang could only be completed late at night after returning to his dorm. Lacking a computer, he had to translate everything on paper first, making several revisions and refinements before transferring it to his phone. That he was incapable of using the built-in WPS on his phone. It was simply that after years of use, his phone often lagged, even without any entertainment applications, that if he attempted to translate directly on his phone, he feared it might suddenly malfunction, causing his hard work to vanish into thin air, forcing him to start all over again. That night, as Jun Mo scribbled on paper, Shengru approached him. Didn't you finish your translation work? Ah, that was completed, but this is a submission to a magazine recommended by a senior. I thought I'd give it a try. Who knows, I might get lucky. Shengru gazed at the beautifully written characters, the strokes bold and expressive, reminiscent of a graceful beauty or a valiant warrior. Though aesthetically pleasing, watching him write by hand tugged at Shengru's heartstrings that he turned back to retrieve a laptop from the cabinet and placed it on Jun Mo's desk. Here, use this. Your handwriting is excellent. There is no need to practice further. Jun Mo refused, pushing it back that I can't accept this. My current method of handwriting and editing on my phone works just fine. Upon hearing this, Shengru not only didn't he take back the laptop, but also retrieved a phone. Don't feel embarrassed. Aren't you quite the business-savvy individual? This laptop and phone are merely lying idle for me. I'm not giving them away for free. Realizing it wasn't a gift, Jun Mo relaxed slightly. So, you mean to rent them? I'll pay you $100 a month to use this laptop and phone? Exactly. Since I don't use them, it's better to let you have them and put them to good use. Jun Mo pondered for a moment, then lowered his gaze at the laptop and phone. Although he recognized Shengru's good intentions, he was aware that both devices had been used. After nodding in agreement, he didn't even bother to shower before diving into editing his manuscript on the laptop. Jun Mo had enough money in his bank account to buy clothes, or even a laptop or phone, but he couldn't bring himself to spend it. Having endured a week of hunger, barely surviving thanks to a bowl of porridge from the grandmother downstairs, he developed a peculiar habit thereafter, saving money, saving copiously, enough so that he would never again face hunger, never wait for others to offer charity, and never again witness those pitying or sympathetic gazes directed at him. He was acutely aware that this obsession was a form of illness, yet he could not curb his desire to save. It was as though those who had experienced famine would retain a habit of stockpiling food. Even in times of peace, these tendencies were ingrained in his very bones and could not be eradicated. Initially, Yin Shui would chide him for being overly frugal, but eventually, he came to understand and ceased to comment. On the day of the basketball tournament, Sheng Ru declined invitations from the seniors and took a seat in the stands, watching Jun Mo sweat it out on the court. Whenever Jun Mo scored, Sheng Ru's heart would swell with excitement, even prompting him to leap from his seat and cheer in exhilaration. If Jun Mo got knocked down, Sheng Ru would anxiously lean forward, peering down to ensure Jun Mo was all right. Only relaxing when he saw Jun Mo rise and smile, resuming his spirited play. The phrase empathy was brought to life in Sheng Ru's experience that It felt as though not just Jun Mo was racing across the court, but Sheng Ru was right there with him in spirit. Hey, I heard that Jun Mo's team is going up against Shi Jinping's in the next match. Hopefully, the brat has learned his lesson this time. Guanbo, praising Jun Mo's prowess on the court, grew increasingly anxious. However, no sooner had he spoken than Jun Mo was once more knocked to the ground. The 1.82-meter-tall figure fell heavily, producing a dull thud that reverberated throughout the venue. Sheng Ru stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Jun Mo sprawled on the floor. His teammates rushed over, expressing concern for his well-being. That it wasn't until several minutes later that Jun Mo managed to rise. But he leaned back, supporting himself with his hand on his lower back, appearing quite pained. Just as Jun Mo lifted his foot, Sheng Ru leaped over the stands, landing directly in front of him. How are you? Did you injure your tailbone? Jun Mo grimaced, resting his hand on Sheng Ru's shoulder, yet still focused on the ongoing match. Replay that incident. He definitely fouled. The boy's voice, typically resonant and vibrant, now sounded frail, resembling that of an elderly man, and his pale complexion tugged at Sheng Ru's heartstrings. Why are you still worried about the game? I'll take you for an examination. Jun Mo grasped Sheng Ru's shoulder, his eyes filled with determination and longing. Just wait a moment. One more minute. Sheng Ru inhaled deeply, shifting slightly to the side, allowing Jun Mo's arm to rest on his shoulder. He wrapped his left arm around Jun Mo's waist, supporting him as his anchor. For the sake of money, are you willing to risk your life? In response, Jun Mo offered a radiant yet slightly bittersweet smile. Don't worry. I promise to be your lifelong good friend. How could I possibly disregard my own life? Meanwhile, the incident from moments ago was being reviewed by the opposing team. The player responsible for defending Jun Mo was under suspicion. Yet there was no substantial evidence. The video had been obstructed, resulting in a lack of clarity. Ultimately, the ruling declared no foul had occurred. Jun Mo turned to the boy who had collided with him earlier, flashing a cheeky grin and raising his middle finger. While outwardly grinning, inwardly he was fuming. Chapter 32 Jun Mo, we did nothing at all. Chapter 32 Jun Mo, we did nothing at all. Seeing the gesture, the boy took a bold step forward, preparing to confront Jun Mo although injured. Jun Mo refused to back down, slightly bending forward as he approached. Sheng Ru, with a firm grip on Jun Mo's waist, gently pulled him back, lowering his voice to remind him, let us get checked first. We can discuss fighting afterward. Jun Mo glanced at Sheng Ru's slightly irritated expression, then turned back to give a thumbs up. Wait until your grandfather finishes with the doctor before you come to reprimand this unfilial descendant. Upon hearing this, the boy, feeling slighted, charged forward, only to be intercepted by Jun Mo's classmates, tall and sturdy. They stood their ground, their chests puffed out, ready to confront the rival. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you looking for a fight? Are you looking for a fight? Sheng Ru aided Jun Mo in making their way to the entrance of the basketball court, while the commotion behind them subsided with the referee's whistle, restoring order to the game. Upon arriving at the infirmary, they found only a gentle-looking male doctor inside. Clad in a white coat, He was chewing on a lollipop, casually watching anime with his legs crossed. Sheng-Ru knocked on the door, prompting the doctor to look up at them. What seems to be the problem? We were playing basketball, and he felt that he might have injured his tailbone. As he is having difficulty standing, Sheng-Ru helped Jun Imo onto the examination bed. He smoothly conveyed Jun Imo's condition to the doctor. Turning back, he noticed the doctor extending his examination tools toward him. Would you care to do it yourself? Sheng-Ru had finally closed his mouth, not because he lacked the ability, but rather due to the absence of basic examination equipment at hand, compounded by the fact that he was in someone else's workplace. He could only step back to yield his position to the doctor. Junmo lay sprawled on the bed as the physician utilized instruments to conduct his examination. Afterward, he straightened up and spoke in a calm tone. Please remove your trousers. I need to take a look. Junmo, showing no sign of confusion, grasped the waistband of his trousers and began to pull them down. However, halfway through, he was tugged back by Sheng-Ru, who interjected, I believe you have already conducted a thorough examination. It can't be an issue with the coccyx, can it? Throughout the doctor's examination, Sheng-Ru had been on the side, eager to scrutinize each of the doctor's movements as if he wished to observe every detail closely through a magnifying glass. The doctor adjusted his glasses with his index finger and confirmed, indeed, there is nothing wrong with the coccyx. Consider yourself fortunate. Thus, it was necessary to remove the trousers to assess the extent of the injury to the buttocks in order to administer appropriate medication. Sheng-Ru bent down to assist Junmo in sitting up, nodding slightly as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. As long as the coccyx is unharmed, that is sufficient. Regarding the other injuries on Junmo's body, he added, we can take care of those ourselves. Supporting Junmo, Sheng-Ru led him out of the infirmary, not looking back as he heard the doctor mutter behind them about today's youth being so self-assured. As they exited the infirmary, Junmo found it somewhat laborious to descend the stairs, prompting Sheng-Ru to simply bend down and carry him on his back. Sheng-Ru, I can walk slowly. I can manage to get back myself. It is precisely your long-standing malnutrition that leads to frequent injuries. You are so light. I can easily carry you. Junmo felt a hint of grievance. This injury is not my fault. That person knocked into me. And he looked to weigh at least 200 pounds. How could I possibly have withstood that? Then make sure to eat well. Don't remain malnourished and don't stay so light that I might have become a big fatso. What will I do if I can't find a wife in the future? Then simply don't marry. Just as Junmo began to voice a hesitant thought, he abruptly fell silent. That moment, Sheng-Ru was carrying him down the stairs and encountered a teacher from the medical school. They exchanged slight nods of acknowledgement before Sheng-Ru continued toward the dormitory. When Sheng-Ru inquired about what Junmo had intended to say moments ago, Junmo chose to remain silent. In the infirmary, as a campus doctor who had practiced at Daido University for many years. It was the first time he had been rejected by a student, leaving him feeling rather vexed and frustrated. When he saw his senior brother arrive, he immediately recounted the earlier incident. Just think about today's youth. Even if you are a graduate student at the medical school, how can you question my authority as the campus doctor? The senior brother glanced out the window at the sight of a youth bent over, carrying another on his back. The willow branches by the roadside danced in the breeze, adding a touch of spring to this vibrant scene filled with youthful energy. Are you speaking of them? The campus doctor nodded. Yes, it's the boy in the light blue shirt who stated that as long as it wasn't an injury to the coccyx, it would be fine, as if he could handle any other injuries himself. He actually can handle them. Huh. You know him. Before the senior brother could respond, the campus doctor seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, Oh, I see. My father mentioned that future star of the medical field. The senior brother nodded. Removing his white coat and pulling his wrist toward the door, let's go. I have dinner plans with friends. Yes, they walked out. The campus doctor continued to chatter. I never expected that someone with such excellent academic performance could be so handsome. Just like you, senior. Just as the senior brother turned to plant a kiss on his cheek, they were interrupted by a passing student. He quickly retracted his lips and smiled at the student. Although same-sex relationships are no longer taboo, one must still maintain a sense of decorum, especially in a school setting and in front of one's students. In the dormitory, Sheng-Ru helped Junmo climb onto the bed and then went downstairs to retrieve the medical kit, saying something akin to what the campus doctor had said earlier. Please remove your trousers. As a fellow practitioner of medicine, he understood that in the presence of a healer, distinctions of gender and profession should not matter. However, upon seeing the campus doctor and recalling the stories his senior brother had shared about teachers and campus doctors during their school days, he found himself unable to control his thoughts when the campus doctor intended to examine Junmo's posterior. All professional decorum was momentarily cast aside. He simply knew that Junmo's posterior should not be exposed to anyone, especially a male campus doctor who shared the same sexual orientation. "Why didn't you let me apply the medicine in the infirmary?" Junmo murmured, hands folded, with his chin resting on his hands. Xingru knelt on Junmo's calves, with the open medical kit beside him, using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to cleanse the wound. The area from his lower back down was entirely bruised, indicating a significant impact. It would take several days for him to be able to rise from the bed. "This minor injury is something I can treat. The campus doctor has other matters to attend to." "What is he busy with?" "When we arrived, he was just watching anime." "Hey, be gentle, Junmo urged, but Xingru increased his pressure, causing Junmo to finally relent and cease mentioning the campus doctor. When Guanbo and Yamamoto returned to the dormitory, they were greeted by the sight of Xingru gently pulling up Junmo's trousers. Both stood at the doorway, momentarily stunned. "You too?" Yamamoto reacted swiftly, pulling Guanbo out of the dormitory, closing the door behind them while adding, "You two carry on. Don't mind us." As the dormitory door closed, Yamamoto lightly knocked 3 times. How long do you think you'll need?" "We aren't quite sure about your duration," Junmo retorted. "Get in here. What kind of wolfish words are you saying at the door? As if we were doing something inappropriate." Yamamoto replied, "I was just checking in since it seemed you hadn't started yet. I wanted to know how long it would take." Junmo inhaled deeply, snatching a pillow from beneath him and throwing to his surprise. Guanbo called out from outside, "Whoa, is it that intense?" Chapter 33. Xingru. "Is it unreasonable for me to collect a bit of interest?" After treating the wound, there remained a need for a miraculous remedy for contusions. Coincidentally, while stepping out to bring dinner to Junmo, Xingru visited the infirmary. The personnel had changed. The previously bespectacled, mild-mannered doctor had swapped shifts. Xingru explained his purpose for being there and, fortuitously encountering his senior brother on duty, successfully obtained the medicine. Before he left, his senior brother stopped him. "Xingru, do you use DY? Let us follow each other?" Having just helped retrieve the medicine, Xingru found it impolite to refuse and thus shared his DY account. DY1MZ9KL9TMFC. After speaking, he did not linger to check if his senior brother comprehended or managed to search for it. But instead, he stepped out with the medicine in hand. Xingru did not frequently use DY. Most of the time, it was Chengyu who, under the watchful eye of Xiao Wenjie, borrowed his DY account to follow CPs. In the words of Uncle Wu, Chengyu was more like a professional fan than a student. Upon entering the dormitory, Xingru placed the 3 dinners on the table, ignoring Junmo, who was reaching out for the medicine from the bed, and turned to set the medicine on his own bed. With his other hand, he held his phone, engaged in a conversation. "All right, thank you, understood. I will definitely go." After hanging up, he opened the medicine he had brought from the infirmary. "Should I help you remove it, or will you do it yourself?" Guanbo and Yamamoto, having misinterpreted the situation, burst into laughter simultaneously. Junmo squinted at the two of them and declared, "If you're not eating, then leave it there for me. Don't waste food." After rebutting them, the two lowered their heads, glancing at Xingru, their voices instinctively softening. "Don't say such odd things, as if we really did something shameful." "Is it you who are overthinking?" Junmo swallowed hard, reluctantly admitting to himself that he had indeed misinterpreted the situation. "Just hand me the medicine. I'll apply it myself." Xingru climbed onto the bed, forcefully yanking down the already loose-fitting shorts, which slid to the crook of Junmo's legs. Before Junmo could protest, the medicine had already been gently applied to the wound. The cool sensation, reminiscent of mint, significantly eased the pain, rendering it no longer fiery and acute. For the next 2 days, Junmo remained in bed, permitted to rise only occasionally to relieve himself. During the remainder of the time, even for tasks as simple as washing his face or brushing his teeth, Xingru provided him with what he needed to handle while remaining in bed. Strangely enough, Guanbo and Yamamoto, who typically spent their time in the dormitory playing video games, were now out early and returning late. Even Xingru, who often stayed in the dormitory to read or practice speeches, was seldom seen. The dormitory felt eerily empty, leaving Junmo alone, which heightened his sense of desolation. Nevertheless, he kept himself occupied, using the computer that Xingru had rented for him to continue editing his submissions while lying on the bed. In the dormitory, a serene atmosphere prevailed, while within the basketball arena, the medical school's basketball team welcomed a new player. When Xingru entered the court wearing a basketball jersey, revealing his fair, long arms and legs, a deafening cheer erupted from the audience. Whether Xingru played well or not was uncertain, but one thing was clear. He was undeniably handsome, especially when she extended her arm to dunk the ball. The entire basketball arena seemed to illuminate AT that moment. What they were witnessing was not merely a basketball match between the medical and imaging departments, but rather a stunning personal showcase, a dazzling display of athleticism. Sweat glistened on her toned, exquisite muscles, and the atmosphere was thick with the scent of hormones. Today, the medical department faced off against the imaging department, the very same group that had clashed with Junmo previously. Xingru seized the rebound and dashed towards the opposite direction, raising her hands high and forcefully launching the ball forward. The entire crowd held their breath as their gaze followed the basketball, which traced a beautifully arched trajectory from half-court straight into the basket. What a splendid shot! Instantly, the arena erupted with cheers and screams. A 200-pound behemoth from the imaging department exchanged glances with his classmates, switched positions, and moved to guard Xingru. He fancied himself the hunter, oblivious to the fact that he had already fallen into the trap set by a true predator. As the ball reached Xingru's hands, the hefty opponent advanced, but before he could even attempt to push her away, a force struck his abdomen. That it was fierce and sudden, unmistakably heavy, yet it sent him crashing to the ground. The 200-pound giant lay sprawled on the floor, arms raised in a plea to the referee, shouting that Xingru had committed a foul. However, upon reviewing the footage, it showed no evidence of Xingru pushing him. Instead, it captured him reaching out to push her. The giant exclaimed, "If I had pushed her, would I be on the ground?" With the basketball in hand, Xingru leaped and made another flawless shot, glancing down at him with an air of indifference. Perhaps this was all to put on a show for me. The referee, sensing the suspicion, issued a warning. The game continued, and although the 200-pound giant felt aggrieved, the closer he got to Xingru, the more ferocious her attacks became, each strike to his ribs, abdomen, and heart intensifying in force. His retaliation had no bearing on Xingru's scoring. Ultimately, the medical department triumphed with an overwhelming score, while the imaging department, despite the loss, advanced due to their accumulated points. However, as the match concluded, the giant, still simmering with anger, hurled the basketball to the ground and strode toward Xingru. She stood still, unflinching, until his fist swung towards her. She sidestepped slightly, allowing it to graze her shoulder before turning to the referee. "Referee, he hit me." The referee blew the whistle. Fighting and brawling, he was ejected from the game, disallowing him from returning. Under the concern of her classmates, Xingru departed, turning back at the door to provoke him with a smile. The giant fumed in the basketball arena, unable to act on his rage, his body marked with bruises far worse than Junmo's injuries. Outside the dormitory, Yamamoto stopped Xingru. "Did you attend the basketball game to seek revenge for Junmo?" "Yes, so those few hits you landed were for him." Xingru paused on the stairs, nodded, and continued upward. "He played dirty. I merely collected some interest, wouldn't you agree?" Yamamoto and Guanbo shook their heads in unison, acknowledging her loyalty and cunning. After examining Junmo's injuries and confirming he could get out of bed, Junmo insisted on going to the cafeteria for a meal, refusing to accept Xingru's offers of assistance. As he pulled up his pants, he reached for his zipper just as Xingru emerged from the bathroom. Reflexively, he stepped forward to help, but Junmo grasped Xingru's hand, looking puzzled. "My rear is injured. My hands are fine." Realizing his overzealous reaction, Xingru withdrew his hand and went to change his clothes. Nearby, Guanbo and Yamamoto laughed uncontrollably, while Junmo sensed the awkwardness and, while zipping up, accidentally got stuck. "Ah!" Junmo's screams echoed through the hallway. But due to his injury, he couldn't jump around, only bending over and clutching his legs. Yamamoto chuckled. "Ha! Will that break? Is it unusable?" Guanbo chimed in. "No worries, if it breaks, you can just do without it." Xingru remarked. "I told you I could help with that, I in pain." Junmo's face scrunched up, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "But if you help me zip up, will you also support me?" Xingru swallowed hard and mumbled as he turned. "It's not impossible." Chapter 34. Towards the sun, Unyielding childhood experiences taught him to maintain the appropriate politeness and distance with those around him, always presenting a radiant and sunny smile. Yet only Junmo understood that ever since his friendship with Sun Anxiang had turned sour, he felt that anyone who approached him, particularly men, did so with ulterior motives, as if approaching with a knife in hand. Now, as Guanbo and Yamamoto laughed and chatted ahead, Xingru remained at his side, offering support. They were three strangers with no blood ties, yet the care and kindness they had shown him during this time far surpassed that of others. Junmo contemplated pushing them away, attempting to reject their goodwill, but he found himself reluctant to do so. Junmo, what would you like to eat? How about some pig trotters to nourish your body? Junmo shot them a glance. But before he could refuse, Guanbo and Yamamoto had already taken Xingru's meal card to buy food. Xingru promptly headed towards the beverage counter. His phone buzzed. It was a vague message from Yin Shui. Yin Shui, you must possess the ability to love and be courageous, no matter the setbacks and sorrows you face. Regardless of your circumstances, always harbor hope and march towards the sunlight, unyielding. Junmo read the message. Feeling bewildered, yet a wave of emotion stirred within him. When he looked up at Xingru, he recalled their kiss in his dream, and an inexplicable sense of guilt and self-reproach flooded his heart. Xingru treated him like family, yet he had acted in such a manner in his dream that, oh, the shame. Hey, have some yogurt. How much is it? Instinctively, he reached for his phone to transfer money, but suddenly remembered Yin Shui's cryptic message and quickly changed his mind. I'll buy it for you next time. Hearing this, Xingru smiled faintly, ruffling his hair, as if he were a child. You've made significant progress. When Junmo inquired about what kind of progress Xingru meant, he chose not to elaborate. As for Yin Shui's ambiguous words of wisdom, Junmo was momentarily distracted, surrounded by the playful banter between Guanbo and Yamamoto, as well as Xingru's continuous offering of food. After dinner, Xingru received a phone call. Glancing over at Guanbo and Yamamoto, who were engrossed in their game, that I'm heading home this weekend. Guanbo urged impatiently, go ahead, but don't forget to bring back some local specialties from the capital. Hey, Yamamoto, get in there. I've already given you support. Don't be timid, go for it. I'll protect you. Xingru assessed the situation. Realizing these two were not going to succeed, he approached Junmo's bedside, where Junmo was bent over his laptop. Editing his manuscript, that I'm going home this weekend. Your wound has just been treated, so avoid water. Okay. And don't lean over too long. It's not good for your back, and being too close to the computer isn't good for your eyes either. Oh, all right. Xingru fussed over him like a mother reluctant to leave her child, offering countless reminders. Behind him, Yamamoto, trying to stifle laughter, teased, Xingru, one might think Junmo can't take care of himself. Damn it, Guanbo, weren't you supposed to protect me? I'm right here, and you're running away. I may be full health, but I'm fragile. If I don't run, I'll be dead. I've died 10 times already. If I die again, my teammates will report me for intentionally throwing the game. The two continued their playful bickering, almost ready to come to blows. Xingru ignored them, grabbing a soft pillow from his own bed and placing it on Junmo's chair, then helping him to get down. Try this. It'll make it easier for you if you need to use the restroom or get a drink. With this arrangement, he hoped Junmo could at least manage to care for himself. Junmo settled into the chair, his injuries still healing, but the cushion provided enough comfort for him to sit down without too much discomfort. In this position and distance, he found it less tiring to work on his computer. Stretching his back, he commented, "This is much better. I've been practically breaking my back for the last 2 days." Xingru looked down and muttered softly, "Your back lacks exercise." Junmo, preoccupied with his work, didn't he catch that and turned to ask, "What did you say?" Xingru smiled lightly. "I said, while the cushion is soft, don't sit for too long. You might press on your injury." Once Xingru left the dormitory, Junmo shifted in his seat to find the most comfortable position to continue editing his manuscript. Suddenly, Yin Shui's voice call came through. Junmo glanced back at Yamamoto and Guanbo, who were deeply engaged in their game, and figured he wouldn't be a bother, that he stayed seated to answer the call. "Did you see the message I sent you?" "I did, and I wanted to ask, why have you started reading self-help quotes lately?" Junmo reclined slightly against the chair's backrest, yet the moment she leaned back, the pressure exacerbated her wound, causing a sharp pang of pain. Like a jolt of electricity, she abruptly rose, gripping the railing as she answered the call. When she finally ended the conversation, the ambiguous message left her uncertain whether it was Yin Shui's attempt to woo his senior with some heartfelt platitude or a casual nudge aimed at her. Junmo had long grown accustomed to Yin Shui's bewildering yet warm gestures. She pondered expressing her gratitude but ultimately refrained, deciding that if he claimed it was for pursuing his senior, then she would accept it as such. At the villa, Xingru alighted from the car, and as he approached the entrance, he overheard Sister Xiaowen reprimanding Chengyu. "What is the matter?" Chengyu, spotting Xingru, rushed over, clutching her novel and wearing a pitiful expression, seeking his assistance. "Brother Xingru, my mom has started again. She won't even let me read. The teacher says we need a balance of work and rest, but my mom is so rigid. Please save me." After pleading, she discreetly made a hand gesture, whispering, "Brother Xingru, help me out, and I promise to cover for you in the future." Xingru glanced at the book in her hands, noting its appealing cover, a soft green that exuded freshness. "Come on, I consider you a sister, but isn't this author your favorite?" Xiaowen, clad in black sportswear, had her short hair tucked behind her ears, revealing a hint of purple highlights, while a cap masked her forehead, which bore the scars from last year's mishap while saving Ling Gu. "That I do like this author, and I've read this book. It's indeed wonderful, a warm story. However, reading must be balanced with study. She doesn't focus on her studies, and the teacher calls me frequently about her declining grades. What is worse, she skipped the last exam to attend some concert. I wouldn't have known if the teacher hadn't called me today." Although Xiaowen wasn't particularly strict, her perpetually stern demeanor created an aura of natural authority that made Uncle Zio obedient to her. Yet, Chengyu seemed unperturbed by her mother's sternness, skipping classes and even exams without a second thought. Chapter 35. Xingru. Don't ask, just know it's a coincidence. During the few minutes Xiaowen spent reporting Chengyu to Xingru, he had already skimmed through the book's summary and introduction. The narrative revolved around childhood friends reconnecting after 13 years of separation, their feelings for each other still intact. However, one character, having endured numerous misfortunes, harbored an innate resistance and confusion regarding his own orientation. Ultimately, with the support of his childhood friend, he confronts his inner turmoil and embraces his true self, leading to a heartwarming conclusion. For some inexplicable reason, the boy's struggle with his orientation immediately brought Junmo to Xingru's mind. He swiftly tucked the book behind him and declared, "I'm confiscating this book for now. You can't read novels during this period. Studies must take precedence, especially skipping exams." Chengyu, who had hoped for a savior, was taken aback. "Brother Xingru, are you serious? Don't you like this author too?" Xingru blinked, tilting his head slightly at her. "Of course, I'm serious. As for this book, it stays with me for now. You can exchange it for your next exam results." Seeing someone finally reprimand Chengyu, Xiaowen felt satisfied and turned to help in the kitchen. Moments later, Xiao Ling descended the stairs in a white shirt and khaki pants, ignoring Xingru and Chengyu as he headed straight for Xiaowen. It seemed that he had finally secured an appointment with the doctor to remove the scar on her forehead, a remnant of a chandelier incident. "That I'm already married, and my children are old enough to drive me mad. It's just a scar. It's nothing to fuss over. I don't rely on my looks for a living." Xiaowen typically paid little heed to her own issues, but she was deeply concerned about Xiao Ling's well-being. Last time, had Xiaowen not rushed out to push Xiao Ling away, the injury might have been far worse. "For I am the boss, and if I say you should get the surgery, then you must comply. You can't refuse, otherwise, you might as well stay at home and keep an eye on ye." As Chengyu heard that her mother intended to return home to supervise her, she couldn't bear the thought of Xiaowen hovering around, leading her to protest vehemently. Johnny also came down from the second floor, wearing a loose black silk shirt that showcased his well-defined chest and the subtle marks on his skin. He casually draped an arm over Xiao Ling's shoulder, pointing towards a nearby box. "Xingru, here is the complete set of books you wanted." "Thank you, Ego." After expressing his gratitude, Xingru stepped forward and Chengyu, out of curiosity, followed him, squatting beside him, though she had little interest in the book's content. "Brother Xingru, how can you not help me? I'm your biggest fan in this house." Xingru glanced at the book, confirming it was the set he desired, and then returned to watching her. "Do you remember my baseball bat?" Chengyu replied, and Xingru simply raised an eyebrow, muttering in "no need to thank me." Before heading towards Jiang Yi and Xiao Ling, Chengyu plopped down on the floor, filled with regret. She realized she should never have complained after seeing that bloodied baseball bat. in this house. It seemed one could easily offend anyone, each more cunning than the last. Uncle Xiaowen returned with 2 sets of haute couture dresses and noticed Chengyu looking dejected. He hurried over to inquire. "What is wrong, my little princess? Why so glum? Did someone bully you?" Chengyu sighed, rising to her feet. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to help the S.A. father. He couldn't let his daughter down. So he immediately puffed out his chest and declared, 'Who dares bully you? I will seek justice for you. How dare they mistreat my daughter?'" Chengyu pointed at Xiaowen and Xingru. "There, my mom and brother Xingru. Go help me get my revenge." Uncle Xiaowen gulped, the flames of indignation in his eyes extinguished in an instant. "You're being unreasonable. How could you be angry at your mom and brother Xingru? As long as they know they were wrong, that's enough. Just remember to behave from now on." He then approached Xiaowen with a large bouquet of flowers, attempting to curry favor, oblivious to Chengyu rolling her eyes behind him. At 10 o'clock that evening, Junmo finished washing up and tidying her computer. Just as she was about to climb into bed, the dormitory door swung open. She assumed it was Guanbo and Yamamoto returning to ask something. "What brings you back again?" "Xingru, didn't you say you wouldn't be back this weekend?" Xingru entered the room, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. "Where are Guanbo and Yamamoto?" "They went to the internet CAF. They had a disagreement in King of Glory and decided to settle it with a LOL duel." Xingru placed a neatly packaged box on Junmo's desk, along with a food container he had brought back. "You haven't eaten dinner, right? I brought you something. It should still be warm." As Junmo ate, she noticed the entire set of legal books. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be back this weekend?" "They had a sudden change of plans and no one's home. So I returned." The voice, emanating from the bathroom, was laced with a natural softness and echo, expertly masking any hint of guilt in his tone. "This book," Xingru, drying his face, glanced at the food container, realizing it was empty. "Didn't you say you liked this set of books? You mentioned that anyone studying law should have one. I saw it and thought of you. I don't study law, so it's of no use to me. But this book is only available abroad." With his back turned to Junmo, Xingru opened the wardrobe and retrieved his pajamas. Pausing as he removed his shirt, "My family often travels abroad and mistakenly bought it. Since it would just gather dust at home, I thought I'd bring it to you." He turned away from Junmo to change. His back muscles flexing as he moved, his skin flawless and pale, his broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, embodying a well-proportioned physique. Especially that waist, it appeared to brim with strength, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Junmo suddenly felt parched and quickly averted her gaze to examine the book. As Xingru finished changing and prepared to lie down, his gaze fell on the book in Junmo's hands. "Do you enjoy reading the title page?" Only then did Junmo realize she had been staring at the title page for quite some time, feeling embarrassed as she replied, "Oh, I was just checking where the publisher is located." Xingru tilted his head, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, and chose not to expose her, directly climbing into bed and quietly flipping through the novel. When Junmo finally joined him on the bed, Xingru discreetly tucked the novel beneath his pillow. In the stillness of the night, both remained awake, yet they lay in comfortable silence, not uttering a single word. After a while, Chengyu sent photos of their barbecue at the villa. Breaking the tranquility, "I heard you want to play basketball." "Yes, I suddenly felt like exercising, and the department needed players. So I joined," he responded nonchalantly, while secretly texting Chengyu to assure her that he would take good care of the novel. Placing his phone on silent beside him, "I heard you also encountered someone from the film department." "Yes, we ran into each other, and even WON. In the stillness of the night." Junmo turned slightly in bed, recalling the message sent by Sun Onxiang earlier that evening. Unable to restrain himself, he couldn't help but inquire, "Did you see Sun Onxiang recently?" Chapter 36. Junmo. What should I do if Xingru seems to be angry? Junmo lay in bed for a considerable time, yet no response came from Xingru. When he finally lifted his head to look, he found Xingru had long since closed his eyes. Sound asleep. "Xingru?" he called tentatively, but the only replies were the steady rhythm of breathing and the gentle rustling of the wind outside the window. But he lay back down, retrieving his phone from beneath the pillow to peruse Sun Onxiang's messages. "Sun Onxiang, your friend, though he appears polite and gentle on the surface, has no idea how many unsavory deeds he has committed behind the scenes. Let me tell you, I will not easily let him off the hook. Because of him, I lost 2 jobs and now bear injuries all over. Don't think you can escape unscathed. I have told him all about your past indiscretions. Do you think he is unaware of your true nature? He knows everything. His kindness towards you is merely a means to an end. Fundamentally, he is no different from me. The message from Sun Anxiang, received while washing up that evening, wasn't particularly lengthy. Yet Junmo found himself staring at it for an extended period. Guanbo and Yamamoto were bickering about heading to an internet CAF for an all-night showdown, which jolted Junmo back to reality. Looking at the person sleeping just above him, he reflected on the 13 years they had been apart, during which so much could have transpired. He was no longer the little Junmo of the past. And Shengru might also have transformed from the boy he once knew. He yearned to ask questions, to explain his past, yet he could only quietly respond with a message urging him to keep his distance before deleting all traces of their conversation. Sleep, sleep, and when you do, you can pretend to know nothing. When you sleep, you can act as if nothing has ever occurred. Why disrupt the beauty of the present when life has only just begun to improve? As Junmo cleared his message history and put his phone away, Shengru, with his eyes still closed, slowly lifted his gaze to the pristine ceiling, a flicker of guilt stirring within him. Had Sun Anxiang contacted Junmo? What had he said? Would he discover that Shengru was not as he seemed? Would he feel fear, disgust, or blame himself for taking matters into his own hands? The following morning, the two slept until 11, roused only by the sounds of Guanbo and Yamamoto returning from their all-nighter. Both sported dark circles under their eyes, a testament to their late-night efforts. Let's go. Time for lunch. Afterward, I'm going to sleep. I am utterly exhausted after staying up all night, Guanbo declared, splashing cold water on his face in the bathroom, waking both Shengru and Junmo. The four of them descended the stairs toward the dining hall, with Shengru and Junmo walking in the middle. Guanbo and Yamamoto, typically playful with each other, now walked on opposite sides as if they were rivals, due to the events of the previous night. Both Shengru and Junmo remained silent, their hands tucked into their pockets, occasionally brushing against one another's arms. Despite the awkwardness and embarrassment, they did not shy away, fearing it might imply a deliberate distance. Meanwhile, Guanbo and Yamamoto were openly antagonistic, casting disdainful glances at one another. Originally on equal footing, the four became divided as Guanbo took a slightly longer stride, stepping ahead of Yamamoto. Irritated, Yamamoto retaliated by striding forward. Overtaking Guanbo unfazed, Guanbo quickened his pace, pushing ahead of Yamamoto once more. Thus, the two began to race in a childish display of competition, soon escalating to a full sprint toward the dining hall. As if the entrance were the finish line of their impromptu race, Yamamoto stood, hands on his hips, torn between exasperation and amusement. "You fool!" After a moment of scolding, he sprinted after Guanbo. Junmo and Shengru exchanged glances. And in that moment, the barriers of suspicion and misunderstanding dissipated, their laughter erupting at the childish antics of Guanbo and Yamamoto. Haha, together they might be 5 years old. Haha, what a couple of fools. After their meal, the tension that had lingered from the previous night vanished, and the two soon returned to their dorms to sleep. In the afternoon, Shengru received a call and headed to the laboratory, while Junmo remained behind, searching for suitable part-time work. Knock, knock, knock. Though Junmo had set up a mini convenience store in his dorm, when others came to buy things, they simply knocked twice and pushed the door open without hesitation. Some even entered without knocking, treating it like a small shop, never considering whether barging in might be inappropriate since they were all boys. Noticing that the person at the door was not entering, Junmo rose to open it. Standing at the entrance was a girl, clutching a notebook with a black cover, followed by a few boys who lingered at the doors of other dorms, chatting. "What can I do for you?" "Hello, I am from the student council. I would like to ask if Shengru resides here." Junmo nodded. "Yes, but he is not here at the moment." "Oh, I see. The two-person dorm he applied for with the school has an opening now, and I came to inform him that he can move over at any time. You can give him a call. I understand, but I don't have his contact information, and the medical school won't provided. Could you please help me relay this? Here is my number. I would appreciate it if you could pass it on." Junmo was well aware of his own appearance. After a few months at school, he had received numerous admirers and even love letters, most of which he had politely declined. In Junmo's eyes, Shengru was infinitely more handsome and accomplished, so it was only natural that he would attract attention. Perhaps that was why the medical school, fully aware that the individual before them was from the student council, kept his phone number a closely guarded secret. Junmo accepted the number written down by the girl, assuring her he would pass it on, and then closed the door. Gazing at the number in his hand, he sighed deeply and placed the slip of paper on Sheng-Ru's desk, pressing it down with a pen. Little Junmo, the two-person dorm you reserved is now available. The student council has informed you can move anytime. Junmo stood still, quickly composing the message but hesitating for a moment before choosing to delete it and start anew. Little Junmo, when will you be back? Sheng-Ru, in about an hour. Why? Junmo didn't reply further, but began tidying up Sheng-Ru's belongings. The conditions of the four-person dorm were decent. But for Sheng-Ru, both the environment and the academic atmosphere were too noisy and disruptive for studying. When Sheng-Ru returned to the dorm, he found Junmo packing his belongings. What's this? Are you trying to kick me out because I came back late? Junmo pointed to the slip of paper with the phone number and recounted the visit from the student council that afternoon. Sheng-Ru picked up the note, glanced at it, and dialed the number, stepping outside while pinching Junmo's cheek playfully. That you're quite swift. Looks like your injuries have healed rapidly. Junmo, is this you being angry? Chapter 37. Sheng-Ru. My roommate can't take care of himself. He relies on me. Junmo turned around to find Sheng-Ru lounging in his chair, leaning back with his legs crossed, casually fiddling with Junmo's stress relief toy, a rubber bun. This bun had been a gift from the shopkeeper during their last restocking trip. The way the shopkeeper squished it in his hand had struck Junmo as somewhat lewd. Yet squeezing it when he felt anxious was genuinely comforting, which was why he hadn't discarded it that moment. As Sheng-Ru squeezed the bun in his hand, it seemed on the verge of bursting. Junmo noticed the furrow in Sheng-Ru's brow. It was clear that he was genuinely upset. Hello, this is Sheng-Ru. Yes, I had previously reserved a two-person dorm, but I no longer wish to move. The reason? My roommate can't take care of himself. He relies on me. Standing nearby, the roommate who managed to care for himself, Junmo, thought, surely he can't be speaking of me. He must be referring to Guanbo or Yamamoto. No, I believe a four-person dorm is just right. It won't disturb my studies. Please cancel my request. Thank you. Direct and efficient. Sheng-Ru ended the call and turned to face Junmo, who was leaning against the wardrobe. So, what about these belongings? Should I return them to you? Sheng-Ru rose, nodding slightly. Much appreciated. After speaking, he tucked his phone away and stepped out of the dormitory, displaying no intention of helping him tidy up. As he watched the door close, Junmo sighed, feeling an indescribable mix of relief, comfort, and concern. The relief and comfort stemmed from the fact that Sheng-Ru had not moved out, while the concern arose from the impression that Sheng-Ru seemed quite upset. He wondered if purchasing a carton of milk would appease him. Every time Junmo tried to explain the situation, Sheng-Ru was always too busy to spare a moment. That in the past, they would share lunch and dinner together. But recently, he hardly saw him during mealtimes. That he would leave early and return late, only to shower and sleep upon arrival. Even the moments they used to share, with their heads close together in conversation, had vanished. That on this particular day, Sheng-Ru had to stay up late organizing data, as the experimental results were confidential and unsuitable for transport back to the dormitory. Thus, he returned to the dormitory merely to shower and change before heading back to the lab. Upon emerging from the shower, he noticed 5 cartons of milk on the table, each with different expiration dates. That it appeared that this foolish boy had bought one every day. How could someone so frugal bring himself to watch them expire without selling them? A smirk crept onto his face, mischievous yet filled with a sense of triumph. That he discarded the expired ones and quickly consumed the 2 freshest cartons. Due to his experiments, Sheng-Ru had missed classes for several days, only returning to shower during the afternoon when Junmo had classes. That it wasn't that he was deliberately avoiding Junmo. He was simply waiting for the professor to finish a meeting regarding the experimental results, which was the only time he had to spare. When Junmo returned to the dormitory, he found 5 milk cartons in the trash, sending a chill through him. Wasn't he the one who had applied for a double room? He was merely assisting in tidying up. Why was Sheng-Ru so furious? Sighing, Junmo pondered, is Sheng-Ru particularly busy lately? Why do I feel like I haven't seen him in days? Just as Guanbo finished speaking, Yamamoto emerged from the bathroom, holding Sheng-Ru's damp towel, clearly just used. Oh, Sheng-Ru returned to the dormitory. The towel is still wet. What is going on? Have you two had a falling out? Junmo slammed the door shut, replying irritably, I don't know. He brushed past Yamamoto and entered the bathroom. After visiting several shops, he had finally found the flavor Sheng-Ru normally drank. 1 carton per day. But to his astonishment, Xingru hadn't touched a single one and had thrown them all away. What did that mean? A complete severance? A friendship on the brink? Was it truly necessary? Such a grown man, harboring such pettiness. The next day, Junmo, fueled by this indignation, played basketball with fervor. Whenever he gained possession of the ball, he would hurl it towards the basket before even reaching the three-point line, the ball swishing perfectly through the net. Clenching his right fist, he roared in triumph before high-fiving his teammates and sprinting to the opposite side. By the end of the half, his teammates were bewildered. Initially, they were pleased with Junmo's impressive performance, but as time went on, it became clear he was playing with pent-up frustration, exhibiting both ferocity and wildness. "Is Junmo all right?" one teammate inquired. Perhaps he is still holding a grudge about the last incident, considering their opponent was from the film department, and recalling how one of their players had been ejected during the previous match. It was understandable for Junmo to feel aggrieved, especially since the opposing team had been nursing their wounds for so long that in the second half, the team coordinated well with Junmo, scoring point after point. In the afternoon, the championship game pitted the law department against the medical department. Last time, Xingru had participated, but as the match commenced, Junmo had already settled on the bench, anxiously awaiting the appearance of the longed-for figure. He hadn't felt this nervous even during the college entrance examination, yet he found himself fixated on the entrance of the basketball arena, waiting for that familiar silhouette. However, it never materialized, and by the end of the match, which saw the law department crowned champions, Xingru had still not shown up. As the law department celebrated their victory, Junmo bent down to lift his jersey, wiping the sweat from his brow. His fleeting abs and barely visible pectorals elicited cheers from the surrounding crowd. Both girls and boys alike, ignoring the raucous applause, he made his way to the adjacent medical department, where they were packing up. "Excuse me, didn't Xingru participate in the last game? Why isn't he here this time?" While playing, he had been fierce, but now his inquiry was polite and friendly. "Ditto, Xingru. He has a research project and hasn't been attending classes lately, so he definitely couldn't make it to the game," came the reply. Junmo didn't rush to leave. Asking a few more questions about the research project by the end, he learned that Xingru had been so busy he hadn't attended classes, rather than deliberately avoiding him. This realization made Junmo feel even more embarrassed, more so than if he had dreamt of doing something shameful. When had he become so petty? Meanwhile, the championship team received a cash prize, which the captain decided to split among the players. Someone suggested they go out to celebrate. Looking at the money in his hand and recalling his misunderstanding with Xingru, Junmo tucked it into his pocket. "You all go ahead, I want to join." Some expressed their discontent, claiming he lacked a sense of teamwork, both on and off the court. Just as he was about to retort, the captain defended him, stating since this prize has been divided, it belongs to him, and he has the right to decide how to spend it. That we're all law students. Do I really need to explain this? Moreover, Junmo scored the most points today. We should be thanking him for our victory. Isn't it a bit excessive to criticize him? The person who had spoken out earlier realized their words had been inappropriate and apologized. As the others headed out to celebrate, Junmo called out to Guanbo and Yamamoto in the stands, inviting them back to the dormitory. Upon returning, they found Xingru just stepping out of the bathroom, a white towel in hand, drying his hair. His damp, dark hair fell casually around his aristocratic features, enhancing his handsome visage. "Finished? I had planned to wash up and head to the game," Junmo said, striding forward, legs apart as he confronted Xingru, his voice tinged with irritation. "Why did you throw away the milk I bought for you? What is the meaning of this? Are you angry with me? Why are you so sensitive?" Xingru merely raised an eyebrow, tilting his head in a manner that suggested disbelief at Junmo's words, making him feel a bit uneasy. After taking a deep breath, he turned to the trash can, waving the empty milk cartons in Junmo's direction. "Do you see this? The milk I bought for you. You didn't even drink it." Initially, he spoke with authority, but as he picked up more cartons, their once solid weight transformed into emptiness, and the realization dawned on him that the lids had been opened. Junmo's tone weakened, incredulity washing over him as he shook the remaining cartons. Thankfully, Xingru's trash can was clean. Had it been Guanbo's, Junmo would have likely ended up with dirty hands. "Junmo, what is wrong with you? Junmo, are you really in a conflict?" "Why?" Guanbo and Yamamoto stood by, perplexed. After all, they hadn't witnessed Junmo eagerly packing his belongings. seemingly eager for Xingru to leave. Xingru leaned against the bunk bed steps, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow as he gestured for Junmo to continue. Junmo gulped nervously, feeling increasingly anxious that, oh no, he had crossed a line again. How was he to know that Xingru would seal the cartons after drinking the milk? How could he have known that the empty cartons would look identical to the new ones? Lacking even a crease, this situation couldn't be entirely his fault, could it? Before he could explain, Xingru stood up, resting his elbow on Junmo's shoulder and gently tapping his chin with his long finger. Is the milk issue resolved now? Yes it is. His throat felt tight, making it difficult to respond. Do you have anything else to say to me? Junmo cleared his throat, feeling an inexplicable fear as he realized that at this moment, he appeared more terrifying than he had been when angry days prior, adopting an accusatory tone. That day, when I was packing, I only wanted to help. Does that mean I should thank you? Junmo, unsure whether he was nervous or frightened, blurted out, No need to be polite. We're brothers. Xingru chuckled softly, pinching Junmo's cheek with the hand resting on his shoulder, leaning in close to him, exuding a strong sense of pressure that so we're brothers. What was with that fierce disposition earlier? Were you looking to pick a fight with me? The fierce wolf-like demeanor Junmo had displayed moments ago transformed into the gentle, obedient nature of a little rabbit. That was a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, Guanbo and Yamamoto, who had been observing the scene in silence, found the unfolding drama amusing. Guanbo folded his arms and teased, You two look like a couple. Upon the utterance of those words, Junmo and Xingru both froze in astonishment. Xingru straightened his posture, ceasing his playful antics, while Junmo's ears flushed a deep crimson as he raised his foot and kicked at Guanbo's rear, simultaneously mocking him for losing to Yamamoto in a solo match, which had miraculously transformed into a race the following day. Xingru opened his wardrobe, retrieving clothes to change into, when Yamamoto suddenly remarked, Xingru, your leg hair is quite abundant. Yet why does it not resemble ours? Before Yamamoto could finish his sentence, Xingru donned his shirt and turned around, his slender, well-defined hands leisurely fastening the buttons, his tone casual, yet imbued with provocation. Not as unsightly as yours, Yamamoto retorted. You're just overly flattering him. The mention of leg hair ignited the flames of male pride, vowing to defend their leg hair and development. Among the four roommates, all were of considerable height, with Guanbo being the shortest at 178 centimeters. However, when it came to leg hair, Guanbo's legs were as smooth as silk, suitable for donning a skirt without a second thought. His face was also relatively delicate, resembling that of a young lady. How come you resemble a girl? Perhaps for your birthday, we should each get you a skirt. Your legs would look splendid in one. In response to Yamamoto's mockery, Guanbo immediately pulled Junmo out to shield himself. As for Junmo, he is hardly inferior to me. He lacks leg hair as well, and his legs are longer and slimmer than mine. If anyone should wear a skirt, it ought to be him. Junmo, indignant, placed his hands on his hips. Hey, I still have room to grow. My height, weight, and leg hair will all increase. I merely develop at a slower pace. Xingru chuckled softly from behind, pinching his cheek once more. That I shall await the day. I'm off to shower, Junmo declared, turning at the door to face the three. Let's hit the food street later. I won a prize at the basketball game. While showering, Junmo cherished the few strands of leg hair he possessed, fearing they might vanish due to scrubbing. When he emerged, only Xingru remained in the dormitory. Where did the others go? They've gone to the internet CAF for a solo match. Guanbo is unsatisfied and intends to file a complaint. Junmo, towel drying his hair, strode over to the wardrobe, selecting clothes to wear, and no matter how many times he lodged a complaint, it was futile. He was destined to be crushed by Yamamoto. As he dressed, he recounted his observations from their gaming session. Playing games not only tested one's skills but also required judgment and strategy. According to Junmo's analysis, Yamamoto far surpassed Guanbo in anticipating moves and setting traps. While Junmo rambled on with fervor, Xingru absorbed none of it, sitting poised in his chair, legs crossed, the book resting on his lap untouched for quite some time, his head tilted, his gaze fixated on Junmo's legs. Swallowing hard several times. What need is there for skirts? You look best without one. Let us proceed to the food street. I owe you an apology for misunderstanding you. Only then did Xingru retract his gaze. Closing the book and rising to accompany Junmo out of the school. 2 blocks from the school lay a bustling food street, replete with delicacies from across the land. Junmo purchased a box of spicy chicken and offered it to Xingru. Give this a try. The flavor is somewhat mild compared to what we have back home. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you to savor the authentic dish. They then shared small wontons. Ultimately wandering the food street with a delectable egg waffle ice cream in hand done on weekends, the food street was filled with young couples on dates, each hand in hand or with one casually draping an arm over the other's shoulder. Xingru gazed enviously at their intertwined fingers. Even groups of friends walked arm in arm, while he and Junmo merely held their own snacks, each indulging separately. Suddenly, Xingru halted awkwardly, gesturing towards the egg waffle ice cream in Junmo's hand. May I sample your flavor? One was mango-flavored, the other strawberry. Junmo glanced at his mango ice cream. Oh sure, I'll grab you a mango one. It wasn't too costly. It wouldn't do to appear stingy, so he decided to buy it. However, just as he turned, Xingru grasped his wrist, leaned down, and took a bite of his ice cream, subtly nibbling away at the half-eaten egg waffle Junmo had just bitten into. Still tastes better for mine. You just ate mine and claim yours is superior? Reflecting on his earlier misunderstanding, Junmo reluctantly chose to let it slide. Had it been Yin Shui, he would have received a beating by now. Chapter 39. I have a girlfriend. Before they could exit the food street, a familiar face came into view from a distance. Fan Tong had dyed his hair red, adorned with a black earring, followed by several individuals sporting a similarly rebellious style. Upon spotting Fan Tong, he in turn recognized Xingru and Junmo, but he vividly recalled the last encounter, when they had been taken in for fighting, and particularly the brick that had struck his head. Seeing his entourage, Fan Tong turned and sauntered towards Junmo. Well, what a coincidence. How is it that we keep crossing paths here? What's the matter? Not feeling so brave. Last time you were quite the fighter. Taking on two at once, Fan Tong poked Xingru's chest with his finger, a sinister grin on his face. Last time, you left in quite a hurry. I was stuck writing a reflection until nightfall. His expression twisted with malice. As Fan Tong continued to taunt, Xingru glanced down at the finger jabbing at him, feeling a strong urge to snap it off immediately. Due to the duality of his parental identities and familial upbringing, his uncle had taught him numerous skills: grappling, taekwondo, combat, boxing, and more. He had nearly perfected them all. Yet when he looked up, he saw Junmo standing protectively in front of him. Suddenly, Xingru's tightened fist relaxed. Was he truly shielding him? Junmo and Fan Tong exchanged insults and engaged in a verbal sparring match, until, seizing the moment, Junmo grabbed Xingru and fled. In the heat of the moment, they did not pay attention to where they were headed, merely running away. Xingru followed suit, matching Junmo's pace, his gaze fixated on their clasped hands, his face beaming with joy. Behind them, Fan Tong and his gang pursued relentlessly, shouting threats. Junmo, you can dodge the first day of the new year, but not the 15th. When I catch you, it won't be as simple as last time. You will pay for the brick that hit my head. You shall never escape the consequences. Upon hearing this, Xingru did not look back but tightened his grip on Junmo's hand, urging him to run faster. Junmo hailed a bike, scanned the code, and hopped on, speeding away while calling back. I'm not afraid of him. I merely believe in avoiding unnecessary losses. That you're studying medicine. You mustn't let him catch you. What if you injure your hands? While evasion may be shameful, it certainly proved effective. As he pedaled the electric bike, he scarcely noticed that Xingru, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, had his feet dragging along the ground. The two towering figures on a single bike was a comical yet beautiful sight. His hand, which had been gripping the seat, gradually slid upwards and discreetly settled on Junmo's waist. Perfect. He was so focused on pedaling that he failed to notice where his hand had landed. Xingru leaned in slightly, but before his face could touch Junmo's back, Junmo had already halted and dismounted. They should not have caught up. Let us take the long way back. We should be safe now. Xingru, looking somewhat dejected, replied, all right. In the dormitory on November 10th, the group had just finished their evening study when they began discussing plans for the upcoming Singles Day. Why don't we all celebrate together? Let us go out for a meal and have a drink. After all, we are all single. It won't feel like being single if we gather together. What do you think? Yamamoto's suggestion was promptly dismissed by Guanbo. Hey, don't include me. I have a girlfriend now. You're the singles. I'm not. Yamamoto frowned, his tone growing serious. You have a girlfriend? When did this happen? Haven't you been with us all this time? More accurately, He had been with Yamamoto the most. Guanbo beamed with pride, flaunting his couple's WeChat name, couple's avatar, and the chat history with his girlfriend. See, I'm a man with a girlfriend now. However, in the spirit of brotherhood, tomorrow is Singles Day, and my girlfriend and I will treat you all to a meal to celebrate together. Subsequently, despite Yamamoto's relentless inquiries about who his girlfriend was, Guanbo remained tight-lipped, a rarity for him to be so secretive. The following morning, Guanbo left to spend time with his girlfriend. While you all celebrate Singles Day, we who are in relationships will indulge in a shopping spree. See you in the evening. Junmo and Shungru were not particularly curious, mainly because Yamamoto remained in the dorm, incessantly grumbling. From initially doubting anyone would be interested in Guanbo, to not believing Guanbo would be the first to enter a relationship, to ultimately questioning the girlfriend's eyesight to BY evening, the three finally met Guanbo's girlfriend in the private dining room of the restaurant. Isn't it the cashier from the supermarket downstairs? Yamamoto blurted out. When did you manage to win her over? Guanbo's hand rested gently on his girlfriend's back, while the other grasped several shopping bags. To go ahead and take a seat. These are my roommates, and they are all quite amiable, except for that Yamamoto. Yamamoto retorted, so you have a girlfriend, big deal. Throughout dinner, Guanbo reveled in displaying affection, showering his girlfriend with thoughtful attention, while the young lady beside him occupied herself with her phone after finishing her meal. Among the four in the dormitory, Guanbo and Yamamoto engaged in a drinking contest. Occasionally, including Junimo, Shungru observed quietly from the side, abstaining from any alcohol. As night fell, Guanbo and Yamamoto stumbled back, supporting each other, while the young lady excused herself to take a phone call and left early. After a night filled with laughter and boasting, Guanbo suddenly wore a look of desolation. He halted, turned around, and cupped Yamamoto's face in his hands, squeezing it tightly enough to distort his features. Yamamoto, I've got a girlfriend now. She finally agreed to give us a chance. But why do I feel so unhappy? Yamamoto, equally inebriated and barely comprehending Guanbo's words, let him massage his face, swaying unsteadily. Guanbo extended his arm over Yamamoto's shoulder, leaning into him as if seeking solace that I'd be happier with you. He pouted, looking pitiful like a child who had lost his candy, that it was unclear whether the dampness on his shirt was from his drunken tears or drool. Remarkably, Guanbo dozed off while leaning against Yamamoto. Conversely, Yamamoto, sensing the dampness of his clothing, regained a bit of awareness, wrapping an arm around Guanbo's neck while pointing ahead with the other. Come on, bro, let's find you a cuter girl that if all else fails. You can always wear a skirt and braid your hair. They stumbled towards the dormitory like characters from a video game. Shungru had one arm draped over Junmo's shoulder and the other wrapped around his waist. Bearing the weight of his body, we have class tomorrow. Let's see how you handle that. Junmo waved dismissively, boldly declaring, don't worry, I'll definitely be the first to rise. However, the next morning, Junmo was roused by Shungru pinching his face. What time is it? Shungru raised his hand to show him his watch. That I've washed my face and bought breakfast. Brush your teeth and change your clothes that if you're quick enough, you can still grab a bite in class. Junmo promptly leaped from the bed and dashed towards the bathroom with lightning speed. When the two were finally ready to leave for class, they discovered that Guanbo and Yamamoto were tightly embracing, sound asleep on one bed, surrounded by a chaotic scattering of clothes on the floor. Chapter 40. Medical and law students, shall we play basketball together sometime? I don't think I've ever seen you play. Sure, let's make it happen. Junmo paused, turning to face Shungru. Let's be on opposing teams. I want to go head-to-head with you. Shungru smiled faintly, and as he nodded, he playfully ruffled a tuft of hair on Junmo's head, the gesture appearing so natural and practiced, as if it were an established mode of interaction between them. They arrived at the base of the building, where Junmo's bicycle, a second-hand model purchased at a premium for the convenience of securing library seats in the morning, awaited. Junmo lifted his foot, but before he could mount the bike, Shungru tugged him back. Stumbling slightly, he nearly fell into Shungru's embrace. Fortunately, his years of athleticism allowed him to regain his balance swiftly. No riding under the influence, Junmo protested. It's just a bicycle. Besides, it's been hours since I've drank. The alcohol has surely dissipated. Shungru shook his head, gripping Junmo's arm with one hand while holding the handlebars with the other. It still counts. And are you really going to debate the matter of alcohol metabolism with someone studying medicine? Junmo straightened his posture, defiantly lifting his chin. And are you sure you want to discuss the definition of drunk driving with a law student? Sheng Ru raised his left wrist, glancing at his watch, and tapped the face with his right index finger, indicating that class was approaching. Are you willing to argue this with me just 10 minutes before class starts? Beijing University is vast, and typically, an early start is ample time for attending lessons. However, today was different. There was no way he could make it in time, especially with a quiz scheduled. Sheng Ru, on the other hand, had no qualms about skipping class. Reluctantly, Jun Mo conceded, allowing Sheng Ru to ride while he sat behind. The bicycle, rather tall, still required Jun Mo to keep his feet elevated to avoid scraping the soles of his shoes, lest he be forced to buy a new pair. Due to time constraints and the relative emptiness of the path, Sheng Ru rode a bit faster, though he maintained a careful control of speed. Suddenly, someone burst out from the greenery beside them, narrowly avoiding collision with the bicycle. Sheng Ru swerved expertly, preventing the bike from tipping over. He braked sharply, his legs hitting the ground just as he felt the hands that had wrapped around his waist from the impact. "Watch where you're going, buddy." The hasty individual turned back to wave apologetically at Jun Mo. Sheng Ru smiled, patting the hands gripping his waist. "Let's go." He placed his feet back on the pedals and continued on their way. In high spirits, they rode on, even indifferent to the fact that the second-hand bicycle had snagged the hem of Jun Mo's pants. They occupied different floors of the same building, parting ways on the third floor, with Jun Mo turning left while Sheng Ru ascended further. Their classroom was on the fifth floor. In the pathology class, Professor Guan was explaining the process of pathological changes. Below, everyone craned their necks to absorb the information displayed on the PPT, occasionally lowering their heads to take notes. A male student used his desk as cover, hands clasped around his phone, engrossed in a game while wearing Bluetooth headphones to better hear his teammates. His desk mate, a fair-skinned boy sporting a short hairstyle, couldn't resist teasing. "If I see you in the hospital later, I might just be terrified." The gamer replied without looking up, "If I find out you're my surgeon, that would be truly frightening. After all, I perform better in games than you do in exams." Having had a small test at the beginning of November, everyone in the class was acutely aware of each other's scores. His desk mate scoffed dismissively. "Please, you only beat me by a few points. That's hardly worth bragging about." Glancing at the studious Sheng Ru seated by the window, he sighed. "If Sheng Ru becomes a doctor, no matter where he practices, he'll undoubtedly be a beacon of hope. Just seeing him would make one feel better even without treatment." The gamer's companion nodded in agreement that he can ace exams without attending class. "And he is so far ahead of the rest of us. What is even more impressive is that he manages to point out errors in the exam questions during the test." Professor Guan doesn't even get angry. He claims it's a test of our knowledge. Do you believe that? I certainly don't. Their banter continued, but they still focused on the lecture. Meanwhile, the student revered as the academic prodigy, Sheng Ru, appeared serious. Yet beneath that facade, his phone screen displayed legal articles regarding drunk driving, definitions, penalties, and classifications. With a law student in the mix, Sheng Ru had to rely on research. Otherwise, he risked losing the next debate. Just as he had that morning. Prepared, he memorized the relevant legal provisions concerning drunk driving to avoid being caught off guard when Jun Mo brought it up again after class. As fate would have it, once class concluded, Jun Mo declared his hunger, and the two hopped onto their bicycles, heading straight for the cafeteria. This time, Jun Mo didn't even attempt to take the lead on the bike, readily relinquishing the handlebars to Sheng Ru. Neither returned to the dorm for lunch, opting instead to eat in the cafeteria before heading directly to the library. The study room that Sheng Ru had previously reserved for him remained available, and Jun Mo accepted without hesitation, pulling out a chair at his usual spot. Although the medical school had designated study rooms in the library, most students preferred to study in the lab, where they could closely observe experimental data and enjoy a quieter, more conducive atmosphere for learning. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, chaos reigned. When Guanbo awoke, his phone was inundated with messages from his girlfriend as he read through the flurry of texts. Still half asleep, he tucked his phone under the pillow, only to realize that he was not resting on his pillow, but rather on a warm, living, solid body. Guanbo jolted awake, maintaining his prone position, his hands slowly rising to touch the face of the person beside him. However, before he could discern their features, the individual seized his arm and rolled over, pulling him into an embrace as if he were a doll. Returning to sleep, Guanbo was left in shock, realizing, "This feels like a man." In the blink of an eye, Guanbo pushed the other person upright before delivering a swift kick to send them sprawling outwards. Yamamoto grasped the edge of the bed railing, barely preventing himself from tumbling entirely to the floor. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he glared in confusion and indignation, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? I almost fell." After venting his frustration, he clutched his pillow and flopped back down to sleep. Guanbo retorted, "You better see whose bed this is." Yamamoto opened his eyes once more to inspect the sheets and bedding. "This is my bed. How did you end up here?" It dawned on Guanbo that it was not Yamamoto who had slept in his bed, but rather he himself who had invaded someone else's space. And what was with the scattered clothes all over the floor? Chapter 41. Shengru, injured the commotion in the dormitory, attracted the curious attention of students from nearby rooms. But fortunately, the door remained shut, leaving everyone outside to speculate. They were oblivious to the chaotic scene within. The disarray of clothing and the sight of two individuals sprawled on a bed, clad only in their undergarments. "Guanbo, what happened? Did your girlfriend misbehave this morning?" "Guanbo, if Yamamoto bullies you in the future, do let us know. We'll help you teach him a lesson. What use is such a girlfriend? Just kick him out." "Yamamoto, we're not talking about you. But since you're with Guanbo now, you better behave and avoid quarrels. Strive for eternal harmony." Outside, the banter and laughter continued unabated. Guanbo and Yamamoto exchanged bewildered glances, both equally confused by the comments about girlfriends. Guanbo hurriedly leapt from the bed, hastily donning his clothes, rummaging through the wardrobe for something suitable. While changing, he paused to inspect his underwear, relieved to find it bore only the scents of alcohol and sweat, devoid of any other unwelcome odors. After piecing together the events of the previous night, they realized that upon returning from a night of drinking, they had not gone straight to sleep, but rather had staggered from room to room, rousing their slumbering classmates. The most amusing part was that Guanbo had introduced Yamamoto as his girlfriend, hence the morning's teasing from their dorm mates. Guanbo inhaled deeply and glared at Yamamoto. "You better restore my reputation." Yamamoto retaliated by flinging a pillow at him. "You should be the one restoring your reputation. When did I ever become your girlfriend? If anyone's girlfriend, it should be you. Just look at your legs. No one in their right mind would think you fit the role." Their peculiar argument was not over the chaotic antics of the previous night or the awkwardness of the morning, but rather a debate over who was truly the girlfriend. However, their squabble was short-lived. As the afternoon class approached, they hurriedly washed up and dashed to the classroom, playfully nudging each other with their elbows as if racing against one another. The embarrassment of singles day was swiftly forgotten amidst their youthful exuberance and the packed schedule of classes that I end the Introduction to Legal Information course. Junimo listened attentively, taking notes as hushed discussions flitted around him. Suddenly, a hand shot up and a student stood to speak. "Teacher, could we analyze a case of heroism?" "Heroism," the instructor replied, their essay trending post on our campus forum about a heroic rescue, featuring a medical student who saved the department's belle. "Could you elaborate on this case for us?" The classroom erupted in murmurs of excitement. The teacher took the student's phone, perused the entire story, and glanced at some photos before commencing the analysis. It was then that Junimo realized the male protagonist of the heroic tale was none other than Shengru, while the female lead was another lovely girl from the medical department, known for her sweet demeanor and charming smile, complete with adorable dimples. Even a straightforward person like Junimo had to concede the girl was undeniably beautiful and delightful, perhaps precisely the type that Shengru favored. Although Junimo had not developed any romantic feelings, he understood the stirrings of young love at 18, and encountering such a charming girl would inevitably spark interest. After thoroughly reading the post and grasping the unfolding events, he lifted his gaze to find he had absorbed none of the teacher's words that as soon as class ended, he immediately dialed Shengru's number. "That you're injured. How did you find out?" "Where are you?" "In the infirmary." The moment Shengru finished his sentence, Junimo hung up and hurried to the infirmary, his pace quickening to a run. The campus forum had transformed the narrative of Shengru's heroic act into the blossoming of a new campus couple. Initially, Junimo had been indifferent to the comparisons made between him and the girl in the photographs, debating who suited Shengru best. However, upon arriving at the infirmary and witnessing the petite, lovely girl's worried expression, his heart inexplicably tightened, as if gripped by a powerful hand. But as Shengru gently comforted the girl, Junimo felt an unexpected pang of emotion. "That it's serious." Shengru had intended to downplay the injury, but upon seeing Junimo's anxious demeanor and the beads of sweat from his run, he hesitated. The school nurse, the same one as before, handed Junimo some medication. It's serious. The injury is on my right hand, so I'll need your help for a while. Junimo accepted the medication, nodding in agreement, before glancing at Shengru. Should I carry you? Suppressing a smile, Shengru nodded. Junimo hoisted Shengru onto his back, carefully making their way back to the dormitory. Shengru comfortably nestled against Junimo's back, his left arm draping over Junimo's shoulder due to his injured right hand. Turning his head slightly, he was met with Junimo's face, magnified 1,000-fold, still strikingly handsome and alluring. His high nose bridge accentuated his features, and his flawless, fair skin glistened with a sheen of perspiration, adding a hint of allure. Shengru leaned his head against Junimo's shoulder, inhaling deeply, wishing to preserve the scent of Junimo, labeling it for future remembrance, upon returning to the dormitory. Guanbo inquired about Shengru's hand injury, prompting Junimo to realize, "Oh right, you're injured on your hand, so you can walk." Shengru shrugged innocently. "You offered to carry me. I couldn't refuse." Junimo swallowed hard, acknowledging the truth in his words that he glanced at Shengru's injured hand. "Can you change clothes like this?" Shengru shook his head. "I'll have to trouble you for that." Junimo approached Shengru's wardrobe, retrieving a set of pajamas before turning around that he unbuttoned them one by one, his fingers occasionally brushing against Shengru's toned chest and abdomen. Shengru maintained a calm demeanor, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Junimo's every subtle expression. In contrast, Junimo felt electrified each time their skin brushed, trying to conceal his reactions to avoid giving Shengru the impression that he was reluctant to help. Since the beginning of the semester, Shengru had tended to him numerous times, and Junimo prided himself on not being ungrateful, that he carefully removed Shengru's shirt, gingerly helping him into the pajamas, fastening each button with precision. Shengru then pointed to a pair of pajama pants hanging nearby. "And the pants, please." Junimo, momentarily taken aback, held the pajama pants in hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment and shyness. Guanbo, witnessing the scene, erupted into laughter, teasing, "Junimo, are you all right? If you can't handle it, I can help. I'll take care of Shengru's leg." Just as Guanbo finished speaking, Shengru casually remarked, "I believe I just saw a boy holding a large bouquet of roses standing at the entrance of the supermarket where your girlfriend works. Damn." Guanbo cursed, rushing out the door, with Yamamoto following closely behind. The cashier at the supermarket downstairs was indeed charming, and Guanbo had been trying to make a good impression for quite some time. Yet, how deep was his affection? Not particularly, especially since their interests hardly aligned, and neither was inclined to understand the other. Though they had been in contact under the pretense of dating, no tangible progress had been made, and the last message in their chat had been sent 3 days prior. In the dormitory, Junimo took a deep breath and bent down to assist Shengru with the pajama pants. However, Shengru grasped his wrist, softly saying, "I was just teasing you that I can manage." "Is that so?" Shengru lifted his gaze to meet Junimo's, his tone low. "You'll pay for that remark in the future." Junimo was thoroughly bewildered. Changing pants with one hand was not particularly difficult. Once Shengru had changed clothes, he handed Junimo his toothbrush. "This one, I truly need your help with." Junmo inquired about the injury that occurred in the afternoon while squeezing through. It turned out that during class dismissal, in a rush to exit, someone accidentally collided with the cluttered shelf adjacent to the laboratory. The shelf toppled over, and Shengru, in a reflexive gesture, reached out to push it, only for it to crash down upon his right arm. "That girl, are you two quite close?" Junmo asked, uncertain of the appropriateness of his inquiry, yet compelled to know. Shengru rinsed his mouth and wiped the toothpaste foam from the corner of his mouth before responding. The closeness of relationships is irrelevant. Regardless of who stands there, the outcome remains unchanged. "Then why didn't you let me treat your wound in the infirmary last time? You went yourself. A healer cannot heal oneself. You understand this principle, don't you, Junlu?" With that, Junmo ceased his questioning. In the week that followed, Shengru managed to change his own pants, but Junmo assisted him with his daily clothing. Even during meals, Junmo would take the spoon for him, and whenever there were dishes requiring tongs, he would feed them to Shengru. On several occasions in the cafeteria, the girl whom Shengru had previously rescued was also present. She would eye his hand, attempting to offer assistance in feeding him, only to be politely declined by Shengru, citing the principle of propriety between the sexes. On the weekend of November 19th, Junmo observed that Shengru's wound had healed considerably. allowing him to button his shirt with a newfound ease. That is your injury, not healed yet. It doesn't appear too severe, he remarked. Xingru shook his head, maintaining his composure. It's not healed. I am aware of that. Didn't you say a healer cannot heal themselves? Xingru looked at him, a mixture of amusement and frustration in his gaze. Inability to heal does not equate to lack of judgment, that does hold some truth. Junmo conceded. Stepping closer, Xingru gently pressed Junmo against the wardrobe door, playfully pinching his cheek with his left hand. Junlu, are you truly serious about studying law to become an attorney? He suddenly felt that his logical reasoning as a law student was lacking compared to Junmo, a medical student. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Guanbo and Yamamoto returning with takeout barbecue and a few beers. That a whole dozen of beers was placed with a clatter on the small table in the center of the room. Come, let us celebrate your father's return to singlehood. Xingru took a seat. That so soon? Yamamoto chuckled as he unveiled the barbecue. Isn't quick? That girl merely mentioned wanting to see how things go. And he took it upon himself to treat her as a girlfriend. That in the end, she was just trying to provoke her actual boyfriend. Junmo sat beside Xingru, accepting a beer from Yamamoto and wiping the bottle's mouth before placing it in front of Xingru. And then? What happened in the end? Guanbo sighed as he tossed his coat onto Yamamoto's bed. What else could be done? Yamamoto and I went to teach her heartless boyfriend a lesson. And then they reconciled, which is why I'm treating you all to drinks. The four of them shared barbecue and sipped beer. The cold wind outside was indifferent to the warmth within. The 18-year-old boys gathered around the small table, chatting whimsically. It was uncertain who first mentioned birthdays, but they began to arrange dormitory assignments by birth date. Guanbo and Yamamoto were astonished to discover that Xingru and Junmo were born on the same day. Wait, November 20th, that's tomorrow. Xingru nodded, clinking his beer bottle against Junmo's. Do you have any special places you wish to visit or things you wish to do for your birthday? Junmo took a hearty gulp of beer. But due to his vigorous action, it trickled down the corner of his mouth, cascading down his slender neck. It continued downward. Junmo intercepted it with a tissue, wiping himself clean. Xingru then averted his gaze and took a large sip himself. As for places I wish to go, I have always wanted to see the ocean, the endless snow, and the vast deserts of sand. In 19 years aside from his childhood, where he was merely a tool for profit. Junmo had visited many places, but he had never truly appreciated the scenery nor enjoyed himself. Thus, despite having traveled extensively, he felt an insatiable curiosity and anticipation for the vast world outside. What about you? Where do you wish to go? Xingru nodded in agreement. That I too wish to see the ocean, the endless snow, and the vast deserts of sand. Guanbo devoured a lamb skewer, the chili oil smearing the corner of his mouth. Damn it, I've just regained my single status, and you two are here flaunting your affection. Yamamoto handed Guanbo a tissue, glancing curiously at Junmo and So tomorrow, you both are Scorpios, holding their beers in their left hands. Junmo and Xingru simultaneously raised their bottles, their gaze fixed on Yamamoto, anticipating his next words. That don't say I didn't warn you. I'm a zodiac expert. That as far as I know, Scorpios are energetic, possessive, and very goal-oriented. They want to rest until they achieve their aims. They also have a strong sense of vengeance, holding grudges fiercely and retaliating against those who wronged them. And another significant trait of Scorpios is their heightened sensual desires. The actions of Junmo and Xingru drinking froze mid-motion as Yamamoto scrutinized them before adding. However, from my observations, Xingru has a bit more leg hair than Junmo. His desires may be a tad more intense. Junmo slammed his beer down on the table and rolled up his pant leg, leaning closer to Yamamoto. Open your eyes and take a good look. It's not that I lack hair. It's just that the color is lighter, making it seem like I don't have any. But I do, understand? Chapter 43. Xingru. Sit on my lap? That night, the four of them drank liberally, consuming the entire dozen of beer and subsequently descending to purchase 2 more dozen. Initially, Guanbo claimed it was a celebration of his newfound singlehood, but after midnight he shifted the reason to celebrating Junmo and Xingru's birthdays. As Xingru helped Junmo up, Guanbo clung to them, swaying precariously, nearly toppling Xingru over as well. Xingru, tomorrow, I absolutely must get you both a cake. You're the first in our dorm to celebrate a birthday. Oh wait. 2 birthdays? No way. We need to buy 2 cakes. Before he could finish, Guanbo was pulled back by Yamamoto to continue drinking. Xingru no longer pretended, guiding Junmo to the bathroom to wash his face and change clothes. Junmo, in a daze, glanced at his reflection in the mirror and suddenly felt a rush of self-admiration. How about it? Isn't my physique impressive? He patted his chest while staggering slightly, leaning heavily against Xingru. At that moment, his senses dulled, leaving him oblivious to Xingru's agile right hand. Xingru chuckled softly, deliberately provoking Junmo's competitive spirit. He had noticed that over the years, Junmo's desire to win had intensified significantly compared to their childhood. Hey, I'm not backing down. What about you? Show me. Perhaps this was the essence of a straightforward man, as he never considered that such actions between two men might be inappropriate. Without hesitation, he yanked open Xingru's nightwear, sending buttons flying and revealing his well-defined chest and toned waist. Junmo poked Xingru's chest with his index finger, but unexpectedly, he lost his balance and fell forward, his lips making intimate contact with Xingru's chest. Xingru's eyes widened in shock. Even his breathing becoming labored, he froze in place, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. With a deep breath, he mustered the courage to speak. Junmo, I have always liked you and have been waiting for you. I initially thought it would be impossible to see you again, but now that I have no intention of letting you go, that I know you've faced some unpleasant experiences in the past. So I wanted to take it slow. However, I find it increasingly difficult to conceal my feelings. Junmo, he received no response, only to find the person cradled in his arms softly snoring. Xingru sighed, resigned, as he gently laid Junmo down on the bed. He glanced at Guanbo and Yamamoto, who were both intoxicated and swaying, shaking his head as he walked toward the bathroom. The sensation of Junmo's earlier embrace lingered vividly in his memory. Normally self-disciplined, Xingru found himself shedding his clothes in the solitude of the bathroom, his mind filled with thoughts of Junmo's figure and smile. The following afternoon, the four of them indulged in a long, lazy sleep. Xingru, having disguised his injured right hand, finally roused Junmo. Wake up, accompany me to a place. The discomfort of a hangover, combined with the jolting of the taxi, made Junmo lean against the window, drowsy. Fortunately, they arrived at their destination. Had they delayed for another 2 minutes, he might have been forced to vomit in the sea, or .as for the events of the previous night. All he remembered was showcasing his leg hair to reclaim his dignity. Anything beyond that, including how he managed to crawl in a bed, was lost to him. This is Yia. She needs to do a chocolate assignment, and since my hand is injured, I must entrust it to you. What about her parents? They're busy. And your sister? Chasing after stars, attending a concert. As Xingru spoke, he retrieved a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. This is from Yia. It's your payment, so don't refuse it. Despite having received payment, Junmo remained skeptical and repeatedly sought confirmation from the studio's supervisor. Only after verifying that it was indeed Xingyue who had arranged the DIY session did he don an apron and follow the instructor in crafting chocolates. Xingru, with his right hand injured, could only sit on the sidelines, propping his head with his left hand, watching Junmo's every movement. The flutter of his lips, the delicate batting of his lashes, and the rhythm of his chest rising and falling with each breath. His Adam's apple bobbed in tandem, his deep-set eyes gazing at Junmo with a tender, lingering warmth that transitioned from cool detachment to a fervent blaze. Just the night before, they had stolen a moment alone in the bathroom. Yet as he lay beside the peacefully sleeping Junmo, he found himself unable to resist the temptation of kissing those soft lips. Now, as he observed Junmo, bent over making chocolates with the collar of his shirt revealing glimpses of his fair skin, an overwhelming impulse surged within him to whisk him away to a secluded place and indulge in a more intimate embrace. Human nature is often insatiable. Initially, he had felt fortunate merely to see Junmo again. But soon his desires grew greedy, yearning for more. Light touches, intertwined fingers, kisses on the cheek, escalating to kisses on the lips. Last night, he had even tentatively explored the depths of their connection with a gentle brush of his tongue. Immersed in sweet, yearning memories, Xingru was jolted back to the present when Junmo suggested, "Would you like to try first? Otherwise, I fear your sister may not fulfill her assignment." Xingru shifted his gaze, the crimson hue in his eyes concealed. And teased heart-shaped chocolates? Junmo cleared his throat, replying, "It's what the teacher provided. He said this is the only mold available." Upon exiting the studio, Junmo held a small box filled with heart-shaped chocolates as his phone rang. Xingru stole a glance at Junmo before stepping away to answer. When he returned after the call, Junmo had lost interest in the chocolates, claiming he had found another craft project to submit. Then you can have this chocolate. Happy birthday, little Junmo, Xingru said, delightfully striding ahead, contemplating taking Junmo stargazing after the chocolates, hoping to find the perfect moment to reveal his feelings. However, fate had other plans, as Junmo declined the invitation to celebrate together that night. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had plans for a joint birthday celebration. The department had mentioned it earlier, and I had agreed to go to IT. Wouldn't be right to back out now. That Junmo's expression was filled with guilt. He had never been particularly fond of group gatherings, but he had never anticipated sharing a birthday with others. So he had consented. Among a crowd, even if the revelry wasn't his own, it was still better than the solitude of being alone. Now, with Xingru's sudden proposal for a shared celebration, his guilt swelled like a snowball, growing increasingly burdensome. It's all right. I need to head back anyway, Xingru replied, masking his disappointment. So, shall I take the bus from here? Junmo asked. Be careful, Xingru cautioned as he stood by the roadside, watching Junmo board the bus. Only when the bus turned the corner did he exhale a sigh of relief and sit on a nearby bench. Removing the bandage from his right arm, that he rested his elbow on his knee, staring blankly at the ground for a long time. Beyond his disappointment, a simmering anger brewed within him. Born on the same day. Yet he was being rejected due to the presence of irrelevant others. The more he pondered, the more his frustration intensified. Even when Junmo sent a distress message late at night, Xingru's tone remained cold and distant. I've arrived. Come out. Inside the KTV, Junmo felt a wave of relief as he stood up, tucking his phone into his pocket, only to be called by a girl. Junmo, it's your turn to sing. Where are you going? Junmo opened the room door and waved, employing a classic excuse. You all sing first. I need to use the restroom. Once outside the KTV, he spotted a cobalt blue Jaguar parked by the roadside. Can I sit in the front passenger seat? He inquired. Xingru retorted with irritation. What else would you do? Sit on my lap. In the days that followed, their closeness made Junmo feel less like a stranger to Xingru. Observing Xingru's furrowed brow as he drove, Junmo couldn't help but smile mischievously. That's a good suggestion, he said playfully. Xingru, gripping the steering wheel, turned his head slightly and sternly commanded, Get in and sit properly. It was the first time Junmo had heard him say such a thing, making it feel surprisingly endearing, as if they were longtime friends. That he grinned and eagerly opened the passenger door, hopping in. The Jaguar roared to life, and Xingru glanced at the rearview mirror, noting the boys lingering at the KTV entrance. Still watching, he turned his gaze away, his eyelids flickering with a cold intensity, knowing that allowing Junmo to attend any gathering would inevitably attract attention from admirers. Xingru silently resolved to remember this and maintained his aloof demeanor. Ignoring whatever Junmo said during the ride, the AS Junmo rambled on. He soon found it dull and gradually dozed off against the window. In his dreams, it felt like summer. He was clad in shorts, basking in the warmth of golden sands. Suddenly, a splash of cold water jolted him awake, having inadvertently pressed against the window while sleeping. The chill seeped in, banishing his drowsiness. Outside, Xingru donned a beige trench coat, speaking with an elegant, gentlemanly demeanor. Even without hearing their conversation, one could sense Xingru's gentle voice and warm smile. That AS Junmo grasped the door handle. Poised to exit, he caught sight of Galanki beaming brightly. Her smile revealed dimples, sweet and charming. Memories of their earlier gossip about Xingru and Galanki's potential romance flooded back. Since they shared a dorm, everyone was curious if Xingru had indeed been secretly involved with Galanki, as speculated in online forums. After taking a large gulp of his drink, Junmo muttered, I don't know. Indeed, he didn't know. Although Xingru had claimed he would rescue anyone in need. Seeing Galanki's radiant smile triggered 1,000 voices in Junmo's mind, each asserting that Xingru had feelings for her. His hand instinctively retreated, much like his foot had when he first reunited with Xingru downstairs. He felt it was inappropriate to intrude. Xingru, with his icy demeanor, surely deserved someone as lively as Galanki to warm his heart. I'll tell you, Xingru probably noticed Galanki long ago. Otherwise, why would everyone else react more quickly than him? It shows he has been paying attention. Someone chimed in. Honestly, Galanki is beautiful and has a great personality. Any man would take notice of her. It's not a loss for him to be with such a goddess. They look great together. As the chatter continued, the once cacophonous key transformed into an eerie silence, allowing every word about Xingru to pierce through like needles to Junmo's heart. This unfamiliar sensation filled him with dread. The normally brave Junmo, when Xingru turned to look at him, immediately shut his eyes, feigning sleep, too afraid to confront the reality before him, especially not wanting to hear Xingru formally introduce Galanki. What awaited him was the faint scent of Xingru. Likely having showered before coming out to meet him, as Xingru passed by him to adjust the air conditioning, the subtle fragrance enveloped Junmo completely that he inhaled deeply, waiting for the scent to dissipate before slowly opening his eyes. Galanki had already walked away but turned back to wave at Xingru with a smile, her phone in hand, signaling that they would connect later. Once Galanki had completely vanished from sight, Junmo opened the car door to step out. "Am I disturbing you? Coming to pick me up on a weekend," he remarked. Xingru, engrossed in replying to messages, looked up and said, "It's nothing," before returning to his correspondence with the dean. Yet in Junmo's eyes, this scene mirrored Galanki's earlier farewell, leading him to imagine whom Xingru was messaging at that moment. How sweet. Seems like they are indeed in the throes of romance, he thought. Well, I'll head up first. See you Monday. Without waiting for Xingru's reply, Junmo turned and ascended the stairs. The moment the dormitory door swung open, Guobo and Yamamoto greeted him with a candlelit rendition of Happy Birthday. "Why are you still awake?" he asked, hearing Xingru's gentle voice behind him. "It's your birthday. Did you forget?" Xingru stepped into the room, ruffling Junmo's tousled hair. After removing his coat, he clasped his hands together, one eye open, and asked, "Shall we make a wish together?" Junmo nodded, closing his eyes to wish point 1, 2, 3. They blew out the candles simultaneously, and Yamamoto flicked on the lights. The small table was adorned with a large cake and several boxes of takeout, alongside a hot pot. "This time, no alcohol. We have class tomorrow," Guobo said, opening the takeout boxes. However, due to their prolonged wait, the food had grown cold. "What happened?" "Everything's cold," Xingru glanced at Junmo. "Junmo has many social engagements. It's a miracle we could coordinate this." The atmosphere was tinged with a hint of acidity as it became evident that these individuals had intended to celebrate their birthdays, while one among them found herself dining and singing karaoke with a group that felt entirely out of place. Junmo's ears flushed with embarrassment as she retrieved a small pot from her wardrobe, reasoning that this low-powered appliance would suffice for heating. Afterward, she rummaged through the bottom of the cupboard and unveiled a vacuum-sealed Wuqing sausage, a delicacy she had been saving since the last visit from Yen Shui. Originally intended for her solitary New Year's celebration, the prospect of sharing this moment with friends was indeed a cause for celebration. Upon sighting the sausage, Guanbo erupted with enthusiasm. "Wow, Boss Jun, you've stashed away quite a feast in your wardrobe." Yamamoto, resembling a famished wolf, joined Guanbo in eagerly approaching Junmo's cupboard. Above was a shelf stocked with snacks and beverages for sale, while beneath lay an assortment of delicacies from Wuqing, the tantalizing aroma of spicy flavors wafting through the air, making one's mouth water. However, just as Guanbo reached for a treat, Yamamoto playfully smacked his hand, and they exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to close the cupboard without taking anything. "Take whatever you like. It's the perfect occasion to celebrate tonight," Guanbo urged, gesturing toward the spread on the table. "If we don't eat it, it'll go to waste. There will be other opportunities to enjoy what's in your cupboard." Observing the abundance of food before her, Junmo acknowledged it was indeed rather excessive. She placed the sausage in the pot to boil, adding a steaming rack above to warm the leftovers that an alcohol lamp was set beneath the pot. Despite the chill outside, Xingru opened the window to prevent any misfortune from transforming the birthday festivity into a tragic affair. As the sausage cooked, Junmo fashioned a makeshift cutting board and sliced the sausage into rounds with a fruit knife. Guanbo, unable to contain his excitement, popped a slice into his mouth and mumbled a question about the sausage-making process. "It starts as meat, soft and tender, but how does it turn into something so firm after being smoked?" Without a second thought, Junmo replied, "You need to give the sausage time to harden properly." Suddenly, the dorm fell into an eerie silence, and Junmo sensed something was amiss. She paused her cutting to glance at Guanbo and the others, especially noting their expressions, as if they had caught her in a compromising situation. "What's with your faces? What do you think I'm implying?" In unison, Guanbo and Yamamoto clicked their tongues. Junmo raised the sausage in her hand. "I'm not suggesting anything. I'm merely referring to the sausage." This long, dark, smoked delicacy, the mid-sentence. She realized the impropriety of her words, quickly placing the sausage down, her ears reddening as she resumed slicing. Less talk, fewer mistakes, less awkwardness. Guanbo, observing Junmo's embarrassment, ceased his teasing and posed a riddle instead. Do you know why a man never admits his size? Shengru's gaze drifted downwards as Guanbo covered his hands, while Yamamoto stood up, pulling back his waistband. Come on, let me check. Guanbo protested, stop fooling around. It's just a riddle. Shengru calmly picked up a slice of sausage and remarked nonchalantly, Junmo, you have no subtlety. Guanbo and Yamamoto erupted in cheers, utterly surprised that the seemingly demure Shengru, who had always been the model student, would provide such a quick and composed response. Yamamoto clapped his hands in approval. Indeed, the more refined a person, the more mischievous they can be. Unlike us, who look roguish but are genuinely well-mannered. However, his words were swiftly countered by Guanbo and Junmo as protests. Junmo placed the sausage on a cake platter and set it on the table, her phone nearby, buzzing with a voice message from Yin Shui. Without hesitation, she opened it. Yin Shui's voice filled the room with concern, alongside his mother's reminders for Junmo to dress warmly and avoid frequent colds. Yet, Yin, being from Wuching, spoke Mandarin with a unique flair, particularly the term for fever, which came out somewhat amusingly. You tend to cough for ages when you get sick. Don't go falling ill alone. There's no one to care for you. Although well-intentioned, his Mandarin caused Junmo to switch from loudspeaker to earpiece, replying without hesitation, Don't you have Mandarin classes? You should practice your not-so-standard Mandarin. It's a tongue twister. Even your language teacher would be exasperated. Yin subsequently sent several more messages, wishing her a happy birthday, and recounting an encounter with their high school language teacher, whom he had managed to irritate that they reminisced. Junmo sent a voice message. Are you a herniated disc? So protruded. Yin replied, I am a herniated disc, but not a comrade, that I'm on the verge of becoming single. I feel the school beauty's gaze on me turning more intense. Probably because of my great physique. Following this, Yin indulged in some self-admiration, employing every flattering term he knew to describe himself. Junmo chose to ignore him, and after Guanbo and Yamamoto finished their playful banter, all four settled down for a meal that as the year drew to a close. The weight of academic responsibilities loomed ever larger, with final exams signaling an impending challenge for these fresh university students. Even Guanbo and Yamamoto, who usually focus solely on gaming, began to immerse themselves in their studies that in stark contrast to the trio's busyness. Shengru appeared notably relaxed and at ease, exuding the tranquility of being in love. Discussions on the school forum regarding Shengru and Galanchi had gained traction due to their frequent appearances together. More than once, Junmo and her friends spotted Shengru dining with Galanchi. And though surrounded by other medical students, it felt as though Shengru was simply accompanying his girlfriend. Guanbo nudged Junmo with his elbow. Honestly, I always thought you and Shengru were a couple. Junmo chuckled and shifted slightly away. What a joke. We're like brothers. How could we possibly be a couple? Yamamoto clicked his tongue. Even if you were just brothers, Shengru treats you remarkably well. It's enough to make me envious that you believe that if you asked, he would certainly oblige. Junmo glanced at Shengru, who was engaged in cheerful conversation, and shook his head in a way. Guanbo and Yamamoto urged him to inquire if they were indeed dating. But Junmo smiled wryly and declared it boring. Turning to exit the cafeteria, the corner of the cafeteria, he stumbled upon a scruffy little cat mewing pitifully, its cries filled with sorrow. The sound resonated with Junmo, who recalled his own stomach growling and the solitude of his empty home, prompting a pang of melancholy that he rose and headed to the supermarket to purchase a can of small yellow fish. Eat slowly. No one is here to snatch it from you. Make sure you're full. Have you been here all this time? I'll bring more of these fish cans for you next time. I may be poor, but I can still afford this little treat. Crouching in a corner, Junmo rested his right hand on his knee, gently stroking the cat's somewhat dirty head, though gray and grimy. Its fur was soft and pleasant to the touch. As Junmo prepared to leave, the cat followed closely behind, seemingly intent on accompanying him home. Faced with this dilemma, Junmo recognized that while the expenses of cat ownership were not insurmountable, the dormitory regulations explicitly forbade pets that, if discovered, the consequences would extend beyond merely losing a scholarship. Crouching down, Junmo caressed the cat's fluffy head. I can't take you home. but I promise to bring you food regularly. All right. The little cat emitted a resigned, pleading meow, deepening the ache in Junmo's heart. That do you like cats? Alongside the gentle voice that penetrated the atmosphere was a slender, elegant hand that joined in stroking the cat's head. The moment the fingertip made contact, Junmo instinctively withdrew his hand. Yes, I like them, but the dormitory doesn't allow it. The dorm supervisor conducts regular checks, and if they find out, it could lead to serious repercussions. Shengru gazed at the cat with a tenderness akin to that of the hand caressing its head. Do you truly like them? Junmo nodded affirmatively. Yes, I do, but then let us take it home. We'll deal with the inspection when the time comes. Without waiting for Junmo to hesitate, Shengru scooped the dusty little cat into his arms, concealing it beneath his coat as they returned to the dormitory. Guanbo and Yamamoto, upon seeing the two return with the cat, bombarded them with questions. What is going on? Did you try it out? I told you once you ask, he'll agree to anything. Did Shengru buy you a cat? But this doesn't look like a purchased one, though while Guanbo and Yamamoto were filled with curiosity, Shengru had already taken the cat to the bathroom for a bath. Junimo raised an eyebrow at both Guanbo and Yamamoto. Feeling quite pleased that I adore how curious you both are, yet utterly clueless that I am in the bathroom, Shengru asked him to fetch a towel, to which Junimo complied, taking his bath towel and walking over. Yamamoto and Guanbo stood rooted in place, glaring at Junmo's retreating figure with a fierce intensity. Killing is a crime. Killing is a crime, especially when the other party is a future lawyer. Chapter 46. Why don't you come and ask me if I'm suitable? Originally, the dormitory housed only 4 men, but with the addition of a cat, it took on a more vibrant atmosphere. Guanbo and Yamamoto no longer found amusement in tormenting each other with stinky socks to avoid offending the cat. They began to embrace cleanliness, tidying their beds and cabinets. That it is often said that men become more responsible after having children. Undergoing a transformation, Junimo could hardly have imagined that a single cat could achieve what the dorm manager had failed to accomplish. With the cat's companionship, Junimo no longer fixated on the matters concerning Shengru and Gulanqi. Although the campus forum buzzed with photos of the two together, Junimo merely glanced at them before quietly exiting the forum. That a good brother who has found someone he likes deserves his blessings. Just as he would not intrude if Yin Shui were to marry one day. Everyone has their own life, and so does he done on this particular weekend. 1 week before the final exams, Junimo grabbed some clothes, preparing to shower. The moment Shengru pushed the door open, a gust of cold air rushed in, causing the cat to burrow into its nest, curling up tightly, its fluffy head nudging inward. Meow. Why are you back? During this time, Junimo had no idea what Shengru had been busy with since he and Gulanqi had been publicly paired up, often leaving early and returning late. Even when he came back, it was usually around 9 or 10 in the evening. Days like today, when he returned around 7, were exceedingly rare. Shengru removed his scarf and then took off his coat to hang it up. What, are you planning to hide a beauty from me? Junimo swallowed hard. How could I? If anyone's hiding, it should be you. That I'm going to take a shower now. Just as Junimo stepped into the bathroom. Still in the midst of undressing, Shengru knocked on the door from the outside. Have you fed the cat? I have. Just finished. You mustn't feed it again. It has only been raised for a short while and has already gained a couple of pounds. It's heavy to hold in my arms. Initially, Junimo intended to economize on food and buy cat food, litter, and toys for the feline. But before he could even begin, Shengru had already brought all these items back to the dormitory. Everything was complete, leaving him no chance to purchase anything himself. Particularly the cat food, which he had briefly checked. The prices were exorbitant, making Junimo feel as though he was living a less comfortable life than a cat. Once, jokingly lamenting that he was living worse than a cat, the feline seemed to understand human sentiment, nudging its bowl forward and meowing plaintively at Junimo, as if inviting him to share in its meal. Even a stray cat seemed to possess a sense of gratitude. While some humans did not on that day, Jun Feiguang called and scolded Junimo for nearly an hour. At first, Junimo listened. But eventually, he placed the phone aside, silencing it, and quietly resumed his studies. By the time he looked up again, he had no idea when Jun Feiguang had hung up. Halfway through a shower, the bathroom door swung open abruptly. Shampoo foam swirled atop his head like cotton candy, and Junimo stood with both hands raised, scratching his head, water cascading down his body, skin glistening, and his figure tall and lean, especially those legs, Shengru had seen him in shorts countless times, yet none compared to the adrenaline-inducing sight before him now. Their eyes met, and Jun Mo widened his gaze in shock at Sheng Ru. It was only in the next moment that he realized how mortifying his situation was. He quickly squeezed his legs together and shrank into the corner, crossing his arms to cover his modesty. "You shush, I'm inspecting the dorm." Outside, the dorm manager's voice indeed resonated as Guanbo and Yamamoto returned, engaged in conversation with her. "You two have kept your desks so tidy. We're a bit unaccustomed to it." Guanbo responded with a smile, throwing in some flattery. "Isn't it thanks to your supervision? Yamamoto and I are always mindful of your teachings, striving to be clean boys worthy of our looks. How could they not flatter themselves? Is there still another person in your dorm?" Before Yamamoto and Guanbo could answer, the dorm manager heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. "Bathing?" Junimo quickly answered. "Ah yes, just taking a shower. There's still one more person in your dorm, although the curfew has been lifted. You can't stay out all night. That would lead to penalties." Just as the dorm manager finished speaking, Shengru approached the door, responding, "I'm also in here bathing." Junimo, attempting to cover himself as best he could, saw Guanbo and Yamamoto exchange glances, desperately stifling their laughter, before nodding in agreement. "Yes, they usually bathe together." Junimo, "Why the hell are you explaining if you can't even explain properly?" It was uncertain what expression the dorm manager wore upon hearing this, but Junimo felt increasingly flushed and embarrassed. Meanwhile, Shengru leaned against the bathroom door, cradling the sleeping cat, head slightly bowed, stroking its fur, while his peripheral vision occasionally flicked toward Junim. "It's fine. You continue bathing, then I'll wait until it's quiet outside before I step out." Junimo, "How can I bathe with you here? We're brothers. Whatever you have, I have too. Just bathe as you normally would. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Despite his words, Junimo turned his back, quickly rinsing off the foam from his body. Shengru stood at the door, observing him from behind, and then boldly raised his head. Though his physique may not have rivaled his own, at 18 or 19, Junmo's youthful, vibrant body, with its tall and slender stature, the dip of his lower back and the enticing curves, was enough to leave one parched with desire. Hot water cascaded down his long legs like a gentle stream. Indeed, as he had told Yamamoto, he did have leg hair, but its light color made it imperceptible at a glance, rendering his legs smooth as a girl's. Just as Shengru was entranced, Junimo suddenly called out to him. Shengru hurriedly lowered his gaze, suppressing the fire within his throat, striving to maintain an air of calm as he stroked the cat. Only Shengru understood how hoarse and strained his voice was when it escaped his throat. "About Gulanqi, you two seem quite compatible. That I asked your brother. I wish you well and hope that you Junimo continued to offer his blessings." But before he could finish, Shengru had already set the cat down on Junmo's clothes, striding forward to close the distance between them, confronting the freshly showered, still damp Junimo de Ilanchi. "Compatible with me? Wishing me well?" Junmo's eyes blinked rapidly, wide with surprise that, everyone is saying you and she are a great match, that her personality complements yours, and given that you both study medicine, your interests align, she is quite suitable for you. Shengru reached out, feigning to wipe away the droplets of water cascading down Junmo's earlobe, seizing the opportunity to pinch his soft earlobe. His heart surged from calm to tumultuous waves, feeling as though a volcano was on the verge of erupting. His voice, rough yet magnetic, uttered, "Everyone says we are compatible. Why don't you come and ask me if I'm suitable?" Chapter 47. What does little straight man mean? Junimo was unsure whether it was the warmth of the bathroom air, Shengru's earlier gesture of touching his earlobe, or the tone and gaze with which he spoke that made him feel so unsettled. At that moment, only two words echoed in Junmo's mind. Ambiguity, that a sense of ambiguity that felt both foreign and uncomfortable. Shengru noticed his discomfort and quickly withdrew his hand, suppressing the impulse rising within him. Fearing that if he did not restrain himself, he would frighten this little straight man away. Ilanchi and I are not suited for each other. We are not in a romantic relationship. The reason we've been spending time together recently is due to a competition at the medical school, though we are preparing for an international competition during winter break, hence the frequent comings and goings. Additionally, she has a friend whose child is struggling academically and needs a tutor that I had already kept an eye out for this job for you. With your heavy course load this semester, I figured you wouldn't have time for part-time work. Next semester should be better, and I intended to tell you after the finals. Since you've misunderstood, I have no choice but to clarify now. Junimo stood there, almost forgetting to cover himself. In a daze. Shengru smirked slightly, chuckling softly, and reached out to ruffle Junmo's dripping hair. You little straight man, your imagination is quite vivid. When you become a lawyer, just be careful not to concoct your own case scenarios. It could harm your clients. With that, Shengru carried the cat and opened the door to step out. Before long, he returned with a fresh set of clothes. Here, put this on first that I didn't notice earlier, but your clothes are covered in cat hair and damp. Junimo numbly accepted the clothes, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. What does calling myself a little straight man even mean? However, this outfit truly fits impeccably, astonishingly. It is precisely my size. Junmo wishes to inquire, handing the money to Shengru. Shengru responds that it was a discontinued item given away by the clothing store, and since he had no use for it, he let Junmo wear it. Buy one get one free. If you don't take it, it would be a loss for the seller. Consider it a good deed and wear it, he says, with no other option. Junmo reluctantly agrees to wear it. Meanwhile, Guanbo and Yamamoto are still nearby, unable to contain their laughter over the earlier dormitory inspection incident. It is at this moment that Junmo recalls Guanbo's earlier commentary and, lifting her foot, gives a kick to the leg of his chair. You bastard, get lost. You are tarnishing my reputation. When have I ever bathed with Shengru regularly? She retorts that I've helped you out. Could you at least show some courtesy? Moreover, once is an experience, twice is a pattern. Having bathed together once doesn't mean you're unjustly accusing me. Junmo gives him a scornful glance, leans down, and enunciates, so, kindly get lost. I use please, which is quite polite. After their playful banter, the four finally manage to regain their composure. The cat kept in the dormitory will eventually be discovered, so it needs to be relocated swiftly. Although Guanbo resides in the capital, Professor Guan is allergic to cat hair, making it impossible for him to keep one unless he wishes to displease his father. Yamamoto's family does not have any allergies, but since they live in Jincheng, visiting the cat would not be as convenient. As for Junmo, it is even less feasible. Living in Wuching, it requires a 12-hour train journey, making it exceedingly inconvenient. Moreover, with a father who is rather unreasonable, it is likely that the cat would be returned promptly only to be cooked or sold. Ultimately, the three turn their gazes toward Shengyu. No problem. I'll take it back. Coincidentally, Ye likes cats. That if you want to see it, I can have Ye bring it over to me, he offers. The proposal receives unanimous approval. Thus, the following day, Junmo accompanies Shengru to deliver the cat to Chengyu. Shengru drives while Junmo sits in the passenger seat, and the cat is comfortably placed in a backpack on the back seat. The backpack features a transparent hemisphere, allowing the cat an unobstructed view. Having eaten well, it remains calm and obediently stays inside. Just as they are about to start the car, Guanbo suddenly remembers the cat's toys. Wait, something's been left behind. Before Junmo can reach for it, Shengru swiftly unbuckles his seatbelt and lunges forward, his body pressing against Junmo's as he retrieves the cat's toy from the window. Junmo leans back quickly, her back firmly against the seat. Yet despite this, Shengru's body still bears down on her. It is so close that the crown of his head lightly brushes against her nose, tickling her, and for a moment, Junmo is stunned into inaction. Shengru rises, losing his balance. His hand inadvertently steadies itself on Junmo's thigh, his thumb brushing against the tender flesh on the inner side. Junmo, Shengru, now holding the toy, stretches his arm back and, while fastening his seatbelt, wears a smug yet mischievous smile. Inside, it feels as though fireworks are bursting, filling her heart with delightful lavender bubbles. The car slowly starts moving, and Junmo casts a sidelong glance at Guanbo by the car door, venting her earlier anxiety and unease onto him. You were careless and didn't pick up after yourself, Guanbo retorts, hands on his hips. Hey, don't you have any self-awareness? Who was the one who left things behind? Before Guanbo can continue his rebuttal, the car is already driven away. Shengru then speaks slowly, Junmo. The toy was your responsibility, Junmo. Ah, Shengru chuckles, but you certainly possess the knack for deflection, akin to a lawyer. Junmo falls silent, realizing that since he has learned about her tutoring, after delivering the cat, Shengru takes her to meet a lady for a brief interview. The child has just completed their final exams. And before the child's mother, Junmo explains the exam papers. Although not a teacher by profession, being a high-achieving student from the capital university, assisting a sixth grader is well within her capabilities. As they depart, the child's mother immediately decides on Junmo as the tutor, that it's settled then. Once the new semester begins, twice a week, we shall entrust our Hao to teacher June. Junmo accepts with both hands, shaking hands and exchanging contact information to confirm the next lesson time before exiting. Previously, whenever Xingru teased him, he would call him Junlu, but since the tutoring interview, Xingru has taken to calling him Teacher June. On the day the final exams conclude, the four friends arrange to dine together. The next day, everyone will pack their belongings and return home, so they gather to celebrate in advance, treating it as an early new year. Guanbo and Yamamoto leave first, while Xingru, after finishing his exam, visits the dean's office before heading directly to the location shared in the group chat. Junmo returns to drop off her belongings, and just as she is about to step out, Yin Shui's call comes through. Junmo, do you know? On my way back today, I ran into our middle school classmate, Su Ritian. Do you remember him? As Junmo wraps a scarf around her neck, she corrects, his name is Su Hao. When will you stop giving people nicknames? Wuqing's Pengyuyan. The scarf is the same one Xingru had given her, which he insisted the shopkeeper throw in as a bonus, and coincidentally, the color wasn't the white he preferred. So he gifted it to Junmo. The name doesn't matter, and by the way, today when I called him Su Ritian, he didn't object, which indicates he likes it. Back to the point, Su Ritian told me some significant news. Do you remember Sun Anxiang, who was in our class in middle school but was expelled halfway through and went to work? Junmo pauses at the door, her hand frozen. What happened to Sun Anxiang? Since the last time Sun Anxiang messaged her, slandering Xingru, he had vanished without a trace. Throughout this period, Junmo has been engrossed in her studies, not paying attention to whether Sun Anxiang was alive or dead. Suddenly hearing his name, she tenses, fearing he might cause further trouble. He was arrested. He is in custody, and it seems to be in the capital. That I thought you might encounter him since you're also in the capital. So, I wanted to give you a heads up. Chapter 48. So you like me too? Don't you? Yin Shui relays all the gossip and warnings he has gathered to Junmo. Unbeknownst to him, Junmo has already crossed paths with his former classmate, a friend, several times, and each encounter has been increasingly unpleasant. After hanging up, Junmo finds Guanbo in the dormitory group chat lamenting her tardiness. Initially, he shared a group photo of the three of them, adding a large question mark beside Xingru. As the dishes begin to arrive, Junmo still has not shown up. Guanbo, the world's three great tardiness events. Guanbo, isn't anyone going to play along? A minute later, perhaps under pressure, Yamamoto takes on the role of the straight man and asks what they are. Guanbo, flight delays, teachers running late. And Junmo taking the long way. As she reads the messages in the dormitory group chat, Junmo feels the clouds of anxiety lifting in her heart. Indeed, her original intention was merely to return and drop off her things. When Guanbo had asked her earlier, she had casually replied that she would take a turn and arrive. Little did she realize that a simple turn would take half an hour longer. I'm here. I really just turned the corner. After replying, she quickly shuts the door and dashes toward the restaurant. In her haste, her scarf slips off. Xingru stands at the door, leaning against it. Teacher June. That was quite a long turn. Junmo clears her throat awkwardly, trying to catch her breath. I took an unexpected call, which delayed me. Xingru straightens up, removes the scarf that had only one end hanging from her neck, folds it neatly, and holds it in his hand. Let us go. All the dishes are served, and you're the only one missing. You cannot escape what you must face. Once inside the private room, Guanbo and Yamamoto commence their playful ribbing. After downing 3 rounds of drinks, they finally relent. However, as Junmo sets down his third glass, he gazes suspiciously at the cup in his hand. The first 2 glasses contained strong liquor. Though the cups weren't large, the alcohol content made it burn down his throat. Yet the third glass was clearly just plain water. Here, have some food. Xingru serves him some dishes, shooting him a knowing glance. And Junmo finally understands. This was to prevent him from getting drunk, a clever substitution. I'll be heading back tomorrow. What about you guys? Although Yamamoto lives in Jincheng, it's not far, and he too will leave the next day. I am going abroad for a competition, departing the day after tomorrow. The 3 raise their glasses once more, toasting to Xingru's imminent success and hoping he brings back several awards after finishing the drinks. Xingru casts a sidelong glance at Junmo. What about you? When are you leaving? This time, he is unafraid. At least he knows that after the winter break, he will return, unlike 13 years ago when his letters had suddenly ceased. All the letters he had sent were returned. Junmo takes a sip of soup, sets the bowl down, and stretches her chopsticks to grab some food. Me. I'm also leaving the day after tomorrow. I might just sleep in the dormitory tomorrow. Sheng-ru responded with a murmur, the words escaping him in a haze, which Junmo barely caught at by 10 o'clock that evening. The four of them were already blissfully intoxicated. Guanbo and Yamamoto leaned on each other for support as they made their way back, while Sheng-ru remained as clear-headed as ever, assisting and calling out to lead the three back to their dormitory. Guanbo and Yamamoto collapsed onto their beds, quickly succumbing to the loud symphony of snores that echoed throughout the dormitory, their dreams interlaced with gentle complaints about each other's snoring. Sheng-ru tenderly wiped Junmo's face, removed his outer garments, and helped him onto the bed to rest. Kneeling beside him, he cradled Junmo's head with his left hand while his right hand reached down to adjust the pillow. To his surprise, Junmo, in his drunken stupor, found discomfort in the way he was being supported, turning away abruptly and, in the motion, pulling Sheng-ru down beside him, with his back against the wall. Sheng-ru found his hand trapped beneath Junmo's head while his own hand rested on his body. The pillow carried the faint scent of Junmo's preferred shampoo, a delicate hint of lemon. The person before him seemed lost in dreams, mumbling incoherently before suddenly declaring, I want to sleep at your house. That a slight smile crept onto Sheng-ru's lips as he teased. Whose house? Yours, came the response. Who am I? Sheng-ru. Little Sheng-ru. In the midst of his own words, he found himself laughing foolishly. With a roll, he lay back down, allowing his right hand to prop up his head as he turned to lie on his side. His fingers grazed Junmo's forehead, tracing down the smooth contour to his enchanting eyes, then following the bridge of his nose to gently tap the tip. His long fingers descended, resting lightly on Junmo's soft lips, tracing their shape with a tender touch. Why do you want to sleep at my house? He inquired. When one is intoxicated or in a daze in the middle of the night, they can often be prompted to continue a conversation. However, this time, Junmo fell silent, merely smacking his lips, his hand fidgeting restlessly over his chest, as he turned away to sleep with his back to Sheng-ru. With a soft chuckle, Sheng-ru leaned closer, pressing a light kiss near Junmo's ear, his voice a husky whisper. So you like me too, don't you? The only response was a vague smacking of lips that I in the dead of night. Sheng-ru took a moment to tidy his belongings before heading downstairs. Although their journey was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, he had other arrangements for the next day and needed to return. As he reached the bottom of the dormitory, Xiao was already waiting by the roadside, eagerly stepping forward to take Sheng-ru's luggage and place it in the trunk. Sheng-ru opened the back seat door and settled in. We're leaving tomorrow, right? He confirmed, noting the late hour, which made the timing seem appropriate. Sheng-ru nodded in agreement. That I in the front seat. Xiao Wu praised Sheng-ru for representing the prestigious Imperial Capital University in the upcoming competition, extolling the university's good fortune in having him as a representative. Sheng-ru absorbed none of it, instead gazing out the window, his hand slowly brushing over his lips. He had initially intended to kiss the edge of Junmo's ear, but upon feeling the warmth and sweet aroma of his skin, he found himself unable to resist. With a sly smile, Sheng-ru felt a sense of pride at the thought of how Xiao Ji then would react upon discovering the mark on his neck. And then there was his phone. The following afternoon, Xiaowen was beside him, helping to pack his belongings, while Cheng-yu sat nearby with the cat in her arms, showering it with affectionate strokes. Sheng-ru, where's the scarf that Ling Go bought you last time? How come there's only one left? Sheng-ru glanced at the chat records in the dormitory group, noting that Guanbo and Yamamoto had already set off for home, even taking a jab at Junmo for the sudden appearance of a strawberry on his neck that morning. Junmo had naturally defended himself, claiming it was merely a mosquito bite, providing a particularly rational analysis, arguing that with no chaotic personal life and no girlfriend, the only possibility was indeed a mosquito. Sheng-ru chuckled softly, responding to Xiaowen, the other color didn't suit me, so I gave it to a classmate. Upon hearing the mention of a classmate, Cheng-yu sprang up. Gijay-ru, is it that Junmo Gij from last time? Yes, do you like that Junmo Gij? Sheng-ru paused, looking at Cheng-yu before conceding. I do. Then should I call him Junmo Gij from now on? Sheng-ru, while editing a message, sent it to Junmo, recalling the mischievous prank he had played the previous night, using Junmo's phone to message himself. What else would you call him? Sister-in-law? With a smile, Xingru pressed the send button just as the words left his mouth. However, the response he received was a red exclamation mark and an automated message. Little Jun Mo has enabled friend verification. You are not yet his friend. Please send a friend verification request first. Chapter 49. As a brother, I can only help you this in the dormitory. Jun Mo was groggily awakened by Guanbo and Yamamoto. Ah, are you guys leaving? What time is it? I'll get up to see you off. Jun Mo, swaying slightly, turned to get out of bed, but was halted by Yamamoto. Come on, it's not like we're parting forever. We're just letting you know we're leaving. Be careful on your way back. Jun Mo rubbed his tousled hair, resembling a wild thicket. Oh, you guys are leaving together? He yawned, and as he opened his eyes, Guanbo and Yamamoto had come disturbingly close, nearly pressing their faces against his neck, causing him to swallow the rest of his yawn. Haha, I'm not saying this out of malice, but Jun Mo, your private life is quite chaotic. Yamamoto pushed away Guanbo's hand, which was reaching out to touch him. Chaotic? How can this be called chaotic? Jun Mo is a grown man. Isn't this a normal desire? But Jun Mo, you were quite wild last night. What did you do that got Guanbo and me so drunk while you went off gallivanting? A master of time management. I bow to you. Just as Jun Mo was about to explain, Yamamoto cut him off. That don't worry. We absolutely want to tell Xingru about this. That we'll keep it a secret. As brothers, we can only help you this far. With that, they pulled Guanbo along with their luggage and exited the dormitory, even thoughtfully closing the dormitory door behind them. However, just as Jun Mo emerged from the bathroom after washing his face, he found the two of them had begun to loudly proclaim the marks on his neck in the group chat. Wasn't this supposed to be a secret? Fearing that Xingru might misunderstand, Jun Mo quickly employed all the debate tactics he had learned to attribute the marks on his neck to a mosquito. After the group chat concluded, he opened the conversation with Xingru, only to find himself frozen in disbelief at the messages he had sent the night before. To be precise, it was the series of messages he had sent unilaterally in the middle of the night. Jun Mo, little Xingru, you re so handsome. Jun Mo, Xingru, I still want to sleep at your house, to sleep beside you. Jun Mo, Xingru, take me to see the cats, okay? I miss the cats. It's definitely not about your mattress. I just wanted Jun Mo. I will miss you during the winter break. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly deleted the chat history, convincing himself that as long as it didn't exist on his end, he could pretend the messages were never sent. After deleting the messages, he opened the window and stuck his head out, letting the cool air calm him for a while. When he finally gathered himself to check his phone again, he realized he had inadvertently deleted Xingru from his contacts as well. Jun Mo. Oh no. He won't misunderstand that I deleted him because I didn't get to go to his house and sever our relationship. Right? Alone in the dormitory, he paced anxiously, knowing that as long as the other party hadn't noticed, he could add him back without raising suspicion. With the competition abroad set for tomorrow, Xingru was likely busy packing and hadn't had the chance to check his messages. Otherwise, why hadn't he replied? After much contemplation, Jun Mo decided to add Xingru back without a trace. He sent a friend request and quickly messaged him to clarify. Those were all just drunken ramblings. Don't take them seriously. It was all a joke. He ended with a silly laughing emoji. Xingru? Oh, Jun Mo, did I do anything silly last night after getting drunk? Xingru, no. It was fine. Though Xingru said nothing more, Jun Mo resolved never to get drunk again. This time, he had merely sent some nonsensical messages to Xingru, who knew what outrageous actions he might take next time. With a month-long winter break ahead, classes would resume only after the Lantern Festival. During this time, the dormitory would remain open to accommodate those staying behind to prepare for graduate school entrance exams. Jun Mo had mentioned buying a ticket back to Wu City, but when Yin Shui called to ask about the date of his train, he received a different response. Spring Festival travel rush. I couldn't get a ticket, that I want to be going back for the new year this year. What the heck, Jun Mo? Are you planning to go to the imperial capital and never return to Wu City again? My mom specially prepared cured meat and sausages this year, knowing how much you love the cured pork ribs. She asked me several times when you'd be back, and now you tell me you're not coming? Yin Shui might feel anger, and Junmo can actually understand it. When preparing for the New Year's goods at the end of the year, he had asked what she liked to eat. Preparing a plethora of items to celebrate the holiday together this year. That time, Junmo casually mentioned her fondness for cured pork ribs. In truth, It wasn't her preference, but rather something she knew Yin Shuai enjoyed. Now, as the holiday approaches and Junmo expresses her inability to secure a ticket home, anyone would be incensed that I still have unfinished business here. And indeed, I like a ticket. I won TB going back this year. Please convey my apologies to Annie, and I promise to visit her next year. Get lost. If you want to say something, tell my mom yourself that don't come telling me about tickets that you believe I won't drive all the way to the capital to bring you back. Junmo's eyes reddened, her nose tinged with a subtle ache, yet she stifled the sorrow within and teased him. No way. If you dare drive, I wouldn't dare to ride, that I wouldn't even pay to ride in Huang's car. My life is too precious. Yin Shuai cursed several times on the other end of the line, but ultimately his mother scolded him for making things difficult for Junmo, which finally brought an end to his tirade. What on earth do you have to do over there? Although he ceased his reprimands, his dissatisfaction and anger were still palpable in his tone. Seeing no other recourse, Junmo decided to share her submission endeavors with him. This was not merely an excuse to placate him. She had been submitting to a magazine on various themes. Just a couple of days prior, the magazine had responded, expressing admiration for her writing style and noting how refreshing it was among numerous submissions. While others resorted to emotional or ornate prose to showcase their skills, or employed clever tricks to capture readers' attention, Junmo's writing conveyed contemporary social events through her knowledge of legal statutes that in the editor's words. Her legal vernacular was distinctive and highly appealing, leading to an invitation for long-term submissions. For Junmo, who had not received any tasks for 2 months, this was akin to a blessing, a timely rain. Otherwise, her savings would dwindle to a point where she might not make it to graduation. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuai had no choice but to relent. After all, this was a splendid opportunity for Junmo, who had been working odd jobs for a while. Their conversation concluded with Yin Shuai offering his encouragement. The magazine's long-term submissions required 1 piece per week, commencing in March, during the winter break. Junmo kept herself busy, searching for part-time work, honing her legal knowledge, and practicing her writing skills that in the first week following the winter break, the dormitory manager called out to her from downstairs. Junmo, your package has arrived. Hurry down and get it. It's too heavy for me to bring up. When Junmo reached the first floor, she found a parcel from Misty City resting in the manager's office. The rich aroma of cured meat wafted through the brown paper bag, stirring a pang of nostalgia and sorrow within her, and tears welled in her eyes. She turned away discreetly to wipe them away, thanked the manager, and shared a bit of the cured delicacy with him before shouldering the hefty package back upstairs. Yin Shuai, your grandpa fears his grandson might starve outside without him, so remember to finish it all. When I visit the capital next time, I'll inspect your progress, that if you dare to save any for yourself. ILL sever our grandfather-grandson relationship. Chapter 50. Junmo, almost exposed to better assist a 6th grade student. Whenever Junmo found herself without part-time work, she would stay in her dormitory preparing lesson materials. In the process, she reviewed the entire 6th grade curriculum and completed numerous small entrance exam papers, ultimately compiling several sets for use as a measure of effectiveness once school resumed. After completing this, she glanced out the window to see that the previously fine snow had transformed into thick flakes, gently descending from the heavens. Standing by the window for quite some time, she attempted to open it but found it frozen shut. Finally, she donned her down jacket, wrapped a scarf around her neck, and descended the stairs that as she passed by the manager's room, the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air, hinting that he was simmering a soup. Junmo, where are you off to on this snowy day? I'm going to play in the snow. The manager chuckled at her youthfulness, questioning the fun in snow, and invited her in for a meal. Junmo waved her hand in refusal, striding confidently into the snow. She relished the sight of the swirling snowflakes, and although alone, began to craft 2 large snowballs on the basketball court. Bending down, she lifted the smaller one and placed it atop the larger one. She found 2 twigs to serve as arms and picked 2 leaves for eyes, carefully poking holes in them for pupils. For the mouth and hands, she used branches, and finally, she draped a scarf around the snowman's neck and took a picture with her phone. Due to her lack of gloves, her hands turned a vivid red, and she struggled to maneuver her fingers as she attempted to open the camera, expending considerable effort to get the angle just right for a photo. Excitedly, she posted it on her social media. Junmo, it turns out that heavy snow is not an exaggerated metaphor, but a reality. After posting, she gazed at the snowman she had built, feeling a sense of joy that made her oblivious to the cold. save for her painfully frozen hands reminding her of the harsh weather. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was a call from Sheng-ru. Just as she was about to answer, she hesitated for a moment. Quickly removing the scarf from the snowman's neck and sprinting back to her dormitory, as she passed the entrance, the manager once again beckoned her to come in for soup. Junmo waved her hand in refusal while running. However, her foot slipped and she tumbled forward, making intimate contact with the snow. Ignoring whether her knee had bruised or if she might fall again, she scrambled to her feet and continued running to the dormitory. Once she reached her room, she opened her computer, searched for a video, and peeled off her headphones. Instantly, the room was filled with the sounds of firecrackers, fireworks, and the clamor of voices, transforming the once empty space into a lively atmosphere. "Hello, Sheng-ru, wishing you a happy new year in advance." Junmo raised her voice, feigning that the noise around her was too loud to hear. "You mean the snowman? A classmate sent it to me along with a video of the heavy snow. I just had to share it to make my classmates in Misty City envious. Indeed, Yin Shui is quite envious of the snow, I can see. The scarf, it just happened to match mine. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't pointed it out. When's your competition? Is there a live broadcast?" "Oh no, there isn't. But good luck. I'll be rooting for your victory. Yes, Happy New Year." After hanging up, Junmo's smile faded as she exhaled deeply. She had managed to pull off this ruse. How close she had come to being exposed. If only she hadn't gotten so excited about posting on social media. Thinking of her post, she opened it to see Yin Shui's envy, as well as inquiries from Guanbo and Yamamoto, asking if it was snowing in Misty City. There was also Sheng-ru's like. But no comment. Realizing Sheng-ru could see her replies to Guanbo and Yamamoto, she used the same excuse to respond to them. However, since Yin Shui and Guanbo had added each other as friends for gaming purposes, fearing she might slip up, she specifically called Yin Shui, hoping he would keep her secret and, while at it, wish him a happy new year. Yin Shui replied, "Although I am the grandpa, and you are the grandson, I will not be sending you any red envelopes. This year, my mom is squeezing me dry. She said that since I'm in college now, I won't be receiving any red envelopes. How can I pursue a girl without funds? It's absurd. She wants me to date, yet provides no financial support." Just as Yin Shui finished sending his message, Junmo sent him a red envelope. "Junmo, Grandpa is providing you with dating funds." Yin Shui hesitated for quite some time before finally opening it, only to unleash another round of curses. Junmo had sent him a mere 52 cents. Hardly enough for anything substantial, barely enough for a lollipop, and certainly not sufficient for anything more extravagant than on New Year's Eve. Junmo donned her warmest attire and ventured outside, stopping by the manager's door to give him a sausage. "Tonight is New Year's Eve. Let us celebrate together. I'll bring you some soup." Junmo smiled and waved. "No, thank you, uncle, that I made plans with friends to go out for a feast," while she claimed it was a grand dinner. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she was led by the owner to change into a restaurant uniform, equipped with a heart-shaped balloon and flyers. She bent down to distribute flyers to passers-by, enthusiastically promoting the restaurant's special New Year's Eve packages. On this festive night, a time for family reunions, Junmo stood on the snowy street, diligently working. The owner, noticing her efforts, occasionally invited her inside to rest, offering warm drinks and inquiring if she had eaten. Junmo smiled and waved. "It's all right. With so many people out now, I want to promote a bit more to earn my keep, given the high demand for part-time workers on New Year's Eve." The owner offered 5 times the usual pay. Junmo felt her efforts warranted such remuneration, and she eagerly promoted the restaurant to every passerby. In no time, over half of the tables in the restaurant were filled. The owner was delighted and, during a break for a smoke, stood beside Junmo, engaging her in conversation. "Do you smoke?" "No, thank you." The owner lit a cigarette and asked, "What are you studying?" "Are you in college?" Junmo felt a twinge of embarrassment in declaring her field of study, especially as a student of such a prestigious institution as the Imperial Capital University. Instead, she fabricated a tale about attending a lesser-known school and pursuing a nondescript major. Fearful of bringing shame upon her esteemed university, the boss, overhearing her, sighed thoughtfully, remarking that with her striking beauty and commendable physique, she ought to consider modeling instead of distributing flyers, an occupation that would yield quicker financial rewards and demand less effort. Junmo maintained a smile, diligently handing out flyers despite the casual conversation, unwilling to let her guard down. Was modeling truly effortless? Surely, There is no such thing as an entirely easy task in this world. It merely appeared so to outsiders. The rigors of makeup application, posing, and changing outfits required one to mask any discomfort, all while showcasing the garment's advantages through her own physical attributes, enticing potential buyers to envision themselves adorned in the same attire. Once the boss finished his cigarette, he returned to the bustling restaurant, prompting Junmo to enter and sip a cup of warm water to stave off the chill. The restaurant's walls were adorned with a television, typically reserved for sports broadcasts. Yet on this festive occasion of New Year's Eve, it displayed the celebratory gala to AT that moment. The host spoke passionately about the theme of strong youth makes a strong nation, coinciding with footage of an international medical knowledge competition held days prior in M country that I in the frame. Xingru stood proudly beside the dean of the medical school, donning a white coat that resembled a battle garment. His posture regal, and his expression both austere and proud. The host exuberantly announced the remarkable news of the Imperial Capital University's medical school triumphing at the competition, and as Junmo stood beneath the television, tears welled in her eyes despite knowing Xingru's victory was anticipated, he remained the exceptional Xingru. Chapter 51. Xingru. What am I to do with you, brother Xingru? Look, the television is announcing your award. Chengyu exclaimed. Seated by the window, Xingru feigned indifference to Chengyu's words, his gaze fixated on the entrance of a nearby restaurant across the street. There, a tall youth bent over, distributing a large stack of flyers, the striking white scarf around his neck impossible to miss, even from a distance. Xingru recognized him immediately, though uncertainty lingered until he received a congratulatory message from Junmo. Xiao Junmo, congratulations on securing first place. Also, Happy New Year. After reading the message, he composed a reply, Thank you, Happy New Year. What are you up to? He held his phone tightly, his focus unwavering on the young man at the restaurant entrance. The boy glanced back at the restaurant's owner before stepping aside to pull out his phone, seemingly crafting a message before hastily tucking it away. That very moment, Xingru's phone chimed, and almost in unison. He rose, donning his coat and scarf, heading toward the elevator. Chengyu, seated, appeared bewildered. Brother Xingru, aren't you going to eat? Finish your meal and take a cab home, he replied, as he had two fathers, Jiang Yi and Xiao Ling, both of whom held unassailable positions in the entertainment industry. Due to the award ceremony, he would not return home until the second day of the new year. Chengyu's mother, Xiao Wen, accompanied them, leaving only Xiao Wu and Chengyu at home. With Xiao Wu called away on business, the once dreary reunion dinner now reduced to Chengyu alone. I in the elevator, Xingru gripped his phone. Fully aware of who had messaged him without needing to glance, he felt no urgency to read Junmo's words, not wanting to see what further fabrications he had conjured. The original message served merely as a means to confirm whether the flyer distributor in the biting cold was indeed him. Exiting the elevator, Xingru wrapped his scarf tightly around his neck, donned his coat, and stood not far from the restaurant. Snowflakes drifted down, and the biting wind stung his face that he stood resolutely in the storm. His gaze unwavering on the youth distributing flyers, the boy, seemingly impervious to the cold, smiled brightly, though his voice bore a hint of hoarseness, perhaps from a lingering cold. Those hands, red and raw from the chill, appeared to be afflicted with frostbite, that Xingru's heart ached at the sight. With the scarf snug around his neck, the boy's face was flushed from the cold, particularly his nose, which seemed ready to play the part of a clown without any makeup. His cheeks bore a thin veneer of ice, devoid of color. Even the typically gentle Xingru felt a surge of anger, recalling how Junmo had sounded so cheerful during their last phone call. It felt as if someone had forcibly squeezed the air from his lungs, leaving him breathless. He yearned to drag the youth into the snow and give him a sound thrashing for lying and neglecting himself. Yet, just as his fists clenched, he released them, turning away in a huff. The moment he turned, his frustration seemed to dissipate. He lowered his head and sighed. Entering a 24-hour convenience store, he purchased 2 bottles of hot drinks. While paying, he glanced outside. Someone accidentally collided with Junmo, scattering the flyers he held into the air, where they danced downwards with the snow. Junmo bent down, collecting the flyers, apologizing to the person who had bumped into him. Xingru tightened his grip on the warm drinks, paid, and pushed the door open. That he dialed Junmo's number, but he continued to feign celebration in Miss City. Casting a backward glance, he noticed the owner watching him, prompting him to exclaim that his family was calling, hastily hanging up. Xingru chose not to confront him, Instead, standing still to call Guanbo after inquiring about Yin Shui's contact information, he quickly dialed without concern for timing or appropriateness. Formalities seemed trivial at this moment. When he ended the call, Yin Shui's words echoed in his mind. Yes, Junmo had endured hardships greater than most of his peers, undoubtedly instilling in him a sense of pride. As for Sun Anxiang, Yin Shui refused to divulge any details, insisting Xingru ask Junmo directly. If he wished to share, he would at precisely 11 o'clock. The boss finally told Junmo he could leave. Young man, coming quickly, that'll be enough for today. Go celebrate the new year. Junmo turned, her smile freezing in place as she unexpectedly spotted Xingru seated within the restaurant, fixated on her. Entering, she changed out of her work attire and collected her wages before approaching him. Xingru gestured toward the chair opposite him. What a coincidence that he then turned to summon the waiter to bring forth the dishes. Junmo felt as if she were perched on pins and needles. Her carefully woven lies now laid bare before him. Bowing her head, she ate quietly. Any excuse seemed insincere and disingenuous. Xingru ladled soup and offered it to her, his gaze flickering over her frostbitten hands before gesturing toward the building across the street. I was dining with you upstairs and happened to see you ditto. I see that I didn't intend to deceive you, she stammered. Xingru placed more food on her plate. You must have your reasons. It's fine if you don't wish to share. Let's eat. It's late that I in the several hours since he first noticed Junmo. She had only sipped water once. The rest of the time, she labored to distribute flyers after their meal. Xingru offered no opportunity for protest. Gently urging her back as they headed to his apartment in the university district. Put on the pajamas and undergarments. Hurry up and warm yourself, he instructed. Junmo glanced at the clothing. They were indeed her size. As she showered, Xingru leaned against the bathroom doorframe, awaiting her return. When she emerged, he pulled her to the sofa and applied medicine to her frostbite, his gaze fixed on her as if fearful she might escape. Have you been in the dormitory all winter break? Yes, that is there anything else you need? Not at the moment. Today's circumstances are quite rare. Xingru crouched before her, holding her hand with one hand while applying ointment with the other. His expression serious as he gazed up at her. What a coincidence. Such an uncommon event, and I happened to see it. What if I hadn't tea? Junmo found herself at a loss for words. There is nothing more until the semester starts? Indeed, nothing until then. Then you may stay here until classes resume, that if there's anything essential in your dorm, I'll accompany you to retrieve it tomorrow. The tone was unremarkable, yet it bore an unwavering insistence that brooked no dissent. Chapter 52. Opening up to him after taking his medication, Xingru entered the bathroom for a shower, while Junimo aimlessly wandered about the living room. He had visited this place once before, and the only discernible difference now was the empty refrigerator, devoid of any provisions. He was uncertain whether Xingru had not intended to stay here or if he had simply returned too late to procure supplies. The television in the living room showcased the finale of the Spring Festival Gala, marking the countdown to the new year. The host called out one. Xingru approached from behind, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze, imbued with a hint of warmth. Happy New Year, little Junimo echoed the sentiment. Happy New Year. Before it dawned on him, I am no longer a child. Xingru elongated the final syllable, his gaze laden with meaning as it fixed earnestly upon Junmo's face rather than wandering elsewhere. Yet the tone of his voice suggested an implication that was hard to ignore. Who would have thought that you were far more youthful than Guanbo and the others? Xingru chuckled softly, recalling the scene he had stumbled upon during the last inspection when he had entered the bathroom. Indeed, Junimo had grown, but still lagged behind in comparison to himself. Dressed in a navy blue silk pajama set, the warmth of the underfloor heating rendered the attire quite comfortable. Junimo paid little mind to the fact that their outfits bore a striking resemblance, akin to couples' attire. After all, men's clothing often shared a commonality that rendered style largely irrelevant. Just as Junimo turned away, Xingru's hands found their way to his neck, the gentle pads of his fingers kneading the tense muscles. As the thumb massaged the area, the tension in his muscles began to dissipate, even alleviating the discomfort in his neck that had accumulated from long hours of grading papers. Yet the unfamiliar, slightly addictive sensation left him feeling anxious and uneasy, even somewhat apprehensive. Just as Junimo contemplated retreating, Xingru's fingers slid downwards, resting upon his shoulder. During the recent trip abroad with the dean, I learned some acupuncture points in traditional Chinese medicine that you'll be my little guinea pig for a test run. Junimo's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. You all study this in clinical. Sheng Ru's lips curled into a subtle smile, the pressure of his hands just right. Particularly when he kneaded Junimo's shoulder muscles, which were rigid and stiff, it was evident that he had not been idle in the dormitory. After addressing the shoulders, Sheng Ru's fingers curved to alleviate tension along Junimo's spine, scapula, and ribs. Under his ministrations, Junimo felt a remarkable sense of relief, the fatigue of recent times considerably eased. It was this very alleviation that effectively dispelled the strange and addictive sensation that had lingered in Junimo's heart. Only when Sheng Ru rose to pour milk did Junimo exhale deeply, incessantly chiding himself internally, attributing their earlier physical interactions to the restlessness of youth that made them seem somewhat ambiguous. Among brothers, what harm was there in a simple shoulder squeeze? There's no milk at home. Only alcohol. It's New Year's. Shall we indulge a little? Junimo recalled the embarrassing messages he had sent Sheng Ru after drinking too much last time. Drinking is probably not a good idea. I tend to do foolish things when inebriated. Don't worry. What's to fear at home? Just a little, nothing excessive. Initially, they sat on the living room carpet with their drinks, but as silence enveloped them, they decided to don their outerwear and head to the balcony. The university town had yet to be overdeveloped, offering air and scenery far superior to those of the city's residential complexes. The balcony was open air, unsealed. They moved a small table outside to set down the red wine, each holding a stemmed glass, leaning against the railing while gazing at the lively neighborhood below. The community was not in a fireworks zone. Thus, no firecrackers or pyrotechnics were permitted. The streets were adorned with colorful lights, especially the greenery lining the roads, while children stayed awake, eagerly welcoming the new year. They played with poppers, creating a delightful cacophony, filling the air with the essence of the holiday. That a few little girls, frightened of the noise, opted for sparklers, which, once ignited, emitted beautiful sparks, allowing them to dance with joy in place. Sheng Ru raised his glass and gently clinked it against Junimo's. Chengyu adored playing with poppers as a child. She would throw a handful at a time, and the boys her age were terrified of her. Junimo chuckled softly. Chengyu is quite endearing. Though it's evident she is very attached to you. He tilted his head back and took a sip. I'm an only child. My closest relationship is with Yin Shui, the one you met last time. I'm not particularly close with anyone else. Sheng Ru leaned against the railing, his tall stature giving him a seemingly precarious appearance, as if half his body leaned out over the edge. Especially when he turned to look at Junimo, it seemed that a mere loosening of his fingers could send the glass tumbling. Though Junimo was shorter, his long neck emerged from beneath a loosely draped scarf, the exposed skin having turned a rosy hue from the cold. Sheng Ru extended his right hand, holding the wine glass outward while his left hand reached to adjust the scarf around Junimo's neck. The cool, smooth touch of his fingertips against Junimo's similarly cold skin transformed the atmosphere between them into something decidedly intimate. Even the warmth of his lips felt as if kissed by snowflakes, glistening and inviting. Outside, the snow fell softly, and though the cold wind was biting, the moonlight cast down a chill that somehow felt warm as it spilled onto the balcony. Once again, that awkward yet addictive sensation resurfaced within Junimo. He raised his hand to adjust his scarf, tilting his head back for another sip of wine. Be careful with your glass, lest it become a projectile. Such acts are unlawful. Sheng Ru chuckled lightly, clinking his glass against Junimo's. All right. Counselor Jun, whether it was the alcohol loosening his tongue or a realization that he ought not to harbor too many secrets from Sheng Ru. Junimo suddenly spoke after finishing his second glass. Sun Anqiang has been arrested. Oh, is that so? What crime has he committed? It seems he was involved in theft and was caught red-handed by the family. Oh, he deserves it then. Finding no further details forthcoming from Sheng Ru, Junimo shifted the conversation to a personal anecdote. Actually, Sun Anqiang was a classmate of mine in middle school. We were in the same class. After sharing this introduction, Junimo poured himself another glass of wine. Our situations were quite similar. Both our parents divorced, leaving us without care or affection. Before his parents separated, he had always excelled academically, consistently among the top 3 in our grade. However, during our second year, when his parents divorced, they had a fierce altercation during the division of assets, which escalated to the police being involved. That I heard that neither parent wanted him. They had already found new partners and were unwilling to take on the burden of a child. From that point onward, Sun Onxiang changed drastically, skipping classes, fighting, smoking, and associating with unsavory characters. The teachers pleaded with him for ages. But seeing he had given up on himself, they eventually threw in the towel. And then what happened? Jun Mo took a sip from his glass, reaching to pour more, but Sheng Ru's hand halted him at the rim. Drink less. Didn't you say it's fine to drink at home? His handsome, pristine face bore a charming smile. Yet at that moment, Sheng Ru felt a pang of heartache for the smiling Jun Mo. Chapter 53, Jun Mo. The sun will not betray me, though he did not trust Sun Onxiang's words, and despite Yin Shui's silence regarding the matter between him and Sun Onxiang, an insatiable curiosity lingered. Yet he felt reluctant to force Jun Mo to reopen his scabbed wounds merely to display them for his scrutiny. It was too cruel. He could not bear it. Jun Mo, smiling, pulled his hand away, his fingers cool to the touch. The frostbite scars on the back of his hand were stark and unsettling. That if I drink too much, you'll take care of me. Right. Sheng Ru, unable to resist, conceded to drinking less, so that he could play the role of a free caregiver when Jun Mo inevitably drank too much. In due course, Sun Onxiang was expelled from school after severely injuring someone during a fight. The victim being the principal's nephew. Jun Mo paused for a considerable time, his clear gaze fixed on the distance, as if lost in recollection or lamentation. The moonlight flickered in his eyes, casting a melancholy aura. What happened after that? Did you have any further encounters? The next time he saw him, Sun Onxiang had just been released from a reformatory, working as a waiter in a bar, sporting a head of multicolored hair and earrings. Fearing Sheng Ru might misunderstand, he quickly clarified at that time, I was also working as a waiter. He was responsible for training me, teaching me how to carry drinks without spilling, how to handle drunken patrons, and which types of people to avoid at all costs. That I thought we were friends, and I genuinely regarded him as such during that period. That we grew quite close, perhaps due to our shared experiences or the bond forged through our work. Upon hearing him claim to resemble Sun Onxiang, Sheng Ru's breath grew slightly heavier. He wanted to argue that they were fundamentally different, yet he patiently listened without interruption. That wasn't until later, when the bar manager slipped something into my cup, that I recalled I had always been cautious working in such an establishment, that I wouldn't drink anything given by patrons, let alone the water from the bar itself. The manager must have observed me for quite some time before adding something to my own cup. I remember it was an hour before my shift ended. I felt dizzy and unwell. The manager offered to help me rest and took me to a hotel next to the bar. As Jun Mo recounted this, he tilted his head back and drained his drink as if steeling himself. The memories, long buried, were too sordid for him to revisit. Yet that night, he wished to be a bit cruel to himself. He wanted to tear open all his scars, to remove the festering flesh that had rotted for years, allowing the sunlight to pour in, so he could finally heal. His heart felt desolate, and he failed to notice Sheng Ru's gradually darkening expression beside him. I would never forget what transpired that day. I had always believed that even if same-sex relationships were legal, even if countless couples were openly together, I would never encounter such a situation. Yet reality struck me with a harsh blow. That night, the drug rendered me powerless to resist. My clothes were torn apart, and I had resolved to perish alongside him the following day when Sun Onxiang burst in. He was the one who pulled me back from the brink of despair, and I felt immense gratitude, to the point of being completely unguarded. After taking me away from the hotel, Sun Onxiang claimed he was driving me home, but soon began to touch me inappropriately in the car. Fortunately, Yin Shui did not see me at the bar. Upon inquiring, he learned I had been taken away and pursued all the way to the hotel and then to Sun Onxiang's rented apartment. Otherwise, I might have succumbed to the same fate of moral decay as him. Whether it was a case of the mantis stalking the cicada with the yellow sparrow behind, or a spontaneous decision on his part, or if it was a trap designed by the two of them together, I no longer wished to investigate. Since that incident, I had not crossed paths with Sun Onxiang again. Yin Shui had beaten him to a pulp, and ultimately, it was only by spending money that he managed to keep his record clean. After speaking, Jun Mo suddenly turned and smiled at Sheng Ru. How wonderful it is, I've finally spoken about all this. Thank you. With that, he opened his arms and gently embraced Sheng Ru. Despite his earlier impatience to confess his long-held feelings, at that moment, Sheng Ru felt compelled to suppress all his emotions that he had revealed his scars for Jun Mo to see. How could he bear to pour salt into the wounds, allowing them to fester further? It took an immense amount of courage and determination to calmly recount these events to him. You say you are in a similar situation. But why did he choose to abandon everything, opting for a life of degradation and ease, while you did not? Sheng-Ru pondered. If he were in Jun Mo's shoes, he might have already embarked on a different path. A psychologist had once remarked that from a young age, his psyche diverged from that of his peers, and without proper guidance, he was at risk of straying onto the wrong path. Jun Mo sighed, his tone light and relieved, even tinged with mischief. Because I want tomorrow, one beautiful tomorrow after another. Today, he turned ahead and sighed. A smile adorned his lips. Because I want you to see me again. And I still want to be that wonderful version of myself. Thankfully, before I lost myself completely, I reunited with you. That ray of light ultimately did not betray my struggles. Watching his retreating figure, Sheng-Ru yearned to envelop him in a deep embrace. But thoughts of what Sun Anxiang and the manager had done to him held him back. As night fell, the once vibrant hustle and bustle outside gradually faded. The two lay on a single bed. Jun Mo turned away from Sheng-Ru, curled up, breathing evenly. The alcohol, coupled with the long-suppressed secrets finally voiced, brought him a sense of relief, and he fell asleep almost instantly. In contrast, Sheng-Ru lay awake, hands clasped behind his head, staring at the ceiling, unable to find slumber. 13 years was a long stretch, fraught with innumerable possibilities. Yet he had never envisioned that the cheerful, affectionate little Jun Mo would endure such hardships, nor had he anticipated that while he celebrated the passage of the same-sex marriage bill with joy and anticipation, his beloved little Jun Mo would nearly fall victim to another's violation. This perhaps elucidated why he maintained a distance from all those around him who shared the same orientation. Even with himself, it took half a year before he could tease him occasionally. In retrospect, while he reveled in the deepening of their relationship, Jun Mo might have been silently suffering. The next morning, Jun Mo awakened to the enticing aroma wafting through the apartment. Sheng-Ru stood at the doorway, wearing an apron. "Hurry and wash up for dinner," he said, then turned back to add dinner. Only then did Jun Mo glance at his phone, realizing it was already 5 in the afternoon. His messages were flooded with New Year's greetings from Yin Shui and Guan Bo, along with photos of the braised pork ribs taken by Yin Shui. Jun Feiwang had also made several calls, but Jun Mo had not answered that he was indifferent to the messages, unconcerned about what they sought. If possible, he would prefer a lifetime of silence between them as the most satisfactory way to coexist. Responding briefly to Yin Shui and the others, he washed up, changed clothes, and made his way to the dining area. Before him sat 2 bowls of braised meat rice, the soft, glutinous rice, paired with the aromatic braising sauce. Especially the finely chopped pig trotters and beef mixed with chili, was enticing enough to whet one's appetite. Jun Mo eagerly scooped up spoonfuls, finishing his bowl and even giving Sheng-Ru a 5-star review. Though your culinary skills are a pity to waste, they should be used for saving lives. This braised meat rice is truly exceptional. Seeing him finish an entire bowl with satisfaction, Sheng-Ru felt equally pleased that I've only cooked for 2 people. You and Cheng-Yu, that he left unsaid that the meal he prepared for Cheng-Yu was merely a bowl of egg noodles. Nowhere near as complex as the braised meat rice. Chapter 54. This habit makes you prone to getting beaten. In the evening, Sheng-Ru drove Jun Mo back to the dormitory, despite having lived in the same dorm for 6 months. This time Jun Mo felt like a criminal being escorted back to the scene of the crime by Sheng-Ru. "Pack up," Sheng-Ru instructed, pulling up a chair to sit beside him. Also gathering a few books to take back to his apartment. Jun Mo sighed softly. After hiding away in the dorm for so long, playing out the charade in Miss City, he had ultimately been exposed. The cured meats Yin Shui sent earlier were likely not vacuum-sealed out of fear that he would hesitate to eat them, but he decided to pack the cured meats to take to Sheng-Ru's apartment and then gathered a few outfits. Although he had arrived with only a few changes of clothes, 6 months later his wardrobe was nearing the breaking point. Unbeknownst to him, scarves, sweatshirts, jackets, and down coats had gradually filled Sheng-Ru's space. "Sheng-Ru," he called, "look at my wardrobe. This is all you're doing." That he referred to the various clothes Sheng-Ru had provided under different pretenses that Jun Mo had needed. Sheng-Ru glanced over and checked his watch. "That's your wardrobe. That if you hurry, we might still catch a movie tonight." Cheng-Yu had mentioned that several good films were set to release during the Spring Festival, including the collaboration between Ike Gu and Ling Gu in a crime thriller film. The duo, both righteous and wicked, worked together to dismantle a criminal gang. Ultimately, the most that Junmo packed were books and exam papers, along with the laptop Xingru had lent him. You can leave the laptop. There's a desktop at the apartment, which is more convenient. Xingru drove while stealing glances at the items in the back seat through the rearview mirror. You lent me a laptop, not a desktop. I don't want to pay double the rent. Xingru chuckled, wanting to say it was free of charge, but considering Junmo's unique pride, he swallowed his words. That'd be why the time they left the university. It was 7 o'clock. Having just finished dinner, they skipped returning to the apartment and parked directly at the commercial street in the university town. Exiting the parking garage led them straight to the cinema entrance. From the entrance to the ticket hall, all the posters for the Spring Festival releases lined the walls. Xingru quickly spotted the posters of Yigu and Linggu. The two stood back to back. One donned a bulletproof vest, wielding a gun and aiming at the camera, while the other, dressed in a sleek black suit, nonchalantly chewed on a toothpick, his gaze both righteous and wicked, captivating and impossible to look away from. Xingru suddenly understood why the two had not participated much in variety shows or sought publicity, yet still remained immensely popular. They possessed both talent and looks, coupled with dedication. Who wouldn't admire that? Naturally, when Xingru saw it, Junmo did as well. Hey, aren't those the two actors who participated in variety shows with us when we were kids? Do you remember? Of course I remember, with such striking good looks. How could I possibly forget? Moreover, this Junmo pointed at Zhang Yi, who once treated me to ice cream. When I was young, my parents forbade me from consuming anything cold or spicy that might disrupt my participation in shows. So this left a profound impression on me. Xingru nodded in agreement. Shall we take a look at this? The two of them approached the ticketing hall only to discover that Yigu and Lingji's film had the highest number of screenings in the cinema. Yet, despite this, every ticket had been sold out. Although they mentioned that there might be a chance if others canceled their tickets, my years of experience in ticket sales suggested that while other films might have some cancellations, this one truly had little possibility. Xingru was acutely aware of Yigu and Lingji's exceptional talent and popularity, and he couldn't help but feel frustrated. Earlier, when Yigu had offered him tickets, he had thought there would be no one to accompany him, so he declined. Who could have anticipated that someone in Miss City had actually been in the capital all along? If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the little straight man beside him who had lied and acted to cover up the truth. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to look for another film to watch, opting for something suitable with available tickets at the last minute. Junmo stood there selecting a film while Xingru patiently waited beside her. As he turned to survey the surroundings, he noticed that quite a few people were staring at Junmo, both men and women. Immediately, Xingru took a step aside to shield Junmo with his body, as if marking his territory, which naturally included the oblivious Junmo. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers finally shifted their gazes away. Shall we watch a horror film? Junmo turned and was surprised to find Xingru standing behind her, then playfully patted his back. Are you afraid? What a joke! How could I possibly be afraid? Xingru replied with a smile, his tone gentle yet teasing. All right, then let us watch a horror film. Given that it was the Spring Festival season, there were indeed very few tickets available. After all, one couldn't expect two grown men to watch an animated film. Could they? They purchased their tickets along with popcorn and cola, and with some time to spare before the film started, they settled in the resting area. As Xingru raised his hand to check the time. Curious about how long until the film began, Junmo suddenly grew excited, tapping his thigh and then pinching it. Look quickly. I see that Ibo. I can't be mistaken. Am I dreaming? Xingru glanced down at her hand, pinching his thigh. Then looked up at Junmo and confirmed, it is indeed him. Although Xingru was not particularly focused on the entertainment industry, he had encountered Ibo a few times at the company and seemed to have a good relationship with him. Junmo's face was alight with joy. I never expected to see a celebrity in the cinema. Oh, why didn't you cry out when I pinched you? Did it hurt? In the past, she would pinch Yin Shui, who would always scream loudly in response, often cursing a few times as well. Junmo had developed a habit of pinching those around her when faced with the unbelievable. However, she was taken aback that Xingru remained so composed, his brow not furrowing in the slightest, which led her to question whether she was dreaming. Xingru lowered his gaze to her hand, which had released but still rested on his thigh, raising an eyebrow. What do you think? Junmo awkwardly withdrew her hand, and I'm sorry. It's just a habit. As her hand retreated halfway, Xingru caught it. Tell me, who are you used to pinching? Whoever is beside me, I just pinch. Xingru promptly placed Junmo's hand back on his thigh, speaking decisively that go ahead and pinch. Just don't pinch anyone else. This habit might earn you a beating. Just before they entered the theater, he asked her if she liked Yibo. To which Junmo nodded. Upon entering, they observed that horror films were mostly attended by two types of people. Couples looking to enhance their relationship and pairs of girlfriends seeking thrills. The only duo resembling brothers. Like Junmo and Xingru, was a rarity to as carefree as they had been purchasing their tickets. Their demeanor in the cinema was markedly different. Junmo covered her ears with her frostbitten hands, believing that as long as she couldn't hear the sounds, the ghosts wouldn't be able to scare her. Her eyes remained fixated on the screen, oblivious to the fact that the person beside her had taken out his phone to send a message. Chapter 55. Witnessing the unseen after the film, Junmo placed all the cured meats into the refrigerator. The once empty fridge was now brimming with provisions after just one night that I'll show you how to make braised meat rice. Having been self-sufficient and taking care of herself since childhood, cooking was naturally not a challenge for her. Seeing how well Xingru could cook, Junmo felt a surge of enthusiasm to showcase her culinary skills. As Xingru was busy providing data to the director, he remained in the study. When he finally emerged, the dining table was laden with fragrant dishes, all of which were specialties from Mist City. The braised pork ribs simmered with white radish combined the smoky flavor of the ribs with the sweetness of the radish, creating a perfect balance. There were also the city's signature spicy sausages and a dish of spicy, sliced meat. Garnished with scallions, garlic, chilies, and peppercorns, the pot was bubbling with hot oil, and as it was drizzled over the meat, the aroma filled the room with a delightful spiciness. Junlu, your culinary skills are impressive, Xingru remarked as he took his seat and eagerly prepared his chopsticks to taste a piece. Not bad, not bad. Lawyer Jun, your cooking deserves 5 stars. Junmo served 2 bowls of rice, handing one to him. If I don't become a lawyer, I'll become a chef and open my own restaurant, cooking whatever I wish. Xingru took a small mouthful of rice and replied, I'll invest, becoming the second shareholder and handling the cash register. The two of them gathered around the long table, enjoying their meal while discussing the film they had watched that evening. Though timid during the film, once it was over, Junmo transformed back into the daring youth she was. Outside, the cold wind whistled and snowflakes danced. While inside, it was warm and cozy, making their little life feel particularly pleasant. During dinner, Junmo mentioned other dishes she could prepare, planning to act as Xingru's chef for the next half-month before school resumed, claiming it would serve as her contribution to his rent. After the meal, Xingru taught her how to use the oven, microwave, and steamer in the kitchen. Suddenly, Junmo opened a cabinet. What is this? A dishwasher. Can this machine really clean well? I prefer washing by hand, but Xingru's hands were beautiful, the finest she had ever seen, and she could not let him wash dishes. It would be a waste. Her own hands had done many jobs, including washing dishes, so she had no objections. However, just as she collected the dishes from the dining room, before she could even touch the water, Xingru snatched them from her and placed them into the dishwasher. It'll clean well. You should avoid water as much as possible, especially cold water. Your frostbite hasn't healed yet. The 6-figure dishwasher better be able to clean a few dishes properly, or it would truly be a waste. The next day, when Junmo woke up, Xingru had already finished his morning routine and was tidying his hair in front of the mirror. Are you heading out? I was planning to cook something new for you today. Not today. I'm taking you home for dinner. My family has returned. Junmo instantly perked up. Going to your house? I think I'll pass. Hey, don't pull me. Before she could finish her sentence, Xingru had yanked her off the bed. Yet, feeling anxious, especially about her pants, she couldn't let Xingru discover anything amiss. She had no choice but to hunch over in submission. All right, I'll go wash up. I'll go, okay? When Junmo finished washing up and emerged, she was still clutching a freshly washed and wrung-out pair of underwear. Xingru put on his coat, briefly glanced at her underwear, pretended not to see, and calmly urged, hurry up. I'll be waiting for you outside. Okay. Being her first time visiting Xingru's home, Junmo felt a tinge of nervousness. While dressing, she used Xingru's hair gel to slightly style her hair. She glanced at the perfume, but decided against spraying any. When she finished changing and stepped out, Xingru looked her over and wrapped a scarf around her at the entrance, playfully teasing. Here is a scarf just like the one your classmates have. Junmo, haven't I already apologized for tricking you? Xingru smirked slightly, replying, my family has a yard. If the snow hasn't been cleared, we can build another snowman openly, and no more pretending to be in Mist City. Classmates had sent him videos. Although Junmo had always felt that Xingru exuded an aristocratic prince's demeanor from within, and his clothing and possessions reflected his affluent background, the reality struck her when they approached the villa community. As the car drove into the spacious courtyard of the villa and then descended into the parking garage, seeing the array of luxury cars parked outside left Junmo momentarily stunned. Junmo. Huh. She snapped back to reality, realizing she had lost her composure. Your family is quite wealthy. Xingru tucked the keys into his pocket. Fortunately, none of it is mine. I prefer earning my own. Junmo found herself somewhat out of place as she followed Xingru into the villa, taking the elevator into the grand hall. The villa was vast, with the floor reaching a height of 3 stories, and above it, there was an attic. Junmo had not ventured to explore the lower levels. Upon entering the hall, she was captivated by the interior decor, which deviated from the ostentatious style often associated with nouveau riche. Instead, it bore a resemblance to Xingru's apartment style, simple, elegant, and tasteful, exuding an air of sophistication that reflected the homeowner's refined taste. Please, take a seat, that I shall fetch you a glass of water. Xingru gestured towards the sofa. There are some snacks on the coffee table. Feel free to have some if you're hungry, that I in their rush to leave. Neither of them had breakfast. Feeling somewhat ill at ease, Junmo cast her gaze around the room before settling onto the sofa. The drawer of the coffee table was slightly ajar. Her foot brushed against it, prompting her to bend down and close it. However, in that very motion, she caught a glimpse of its contents. Though not entirely visible, the word slip was distinctly clear that Junmo's back stiffened, and she hastily shut the drawer. Her ears flushing crimson as she sat up straight, but a rich, magnetic voice resonated from upstairs, the sort of voice one could easily fall in love with upon hearing. I asked Xingru's friend here. Startled, Junmo quickly stood and turned around, only to find herself face to face with the individual she had seen on the poster yesterday, now approaching her with each step. The proximity felt overwhelming. It was her first encounter with a celebrity, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of nervousness. She was unsure whether her flustered emotions stemmed from meeting a star or from the shadow of her childhood idol, or perhaps from the unexpected sight of the drawer's contents. Her hands hung at her sides, nervously grasping at her pant leg as she offered a slight nod. Hello, I am Xingru's classmate. My name is Junmo. Jiangyi chuckled, ruffling Junmo's hair, disheveling her neatly styled locks and giving her a more casual appearance. Haha, I remember you, the little Junmo who participated in that variety show with us and vowed to be lifelong friends with Xingru to support each other, right? Junmo awkwardly smiled and nodded. Yes, you even bought me ice cream once. Just as she finished speaking, another familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed from above, and Xiao Ling descended the staircase with a smile. The V-neck of his shirt hinted at the outline of his collarbone, visible with each step. Junmo gasped internally. Chapter 56. Jiangyi, take a lesson. Hello, little Junmo. It's been years, and you've grown so tall and handsome. Are you entering the entertainment industry? Let me go sign you. As Xiao Ling approached, Jiangyi immediately placed a hand on his shoulder, pulling him close as if marking his territory, eager for everyone to know that Xiao Ling belonged to him. Junmo swallowed nervously, his hands still at his sides as he bowed slightly. Hello, Teacher Xiao. The formality of addressing him as Teacher Xiao drew laughter from both. Xingru walked over with a glass of orange juice. Just call him Lingu and Igu. That's what I've called them since childhood. Junmo accepted the juice and echoed their names, temporarily burying his internal questions. Jiangyi then produced a stack of signed photos of Yi Bo from his pocket. I heard you're a fan of Yi Bo? Unfortunately, he left right after signing last night. How about I take you to see him live next time? Junmo quickly set down the orange juice, rubbed his palms against his pants, and eagerly accepted the photos. That no need to trouble yourself. The photos are more than enough. Having witnessed countless instances of fans meeting their idols, both Jiangyi and Xiao Ling were familiar with Junmo's excitement. Though he was thrilled, Junmo maintained a level of decorum, only occasionally touching the photos tucked away in his pocket as he sipped his juice. Before long, Xiaowen and Xiaowu arrived with Chengyu. Although this reunion dinner was a couple of days late, it was a reunion nonetheless. Brother Junmo, shall I show you around? The attic is the most beautiful part of this house. Chengyu, an admirer of looks, had followed Xiaowu closely, having pursued numerous idols, yet none compared to Brother Junmo's allure. Naturally, she felt compelled to take care of him. Go ahead. The attic is indeed quite special, Xingru encouraged softly as he watched Junmo ascend the stairs with Chengyu, making their way directly to the attic. But he then turned to the two fathers beside him with a hint of reproach. Did he go? Didn't you say you would be more cautious today? He had previously informed them of Junmo's straightforward nature, hoping to prevent the affection between the two fathers from overwhelming the young man. However, they had not anticipated such overt displays of intimacy from the moment they arrived. The visible marks on Xiao Ling's collarbone and other areas were unmistakable. Jiang Yi shrugged, holding a fruit knife as he peeled an apple. That I was careful, personally preparing the meal. Xingru pointed at the bruise on Xiao Ling's collarbone. Jiang Yi feigned innocence, looking slightly aggrieved. You don't understand. Some things are just beyond control. Xiao Ling promptly tossed a bell pepper at Jiang Yi. How dare you say that? I told you to be cautious. Look at you. Xiao Ling slightly lifted his shirt, revealing not just his collarbone, but also clear marks on his shoulder. Jiang Yi caught the bell pepper and set it aside, wrapping his arms around Xiao Ling from behind. Resting his chin on his shoulder as he gently coaxed, Don't be upset. Just cover it up. It's not noticeable. How about I make you sweet and sour spare ribs? You think you can bribe me with spare ribs? Not just that, there are also big sausages. Xiao Ling, Xingru, Jiang Yi shook the sausages Junmo had brought. See, isn't this a big sausage? The two men exchanged exasperated glances and settled onto the sofa in the living room, leaving Jiang Yi to contemplate his culinary choices in the kitchen alone. Lingo, it's one thing if he can't control himself, but why can't you? Earlier, when Jiang Yi had embraced Xiao Ling from behind, it was evident that Xiao Ling wasn't the only one with visible marks. Jiang Yi bore clear bite marks on his shoulder, accompanied by Xiao Ling's signature drawn with a pen nearby. Xiao Ling kicked a box under the coffee table, settling comfortably in his seat. You should be asking Yigu about that. He was dancing in front of me, without a shirt, that I couldn't possibly regulate my reaction. Dancing? What kind of dance? Is it something I can ask about? Is it something I can learn? Xiao Ling placed a hand on Xingru's shoulder, imparting words of wisdom that don't ask. You might pick up bad habits. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi entered with a plate of fruit, bending down to place it on the coffee table. The movement caused his shirt to ride up, exposing a well-defined waist. What kind of dance? You know, the kind where you twist your waist and sway your hips. Understand? Without regard for Xingru's presence, he blew a kiss to Xiao Ling and patted Xingru's shoulder. Take a lesson. Xingru, dancing is simply not in his nature. The two settled on the sofa for a while, their concern for Junmo lingering despite his maturity. That I understand your feelings for him. But if he is uncomfortable with such matters, it is best not to pressure him. The concept of freedom in orientation should be respected for all, not just for those of the same sex, particularly in light of their discussions about Junmo's straightforwardness. I understand, but I believe he is not truly straight. He simply hasn't come to terms with his feelings, yet he hardly seems to notice any girls at school, and he has been quite direct in rejecting confessions. Xingru paused, glancing toward the attic to confirm Junmo had not yet descended before continuing. Lingo, I'm certain he has feelings for me. He has just been through some unfortunate experiences that left him with shadows in his heart. It will take time. Xiao Ling placed a hand on Xingru's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Though not his biological child, he had come to regard Junmo as his own after years of nurturing him. As long as you're aware, maintain the right pace, and be careful not to scare him off. You and T want to ruin what you share. Feelings cannot be rushed, Xingru nodded, as Jiang Yi called for Xiao Ling from the kitchen. Despite claiming he couldn't cook and had no need for assistance, Xiao Ling's feet led him willingly towards the kitchen. Once Xiao Ling left, Xingru bent down, retrieving a rectangular box from beneath the coffee table and discreetly sliding it into the drawer. Such items had been discovered by him in various corners of the house since childhood. Drawers in coffee tables, cabinets in the bathroom, nightstands, and even once, he found something in the crevice of the sofa. He was accustomed to it. After ensuring everything was hidden away safely and that Junmo wouldn't stumble upon any surprises, Xingru made his way toward the attic, in the kitchen, while Jiang Yi claimed he wanted Xiao Ling's help. He was reluctant to let him touch even the water, preferring to have him nearby. Having you here allows me to see you. It's the greatest support you can provide by keeping me from getting distracted. Xiao Ling pressed her lips together, and when she smiled, her eyes sparkled with the radiance of happiness, sweet and pure. After all these years together, their bond remained as profound and intense as it was in the beginning. Time had bestowed upon them nothing but cherished memories. What did you discuss with Xingru just now? I initially assumed he would attack directly upon seeing you again. Yet surprisingly, that layer of tension remains unbroken. Jiang Yi spoke while attending to the fish, and Xiao Ling approached, rolling up his sleeves once more. Are you still unaware of Sheng Ru's nature? He savors the food he loves slowly, with such a precious bond. How could one rush? He will undoubtedly relish the flavors of the experience. Chapter 57. Do you need me to bear it too? Since being adopted by Jiang Yi and Xiao Ling, Sheng Ru transitioned from his initial shyness and caution, evoking sympathy, to gradually adapting to the love and care from his two fathers. Unlike other children who devour their food ravenously, he savors every bite to at first. Jiang Yi and Xiao Ling thought he struggled to adjust to his new environment, only to later realize that he was simply this way by nature. The more he cherishes something, the less hurried he becomes, as if he is relishing the anticipation and the slow enjoyment of it. Though it may seem peculiar, he appears to be lost in this delight. Jiang Yi leaned down and gently pecked Xiao Ling's lips, suggesting that their child was growing up and should learn to make his own decisions down on the attic stairs, where Sheng Ru was learning to assert his independence. He heard Junimo say, "Hey, your brother has arrived, that it's more appropriate to ask him." What? Sheng Ru stepped forward to stand beside Junimo. The attic, designed as a sunroom, was flooded with sunlight pouring through the vast, transparent glass. The formerly dim space was now extraordinarily bright, filled with the essence of sunshine that a row of sunflowers thrived by the window, sprouting and growing thanks to the warmth provided by the indoor environment. Sheng Ru opened his palm and offered a piece of milk candy to Junimo. Their eyes met, and without uttering a word, Junimo accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Your sister asked me why the toilet is called a toilet if it's for people to use. Cheng Yu nodded, standing next to Sheng Ru. Yes, exactly. Sheng Ru, why is that? Also, if poison expires, does it lose its efficacy? Her large, sparkling eyes blinked innocently. If only she didn't ask such peculiar questions all day long, she would be even more adorable. Your mother just inquired about your final exam results and asked you to come downstairs. Cheng Yu's eyes widened as she spoke and ran down. Is her performance poor? She is quite bright, but she skips class all the time. Last time, she even missed the exam. The two sat on deck chairs, leaning against the golden sunflowers, gazing outside for a while. Through the glass, the indoor temperature created an illusion of being in a warm spring rather than a cold winter. It was only after they had lunch and went to the yard to build a snowman that they truly felt the chill of winter. The villa's yard was vast, covered in a thick blanket of snow from recent heavy falls. Cheng Yu was escorted back by Xiao Wu and Xiao went to tackle her exam preparations, throwing a resentful glance at Sheng Ru as she departed. What is wrong with her? Sheng Ru removed his scarf, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps she is expressing her gratitude for the workbook I gifted her. Jun Mo remarked, the workbook story actually starts at mealtime. Cheng Yu, being a visual person, gravitated towards Jun Mo when he arrived, abandoning everyone else. During lunch, she enthusiastically recommended Jiang Yi's signature dishes and once finished, seized the opportunity to praise Jun Mo's looks while he was in the bathroom, saying, Sheng Ru, I used to think you were handsome enough, but now I realize Jun Mo is even more attractive. His nose is so straight, and his eyes are even prettier, clean and radiant. Especially when he smiles, it makes my heart melt. I just want to reach out and touch him. Sheng Ru teased, you can touch him. Cheng Yu was ecstatic, clasping her hands together. Really? Then I will. Before she could take a step, Sheng Ru added, that would be disastrous. Cheng Yu exclaimed, you've always spoiled me. Sheng Ru gently ruffled Cheng Yu's hair, smiling tenderly. Yet there was an edge to his grin that you're growing up. You need to learn to be independent. 10 minutes later, Sheng Ru handed a complete set of workbooks to Cheng Yu, personally delivering them to Xiao when he extolled the workbook's excellence and its potential to enhance her grades. Not long after receiving the workbooks, Cheng Yu was ushered away. All of this was a consequence of appearances. Meanwhile, the four remarkably handsome men were joyfully playing in the yard. Jiang Yi, like a child, playfully stuffed snow down Sheng Ru's collar. Sheng Ru turned around, exasperated, and looked at Jiang Yi. Go, how old are you? Jiang Yi unabashedly spread his arms. That as old as you. 18 or 19. Sheng Ru reflected on the experience of having two father figures akin to brothers, something he had rarely felt before. When Xiao Ling entered to brew hot tea, Jiang Yi transitioned from teasing Sheng Ru with snow to joining him and Jun Mo in retaliation. The trio left a flurry of footprints in the yard. As Xiao Ling stepped outside, a snowball struck him squarely in the face, leaving the three momentarily stunned. Wiping the snow from his face, he scanned the area. Who did that? As he asked, he had already molded a snowball, ready for action. Boom! A large snowball soared toward Jun Mo, who dodged, resulting in it hitting Sheng Ru squarely in the face. Sheng Ru lunged forward, initially intending to retaliate, but instead aimed to shield himself from Jiang Yi's impending attack. After a lively snowball fight, they were all somewhat fatigued, primarily due to their clothes being soaked in snow. Once they changed outfits, they quietly resumed building a snowman. Jun Mo donned Sheng Ru's clothing, enveloped in his familiar scent, which felt warm and comforting. Together, they fashioned a snowman of modest size, adorning it with branches and leaves, and draping it in a scarf, an HAT.IN contrast. The snowman constructed by Jiang Yi and Xiao Ling not only had standard decorations, but also boasted 2 stones affixed to its chest. Seeing this, Jun Mo choked on his saliva, coughing repeatedly that I never imagined Ego would be like this. Sheng Ru glanced over, replying softly, "That's because you didn't know him well before. He has always been this way." Oblivious to the 2 children's gazes, Jiang Yi was preoccupied, blowing warm air into Xiao Ling's hands. "That I told you to wear gloves while building. You never listen." Xiao Ling, beaming yet slightly bashful, protested, "I'm fine." "Jiang Yi, put me down." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yi scooped him up over his shoulder and strode indoors. "That no, you must warm up and change your clothes, and then take a hot bath." Xiao Ling continued to struggle. "Daddy go, don't mess around. The children are here." Jiang Yi playfully smacked Xiao Ling's backside. "The kids are used to it. You should take care of yourself." That he then turned to Sheng Ru, offering a reminder, "Dinner is your responsibility." Sheng Ru was busy capturing photos of the snowman to set as his WeChat profile picture did. "Oh, they're indeed accustomed to it." Jun Mo, entranced by the affectionate display of the 2 idols, suddenly felt Sheng Ru grasp his wrist. "Oh, you need me to carry you too?" Jun Mo. Chapter 58. A new understanding of Sheng Ru. Jun Mo stood frozen, somewhat bewildered by Sheng Ru's suggestion. After all, just moments ago, Jiang Yi had playfully swatted Xiao Ling's backside. Recalling this, Jun Mo instinctively took a step back while simultaneously advancing toward Sheng Ru, covering his own backside with both hands. No need to be courteous. I can walk on my own." Sheng Ru halted, chuckling softly, and with an "oh," turned ahead inside. As he reached the door, the smile on his lips widened, considering Jun Mo. He stifled his laughter. Earlier, he had feared that Jiang Yi might frighten Jun Mo away, yet it seemed that with Jiang Yi around, Jun Mo had become even more relaxed, an unexpected yet positive development. Jun Mo glanced at the snowman he had built, then at the one made by Jiang Yi and the others, and let out a long sigh that he never imagined Sheng Ru's home would be like this. "Come inside, I'll reapply the medication." Jun Mo responded affirmatively and settled onto the sofa as Sheng Ru adeptly retrieved the first aid kit from a cabinet in the hall. After checking to ensure there were no peculiar items within, he approached the sofa with the kit. "Did you ever suffer from frostbite before?" "Yes, I did. During winter, washing dishes and clothes makes it quite easy to get that in his childhood. He lacked gloves, and no one informed him that his hands required clothing during the winter. After enduring the frigid waters for the better part of the season, his hands proudly developed frostbite. To be why the time, Yin Shui noticed, he had suffered from frostbite for 2 consecutive years. Each winter it would commence, only to improve with the arrival of the warm spring. Junmo had long grown accustomed to this, yet he was taken aback by Sheng Ru's intense anger. He scraped away the ointment applied yesterday and excavated the pus. Junmo winced in pain, drawing in a sharp breath. Their eyes met, a shared moment of discomfort. Sheng Ru exhaled heavily, ultimately opting not to voice his thoughts, and continued tending to Junmo's wounds. From then on, his touch grew gentler, at times even blowing softly on the injured area. Once the medication was applied, Sheng Ru retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When Junmo offered to assist, he was firmly instructed to step back. "We'll wait until your hands are in better condition," Sheng Ru insisted. "There's no rush to showcase your skills in these next few days." Junmo felt it inappropriate to wander around someone else's home, so he lingered by the kitchen door, observing Sheng Ru's deft movements, that he was remarkably adept, fully aware of where everything was located. However, throughout the process of administering ointment and preparing dinner, the two upstairs remained unaccounted for. Isn't it just a matter of changing clothes and taking a bath? Do Igu and Ling Gu really need to soak for this long? Xingru lifted the lid off the pot, tasting the soup with a spoon before replacing the lid and grabbing a knife to slice the meat. As a legally married couple, they must take their time in the bath. Initially perplexed, Junmo quickly grasped the implication, his face flushing with embarrassment as he replied, "Oh, how do you intend to prepare that meat?" Xingru's hands remained steady, the abrupt shift in topic feeling somewhat clumsy, lacking the finesse of a lawyer. "All right, I'll do my best." Xingru glanced down, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do your best, but is it really appropriate to ask awkward questions?" Once dinner was ready, they awaited the salt-baked chicken, seated at the dining table, watching as Kunbo and Yamamoto exchanged banter in the group chat. They simply observed, occasionally chiming in. After Qingyu's family finished their homework, Jiang Yi and Xiao Ling finally descended from upstairs, their hair still damp from their baths. Junmo found himself inexplicably unable to meet Jiang Yi's gaze, particularly recalling Xingru's earlier comment about how legally married couples surely take longer in the bath. During the meal, he quietly focused on his food, while Chengyu, having spent the afternoon studying, turned her grievances toward Xingru, even lamenting during the salt-baked chicken. She was simply nitpicking, just as she picked up a chicken leg. Xingru promptly swatted it back. "Xingru Gij, what are you doing? I was merely offering a suggestion. Why can't I eat?" Xingru maintained his gentle demeanor, his voice devoid of any displeasure. "It's not that I'm preventing you from eating. The salt-baked chicken contains sodium chloride, which should not be consumed in excess." Reluctantly, Chengyu shifted her chopsticks to another dish. Just as she was about to grab a piece of vegetable, she noticed Xingru placing the very chicken leg she had previously attempted to take into Junmo's bowl. "Why can Junmo Gij eat it? He is an adult. He can consume more than you can, and his body metabolizes it faster." Chengyu accepted this explanation without question, while Junmo shot her a surprised glance. Lowering his voice, "Have you always deceived your sister like this?" Xingru tilted his head slightly. "I am merely teaching her the perils of ignorance." After saying this, Xingru ladled some fish soup into Chengyu's bowl, showing concern while also delivering a subtle reprimand. "Here, fish soup is beneficial for the brain." The table erupted into laughter, leaving Chengyu bewildered, unaware of the source of their amusement. Yeah, the sodium chloride that Xingru Gij mentioned is just salt," Xiao Ling explained. Chengyu's expression shifted as realization dawned, pouting at Xingru, only to be silenced by a stack of chemistry exercises he placed before her. Chengyu mused that she had always viewed Xingru, a paragon of excellence, as someone untouchable. Even after spending half a year living together, Junmo had always held him in high regard. However, after today, he felt a significant reduction in the perceived distance between them, especially observing Xingru cooking and teasing his sister, akin to any ordinary boy of their age. Casting a glance at Xingru, who was driving, Junmo pondered that perhaps the lofty pedestal he placed Xingru upon had always been a subjective imposition. "What is it?" Xingru queried as he halted at a red light, turning to face him. Junmo smiled softly. "Nothing. Your family is quite wonderful, devoid of any pretentiousness. Igu and Lingu, such esteemed idols, are more approachable than I ever imagined." Igu and Lingu have always told me that they are not idols, merely actors, doing work they enjoyed. That Igu's perspective was even more straightforward. He regarded himself as a businessman. Yet in his heart, he viewed Lingu as an artist, far beyond just an actor. As the light turned green, Xingru resumed driving, focusing on the road while sharing more about his family, that I'm not their biological child. I shouldn't need to explain why that I was born in country F.M., why parents were both Chinese, and at that time, it was fashionable to venture abroad to seek fortune, under the impression that opportunities were abundant. Who could have foreseen that reality would be so different? My father, my biological father, lacked the means and struggled with the language barrier, often resorting to alcohol. When my mother attempted to reason with him, he would resort to violence. It seemed that alcohol and domestic abuse became inextricably linked. Xingru spoke with a detached calmness, occasionally glancing at the night scenery outside, as though recounting someone else's tale. Entirely unconnected to himself, his nonchalant demeanor mirrored Junmo's own experience of unearthing painful memories. Xingru parked the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, but did not hasten to exit. That he extended his arm, gently encircling Junmo's neck. Chapter 59. You will always have me. Do not feel pity for me. Those events are merely an unpleasant chapter in my past. As you can see, I am living quite well, and I am not intentionally putting on a brave face for you. I simply wish for you to understand me a little better. With that, he lightly tapped the nape of Junmo's neck with his fingers before opening the car door and stepping out. Junmo inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling with each breath. The two walked side by side into the elevator, where Xingru pressed the button for their floor and then stepped back to stand shoulder to shoulder with Junmo. After my mother passed away, my father turned his violent tendencies towards me. One time, while being beaten on the street, I encountered Igu and Lingu. They were incredibly kind, helping me call the police. And later, concerned for my well-being, they brought me back to the country with them. Junmo regarded Xingru, recalling how painful it had been to receive sympathetic glances, and he wondered how he could ever look at Xingru with such eyes. You've changed quite a bit since then. Xingru chuckled lightly, turning to him. Have I? What was I like before? Junmo contemplated, tilting his head. Cold back when I participated in the program. If it weren't for your looks, I might not have become friends with you. Your demeanor was so frosty that it felt as though no one could approach you. Even when we began corresponding, you still seemed rather unapproachable. I remember every time you replied, it felt like you were grading my homework, highlighting all my typos. After this exchange, their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter. That you've got quite the memory. Of course. It is hard to forget having a pen pal with the demeanor of a strict headmaster. The elevator arrived, and they both stepped out, only to find themselves momentarily stuck at the door. It was not a true obstruction, but standing side by side at the entrance created a slight awkwardness. Xingru glanced sideways and teasingly remarked, "So, Attorney Jun doesn't even regard the headmaster?" Junmo smiled and stepped forward, gesturing for him to proceed. "Dr. Sheng, please." Xingru playfully pulled him into an embrace, resting his arm over Junmo's shoulders as they returned home. That I am truly grateful to Igu and Lingu. Had it not been for them, I might have strayed onto a dark path and become a very different person. This assertion is not an exaggeration. Xingru indeed exhibited a rather frigid demeanor upon adoption, displaying a marked aversion to those who approached him and a strong resistance to being gazed upon. Subsequently, after beginning school, the generally well-behaved Xingru found himself embroiled in a physical altercation. While it was not inherently wrong for him to retaliate against bullying, at that moment, he resembled a frenzied version of his biological father, who, inebriated, would lose control. The boy he fought was 2 grades above Xingru and significantly larger in stature. Overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, Xingru could only shield his head with his arms while desperately pleading for mercy. That it was as if his pleas fell on deaf ears, as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Had it not been for a teacher fortuitously passing by, the situation could have escalated to a tragic conclusion. Following this incident, Xingru was taken to see a psychologist, who diagnosed him with a psychological disorder, noting that he could become particularly terrifying when he lost control. He vividly recalls returning from the restroom and overhearing the doctor's recommendation for his 2 fathers to place him in a welfare institution, suggesting that keeping him close posed a significant risk. Upon returning home, Xingru endeavored to behave well, learning to conceal the violence and fierceness that lay within him. Initially, he masked his true nature, but eventually, he was touched by the love of his 2 fathers, transforming him into a gentle, humble individual. Regarded by all as the quintessential ideal child, he remained steadfast in his childhood vow to Shaolin, aspiring to become a doctor, vowing to protect Igu and Lingu in the future. Regarding the darker aspects of his psyche, Xingru did not fully disclose them, merely summarizing the transformative journey brought about by the love of Igu and Lingji in recent days. The two had shared an abundance of thoughts, seemingly compensating for the conversations left unspoken over the past 6 months. That night, after bathing and lying in bed, Junmo turned to face Xingru as he slept. Her beautiful eyes fluttered shut, only to crack open slightly to sneak a glance at him. When Xingru opened his eyes, she quickly shut them again, feigning slumber. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself locking gazes with Shade. "Is something the matter?" Junmo coughed lightly and sat up. "Are you hungry? Would you like a midnight snack?" "How about cough. I can cook some noodles for you." Noticing his flushed ears, Xingru refrained from exposing her earlier, unguarded words and nodded in agreement. "Cooking noodles is fine, but don't use cold water, or you'll ruin my medicine." In the kitchen, both donned their pajamas and got out of bed. Once the necessary chores were completed, Xingru pulled out a chair and sat at the dining table. Junmo boiled the noodles, stirring them with chopsticks that he had learned so much that day. His mind struggled to fully process it all, that if Xingru of the past had been an insurmountable iceberg, the present Xingru was akin to a gentle spring breeze, warm, humble, considerate, and kind to DOU of Sprite at home. Xingru furrowed his brow. He had never been fond of carbonated beverages like Sprite. However, upon Junmo's inquiry, he promptly donned his coat and went downstairs. Just one can? I don't drink this. You can have it. Junmo glanced shyly at the 2 bowls of noodles, which were prepared but lacked the Sprite, that it's not for drinking. It's for the soup. With no alternative, he silently expressed gratitude for the 24-hour supermarket that had opened when this community was built. Do people in your area eat like this? No. I learned it from Douyin. Xingru bit through the noodles and looked up. You use Douyin too? He swiftly added Junmo as a friend. Unlike Xingru, Junmo's Douyin account was sparse, void of content. Instead, his account brimmed with memories of playful antics with Yan Shui, capturing moments from his life before arriving in the capital. Most of the videos featured Yan Shui filming him, playing basketball, reading, solving problems, and even a moment where he caught Yan Shui secretly filming him, questioning him about a chemistry formula. In the video, Yan Shui lamented that Xingru had become inhuman. Having awakened from a slumber, Junmo found Xingru still engrossed in his Douyin feed, scrolling through the mere 20-something videos repeatedly. Why are you still awake? I envy your friendship with Yan Shui, that he is really my only friend. Others think I lack a sense of community and rarely participate in group activities, calling me arrogant that I can't be bothered to explain. Only Yan Shui understands that I'm striving for a better life. So I've stopped caring about what others think. Xingru set down his phone, wishing fervently that Junmo would not have to endure such hardship, longing to support him. Yet, he understood Junmo's nature all too well. He smiled lightly that you'll always have me. Junmo lay back, resting his hand on his forehead, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yes, with you, and also Guanbo and Yamamoto. Those 2 fools were arguing in the group chat again. And they even arranged a one-on-one basketball match in a few days. What was the cause this time? The 2 lay side by side, engaging in a light-hearted exchange. They reminisced about past jobs, and how Yan Shui had unsuccessfully attempted to drown his sorrows in soda after being rejected by his crush, and so forth. When they eventually drifted off to sleep, the details were lost on them. Yet, when they awoke the next day, it was already evening. They decided to play rock, paper, scissors to determine who would cook. Ultimately, Junmo emerged victorious and claimed the opportunity to prepare dinner. Xingru returned to his room and retrieved a small gift box from the drawer of his wardrobe. With the box hidden behind him, he approached Junmo step by step. Little Junmo, Happy New Year. The gift was a bottle of perfume, not overly large, with a transparent lavender hue. The front of the bottle bore the word lover embossed in gold lettering. This perfume was the brand's most popular fragrance from the previous year. Just as Junmo was about to decline, Xingru eagerly opened the bottle and sprayed it on him. It's unwrapped, it sprayed. There's no turning back now. This tactic had proven effective over the past 6 months. Junmo chuckled and accepted the perfume, expressing his gratitude. The delicate blend of lavender and sandalwood was both delightful and unique. While Junmo may not have understood the significance of such items, Xingru was well aware. The true allure of this perfume lay not only in its distinctive scent, but also in the meaning behind its name, lover. A term that could only be bestowed by a beloved. It signified to others that the wearer was cherished and had a partner. For someone like Junmo, who remained oblivious to the predatory gazes of his schoolmates, it was just right. Isn't it expensive? Xingru shook his head. Not at all. Indeed, it was not cheap. A mere 50-milliliter bottle could cost up to 50,000. Each spray felt like spraying money. However, Xingru had not spent a dime, as he typically acquired his fragrances from an uncle with the surname Shum. The following day, as they prepared to leave, Junmo hesitated to spray the perfume. Meanwhile, Xingru took the initiative to spritz it all over Junmo. It seemed to indeed be of a reasonable price. The 2 had planned a visit to the aquarium. During their discussion the previous night, Junmo had deemed it childish, questioning why they, as not-so-young individuals, would want to go. Xingru explained that he had long wished to visit, but had never had the opportunity. After some thought, Junmo realized that with 2 striking fathers, outings could indeed pose a challenge. So he readily agreed to go. However, once they arrived, it was Junmo who found the most joy. Beneath the arched entrance, the water shimmered a deep blue, teeming with a myriad of fish whose names he could not recall. Standing beneath the arch, Junmo looked up, his neck elongated as the soft blue light cascaded down, enveloping him in a sparkling azure glow. Particularly striking was his Adam's apple, which stood out prominently, observing the gazes directed at him. Shinru suddenly regretted bringing him along. He was simply too captivating that as Junmo reached out to touch the archway, a school of small yellow fish swam by as if gliding past his fingertips. Shinru seized his phone to capture the moment that in the past, Yin Shui would take your pictures. From now on, you have me. The pair journeyed through the archway, marveling at countless marine creatures, including sharks, sea turtles, and electric eels. Upon reaching the jellyfish exhibit, Junmo was amazed to discover the vast array of jellyfish species that I always thought jellyfish were just like the one in SpongeBob. I had no idea there were so many varieties. As he spoke, he leaned against the glass, his hands pressed against it, his face radiating pure joy and childlike wonder that I recall someone mentioning last night that aquariums were for children. Shinru recorded the moment with his phone, prompting Junmo to suddenly turn and roll his eyes at him, only to break into a beaming smile afterward. Shinru Gij, thank you for bringing me here. Behind the camera, even Shinru couldn't help but laugh several times. The joyful, bright, and sunny Junmo before him was the essence of what he had always cherished. The boy who revealed his scars and spoke of his past with a shadow of sadness was equally genuine. It was the amalgamation of all these facets that formed the complete Junmo, and he loved every one of them. Upon exiting the jellyfish exhibit, the two had initially planned to watch the sea lion show, but encountered a lost little girl along the way. The girl appeared to be about 4 or 5 years old, spirited and active, with 2 ponytails adorning her head. As she cried, her chubby little hands repeatedly wiped her tears. Shinru approached her, kneeling down to inquire gently, "What's wrong? Are you lost?" Unexpectedly, the little girl cried even harder. Shinru still wanted to move forward, but Junmo tugged at him, asking, "Are you going to frighten her?" "How could that be? I look so amiable. Yaya has been attached to me since childhood. You may not have a clear understanding of yourself. Do other children cling to you like Yaya does?" Shinru pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, none of the other children did. However, he was reluctant to admit this. Junmo crouched down, her tone exceptionally gentle. This time, with a different person asking, the little girl ceased her cries and allowed Junmo to take her hand to help her find her mother. Shinru followed behind, somewhat perplexed. Every attempt he made to reach for the little girl's other hand or engage her in conversation was met with her polite distance, signaling failure. Observing the proud Shinru in defeat, Junmo couldn't help but tease, "Perhaps she thinks you resemble Wu-Wu." Shinru replied, "I have always believed I have a gentle and kind appearance." Wu-Wu was a recent trending meme online, and even Shinru, who rarely engaged with Douyin, had become aware of several internet trends that as the two of them escorted the little girl halfway, they encountered a woman hurriedly searching for her. The little girl immediately released Junmo's hand and sprinted towards the woman, exclaiming, "Mama!" She reached her mother, whispered a few words, and then turned back to point at Junmo and Shinru. The woman thanked them while embracing her daughter and then departed, constantly reminding her not to run off again. A few days after their trip to the aquarium, Shinru mentioned going to Haicheng. Junmo received a message from a parent he had tutored previously, inquiring if they could start the school term early and if he could also assist with winter vacation homework. Junmo agreed, and Shinru did not press him further, suggesting they could go after the May Day holiday, since there was still plenty of time. That on the morning of Junmo's official class, Guanbo and Yamamoto were already engaged in a lively discussion in the group chat. After countless attempts to tag Junmo and Shinru yielded no response, they resorted to video calling. Shinru did not answer, but Junmo, still half asleep, accepted the call, immediately hearing Guanbo and Yamamoto's voices. Due to the bedroom background, they teased Junmo about her disheveled hair and how her beautiful features seemed mismatched. "And aren't we just trying to say Happy New Year since we haven't gathered for the holiday?" Yamamoto remarked. And Guanbo then asked about Shinru. Junmo took a deep breath, feigning calmness, and replied, "I don't know. He is probably busy." The moment her words fell, Shinru appeared in the frame, wearing an apron that I'm making breakfast. "Some people are sleeping in, so it's just me cooking. You all can chat. I still have porridge simmering." After saying this, he ignored the astonished expressions from Guanbo and Yamamoto, gently brushing down Junmo's rebellious hair, and said softly, "Finish washing up and come eat. Aren't you heading out later?" Junmo responded a beat late, And it wasn't until Guanbo and Yamamoto cheered in unison that she snapped back to reality. "I am going to wash up now. I have to tutor later, so I'll hang up." She completely denied Guanbo and Yamamoto any opportunity for gossip, abruptly ending the call, flipping off the bed, and rushing towards the bathroom. Her phone, discarded on the bed, buzzed incessantly with messages from Guanbo and Yamamoto, bombarding her with notifications to be by the time Junmo finished breakfast, tidied up, and boarded the bus. The group chat had already been filled to the brim with messages from Guanbo and Yamamoto. The two of them had managed to generate the conversation volume of a group of hundreds. Traveling by bus from Xingru's home to her tutoring location was convenient, requiring no transfers, though the journey was somewhat lengthy. The bus ride took about 40 minutes, followed by a 10-minute walk. With nothing to do on the bus, Junmo casually skimmed through the numerous messages from Guanbo and Yamamoto. As she scrolled, she began to sense something amiss, eventually realizing that the 99 notifications were triggered by a single message from Xingru while she was washing up. "Xingru. He stayed at my place during the winter break and celebrated New Year with me. He is currently in the shower and cannot answer your questions." Though every statement was factual, they collectively suggested an underlying implication about the two of them living under the same roof. Now that Junmo was aware of this, any further explanation would be futile. When Junmo arrived at the child's home, it was already 11 o'clock, with classes in the afternoon. She was warmly invited to stay for lunch. By the time Xingru messaged her to ask if she was returning for lunch, she had already eaten and was resting. "June teacher, come, have some fruit and take a break." Xiao Yu, a sixth grader, would soon enter junior high, and his foundational knowledge was indeed lacking, which explained his mother's urgency to find him a tutor. After an hour of class, Junmo had a rough understanding of Xiao Yu's level, allowing her to tailor the afternoon lesson accordingly. Throughout the session, Xiao Yu's mother had been present, initially skeptical of a college student as a tutor, but now she was convinced. Junmo explained concepts more understandably than previous teachers. And under her encouragement, Xiao Yu worked significantly harder than usual, becoming increasingly enthusiastic towards her. As she brought in fruit and prepared a cup of tea, Xiao Yu said, "June teacher, we don't usually drink tea at home, but you can make do with this. That if you have a preference, I'll prepare some next time." Junmo smiled and waved her hand. "No need to trouble yourself. I'm fine with plain water." Xiao Yu's mother then asked if she wanted some pastries, but Junmo declined, citing the need to focus on their lesson. For several consecutive days, Xiao Yu's mother ceased to linger in the room during lessons. She would step outside to buy groceries and cook, so warmly attentive that Junmo felt somewhat embarrassed. "June brother, ever since you started coming, my mom has been in a much better mood, though. Was your mom not in a good mood before?" Xiao Yu shook his head. "Not really. Ever since my dad left, she used to get angry often, but these past few days, she has smiled more than she has all year." "When you say left, do you mean he went with someone else?" "He said he couldn't handle my MOM. And oh wonder there were never any signs of a man in the house. Even the slippers Xiao Yu wore were ones his mother had taken out on the day he arrived, removing the tags in front of him. However, that was a matter for their family, and he felt it inappropriate to pry, focusing instead on tutoring the child well, in the week leading up to the new school term. Junmo left home in the morning, taught Xiao Yu a lesson in the morning, had a simple lunch, and continued with lessons in the afternoon, effectively guiding Xiao Yu through his winter homework while also reviewing previous knowledge points. The day before the Lantern Festival, as Junmo was on the bus returning to Xingru's home, light rain began to fall outside. The rain intensified quickly, and by the time she got off the bus, the streets had already turned into streams. With books and test papers in her backpack, which she had prepared for Xiao Yu's upcoming lesson, she couldn't bear to expose them to the rain. So she held her backpack close to her chest and dashed out into the downpour. The bus stop was not far from Xingru's apartment complex, but the heavy rain made it challenging to get very far. She was drenched after just a few steps. Though her outerwear was waterproof, the rain had already seeped in through her collar, soaking her inside. She felt cold and shivery, her head heavy and her stomach churning. Taking a deep breath, she looked up and saw Xingru running towards her with an umbrella. Junmo stood frozen, watching Xingru approach, oblivious to the pouring rain overhead. He took large strides, splashing up countless droplets as he approached. "Here." Xingru handed her the umbrella, then removed his scarf to dry her hair and neck, wringing it out before holding it in his hand. The two of them huddled under the same umbrella, braving the thunder and torrential rain as they made their way home. "Quickly wash up. You don't want to catch a cold, achoo." Xingru sneezed before he finished speaking. "Let us wash up together." Xingru's apartment was spacious, but the inconvenient part was that there was only one bedroom and one bathroom. Given the current situation, Junmo didn't have time to think too much. She was already soaked through. And Xingru didn't have much dry clothing either. The rain was so heavy that the umbrella hardly provided any protection, that if they waited any longer, both would likely catch a cold. Xingru did not refuse. Agreeing with a nod as he carried the umbrella to the balcony, that he brought in sleepwear and a towel, standing at the bathroom door, taking a deep breath before pushing the door open. After mentally preparing herself, when she saw Junmo standing naked amidst the misty steam, Xingru's defenses crumbled. He turned his back, lowering his head to remove his clothes, constantly reminding himself to control his gaze and body, making sure not to leave Junmo with the impression of a lecherous man. Just as he turned to head towards the shower area, Junmo stepped out, lifting her foot to exit. "That you're done washing?" Junmo asked, towel in hand as she dried her hair. "Da-da, yes, I'm done. You go ahead." The bathroom was thick with steam, laden with awkwardness. Visibility was already poor, and since Junmo had her back to him, he could only make out her vague silhouette. After Junmo finished drying off and put on her sleepwear, she was about to open the door to leave when a series of knocks sounded from outside the bathroom door. Junmo abruptly turned her head to glance at Xingru, who was showering, realizing the awkwardness, and quickly averted her gaze, lowering her voice. Who could that be? Xingru had turned off the water, yet remained standing in the shower area. "Who is it?" "Xingru. My brother Ling and I are leaving tomorrow. You can go find Ye during the Lantern Festival." The voice belonged to Jiang Yi, and through the frosted glass door, Junmo could see Jiang Yi's silhouette pressed against the door. Instinctively, he held his breath and took 2 steps back, as if fearing that Jiang Yi outside might detect his presence and realize that he was bathing with Xingru in the same bathroom. "Ah, all right, please be careful on the road. Did you get caught in the rain? Why are you taking a shower at this hour?" Junmo retreated another step, glancing at Xingru, his eyes betraying a palpable fear. He bumped into a cabinet and instinctively called out. The figure outside pressed even closer to the door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Xingru, are you all right? Is there someone else in the bathroom? Is it Junmo?" Junmo pressed his lips together, shaking his head fervently, casting frantic glances at Xingru, his voice lowered to a whisper. "Shoo, I don't want Gu and Ling Gu to misunderstand that if it were anyone else, it might be fine. But given that they were a couple, seeing 2 men together in the shower would surely lead to misunderstandings." Xingru chuckled softly, also lowering his voice. "Why?" Junmo did not respond, merely shaking his head. Xingru nodded in understanding, then wrapped a towel around his lower body and approached the bathroom door. "Junmo says he isn't here. You this." Chapter 62. It's normal during adolescence. Jiang Yi chuckled lightly, leaning against the bathroom door. "Da-da, Junmo isn't here, I understand. Well, I wish you both a happy Lantern Festival." As he finished speaking, the 2 silhouettes on the frosted glass door turned and departed. Once silence returned outside, Junmo turned to look at Xingru, who was now dressed, his eyes brimming with resentment. "What's wrong? Didn't you ask me to say you weren't here?" Without acknowledging Junmo's eye roll, Xingru opened the door and stepped outside. When Junmo emerged, Xingru handed him a hairdryer. "I think that child's parent looks at you strangely. Be cautious when you go to class in the future." "No way, she's the child's mother." Not taking it seriously, Junmo snatched the hairdryer from Xingru and questioned, "Is she single?" "Indeed, she is alone. Trust me, keep your distance." Though he didn't quite believe it, Junmo still etched Xingru's words into his mind. After attending class twice in the following week, both in the afternoon, he wouldn't have to linger there for long. The situation should improve significantly. After dinner, Junmo lay sprawled in a T-shape, sleepily drifting in and out of consciousness. He felt almost weightless, floating on clouds, devoid of anything tangible to grasp. Yet, he also felt heavy, continuously descending, wobbling as he fell, sometimes chilled by the biting wind, and at other times engulfed by unbearable heat. Until a warm forehead pressed against his own, Junmo slowly opened his eyes to see Xingru's face magnified countless times before him. Beautiful, exquisite, with fluttering eyelashes akin to butterfly wings, brushing against his own. Their noses nearly touching, their lips tantalizingly close, as if a mere whisper could bridge the gap between them. "What are you doing?" "Measuring your temperature. You're running a fever." Junmo raised his hand to his forehead. "But I'm not hot." Just as the words left his lips, Shengru took his hand and placed it against his own cheek. Your hand is also warm. Of course, you wouldn't feel it on your forehead. Indeed, when his hand grazed Shengru's cheek, the chill of his palm provided a soothing contrast to the heat. His throat tightened anxiously, and Junimo quickly withdrew his hand. Oh, that might be from getting caught in the rain. I'll drink some water and take a nap, and I should be fine. Shengru rolled off the bed, prompting Junimo to let out a long sigh. Although he had been genuinely bathing in the shower earlier. Unlike Igu and Ling Ji's forbidden antics, the atmosphere now felt exceedingly strange, causing his neck and heart to flush. It must be the fever that makes me feel this hot. Take your medicine. After handing over the medication and a cup of water, Shengru pulled back the covers from Junimo. Don't cover yourself. When you have a fever, then aren't you supposed to cover up more to sweat it out? Shengru took the cup and stood, utterly at a loss for how he had managed all these years. Covering up isn't conducive to dissipating heat. This was Junmo's first experience of being cared for while sick. And it didn't take long for him to feel at ease. After taking the medicine and lying in bed without covers, he found it difficult to settle into a comfortable position. Fortunately, Shengru sat beside him, engrossed in a book, paying little attention to Junimo and his sleepwear lying next to him. Due to the fever, his head grew heavy, and he soon drifted off to sleep, a fire seeming to burn incessantly within him, hot and overwhelming. With sweat pouring down, It felt like running a marathon with no finish line, both hot and thirsty. Yet shortly after, the heat within him dissipated, replaced by the cool touch, easing the dryness at the corners of his lips. His dreams gradually turned sweet and tranquil. When he awoke the next afternoon, he found Shengru, who usually slept early, still sound asleep beside him. A basin on the nightstand held water that had long since cooled. His hand dangled over the bed's edge, gripping a towel, on the verge of falling. Suddenly, the towel slipped from his grasp, and as he reached to catch it, he found nothing but air. Maintaining his position over Shengru, his hand extended outward, only to sigh and retract it upon sensing an unusual gaze upon him. His body stiffened as he slowly turned, finding Shengru frowning, his expression serious. Looking down at his own position, it appeared as if he had been attempting to engage in something inappropriate while Shengru lay unsuspecting. I was just trying to pick up the towel. Junimo distinctly saw Shengru's Adam's apple bob several times. It seemed he had been awakened and was perhaps miffed. Supporting himself, he attempted to retreat. But the combination of having burned all night and the silkiness of Shengru's pajamas made him feel weak. Junimo's hand slipped down Shengru's thigh. Shengru sat up slightly, grasping Junmo's arm to help him sit properly. They reached the bathroom door. Shengru glanced back at the dazed Junimo and hoarsely explained, "Just woke up. It's a normal reaction." Junimo, still processing, nodded slowly. I understand. We're all men here. In the past half month. He too had woken up each day striving to conceal that damned reaction in his disheveled underwear, that it's normal during adolescence. He made an effort to mentally prepare himself, reassuring himself that being a man and accidentally brushing against each other isn't a big deal. However, all his self-hypnosis and affirmations crumbled when he saw Shengru washing his underwear. "What are you doing?" "That's my underwear." Shengru had already cleaned it and wrung it out, wearing a look of mock astonishment as he regarded Junimo. "I know. You sweated last night and soaked it through. I just changed it for you. If he changed it, then didn't that mean, considering the habitual actions of men when it came to wearing underwear, putting it on, adjusting it, Junimo wished he could instantly vanish into the toilet. With a slight smirk, Shengru continued to hang the clothes, reveling in his triumph that it wasn't just about changing and washing. He and yet mentioned the things that had ended up on Junmo's underwear last night. The Lantern Festival passed amid Junmo's embarrassment and Shengru's smugness. "Well, tomorrow school starts again. I think I'll return to my dorm tonight." "All right, I'll go with you on the evening of the Lantern Festival." The two of them returned to the dormitory, dragging their suitcases. Along the way, Xiaoyu's mother even called to invite him to celebrate the festival, which Junimo declined, citing a lack of time. Initially indifferent, after Shengru's reminder, he looked back at Xiaoyu's mother's invitations and felt increasingly uneasy about the prospect that, school is starting again. This winter break had been the most relaxed and enjoyable he had ever experienced. As Junimo lay down in a T-shape, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Beside him, Shengru had finished washing up and lay in bed. Once the dormitory lights were turned off, they lay side by side, heads resting against one another. After some time, his hand resting by the pillow brushed against something smooth and delicate that as he shifted his hand slightly upward, he realized it was Shengru's hand. The backs of their hands lightly grazed each other. "Shengru?" Junmo softly called out, but Shengru remained unresponsive, his breathing steady as if he were in slumber. Junmo took several deep breaths, his hand curling slightly. Yet ultimately he refrained from withdrawing it, allowing the back of his hand to brush against the other S. Chapter 63. What was meant to come has arrived. Bonus update. On the soft, fluffy clouds, Junmo shifted a little further in, enveloped by warmth and comfort, imbued with the familiar fragrances of lavender and sandalwood that a gentle kiss landed on his forehead, trailing down the bridge of his nose. From brow to eyes, eventually resting upon his lips, softly, lightly, with utmost tenderness, as if a delicate veil of water was caressing him, inch by inch, as though it sought to refresh his skin anew. This sensation was truly wondrous. He knew full well that this behavior was inappropriate, that it sullied the pure bond between him and Shengru, yet he found himself utterly unable to restrain his impulses that it tickled, yet felt so comfortable, drawing him into an addictive spiral that made his entire being unfurl, inside and out. After all, it was merely a dream. Junmo relinquished all constraints, eager to indulge in this peculiar, yet addictive reverie. This indulgence was damp and messy. Upon awakening, chaos reigned once more. Instinctively, he glanced toward Shengru's adjacent bed, relieved to find him still asleep. Junmo swiftly descended from his bed, quietly retrieving a pair of damp underwear from the wardrobe before darting into the bathroom. Such occurrences had transpired a few times last semester, yet none felt as real as this. Just as Junmo emerged from the bathroom, holding his dripping underwear, he fortuitously collided with Guanbo this time. However, Guanbo was no longer curious. He merely quipped, "Your habit is quite strange, washing your underwear so early in the morning." After his jest, he playfully punched Junmo's shoulder before passing by him to use the restroom. Junmo felt as if he had been granted a reprieve as he hung the underwear to dry. "What about Shengru?" he inquired that I ran into him on my way up. "He said he went to buy breakfast," came the reply. Junmo sighed in relief, but then felt a pang of anxiety. Did Shengru know he had just bathed and washed his underwear? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After a considerable time, Shengru returned with breakfast, accompanied by Yamamoto, who was hauling a suitcase. Judging by the time, it seemed Shengru had left just as Junmo had exited. Thus, he probably remained unaware of Junmo's early morning activities. Yet upon Yamamoto's entrance into the dormitory, his gaze fixated on Junmo and Shengru, curiosity evident. "What is the deal with your arms?" he asked at that moment. Guanbo connected the dots. "Oh right, I didn't notice it until you mentioned it." Shengru usually uses his right hand, but today he is using his left. "What happened to your right hand? Is it injured?" Turning to Junmo, he continued, "And you, Junmo, why is your left hand raised? Did you hold it up all night?" Both Shengru and Junmo paused, looking up in unison at Guanbo, and Junmo couldn't help but wonder if Guanbo had studied criminal investigation instead of finance. Fortunately, Guanbo soon redirected his attention to a challenge he had with Yamamoto, prompting Junmo to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, he was ill-suited for investigative studies. Otherwise, he would have overturned all the evidence at hand. How many souls would haunt him at his window, seeking retribution? Perhaps the vividness of the dream had been too intense, or perhaps he had become too enamored with that sensation. Junmo found himself having held his hand at the side of his head all night, and upon washing his underwear that morning, he felt as if his shoulder and arm belonged to someone else. Yet, why was Shengru also affected? Considering Shengru's usual sleeping posture, which involved minimal movement, perhaps that was the reason for his sore arm. The four of them had not seen each other throughout the entire winter break, although two of them had spent half a month together. They still adhered to the tradition of gathering. "Next month, you all must come to my home. My mother said that if I don't have friends over for my birthday, it means I'm not well-liked at school. And that would be so embarrassing," Yamamoto exclaimed, his hand resting on Guanbo's shoulder, leaning heavily against him. In their dormitory, both Junmo and Shengru shared the same birthday, making them the eldest in their group. Yamamoto followed closely, with his birthday on April Fool's Day. Guanbo was the youngest among them, with his birthday not arriving until August during summer break. "Of course, you're not well-liked. Just look at you. How did you end up so plump? You're so heavy." Although he hadn't drunk excessively, Yamamoto had drawn the short straw, losing repeatedly at games, and thus consuming the most. The other three remained sober. While he leaned on Guanbo for support, adamantly refusing to let Junmo and Xingru help, insisting on relying solely on Guanbo upon hearing this, Yamamoto reached out to poke Guanbo's stomach. "Do you think I'm like you, skin and bones? There is no meat on me to make it comfortable." Guanbo shoved him aside. "Hey, as if I'm begging you to poke me. What do you want me to do? Grow according to your preferences. No wonder your mother worries about your social skills. You're clearly not very likable." Despite his complaints, he begrudgingly helped Yamamoto back to the dormitory. For this particular gentleman seemed to enjoy bullying him above all else. As the second semester of freshman year began, the course load remained substantial, yet it was not as overwhelming as the first semester. Although Junmo's plans to earn money during the winter break had been thwarted by Xingru, he had compensated by intensively tutoring Xiaoyu for a week before classes resumed, earning a decent hourly wage. During school, Junmo made a little money by reserving seats for others in the library and selling snacks and instant noodles at the convenience store, that he continued his tutoring sessions with Xiaoyu twice a week on weekends, assisting with homework while also conducting a comprehensive review to prepare for the upcoming elementary school entrance exam. Xiaoyu's mother gradually toned down her enthusiasm as Junmo continued to decline her offers. Furthermore, every time class ended, a handsome boy exuding an air of affluence would come to pick Xiaoyu up, leading his mother to understand that her previous notions were unfounded. The March began to thaw. The ice on the artificial lake melted, and the willow branches along the shore revived, swaying gracefully in the spring breeze. That by the end of March, Yamamoto had booked a hotel for the three of them. April 1st fell on a weekend, and with no classes on Monday morning and Friday afternoon, leaving on Friday would allow them to enjoy 3 days in Jincheng. Junmo had also requested a weekend off from his tutoring position, as the month's progress had been significant, and it was a perfect opportunity for Xiaoyu to relax. That request was readily granted. After packing their bags, Xingru drove them back while dropping off Yamamoto, ensuring convenience for their trip to Jincheng. During lunch, Xiaoyu delivered the keys to him, accompanied by Chengyu, who insisted on joining them for the trip to Jincheng, having heard about it. However, considering the dynamics of 4 boys playing together, bringing Chengyu along would be somewhat inconvenient, prompting them to find a polite excuse to decline. That Xingru had no way to refuse. Chengyu turned her attention to the more agreeable Junmo, her hands reaching out to link with his arm, employing the same endearing tactics she had used with Xingru in the past. However, her hand retreated before contact could be made, recalling how she had praised Junmo's looks during the new year, only to be bombarded with 2 sets of workbooks, resulting in her completing more exercises over the winter break than throughout the entire year. "Junmo Gij, please take me with you. I promise I'll be good and won't disturb you." Despite the inability to touch, she still maintained the signature big eyes, pouty lips, and sweet tone that accompanied her plea. Junmo smiled slightly, yet before he could respond, his phone rang, an incoming call from their instructor. "Teacher Liang. Junmo, please come to the office at once. Your father is here at the school and is causing a scene in the office." Chapter 64. Remember, you are a law student. Bonus update for Sang, rushing to the administrative building. Junmo spotted a throng of onlookers outside the office, all gathered to witness the commotion. Jun Feiguang's coarse voice pierced through the crowd, igniting the flames of anger that had been smoldering within him since he received the call in the dormitory. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his hands clenched in a fist within his pockets, producing a sharp crack of knuckles. Just moments ago in the dormitory, had it not been for Xingru refusing to lend him his baseball bat, he might have dragged Jun Feiguang to a deserted alley to give him a thorough beating. Let us see if he would dare to cause trouble again. In the past, Jun Feiguang had tormented him numerous times, but now he had matured, having grown on his own. Jun Feiguang was no longer his equal. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his fists, repeatedly recalling Xingru's admonition as he left the dormitory. As a law student, he must learn to resolve issues without resorting to violence, and to do so effectively and cleanly, that he could not allow Jun Feiguang to perceive his presence as the greatest threat to him. "Excuse me, please." Suppressing the fury within, he spoke in the most tranquil tone possible. The crowd glanced at him, then parted to create a pathway. Meanwhile, back in the dormitory, Guanbo and Yamamoto had already discarded their luggage and rolled up their sleeves, searching for suitable weapons. "Let us take him to the alley as soon as he comes out, shall we?" This notion can be said to resonate profoundly with Junmo's sentiments. Initially, I was perplexed as to why Junmo's father was so incensed upon his arrival. However, after contacting Yin Shui, I began to grasp the gravity of the situation, realizing that Junmo's father, a man devoid of humanity, was engaged in utterly reprehensible actions. Consequently, Guanbo and Yamamoto could no longer remain composed in their dormitory and felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the office building, eager to confront the unfolding drama. Shengru, why did you allow Junmo to venture alone? What if that wretched man, that beast, distorts the truth and subjects Junmo to further torment? Yamamoto exclaimed, hands firmly planted on his hips. Exuding indignation, Guanbo nodded in agreement, placing a reassuring hand on Yamamoto's shoulder. Indeed, for the first time, I feel a sense of camaraderie that we must rally around Junmo to ensure he knows he is not someone to be trifled with. Yamamoto, dismissive of the earlier remarks, wholeheartedly concurred with the latter statement. The duo, with their arms draped over each other's shoulders, was poised to make their way to the office building when they were abruptly halted by Shengru as the dormitory door swung open. Have you considered Junmo's feelings? His father has already caused a ruckus, but only a limited number of people in the office are aware of it. Should you choose to confront him, this incident could escalate, and in the future, when people think of Junmo, it may not be his commendable qualities that come to mind, but rather the shadow cast by his father. Have you contemplated his pride? To support Junmo and offer assistance, Shengru felt the same urge. However, the more he cared, the more he understood that intervention was unwarranted, that we must place our faith in Junmo. He is capable of navigating this predicament. If you truly wish to assist him, do not involve yourselves in this matter, and refrain from casting pitying glances in his direction. Yamamoto and Guanbo stood there momentarily, resigned, and eventually returned to their seats. Heads hung low. When Junmo returns, do not inquire. He will share when he is ready. They understood. They were aware that Junmo worked tirelessly to earn every penny, utilizing all of his spare time. Initially, they merely assumed his family was not well off. They never anticipated the burden of having such a father. Not only did he neglect his parental duties, but he also pilfered the meager savings Junmo had painstakingly accumulated, even resorting to borrowing money and causing a scene at the school. What audacity! Was he truly afraid that his son might thrive? Terrified that his son might excel? What manner of father is this? In the office, Junmo remained unfazed by Shengru's concerns, observing as Jun Feiguang twisted the narrative to malign him. On the floor, Jun Feiguang sat there, akin to a shrew, weeping and wailing, barely refraining from staging a dramatic act of self-harm. Teachers, you must stand up for me. It's not easy for me to earn that meager amount of money. And this child has taken it without so much as a word. In truth, it was not the money he lamented. He feared that this child might stray from the right path. Such a significant sum. Tens of thousands. What if he squanders it? What if he goes astray? He hasn't returned home during the long winter break, nor has he even bothered to make a phone call. Had I not been concerned about what illegal activities he might be involved in, I would not have come to the school. The fare alone could cover a month's worth of my living expenses. Junmo had long grown accustomed to Jun Feiguang's slander. He had endured similar situations in the past, which had led many to misunderstand him, labeling him as a wretched child who pilfered from his family, unrepentant and defiant against his father's authority. Initially, Junmo had argued his case vehemently, but over time, exhaustion set in, and he became indifferent to the opinions of others. Living well, surpassing the lives of those around him, and distancing himself became his sole escape. Time would ultimately vindicate him. However, Junmo never anticipated that he would find himself embroiled in such a scandal so far from home. All over money. Teacher Liang attempted to assist Jun Feiguang, but he stubbornly refused to rise from the floor, demanding justice before he would comply. Teacher Liang, exasperated, adjusted his glasses and turned to Junmo. This child is diligent and studious, achieving commendable grades, and generally displays good behavior. Naturally, I cannot believe he would engage in such actions. Yet, I am aware that Junmo is in need of money. Junmo, what is the truth of this matter? If you have been wronged, you must speak up. Otherwise, we remain in the dark regarding the situation. The implication was clear, an unmistakable bias favoring Junmo, urging him to voice his grievances and not allow others to misjudge and malign him. Junmo took a deep breath, glancing back at the assembly of teachers at the doorway. Their expressions varied, but most bore familiar looks of sympathy, lamentation, anger, and reproach, emotions he had witnessed countless times over the years. Turning back, he regarded Jun Feiguang on the floor and knelt on one knee, adjusting his trousers. Jun Feiguang, you claim that money is what you earned through hard work. May I inquire how you acquired it? What proof do you possess to substantiate your claim? Furthermore, what is the exact amount, and how was it settled? I certainly. Jun Feiguang ceased his blubbering, yet his excuses were swiftly interrupted by Junmo. Secondly, you assert that I stole from you. Do you have any evidence, witnesses, or material proof? If you cannot provide such evidence, then you are merely slandering me, and I have the right to countersue. Your current actions constitute the fabrication and dissemination of falsehoods that defame my character and reputation. Junmo rose, no longer wishing to gaze upon Jun Feiguang's coarse and shameless visage. Thirdly, you accuse me of extravagant spending. Perhaps you are unaware that I have maintained a habit over the years of meticulously recording every single expenditure. Teacher Liang, here is my ledger. You may verify whether I have squandered any funds. Teacher Liang accepted the small notebook Junmo offered. The cover was worn, indicative of frequent use. The first page bore a declaration penned in black ink. You belong to the light. The handwriting was unmistakably Junmo's, written with evident determination to escape that place. The second page bore faint impressions of words. Flipping further, there were train tickets from Miss City to the capital, as well as bus fare from the station to the school. With only a single bottle of water purchased for a mere yuan. Every expense on personal hygiene products from the school supermarket was recorded with meticulous detail, that a page for each day. From the start of his enrollment until now, without a single omission. Each entry, clear and precise, accounted for everything from shared meals with roommates to even the smallest sum of 1 yuan and 50 cents. In addition to expenditures, every income from part-time jobs was also meticulously documented. As Teacher Liang perused the detailed ledger, he couldn't help but compare it to the carefree child from a well-off family who squandered money without appreciation. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. However, when he lifted his gaze, he did not find the expected condescension or feelings of inferiority reflected in the eyes of his peers. Indeed, the records are thorough. It is evident you have not squandered your funds. Junmo reclaimed the notebook, tucking it back into his pocket, ignoring Jun Feiguang's pleas to see it. For him, Teacher Liang was the judge, and Jun Feiguang the accuser. Jun Feiguang, now standing, pointed an accusing finger at Junmo, demanding, "Then why didn't you return home during the winter break? You didn't answer my calls, nor did you call home. Did I ask this how you treat your father?" Junmo scoffed in disbelief. "Return home for what? Is there anyone to cook for me or celebrate the new year? Can you honestly claim you don't spend all your time in the gambling den? Your calls are nothing more than requests for money from me, money that I have worked hard to earn. Why should I give it to you?" Jun Feiguang inhaled deeply, unable to counter Junmo's assertions, and raised his hand, prepared to strike. Yet, he had forgotten that the once docile child had grown, taller and stronger than him. Over the past 6 months at school, Junmo had become even more robust, indicating that he was living quite well. "Want to hit me? Allow me to enlighten you. According to Article 234 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China, intentionally harming another's body can result in imprisonment for up to 3 years. Criminal detention or control that I stand here today. Feel free to strike, that if you evade, I shall consider it my loss." Jun Feiguang's raised hand and poised foot retreated. You are truly defying the heavens. I raised you with great difficulty. And now you have grown wings, contemplating sending your father to prison. Is that it? Junmo laughed derisively, pulling up a chair to sit, gazing up at Jun Feiguang. "Raise me? When did you ever raise me? It was Grandma Zhang downstairs who nourished me and fed me, so that I wouldn't starve. That it was Yin Shui's mother who cared for me, buying me clothes to prevent me from freezing in the dead of winter. What have you done? Aside from gambling and beating me, what have you accomplished? Oh, I almost forgot, you also stole my money, leaving me without food for a month, right, my father, Mr. Jun Feiguang?" A wave of murmurs swept through the room. Initially, they had perceived him as a seemingly obedient child with a hidden malevolence, but now they were taken aback. They had witnessed countless families. Yet if Junmo's account held true, they were indeed enlightened, realizing that there existed such a father in this world. Jun Feiguang was deeply provoked by the final utterance of Mr. Jun Feiguang from Jun Mo, his hands resting defiantly on his hips, his chest heaving with indignation. Realizing that his previous tactics were ineffective, Jun Feiguang was compelled to adopt a different approach. Since you have studied law, allow me to enlighten you on the subject. You are already 18, correct? You possess the ability to earn money, am I mistaken? Tell me, shouldn't you be supporting your father? Shouldn't you be providing a monthly allowance? It seemed Jun Feiguang had discovered a compelling argument, adopting an air of righteous indignation, as if he were the assured plaintiff rather than the defendant being led by the nose by Jun Mo's legal references. Internally, he scoffed at the realization that experience had its advantages. He mused that perhaps he should have dealt with his son more ruthlessly from the start. Jun Mo, rising to her feet, towered over Jun Feiguang, leaning closer to confront him. Who would have thought you could wield legal jargon? But when you were gambling, did you ever consider which laws you were violating? A cold smile graced her lips as she stood upright, her hands still tucked in her pockets. The casual trousers she wore enhanced her figure, elongating her legs, while the high-quality fabric elevated her presence significantly. Article 26 of our Civil Code stipulates that adult children have an obligation to support, assist, and protect their parents. After stating this, Jun Mo paused and glanced back at Jun Feiguang. However, if parents commit serious offenses that harm their children's emotional and physical well-being during their upbringing, they fundamentally lose the right to demand support from their children. Jun Feiguang, pointing an accusatory finger at Jun Mo, retorted, I raised you well. When have I ever harmed you? What evidence do you have to support your claims? Jun Mo responded, abuse and neglect of children result in losing the right to seek support from them. You hit me during your divorce from mom, and after losing at gambling, you took out your frustrations on me repeatedly. Although I didn't document every incident, I eventually grew wise and sought medical attention for the last few assaults. It cost me dearly, but I chose to endure hunger to preserve that evidence, all to establish a boundary between us. As for witnesses, just a few neighbors will suffice. You could gather ample testimony if you desired. Jun Feiguang could scarcely fathom that the child he had always regarded with disdain had begun to meticulously prepare for such confrontations at such a tender age. His resentment deepened. Perhaps it would have been better to have ended it all then and there. They say that it is difficult for a just official to resolve familial disputes, yet several teachers present were knowledgeable in law, and even those without formal qualifications likely comprehended the gravity of the situation within Jun Mo's family. The predominant sentiment was one of sympathy for Jun Mo and condemnation of Jun Feiguang. Neglecting your child is one thing, but actively hindering their progress is unconscionable, they chided him. Realizing he was gaining no favor, Jun Feiguang surrendered. Give me money for a ticket, and I will leave at once, ensuring I will not bother you again. While a train ticket costs a few hundred yuan, he could afford it. Yet, as he extended his hand, Jun Mo suddenly perceived it as a bottomless pit. Knowing Jun Feiguang all too well, she feared that any money given would be squandered on indulgences rather than a ticket back to Wuqing, followed by endless requests for more funds under the same pretext. She harbored a profound loathing for him, wanting nothing more than to distance herself to no, I will not give you a single cent. You arrived on your own. You can return the same way. I owe you nothing. After declaring this, she turned away from Jun Feiguang, offering a slight bow to Teacher Liang. Please, could you call security to escort this irrelevant individual out? If necessary, I can provide various pieces of evidence to the authorities. With that, Jun Mo strode out of the office, her back to the cacophony of Jun Feiguang's enraged shouts. Jun Mo, you ungrateful wretch. I should have just put an end to you. Upon returning to the dormitory, Sheng Ru and the others awaited him, their eyes devoid of the unsettling sympathy he had dreaded so. Can we leave now? Is it resolved? Yamamoto and Guan Bo rose in unison, feigning concern for his meeting, though appearing blissfully unaware of the details. Jun Mo smiled lightly, that it's all settled, that let's go. Xiao Wu intended to say something, but merely handed over the luggage he was holding. Take care on the road. Thank you, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded slightly before departing, taking Cheng Yu with him. Sheng Ru tossed the keys in the air and caught them that let's go. It's time to set off. Guan Bo and Yamamoto remained as carefree as ever, walking side by side. Not long after, a dispute erupted over who would carry the luggage, leading to a playful chase, with Guan Bo cursing while holding onto the bags tightly. Guan Bo purposely paused, turning to Yamamoto, and let out a loud fart that filled the air with a pungent mix of nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and methane, all aimed at Yamamoto, who erupted in laughter and fled. Guan Bo, you big fool, rebound. I'll rebound it all, rebound ineffective. You're still a big fool. Soon, the atmosphere quieted. Sheng Ru stepped forward, aligning himself with Jun Mo, their strides synchronizing that a slight tilt of his head revealed Jun Mo's composed and warm visage, suggesting that the situation had indeed been resolved favorably. As they exited the dormitory, sunlight poured down from above, illuminating his sharp features, elongated neck, and prominent Adam's apple, cascading down to disappear into the collar of his shirt. Sheng Ru, diverting his gaze, teased lightly, "You didn't resort to violence, did you? Isn't that what you taught me? As a law student, one must not solve problems with fists but rather leverage one's advantages. Indeed, significant progress. You are no longer the brawler who frequented the police station." Sheng Ru's lips curved in a smirk as he opened the car door, a glimmer of pride in his expression. "You should sit in the front. Your legs are long, and it would be uncomfortable in the back." Just as Guanbo pulled open the rear door, he protested. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Don't I have long legs?" Initially intending to retort, Yamamoto, upon hearing Guanbo claim to have long legs, pushed him into the back seat. "That I didn't argue. What grounds do you have? With those short legs of yours?" By the time Sheng Ru and Jun Mo settled in, the two in the back had already devolved into a childish leg comparison contest. While Guanbo was indeed slightly shorter, his proportions rendered him relatively tall. Yet the competition soon turned into a playful battle of who could dominate the other's space. Yamamoto shoved Guanbo's leg aside. "If you like me, just say so. Give me 1,000 yuan, and I can be your gay for 10 minutes. Feigning disgust, Guanbo swatted at his pants. "Get lost. I wouldn't you even if you begged." Yamamoto nudged him aside. "Shut up. Aren't you the one who should be saying you're not gay?" Guanbo, finally realizing he had been trapped by Yamamoto's remark, was about to retaliate when Sheng Ru interjected coolly. "Continued that if you injure each other, I'll cover your medical expenses, but you must not cease until I say so." In an instant, the previously rowdy back seat fell silent, the two immature boys suddenly sitting up straight as if in class. Before long, the two in the back leaned against each other, drifting off to sleep. The vehicle fell into a tranquil hush. Though the journey from the capital to Jincheng was relatively short, Jun Mo needed to make a restroom stop, prompting Sheng Ru to accompany him to a convenience store. When Jun Mo emerged, Sheng Ru awaited him at the restroom door, offering a carton of milk. "Here, milk." After taking a sip, Jun Mo questioned, "Why do you keep buying me milk?" "It makes me feel like a child." "You far too thin. It's evident your nutrition is lacking. So, Dr. Sheng has dabbled in nutrition as well?" "Only a bit." As soon as they settled back into the car, Guanbo in the back seat stirred awake. Just as he began to sit up, a hand pressed him back down, causing his head to rest once again on Yamamoto's lap, but he mumbled, "Don't move. I'm dreaming." Guanbo, still in a half-asleep state, complied and drifted off once more. The anticipated departure time meant they could have stopped by Yamamoto's home to greet his parents before heading to the hotel, but delays caused by Jun Feiguang had slowed their journey. By the time they reached Jincheng, night had already fallen. Following the location Yamamoto provided, they parked directly in front of his townhouse. While it lacked the opulence of Sheng Ru's residence, for Jun Mo, who owned neither property nor vehicle and had no family background, it was nonetheless enviable. "Are we not going in? We could grab dinner or something that I can accompany you to the hotel afterward," Jun Mo suggested. Just as Yamamoto finished speaking, the longtime housekeeper quietly reminded him, "Yamamoto, your parents asked me to remind you to visit your grandfather's house after you return." Yamamoto suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to inform his family about the arrival of his friends, that he had originally planned to return on Saturday, but on a whim decided to set off on Friday. It was only upon departure that he recalled the need to tell his parents. When he called, his parents were already at his grandfather's house, enjoying tea and playing chess. This left Yamamoto feeling somewhat awkward. After all, he had come all the way from the capital to Tianjin to celebrate his birthday. Yet this unexpected situation had arisen. "No worries. We will meet tomorrow. It's just right for us to return and take a break. We must not tarnish the reputation of the esteemed Yamamoto." Guanbo yawned and settled into the car. Sheng Ru and Jun Mo waved their goodbyes and joined him. Yamamoto, feeling helpless, could only stand by the roadside and watch the three depart. The Blue Jaguar, following the navigation, arrived at the designated hotel garage, where the trio parked and proceeded to the hotel lobby with their luggage. Out of the 3 rooms they had previously booked, only 2 remained available. "We clearly reserved 3 rooms. This is a failure on your part, and we have the right to hold you accountable under the law." perhaps having spent too much time with Jun Mo and absorbing his legal jargon. Guanbo felt a surge of righteous indignation in that moment. He resembled an elite lawyer, just short of a suit and glasses. However, his demeanor truly startled the lobby attendant, who repeatedly apologized and promised to offer the three a complimentary buffet dinner as compensation. Before Jun Mo and Sheng Ru could voice their opinions, Guanbo had already enthusiastically accepted the offer. All right then, thank you. He took the 2-room cards and handed them to Sheng Ru. Both rooms are standard. I'll take one for myself that I plan to play games tonight to avoid disturbing you. Sheng Ru accepted the room card and headed towards the elevator. Behind him, Guanbo continued to boast about his earlier conduct, asking Jun Mo if he had appeared professional. Little did he know, Jun Mo immediately cited relevant regulations regarding the obligations of service staff, leaving Guanbo with a headache that, oh dear, you see, that young lady is not having an easy time. If we continue, she might just cry. Let us be the good guys and let this matter rest. After all, we'll have our 3 rooms back after tomorrow, he added while giving Jun Mo a friendly pat on the shoulder. Please allow your kindness to match your good looks. Lawyer Jun Mo stepped into the elevator with Guanbo. While Sheng Ru couldn't resist teasing, be a bit kinder, Lawyer Jun Mo replied. Did I say I wanted to do anything? I merely corrected Guanbo's legal inaccuracies out of habit. Chapter 67. Lawyer Jun is quite popular. Why are you still not down? Didn't we agree to drop off the luggage and then come down for dinner? I'm sitting here all alone in the bustling restaurant. It's quite pitiful. In the hotel buffet restaurant, Guanbo had gathered his food and sat down, surrounded by a crowd of diners. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of food and the lively chatter of guests, alone at a round table meant for 4. He sat without touching his meal, craning his neck to glance toward the restaurant entrance. After waiting for quite some time, he still hadn't spotted Jun Mo and Sheng Ru, that if their rooms hadn't been on different floors, he wouldn't have hesitated to drag them down with him. Now, feeling utterly lonely, he truly felt desolate. Finally, you're down. I just need to turn a corner, right? Jun Mo, with your good looks, how can you be so untrustworthy with your words? Just as he finished speaking, he saw Sheng Ru and Jun Mo entering through the restaurant entrance. Haha, this time you really turned a corner. Hurry and grab some food. I saved you seats. He nervously pulled out chairs for them and added, if anyone is to blame, it's you for continually saying just turn a corner, yet not once has it actually worked that you've heard the story of the boy who cried wolf. Haven to you. You bear full responsibility. Sheng Ru cut a small piece of steak and nodded. Yes, you bear full responsibility. Hey, I've noticed you've been siding with Guanbo today. Sheng Ru chuckled, cutting another piece and placing it on Jun Mo's plate. That it's just that Yamamoto isn't around. He has become a left-behind child, so someone has to look after him. Hey, how did I become a left-behind child? I am Yamamoto's father, not his son. Sheng Ru shrugged. That I never said you were his son. You're just reading too much into it. Guanbo sighed, took a large gulp of cola, and let out a satisfied burp. Unable to win an argument with them, he settled into silence, finding solace in his meal and the prospect of gaming. Jun Mo, eat this shrimp. I've peeled it for you, Jun Mo. Don't drink too much of this. Cola is harmful. Are you still hungry? I'll go get you a fried egg. This Hainan chicken rice is delicious. I'll get you a portion. This was the first time Guanbo had seen Sheng Ru in such a manner. Why had this once aloof medical prodigy suddenly transformed over the winter break? As he stretched his neck to observe Jun Mo while Sheng Ru went to fetch food, he asked, what did you do over the winter break? Why has Sheng Ru become so fussy? Jun Mo glanced at the array of food before him, feeling somewhat at a loss. That I'm not sure. Perhaps they think I'm lacking in nutrition. No sooner had he spoken than Sheng Ru returned with a plate of Hainan chicken rice and placed it before Jun Mo. Yes, supplement your nutrition. Guanbo frowned and exclaimed, damn it. Why do I feel like I've been fed dog food all evening? After finishing a meal filled with metaphorical dog food, Guanbo hurried upstairs. As he left, Sheng Ru mentioned he wanted to buy a drink, but Guanbo promptly refused. I'm full. There's no room left. I also want to find a cute girl in the game to form a CP. Usually when I play games with Yamamoto, I'm too focused on ranking up to even flirt with any girls. After parting ways with Guanbo, Sheng Ru and Jun Mo strolled around the hotel vicinity, shoulder to shoulder. With both being strikingly attractive and tall, they drew attention wherever they went, passing a row of snack and drink shops bustling with people. The two remained surprisingly quiet, hands tucked into their pockets, maintaining a synchronized pace. Shall we grab some milk tea? No thanks, I'm too full. I can't even drink water right now. Let us just take a stroll to aid digestion. Continuing along the snack street, they attracted glances from passers-by. Lawyer June is quite popular. I bet you received your fair share of love letters in the past, right? June Mo turned to look back. That girl just now was definitely looking at you. Her gaze was glued to you. Today, Uncle Wu mentioned he knows someone looking for a model and asked if you'd be interested in an audition. June Mo shook his head, fully aware that Sheng Ru meant well. Not for now. I can't fit it into my schedule. But thank you for thinking of me. Uncle Wu declined, and Sheng Ru didn't bring it up again. After a moment of silence, June Mo, worried that Sheng Ru might misinterpret his refusal, explained, actually, in the past, Yin Shui's mother wanted to give me money that I'm grateful for the kind-hearted people I've encountered in my life. But I believe I can take care of myself for now. Sheng Ru nodded, that I understand. I know your character. When Uncle Wu suggested it, I immediately declined on your behalf that I just felt it was necessary to consult you and get your opinion. June Mo paused, turning to face him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Sheng Ru, you're wonderful. It's truly a blessing to have met you. Just as Sheng Ru was about to respond, June Mo turned back and said, let us go. I can't stay any longer, that we should head back. I still have some writing to finish. Initially thinking that June Mo was merely embarrassed by his sudden sentimentality, he was surprised to find June Mo opening his notebook as soon as they returned to the room. Diligently working on his piece, that he was, in fact, racing against a deadline. Coincidentally, the magazine's theme this time was about care and self-esteem. June Mo wrote swiftly, immersing himself in the narrative, recounting the moment when Yin Shui's mother offered him money, discreetly placing it beneath the fruit bowl on the coffee table before leaving. Once he infused genuine emotion into the piece, the entire article flowed more smoothly, allowing readers to experience a profound sense of connection. When he finally finished, he stretched and turned to find Sheng Ru gazing at him with an innocent and pitiful expression. What's wrong? Sheng Ru stepped aside, revealing a damp patch on the bed. I accidentally spilled some water earlier. Then called the front desk to ask for a change. It's still early, so they should be able to help. Just as June Mo reached for the room phone, Sheng Ru preemptively hung up, that I called. They're busy right now. They said it's a holiday, and the hotel doesn't have any extra blankets available. Is April Fool's Day considered a holiday? Sheng Ru shrugged. June Mo took a deep breath and criticized the hotel service thoroughly, with Sheng Ru nodding along in agreement. However, when June Mo turned back, Sheng Ru quickly concealed his smug smile and replied, yes, you're absolutely right. Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder if Gu's approach would anger June Mo and lead him to file a complaint against the hotel. Oh well. Let us just squeeze on a one bed and make do for the night. For half a month, Jun Mo shared the same bed with him without giving it much thought. She took her pajamas and went to the bathroom for a shower. However, when he finished bathing and lay down, she realized she had overestimated the size of the bed at Sheng Ru's home. The bed was a spacious double, but in this hotel, it was a single 0.2 average height young man, both around 1.85 meters tall, squeezed onto a single bed, which was indeed quite a squeeze. Jun Mo shifted slightly towards the wall and said, could you please move over a bit? I feel a little cramped. Sheng Ru glanced at the space beside him, ample enough for a small child, cleared his throat and got out of bed. Ahem, I need to use the restroom. As soon as the bathroom door closed, Jun Mo reached under her pillow to retrieve her phone. Since he left the classroom building, June Feiguang had sent numerous messages. Observing Guan Bo and Yamamoto playfully tussling, alongside Sheng Ru's gentle smile, Jun Mo chose to ignore them, unwilling to let the chaos spoil the pleasantness of being with them. To her surprise, upon opening her phone, the sheer volume of messages caused it to lag momentarily. Once it resumed normalcy, she looked back at the bathroom. Fortunately, he had not yet emerged. She began to scan through the messages rapidly. Starting with a slew of curses, accusations of being unfilial, heartless, and lacking familial loyalty. Jun Mo could surmise that these were likely all the words June Feiguang could muster. About an hour prior, perhaps due to the lack of response, June Feiguang had even made a tentative phone call, but when it went unanswered, he resumed bombarding her with messages. This time, however, his tone had softened considerably. He began to relent, indicating a singular purpose. June Feiguang, if you give me a sum of money, I want to ask for more, just 20,000, that once I have it, we'll part ways amicably. No hard feelings that if anyone else had said this. Junmo might have believed it, but coming from Jun Feiguang, she trusted not a word. The sound of running water from the bathroom was followed by the click of the light switched. As Xingru turned the doorknob, Junmo quickly cleared her notifications, silencing her phone and slipping it back under her pillow. Otherwise, I might as well share a room with Guanbo. This bed is really too cramped for the two of us. Before she could finish her thought, Xingru had already thrown back the covers and sat beside her. This time it's my turn to thank you. Thank you for lending me half the bed. Junmo abruptly halted her words, muttering that it was unnecessary, lying flat with her hands resting outside the covers. No need to mention it. This the first time you've told me that. Junmo looked up to meet Xingru's gaze, which was deep and expressive, fixed intently upon her. Through his gentle eyes, she could see her own reflection. The room was dim, illuminated only by the small lamp at the bedside, casting a warm, intimate glow. Even Xingru's sharply defined features appeared softened, though he was usually warm and humble. His long eyelashes fluttered with each blink, and Junmo couldn't help but think that if a butterfly perched upon those lashes, it would be more than welcome. Noticing that Junmo was silently staring, Xingru gently raised his hand and tapped her nose with his fingertip. Junmo snapped back to reality, disregarding his earlier comment, and turned away, feeling quite uncomfortable. Good night. That a smile crept across Xingru's lips, filled with delight. As he replied, good night, that as his words lingered in the air, Junmo distinctly heard the click of the bedside lamp being turned off. Soon after, she sensed the rustling sounds behind her. Xingru had lain down as well. In the past, sharing a bed during the winter break had not felt so pronounced due to the spaciousness of the bed. Now, with the two of them crammed onto a single bed, especially when Xingru turned his back to her, she felt his body press against her. Junmo swallowed hard and quietly inched further inward. Then am I crowding you? No, not at all. Perhaps we should face each other while we sleep. That way, we won't be touching. That it seemed Xingru had also sensed the intimate contact while lying back to back, which felt too ambiguous and uncomfortable. Junmo murmured in agreement, and they both rolled over to face each other. She slowly lifted her gaze to meet Xingru's, who was now so close that they nearly touched. His breath brushed against her lips, and hers mingled with his. Junmo held her breath and quickly turned away. I am used to sleeping facing the wall. Xingru paid no mind to her excuse, simply offering a calm good night. The person behind her soon fell into a steady rhythm of breathing, appearing to drift off comfortably. But for Junmo, sleep was elusive. She had spent nights at Yan Shui's home before, during a torrential downpour that struck Wuching, when she had no choice but to seek shelter there. She had bathed, donned Yan Shui's clothes, and spent the night. Though she had gone through similar motions, the emotional weight of sharing such experiences with Yan Shui and Xingru felt vastly different, plunging her into panic and unease. To soothe her restless mind enough to sleep, Junmo pressed herself against the wall, as if she could meld into it. Yet unexpectedly, a long arm reached around her waist, pulling her back effortlessly. Despite her height of 182 meters, she found herself easily drawn back. Let us sleep now. I'm tired. Xingru's voice, rich and magnetic, combined with his half-asleep rasp, was utterly captivating. But he made no further moves after pulling her back. He merely patted her shoulder gently and continued to sleep. Junmo clutched the blanket, lying still. Who would have thought that a medical student would possess such strength? She feared that if she inched closer, Xingru would pull her in more tightly, perhaps never releasing her, and that would render her unable to sleep at all. After taking several long, deep breaths, she gradually quelled the volcanic unrest within her to a dormant state. In the midst of her discomfort and anxiety, Junmo eventually succumbed to sleep, though her dreams were anything but peaceful. Once again, she found herself in a stormy night, back in the old district of Wuching. In that small house, the chandeliers swayed in the wind, while the wooden windows rattled against the walls. Junmo was awakened by the noise, her bare feet hitting the floor as she rushed to find her grandmother lying on the ground. Barely conscious, she sprinted over, helplessly cradling her grandmother and crying out, tears streaming down her cheeks without her noticing. Young Junmo paid no mind to wiping her tears away, calling out louder with each breath. Grandma, what's wrong? What should I do? I don't know what to do, Grandma. Please, I can't lose you too, Grandma. I beg you, don't leave me. That I can't be without you. I promise to be good, to never worry you again, that I'll grow up and honor you. Please, tell me what I should do now. Regardless of how fiercely Junmo cried and pleaded, her grandmother was taken away. He tried to chase after her. But his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, unable to move, forced to watch his grandmother drift further away. The air around him grew colder, as if he were enveloped in a low-pressure system. On the verge of freezing, struggling against the grip of despair, he screamed, "Grandma!" Junmo suddenly jolted awake, her pupils wide as she clutched Xingru's arm tightly. Only when she beheld his gentle, jade-like expression and heard his soothing voice breaking through her shock did she begin to regain her composure. When she realized it was merely a dream, one she could not return to, rather than feeling relieved, an overwhelming wave of sadness washed over her. "What is wrong? Did you have a nightmare? You were calling for your grandmother. Are you missing her?" Junmo curled her legs up, hugging her knees to her chest, burying her head. "Even a nightmare is better than nothing. At least I could see her, and holding her in my dreams felt real." But now, even the nightmares have faded away. Beside her, Xingru continued to worry, his large, warm hand gently patting her back. "It's all right now, it's all right." Taking a deep breath, Junmo steadied herself before raising her head to share the details of her dream with Xingru. "Your grandmother. She passed away from illness. The same year my parents divorced in the span of a year, she had lost 2 loved ones, and Xingru suddenly ceased to blame her for their sudden disconnection. Instead, he felt a deep regret for not being by her side during those dark days. That I knew my grandmother had passed due to illness, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was Jun Feiguang who caused it." Junmo maintained a posture of embracing his knees, resting his chin upon them as he gazed ahead, as if he longed to pierce through the very fabric of time and space. The year his parents divorced. Junmo initially did not perceive the extent of his own misfortune. Although his mother had departed from their home, she at least had the opportunity to pursue a new life, and he, at the very least, had his grandmother to keep him company. However, it was not long before his grandmother fell ill, her sickness striking with alarming suddenness. Jun Feiguang was once again engrossed in playing mahjong, oblivious to the fact that his grandmother was ailing at home. And by the time Junmo returned from school, she was already on the brink of death. The events of that day were etched into his very bones, destined to be remembered for a lifetime. He cried out for an extended period, his youthful yet anguished voice reverberating through the old street. Downstairs, Grandma Zhang, who had just returned from grocery shopping, heard Junmo's cries and immediately rushed to call for an ambulance. Yet, en route to the hospital, his grandmother breathed her last in the ambulance. The doctors labored tirelessly in their attempts to revive her, but ultimately, their efforts were in vain, and she could not be brought back to his side. From the moment he boarded the ambulance to the time he received the death certificate, Junmo remained detached, his expression blank, not shedding a single tear. However, when he finally found himself in the morgue, and his hand brushed against his grandmother's cold body, the floodgates of his tears burst open. The entire morgue was filled with his heart-wrenching cries, a symphony of despair and sorrow, intertwined with profound resentment. It was only by midnight that Jun Feiguang arrived at the hospital. Instead of hastily laying his grandmother to rest, he merely glanced at her body in the morgue before erupting into tears and shouting in the hospital corridor. He demanded money, insisting that the hospital compensate him, firmly attributing his grandmother's death to their negligence, all while performing an exaggerated display of a grieving son. The once tranquil night became cacophonous due to Jun Feiguang's outburst, drawing onlookers, persuaders, and security personnel to the scene. Yet, even as he cried, he occasionally coughed, his frail appearance dissuading the security personnel from intervening. Such unreasonable behavior was the most difficult to handle, as any misstep might provoke further turmoil. Junmo wiped his tears and stood up, navigating through the crowd to witness Jun Feiguang's theatrics. The doctor who had desperately tried to save his grandmother in the ambulance was present, striving to convince Jun Feiguang that her death was not the hospital's fault. Jun Feiguang was undoubtedly aware of the truth. He merely sought to extract money from the situation. With red-rimmed eyes and clenched fists, Junmo advanced, step by step, towards the man who was both his biological and legal father. Feeling utterly disillusioned, without uttering a word, Junmo seized a syringe from a nearby nurse's cart and lunged at Jun Feiguang, shouting vehemently, "I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! It is you who caused Grandma's death." The surrounding noise fell into an abrupt silence. Even Jun Feiguang, typically a loud and boisterous figure, stood momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, the two had already transported Grandma's body to the crematorium. As she was taken for cremation, they stood side by side, equally cold and indifferent. Suddenly, Jun Feiguang raised his hand and struck Junmo on the back of the head that time. Junmo was still small, and the blow sent him sprawling to the ground. Before he could rise, Jun Feiguang unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon his frail body, cursing him for being ungrateful, for causing him a significant financial loss, for preventing him from settling his debts at the mahjong parlor, and for being a burden that hindered his ability to earn money. The latter part of his tirade became a mere murmur, and Junmo could no longer comprehend the words that he merely curled up on the ground, silently enduring the assault, no longer harboring any affection for this father. Even when he had once pressured him to earn money or when he had divorced his mother, there had been a glimmer of hope that perhaps this father was not beyond redemption. But now, he truly understood what it meant for the heart to feel as cold as ash. It was that moment that plunged Junmo's life into a deeper abyss of darkness. Once Junmo recounted the past as best as he could, with emotion subdued, Xingru opened his arms and embraced him in his knee-hugging position. "It's all right now. You still have me, and I will never leave you." His broad palm gently patted Junmo's back, again and again, softly and tenderly. The other hand rested firmly on the nape of Junmo's neck, providing him with a sense of strong support and reliance. Junmo loosened his grip on his knees, yet he ultimately lacked the courage to reach out and rest his hand on Xingru's back. Instead, tears silently streamed down his once quiet eyes. After a moment, Xingru inquired, "Junmo, I..." Before Junmo could finish his sentence, his stomach gurgled loudly. Xingru released him, and their eyes met, leading to simultaneous laughter after a brief pause. "Let's go downstairs and find a place for breakfast." Xingru checked his watch. It was 3 a.m, which could indeed be considered breakfast time, such an hour. The late-night eateries had closed, and the breakfast spots had yet to open, making it a rather awkward time. The only place with a semblance of hot food was the 24-hour convenience store, where the two sat side by side on high stools, their table adorned with Tianjing's unique large buns and several other snacks that if Guanbo finds out, he will surely accuse us of being selfish. Before he could finish his sentence, Xingru's hand reached out, gently wiping the soup stains from the corner of Junmo's mouth. "What are you doing?" Junmo protested. Xingru, having cleaned his hands, responded nonchalantly, as if it was Junmo who was acting out of the ordinary. "I'm wiping your mouth, that can't you tell?" Chapter 70. Their relationship upon finishing their breakfast and returning to the hotel, the two lay on the bed chatting for a while, not paying attention to what time they eventually fell back asleep. On that narrow single bed, Junmo no longer pressed against the wall, while Xingru lay comfortably, with Junmo's half-body resting upon him, sleeping soundly. When Junmo opened his eyes again, their bodies were closely intertwined, and he found himself with one hand and one foot draped over Xingru, his head nestled into Xingru's neck in a bear-hugging manner reminiscent of a cuddly koala. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by Xingru's exquisitely magnified features. He inhaled sharply, carefully retracting his limbs and then sliding down from the foot of the bed. Once in the bathroom, he squeezed toothpaste on his brush and, with half his head peeking out, called out, "Xingru, wake up!" Xingru ignored him, flipping onto his side, facing the wall with his back to Junmo. He opened his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting before he buried himself back into the pillow. Feigning sleep, in the bathroom, Junmo brushed his teeth, gazing at his reflection while the other hand tussled with his unruly hair. There was always one particularly stubborn tough that stood defiantly, greeting the day as if to say hello. "Knock, knock, knock." "Junmo, Xingru, how long are you going to sleep? I've already come 3 times. It's time to go. Yamamoto has called several times to check on you." Junmo opened the door to find the two already dressed and looking vibrant. "You guys slept in the same bed last night." Through the door crack, he caught sight of the already made bed, neatly arranged, clearly untouched since the previous night. In contrast, the other bed remained disheveled, indicating a rather tumultuous night. Guanbo attempted to enter, claiming he wanted to check if anything was missing from the room. Even without having experienced romance, Junmo understood the implications of Guanbo's inquiry, that he swiftly turned Guanbo around and gave him a playful kick on the rear, shutting the door behind him. "Hurry up. If we're late for the birthday party, I'll hold you responsible." "Hey, you're quite adept at playing the blame game," Guanbo retorted. Once they hopped into a taxi, Junmo and Xingru settled into the back seat while Guanbo occupied the front passenger seat, engaging in lively conversation with the driver. The driver, equally enthusiastic, played the role of a tour guide, warmly introducing Tianjing's attractions and culinary delights upon realizing they were not locals. Xingru extended his left hand, revealing a packet of rainbow candies nestled in his palm. I'm not a child. Why are you giving me candy? Though he claimed he was too mature for such treats, he nonetheless accepted the candy and popped 2 pieces into his mouth. Just as he was about to pass the bag to Guanbo, Xingru intercepted him mid-motion. Guanbo doesn't like candy. Hearing his name amidst the enthusiastic chatter, Guanbo turned his head back. Did you call me? No, keep chatting. Oda Yamamoto's birthday party was scheduled at a hotel renowned for hosting banquets, where a life-size cardboard cutout of him stood proudly at the entrance. That it was evident that in his mother's heart, he would forever remain her little boy, as evidenced by the surrounding pink balloons encircling the cutout. Yamamoto was being ushered around by his mother, greeting guests. Inside the hall, aside from his parents' family and friends, there were also some of Yamamoto's close friends from high school. Your mom really knows how to throw a party. Such grandeur for a birthday. Finally seated after completing a round of greetings, Guanbo marveled at the opulent celebration marking Yamamoto's 19th birthday. Don't mention it. My parents love a lively atmosphere. Last year, they nearly wore me out for my coming-of-age ceremony. After Yamamoto finished speaking, he raised a cup of cola and tilted his head back to gulp it down in one go, letting out a burp as he regained his composure. As the banquet commenced, Yamamoto's parents sat at the table for a brief moment, having barely taken a few bites of their meal before they wandered off to chat and toast with other friends. Once dinner was concluded, Yamamoto's mother handed him 4 tickets to an amusement park. Initially, he intended to decline, feeling that at 19 he was far too old for such excursions. However, just as the words of refusal were on the tip of his tongue, he thought of Junmo and accepted them. The 4 friends managed to thoroughly enjoy the tickets, indulging in every attraction available. By evening, Yamamoto and Guanbo found themselves exhausted, slumped on a bench while enjoying ice cream to recuperate. Meanwhile, Junmo and Xingru were still aboard the roller coaster, screaming joyfully at the top of their lungs that Junmo's exuberance was truly a testament to the fun they were having. It was rare to see him so happy. But why was Xingru so fond of amusement parks as well? Was it not obvious? Xingru was merely accompanying Junmo. I must tell you, when I went to call them today, they only used one of the 2 beds they had. Once Guanbo began to gossip, he could go on endlessly, recounting tales that began with their buffet dinner the previous night and continued through to lunchtime, highlighting Xingru's attentiveness. Yamamoto quietly savored his ice cream, listening to Guanbo's incessant chatter. The 4 of them dined out for dinner, with Yamamoto leading the way to a quaint little establishment. Given it was mealtime, a long queue had formed outside, with patrons waiting for their chance to enter once others exited. Just when they thought they would have to wait a while, Guanbo and Yamamoto's game had only just begun to team up when a girl inside excitedly waved her hand and called out Junmo's name. Guanbo remarked, This girl looks somewhat familiar. Yamamoto inquired, Junmo, who is she? Junmo did not respond but stepped inside, the 3 of them closely following. Let us sit together. We can share a table, otherwise we'll be waiting forever. The girl warmly offered her seat. Guanbo and Yamamoto stared at her for a moment before realization dawned. Oh, I remember now. You're the girl who confessed to Junmo last time and exchanged contact information. It was not uncommon for girls to confess to Junmo, but it seemed she was the only one who had successfully exchanged numbers, which explained Guanbo's recollection. Xingru, seated beside Junmo, kept stealing glances at him. Only when he explained that their relationship was purely business did the tension in his expression ease slightly. Yes, indeed, Junmo sold me that handbag when I took it home for the new year. My family praised it that it's entirely handmade with embroidery and that unique knot. My sister has been asking for the link, thinking I purchased it online. Junmo smiled. It's no trouble. If you need more, I can arrange for Wuching to send them over. The girl was elated and immediately called her sister to see if she wanted any. And when she hung up, she eagerly requested 3 that handmade items aren't cheap, especially since Yan Shui's mother takes great care in crafting her products, ensuring each piece takes at least a month to complete. Yet, here this girl was asking for 3 at once. For 3, there might be a wait. They require considerable time. That is perfectly fine. The girl was enthusiastic, insisting on treating everyone to a meal since it was rare to see Junmo and Jincheng. Ultimately, it was Xingru who silently picked up the bill, leaving the girl, and Yamamoto unable to compete. Chapter 71. Lawyer June is quite affectionate. Additional update. On Sunday, the group spent the day exploring Jincheng, with Yamamoto diligently serving as their guide. They returned to school on Monday morning, just in time to enjoy lunch at the cafeteria before heading off to class. In mid-April, Junmo spotted a substantial job opportunity in a part-time group. After reviewing his class schedule, he realized that although it wasn't a weekend, he was free that afternoon and promptly accepted the job in the group. On Thursday afternoon, as Guanbo called Junmo, he was already on a bus heading to the airport. "Isn't he eating?" Xingru stood beside him, having caught bits of the conversation. Guanbo mentioned he was out for business and wouldn't be returning that afternoon. Xingru nodded and, along with Guanbo and Yamamoto, headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Aside from submitting articles to the magazine and the translation tasks assigned by teacher Liang, Junmo also took on scattered freelance work on weekends. While others had 24 hours in a day, it seemed Junmo had 48, accomplishing tasks at double the speed of others at the airport. Junmo alighted from the bus and made his way to the meeting point. A middle-aged man stood at the front, explaining the rules. Nowadays, entertainers in the industry prioritize appearances, especially at airports during arrivals and departures. True fans exist, but if the numbers are lacking, money is spent to hire fake fans to perform even more energetically than the real ones. At that moment, Junmo stood among the crowd, holding a light board, passionately cheering as energetically as the younger fans nearby. Despite not recognizing the boy in front of him, it didn't hinder him from shouting, "Brother, take care of yourself. You're amazing." Fake fans earn 100 for an airport pickup, and if they shout fervently or faint while chasing a car, it becomes even more lucrative. "Hey dude, that's too fake. I think it seems quite genuine." Junmo looked up and shouted again, "Brother, brother, brother." He chased after the manager, knowing that chasing a car for just a few steps could earn him $400. It was quite a bargain. Junmo couldn't let such a lucrative opportunity slip by. However, just as he ran over, he spotted two familiar figures in the distance. Thud! He tripped over his own feet, having an intimate encounter with the ground as he stumbled. The manager, who had already lifted one foot into the car, pulled back and turned around amidst the fan screams, extending a hand to help Junmo up. "Are you all right? You mustn't chase cars. It's too dangerous." Junmo nodded awkwardly, forcing a smile. The manager, rather self-absorbed, took a pen and, without Junmo's consent, flamboyantly signed his name on Junmo's shirt in a chaotic swirl, rendering it unrecognizable. Junmo protested, "Could you not ask for my opinion first?" As the van departed, he turned away, attempting to maintain his composure. "Iga Linga, fancy meeting you here." Both of these esteemed figures in the entertainment industry, regardless of their stature, were on a different level compared to the hired fake fans. Yet the two film kings stood humbly, without a single fan in sight, accompanied only by Uncle Wu and Sister Wen, who were carrying their luggage. Jiang Yi tilted his head and raised an eyebrow at Junmo. "Picking someone up?" Junmo discreetly hid the light board behind himself. Nodding in affirmation, "Da-da, I haven't settled the bill yet. The small foreman is still watching from behind. I can't deny it. Doing so would be futile." Jiang Yi glanced at Xiao Ling and stepped forward. Lowering his voice, "I heard he is a double. Junmo, and particularly fond of male university students." "Male university students, Junmo?" Throughout the journey, Junmo pondered Jiang Yi's amused expression and Xiao Ling's meaningful gaze until he disembarked and returned to school. Still unable to comprehend the situation, upon arriving back at the dormitory and finally settling down to catch his breath, Xingru walked in. "Back already?" "Yes, I went out." Before Junmo could finish his sentence, Xingru placed a signed photo on Junmo's desk. "I didn't expect Lawyer June to be quite the philanderer. Weren't you just saying you liked Ebo? How come you're pursuing several brothers at the same time?" The photo on the desk was indeed a signed portrait of the manager from that afternoon. "That is not it, Xingru bent down, tilting his head and tugged at Junmo's shirt. The bold signature stood out sharply against the white fabric that Xingru's brows furrowed as he coldly remarked, "Get it washed." "You've ruined your shirt, Ditto." Junmo didn't even know why he felt guilty, immediately changing his shirt and using alcohol to erase the signature. Uncertain if he was overthinking, Junmo noticed that throughout the evening, Xingru sat nearby, engrossed in entertainment news. The videos featured the manager from the airport, all laden with scandalous and negative headlines. "Honestly, I'm really not interested in him." Xingru shot him a sidelong glance. "Oh, Junmo, it seems that you are not fully convinced. Alas, Just as I took on a task, I happened to run into Gu and Ling Gu returning to the country. Such luck, indeed, is unparalleled. That very night, Junmo exited the group chat that in truth, the remuneration from the magazine, translation work, and tutoring would suffice for him to complete his university studies. Thus, he decided to forego the trivial tasks. The following day, at the library, teacher Liang sent him a document, this time pertaining to architecture, which required translation into English. That IT involved numerous technical terms, so Junmo simply brought his computer to the library, conducting research while translating. Xingru also brought his books and sat beside him. With his fingers dancing across the keyboard, Junmo translated the original text according to his understanding, consulting books whenever he encountered difficulties. However, each time his gaze shifted from the computer screen to the books. He would catch glimpses of Xingru's attentive watch. Their eyes occasionally met, initially without any particular significance, until midway through the translation when Xingru unexpectedly leaned in closer. His voice, lowered and husky, whispered into Junmo's ear, a sound that seemed to invade his very heart. Startled, Junmo recoiled, distancing himself from Xingru. "Why do you speak like that?" The voice echoed in his ear, its warmth causing a delightful itch and an intoxicating sensation. Xingru chuckled lightly. "We mustn't speak too loudly in the library." Junmo furrowed his brow, vigorously rubbing his ear. "You could speak at a normal volume. Shall we make plans then?" Junmo nodded. "Yes, but my tutoring session won't end until 5. "That's fine. 5 is still early." During the previous semester's basketball tournament, they had agreed to find a time to play together, each on opposing teams, to challenge each other. With more than half of the second semester already gone, that game had yet to materialize. Previously, Junmo had not perceived Xingru as particularly fond of basketball, but when Xingru arrived to pick him up the next day at around 4, Junmo realized he was quite looking forward to the match. Junmo extended his lecture by an additional 10 minutes before finally letting Xiuyu, who was carrying his backpack, leave for the car. Without returning to the dormitory, Xingru tossed him a set of basketball attire. "It's a bit late. You can change in the car." Change in the car, Chapter 72. Height is a hardship for Sang's extra update, Chapter 72. Let's wash together, save water. There was no awkwardness as Junmo sat in the back seat, removing his shirt and donning the basketball jersey, followed by changing into shorts. Throughout, Xingru remained focused on driving, eyes fixed ahead. Upon arriving with the backpack set beside the basketball court, Guanbo and others had long awaited their arrival. Noticing Xingru and Junmo, they playfully tossed the ball to Xingru. "Xingru, why didn't you play with us before?" "I didn't measure up." After catching the ball and taking a few practice shots, Xingru flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring in a beautiful arc into the hoop. Guanbo and the others cheered. The game commenced, with Xingru and Junmo indeed placed on opposing teams, while Guanbo and Yamamoto were also separated. A few other classmates who regularly played with Guanbo and Yamamoto joined as well, forming 2 teams of 5 that Yamamoto was responsible for guarding Guanbo, and despite the efforts, Guanbo couldn't even get a shot off. Seeing Yamamoto's struggles, Xingru refrained from passing him the ball, making him run the entire time. Meanwhile, Junmo exerted all his strength, closely guarding Xingru. Though tall, Xingru was agile, maneuvering the ball with finesse, executing feints and deceptive moves to score consecutively. Junmo, clearly an opponent, nonetheless felt exhilarated, high-fiving him and exclaiming, "Great shot! Awesome!" Junmo was no slouch either. Upon receiving the ball, he sprinted fiercely, collaborating with Yamamoto to score several points. Yamamoto could defend Guanbo, but Guanbo couldn't keep up with Yamamoto. Height was indeed a disadvantage. During halftime, Guanbo twisted open a can of soda and took a large gulp. "Yamamoto, if you keep staring at me like that, I might just yemo." Yamamoto snatched the soda from him, chugging it down voraciously. "You yemo? Make sure you do it properly. I guarantee you won't touch the ball in the second half." Meanwhile, Xingru wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze subtly fixed on the bottle of water in Junmo's hand. When Junmo finished drinking and reached for the cap, Xingru naturally took it from him, draining the remaining half bottle. After drinking, he casually looked at Junmo. "What's wrong?" "You just drank my water." Xingru casually tossed the empty bottle into the trash. "So what? Should I return it to you?" Junmo, "Xingru, open your mouth for inspection." "Swallowed it. If you want it back, come and get it." "Do those classmates who idolize you know about this?" Xingru wiped his sweat, tossing his towel aside. "Just knowing is enough." After saying this, he clapped his hands. "Come on, Let's continue in the second half. They resumed with the same lineup and teams. Yet as they played, Guanbo began to sense something amiss. This oddity was not due to Yamamoto's frequent physical contact, nor was it the seemingly defensive but actually embracing posture. It was rather that Xingru kept passing the ball to Junmo, cheering for him whenever he scored. Whose team is this? Why does it feel like I'm the only one on my team? Xingru, why are you passing to Junmo? Xingru shrugged while returning to defense that I didn't pass. He intercepted it himself. Guanbo, do you think we're blind? Just as he finished speaking, Yamamoto stood before him, his back and backside pressing against Guanbo. This game is unplayable. Xingru once again mispassed the ball to Yamamoto, although it appeared he intended to pass to Guanbo. Yet Yamamoto intercepted it effortlessly, that he then forcefully tossed it back to Junmo, who took 3 steps and scored. Great shot. The crowd erupted in cheers, leaving Guanbo utterly bewildered. What was so great about that shot? Just moments ago, Yamamoto could have taken the ball to the hoop. Why did he unhesitatingly pass it to Junmo? After an exhausting game, the group collapsed into chairs to rest. Yamamoto unscrewed a soda and took a sip. Offering it to Guanbo, here, drink up. Without thinking, Guanbo accepted and took a sip, then remarked, Yamamoto, you're such an idiot. You received the ball and didn't even shoot, just passed it to Junmo. Yamamoto remained silent, chuckling softly, I'll practice more. Just as Junmo opened a soda, Xingru snatched it away, replacing it with a bottle of water. Soda is too sugary. Drink this instead, plain water. Guanbo, who had just taken a large gulp of soda, suddenly choked, coughing repeatedly. Why didn't you warn me? Playing basketball felt like I was swallowing dog food. You guys are becoming increasingly shameless. Xingru shot him a glance, tightly sealing the soda and tossing it back to him. You don't need it, Guanbo. We're all guys. Why wouldn't I need it? This is absolutely gender discrimination. As others dispersed to eat or shower, Guanbo and Yamamoto decided to rest a bit longer while Junmo kept them company. Xingru, not yet satisfied, took a few steps to the hoop, leaping to dunk the ball, landing gracefully, then executing a spinning layup. Truly, the energy of a Scorpio, wow. Guanbo couldn't help but exclaim. Junmo patted him on the shoulder. Study hard, strive for progress. Otherwise, you will only have the phrase "Why" to carry you through life. Guanbo, I also got into the prestigious Beijing University through hard work, you know. Just as Junmo finished speaking, Guanbo was pulled back by Yamamoto. Junmo, this is where you went wrong. I can bully Guanbo, but can you bully him? Junmo smiled, patting Yamamoto's shoulder. Apologies, I overstepped. You go ahead and bully. Guanbo, tired of these two colluding to bully him, grabbed some water and sat down on a nearby chair. Nearby sat several other boys who had played basketball, yet their gazes were fixated on the girls in short skirts playing tennis next door. Guanbo's gaze, however, remained on the handsome boys on the basketball court. Handsome guys prefer to watch handsome guys. Why would I look at girls? The others shook their heads repeatedly. Do we prefer watching girls? You just like looking at handsome boys. Guanbo paused mid-sip, his gaze landing on Yamamoto, who was wrestling for the ball with Xingru, muttering under his breath, damn, could it be that being with Yamamoto for too long is making me bend the other way? To prevent being influenced by Yamamoto, Guanbo decided to head back to the dormitory without waiting for Junmo and the others. Knock, knock, knock. Guanbo, are you in there? I'm coming in. Let us wash together. Upon Yamamoto's return to the dormitory, he began to undress at the door. But as soon as it opened, Guanbo swiftly emerged, fully dressed after showering. I'm done. You can wash now. Yamamoto, taken aback, teased Guanbo. Yuri's such a fickle man, not even washing with me anymore. Guanbo turned, making a fresh and elegant gesture with his lips. Get lost. Yamamoto chuckled and turned to Junmo, inviting him. Junmo, let us wash together. Save water. As he spoke, Xingru tossed him a towel he had been using to wipe sweat. Then you can wash the towel too. Save water. Junmo chuckled softly, tossing her towel along with it, exclaiming, let us wash both at once to conserve water. In Chapter 73, Xingru, sweet for several consecutive days, it was evident that not only was Guanbo avoiding Yamamoto during showers, but also during meals and classes. His evasion was quite conspicuous, and it was impossible for Yamamoto not to notice. Everyone was perplexed as to why these two, who were typically inseparable, had suddenly chosen to go their separate ways. Junmo, do you think Guanbo has been acting strangely lately? He keeps avoiding me. And I haven't bullied him. Well, at least not recently, Yamamoto remarked. Junmo turned away, resting her chin on the back of her chair, a smirk of mischief dancing on her lips. You haven't had the chance to bully him lately. Have you? Yamamoto felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that indeed, he had been unable to find an opportunity to tease Guanbo, who had been skillfully eluding him. Just then, Guanbo entered the room, not even glancing at Yamamoto as he placed his books on the desk. Guanbo, want to play a game? I'm not playing, I need to study. Then how about a shower first? Once you're done, you can study, and it just so happens that I haven't showered either. Guanbo shot him a sidelong glare. Are you a baby? I'm not your mother. Why do you insist on showering together?